Chapter 1: The Beginning Revised. This narrative is set in an alternate world, devoid of any correlation with historical events or figures. All place names, personal names, or nicknames mentioned herein are entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons is purely coincidental. In his previous life, Qiaonian found solace among the pages of books in a bookstore. As an orphan raised in a welfare institution, he often proclaimed himself a fortunate soul, born under the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze. He had never known the pangs of hunger, nor had he experienced the heartache of family separation. Even his teenage rebellion seemed rather subdued. Upon graduation, he secured a position as a kindergarten teacher, leading a life of tranquility and ease. However, everything changed one fateful afternoon, as torrential rain poured down and a scream echoed from the kindergarten. The glint of a blade forced him to squint, while he cradled 3 trembling children in his arms. As the assailant's dagger sliced through his arm, he caught a whiff of iron mingling with the scent of rain, suddenly recalling an article he had read the previous day about acts of bravery. Did he regard life and death with indifference? No. His bloodied hand trembled as it clutched the leg of a chair, yet he felt more vibrantly alive than ever. When the children climbed over his back to escape through the window, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass of the fire extinguisher at the end of the corridor, his lips stained with blood, yet curving into a broad smile. Later, his image adorned the honor wall of the kindergarten in the photograph. He appeared in his early 20s, wearing a faded blue shirt, grinning like a silly sunflower. As parents brought their children to bow in gratitude, he floated nearby, counting tears, 3 drops from one fellow, while another little girl sobbed like a deflating bellows. His spirit's fingers unconsciously fumbled in his pocket, where he had long since run out of clean handkerchiefs for the children. This life has been worth it. He grinned into the void, his teeth still stained with the remnants of blood from the assailant's blows. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the clouds, reminiscent of the slanted afternoon sunlight filtering through the old bookstore. He reached out to grasp it, only to witness the light explode, merging with his body like a droplet, dissolving into the vast ocean. Immediately, a mechanical voice reverberated within his eardrums. Beep merit is now in place. The mechanical tone ground through his mind like rusted gears. Qiaonian's pupils constricted. This noise far sharper than the sound of the scanning gun he used during his part-time job. Was this a golden finger? He clenched his empty fist, wishing to strangle the system, still holding the anti-fraud manual the community had distributed just last week in his spiritual pocket. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of mechanical notifications bombarded his consciousness. Beep system connection successful. Beep host match successful. Beep verification complete. Beep time space traversal commencing. 5-4. Wait, hold on. Qiaonian hastily called out in an attempt to halt the process, yet received no response from the system. The red light of 3 stained his retina, and in a fit of panic he slapped his thigh, recalling that systems were supposed to have beginner tutorials. Why was there not even a decline traversal button? In the blink of 2, he glimpsed his own portrait shaking in the kindergarten's display window, its surface polished to a shine, surrounded by an array of milk candies and Ultraman carts. TSK, he mused, had I known, I should have read more parenting manuals. Now I can't even dream up a way to soothe the child. As the final notes faded, a peculiar odor invaded his nostrils, not the scent of disinfectant, but a melange of coal smoke, and the fragrance of rouge that in that instant, as his soul spiraled into chaos, he discerned the system's mechanical voice exuding a sense of jubilation. Merit points credited. Host, please collect your Otherworld Survival gift package. So, what the system desired was my merit. This thought crossed Qiaonian's mind just before he lost consciousness. But in the 6th year of the new dynasty, in the capital city, April, the haze from Hadman mingled with the dust from Xingyangman, transforming the twilight of late spring into a dull yellow orb. The eaves of the foreign-style buildings along Dongjiao Minxiang held gas lamps, their cold white light resembling frost, casting shadows on the rickshaw pullers who appeared as moving ink stains on the cobbled streets. The revolving door of the Six Nations Hotel swallowed fur coats and top hats, while the strains of a foxtrot from the gramophone were torn apart by the wind, fluttering past the street vendors selling buns, startling the pack mules into snorting. Would you like a ride? Wang Air wrapped a sweat towel around his neck, the bamboo rickshaw handle pressing into his palm, leaving red marks. He gazed at 2 young ladies emerging from the ballroom, one adorned with a jeweled hairpin in her curls, the glimmer of which was enough to trade for 2 pounds of coarse flour. Enough for his blind mother to enjoy an extra bowl of gruel. The electric tram clanged past Kapanji, the horn of the German-made vehicle causing his ears to ring painfully. In a daze, he glimpsed his reflection in the glass. High cheekbones like blades, deep-set eyes resembling wells, reminiscent of the starving ghost effigies before the city god. Temple, the Eastern pastry shop has just released chestnut cake. The voice of a lady in a brocade cheapao was sweet and sticky, her jade ring brushing against the copper bell of the rickshaw. Wang Er hurriedly bent down to lift the blue curtain, catching a whiff of her French perfume mingled with the scent of opium. As the wheels rolled over the bluestone pavement, he counted the ruts and pressed on, sweat-soaked, neck chafing painfully. Passing by Coal Market Street, an elderly man in a traditional jacket waved at him as night deepened. The red lanterns of the 8 alleys flickered to life. Wang Er pulled a corn muffin from his pocket and took a couple of bites, the coarse bran scraping his throat. The distant sound of the night watchman echoed 3 strikes of the clapper, suddenly reminded him of the same day, last year, when he tended to 2 acres of meager farmland back in Tongzhou. Now, however, he found himself in this steel and concrete city, merely a cog in the bustling machinery of life. The tram tracks glimmered with a cold light under the moon, resembling an unending iron chain, binding him and countless rickshaw pullers in the shadows of this vibrant foreign town. Qiaonian drifted in a haze, the sound of hooves first infiltrating his ears, gradually accompanied by the creaking of rubber wheels over gravel, intermingled with the calls of peanut vendors and the hurried steps of newspaper boys. Like rusty scissors gnawing at his brain, he desperately forced his eyelids open, eyelashes matted with cold dust, stinging his eyes. The first thing that struck his gaze was the cast iron streetlight hanging at the corner, the kerosene wick casting a dim yellow circle, with a few gnats dancing at the edge of the halo, reminiscent of the old photographs he once saw in a second-hand bookstore. As his palm pressed against the road, the coarse texture surged through his nerves, racing up his spine. He staggered to his feet, his knees scraping against the gaps of the bluestone pavement, and the sharp pain drew a sharp gasp from him. It was then he realized that his athletic sweatshirt had inexplicably transformed into coarse fabric shorts. As he clenched his fists, his knuckles brushed against the protruding metal buckle on his waistband, no longer the familiar canvas belt, but rather a brass bell. The glass of the corner shop's window was covered in a thin layer of dust, yet it was sufficient to reflect his face. His jawline had yet to develop the sharp angles honed from sorting parcels, and a faint brown scar beneath his brow was a remnant of the year he helped the Welfare Institute move. Cold, a chill crept along the nape of his neck, mingling with the mist wafting in from the night breeze. In the distance, a tram thundered by, its headlights fracturing into golden shards within his pupils. His body belonged to him, yet the clothing he wore and the environment surrounding him left Qiaonian utterly bewildered. Standing tall at approximately 1.78 meters, though his frame wrapped in coarse fabric appeared slender, it conveyed the lithe contours sculpted by parcel sortinga. Strength capable of hefting 3 boxes of books in one breath. He gazed at his reflection in the window. His brow was sharper than he remembered, yet his eyes sparkled with a light not belonging to this era. As the mechanical voice erupted again within his mind, he was gently rubbing the system's interface. That beep time space traversal completed. Please complete the novice task. As the prompt faded, a translucent display screen materialized in his mind, showcasing a few glaringly bold characters. Novice task: collect faith points 0-100. Reward 10. Consecutive draws. Novice task. He stared at the semi-transparent screen floating before his retina, the icon for the 10 consecutive draws flashing like the prize the old bookstore owner used to entice him. The dim corners of the marketplace reminded him of the snack cabinet at the Welfare Institute, always locked. The more unattainable, the more it gnawed at him. Attempting to tap the screen's edge with his thoughts, he was startled by the distant sound of night watchman's clappers. 3 short and 1 long, sending stray dogs howling in. Alarm. System, you scoundrel. He cursed aloud, quickening his pace. The night breeze, laden with coal smoke, poured into his collar. Holding a discarded newspaper retrieved from a nearby alley, he carefully avoided the stains as he scrutinized the date inscribed upon it. An unknown dynasty, scarcely established for 2 years. Observing the buildings lining the streets, he felt an inexplicable resemblance to the Republican era of his own world. As the distant clock tower chimed twice, he counted the mildew spots on the newspaper, suddenly laughing at the memory of having disarmed 3 assailants in his previous life. How could he possibly be thwarted in this life? When the sound of patrolling boots echoed from the street corner, he had already folded the newspaper into his palm and tucked it into his coat. The bluestone road glimmered under the moonlight as he stepped over the tram tracks. He recalled the system's mechanical voice. With a sudden gesture, he raised his middle finger towards the void. Collecting faith points? Fine, just wait until I unravel the mysteries of this world. As he turned into the alley, in the faint glow of the diesel street lamp, he saw his shadow cast upon the brick wall, the youthful outline gradually merging with the memory of a figure rushing at an assailant wielding a chair leg. The musty newspaper cradled in his palm reminded him of the pain only. Then did he realize he had gripped it too tightly. the paper now torn and his nails leaving white imprints in. His skinned eye in the distance. The sound of a bell tolling echoed through the night. He gazed at the unfamiliar darkness and thought to himself, though the road is shrouded in shadows, I possess the strength to illuminate my path. Chapter 2. The tea house has been renovated. In June, the cicadas cling to the blue tiles, and as Qiaonian's long gown sweeps across the threshold of the tea house, a wisp of dust is stirred up. The waiter, Xiao Yoji, weaves through the tables with a purple copper kettle, while the coarse porcelain bowls of high-grade tea shimmer with an oily sheen, mingling with the scent of sweat. The aroma of dry tobacco ferments in the oppressive heat. His fingertips glide over the yellowing pages of the ledger, pausing at the account of Lee's coal shop, which shows an outstanding debt of 3 taels and 7 cash. The ink has blurred due to water stains, reminiscent of the damp pages of used books in a second-hand bookstore from a past life. The watch on his wrist has long since been replaced by a hemp string, while a modern mechanical watch, for reasons unknown, had been scrutinized by the pawnbroker under a magnifying glass for the better part of a fragrant incense stick's duration. The old man, puffing on his dry tobacco pipe, clacked away on his copper abacus, offering $50 silver, take it or leave it. Qiaonian's gaze fell upon the jade ring on the man's thumb, and he suddenly smiled. 60, I wish to exchange it for something presentable. When the deal was finally struck, the pawnbroker's eyes gleamed as if he were eyeing a fat lamb upon the butcher's block. The accountant's monthly salary was $8 silver, but he had drawn 5 in advance against the pawn ticket, with the due date clearly inscribed. He needed to redeem the watch before the end of the month. Outside, the cries of the newsboy echoed. Extra. The situation in the east grows increasingly severe. Qiaonian abruptly raised his head, witnessing sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting a spiderweb-like shadow upon the ledger. He reached into the inner pocket of his gown, where he concealed a portion of a resonant article he had transcribed on the back of the pawn ticket, the ink bleeding into the thin paper like a fire in the making. Suddenly, several beads from the abacus flew out, and he realized that his hand, clutching the pen, trembled not from the tightness of his fist, but from an inner voice proclaiming. It turns out that the tumultuous year of thunder and lightning is less than a year away. Qiaonian had spent 37 days and nights in this place, and he had unraveled all that he needed to know. The world he inhabited was an unstable regime established after the fall of the Daqing dynasty, with local warlords asserting their power and foreign enemies lurking. It bore a striking resemblance to the chaotic times of yore, with events transpiring in a remarkably similar manner, differing only slightly in dates. What astonished Qiaonian the most was that this world lacked the familiar literary works from his previous life, though some enlightening texts still existed for someone like him, who had immersed himself in libraries in another existence. These were but a drop in the ocean. This was a parallel universe, Qiaonian reaffirmed to himself. Xiao Yoji began calling for more water, prompting Qiaonian to close the ledger, his fingertips brushing against the gilded characters of Yishuan Tea House on the cover. This month, the entries for credit had increased by 30% compared to last month. Among those who had borrowed, 5 were rickshaw pullers in short attire, and 2 were women holding children. He touched the money pouch at his waist, containing the $3 silver he had advanced, initially intended for redeeming the modern watch, now pressing painfully against his heart. The sound of the abacus echoed from the back room, and suddenly he stood up, placing the pouch upon the ledger. The pawn ticket could be redeemed later, but someone must first extend credit to those in need. It was imperative to record the debts of blood this ravenous era had incurred. As he pondered this, Qiaonian couldn't help but slightly lower his gaze. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he let out a gentle sigh, releasing a whisper of resentment from his lips while conjuring the word system in his mind. He fixated on the frozen numbers 0-100 imprinted on his retina, his fingertips absent-mindedly stroking the abacus beads. Outside, the cicada's cries abruptly turned piercing, reminiscent of the mechanical sounds of the system caught in a constricted throat. For the past month, he had extolled the sanctity of labor to rickshaw pullers, plastered oil-printed pamphlets advocating for his nation's territory in tea houses, and even risked donating $2 silver to a student organization, a sum that had hardly budged beyond the decimal point. Perhaps it was time to knock on the doors of those influential figures? He self-deprecatingly tugged at the collar of his long robe, as the ink bottle cast a slanted shadow beside the ledger, resembling the handwriting of those wielding authority as they signed treaties. Yet, to truly meet those prominent individuals, he couldn't even hope to touch the crevices of their grand doorways, let alone speak of the possibility that, 2 decades hence, foreign invaders might brand him as a rebel and toss him into the prisons of Shijiaominxiang. The fleeting thought of joining an organization was swiftly extinguished. In that year's Beiping, the trendsetters were likely still thumping their desks at lecterns, denouncing old literature. The latest version of the grand narrative had just been published, and the sparks of revolution had yet to coalesce into a flame. Suddenly, the abacus beads clattered to the ground, and and as he bent to retrieve them, he noticed someone had scrawled "Long live labor" in charcoal on the table leg. Recalling his conversation with old Qiaonian, the rickshaw driver, about the world-altering revolution, he remembered how the man's calloused hands had gripped his wrist, his eyes shining as if he had just seen a newly crafted axle. "Qiao, my young brother, is this new thought of yours akin to our homeland's land redistribution?" Just as he was about to respond, little Lu rushed in, clutching a ledger, his shoes trampling over the words "Long live," charcoal dust cascading into his sleeves. The 13-year-old's wrist slipped from his short sleeves, as delicate as the bamboo poles in the back alley of the tea house. As Qiaonian collected the ledger, he caught sight of a greaseproof paper bag tucked in the boy's pants pocket, knowing it contained sesame candy for the blind old woman at the alley's entrance. This child had been running errands in the tea house since he was young, flashing a grin that revealed 2 tiger teeth. Yet he secretly polished the gilded patterns on the teapots when no one was watching, as if caressing a precious treasure. "Aunt Lee sent me a bowl of mixed bean porridge yesterday." Qiaonian pressed down the curled corners of the ledger with a paperweight, his Beijing accent becoming increasingly authentic. Aunt Lee was the main tenant who rented him a room. Most of the silver dollars he had exchanged for his mechanical watch had found their way into her pockets. "What do you think? Why hasn't your son, who works as an official in another province, come to fetch her?" Upon hearing his words, little Lu curled his lip. He believed Aunt Lee's son was unfilial, always claiming he would bring his blind old mother to enjoy a life of comfort together. Yet when had that ever come to fruition? Not hearing Qiao Ji's response, little Lu turned back to see Qiaonian scraping his nail along the carved character for endurance on the table edge, etched by some inebriated patron. The strokes layered with a decade's worth of tea stains. Before they could exchange more words, a dark-skinned man entered from outside, bringing with him a gust of wind. His coarse garment was speckled with coal dust, and Qiaonian caught the mingled odors of sweaty feet and locust flower syrup emanating from him. "This is old Chui from the coal mine at Zizaman, who comes every Wednesday to borrow 2 liang of barley tea." The final vertical stroke of his name in the ledger is always exceptionally long, reminiscent of his spine that can never quite straighten. Just as Xiao Liuji was about to speak, Qiaonian shot him a glance. "This child often prattles, asking if your daughter's illness has improved, unaware that some pains are more acute when voiced than when swallowed." Once Xiao Liuji had dashed away, Qiaonian lightly tapped the table corner with an abacus bead. The copper bell at his waist emitted a delicate glimmer, reflecting the plaque on the back wall that admonishes against discussing state affairs, its paint peeling to reveal the wood grain beneath. He gazed at old Chui's hunched silhouette, resembling a withered leaf drifting into a corner, and suddenly recalled when he first arrived. Xiao Liuji had approached him with equal eagerness, using his tattered sleeve to wipe the dust from his ticket. Inquiring about the foreign characters depicted, Qiaonian recognized the regular patrons of the tea house. Old Zhao, carrying a birdcage, was once again venting his ire. The indigo bunting within the gilded cage flapped its wings, creating a dull thud against the ornately carved rosewood. "In the past, we fed pine nuts at the summer palace." He reclined with one leg crossed over the other, his cotton shoes worn thin as gossamer, revealing the patched white socks beneath. Qiaonian counted 3 pieces of rock candy in his teacup, 2 more than the usual patrons, a special allowance from the proprietor for appearances. Yet, old Zhao was oblivious to the fact that this cup had previously held the dregs left by a beggar, remnants of unconsumed sorghum still clinging to the bottom. In the corner, a scholar clad in a long gown was embroiled in a dispute. The button of his jacket had long since fallen off, exposing a faded gray shirt beneath, yet he continued to jab a finger at the arm of a fellow tea drinker, spitting words that splattered against the plaque. "There are 4 ways to write the character Hui, and you lot are unaware?" The other patrons chuckled as they tossed peanut skins into his bowl, but he remained oblivious, continuing to scrawl letters on the table with his twig-like fingers, as if inscribing the 8-legged essay in sand. Qiaonian had seen the scars on the back of his neck, rumored to be from a soldier's blade during the time of his queue being cut, yet he still taught the tea house children to recite the 3-character classic. The sunlight slanted through the bamboo curtain, casting a golden web over old Zhao's birdcage. Suddenly, old Chui coughed, causing coal dust to fall into his teacup. Scholar Chen pulled out a piece of moldy fu-ling cake, breaking it in half to share with Xiao Liuji and a waif. Qiaonian observed as old Zhao slyly dropped a piece of rock candy into old Chui's cup, then feigned disdain. Brushing his sleeve, "What sweet tea do the lowly drink?" The indigo bunting continued to batter the cage, while old Zhao tapped the top of the cage with chopsticks, humming an off-key tune from The Fourth Son Visits His Mother. It was not a song for the bird, but a lament for the 20 years that had passed, a song for the fading, gilded dream he held in his arms. However, today seemed to have brought in some unfamiliar faces. As a figure clad in deep blue crossed the threshold, Qiaonian's abacus beads sprang out in 2. The girl studentess' short hair grazed her earlobes, and the corner of the book clutched tightly under her arm revealed faint traces of writing. She chose a corner that faced the back alley of the tea house, allowing her to observe the entrance while evading the prying eyes of the waitstaff. In the steam rising from 2 cups of tea, her eyelashes cast shadows beneath her eyes. As if measuring something, Qiaonian took out a fountain pen, circling in the ledger, encircling the red string barely visible around her wrist. Not merely an ornament, but a remnant of the flyers it once bound. When she glanced at the wall clock for the 3rd time, he noticed her fingertips tapping out a Morse code-like rhythm on the table edge. Too short. One long. Was it the number 3 or the character for mountain? Was it a secret signal? Would she like a refill? He intentionally struck the corner of the table with an enamel kettle, startling her so that her shoulder quivered slightly. One of the books opened a crack, revealing a slip of oil-stained paper tucked within. The title, "The Bay is Uneven and What is Home," piercing his eyes with a burning intensity. "No need. I am waiting for someone," she murmured, her fingertips tracing the rim of the teacup, her voice as delicate as the whispers of swallows beneath the eaves. Yet suddenly clear upon catching sight of a figure at the door. The female student sprang to her feet. The wind stirred by her deep blue jacket, rustling the newspaper on the table, exposing the title of the Qifeng magazine. As she dashed forward, her hair flew behind her, the red string on her earlobe dancing like a flame, her crisp call echoing against the bluestone pavement. "Brother Ger, you have finally arrived." Chapter 3. Youth. As the bamboo curtain of the tea house fluttered in the wind, Guhong's dark blue long gown swept across the threshold, causing the kerosene lamp wick to sway thrice. The gazes of the patrons within the tea house pierced like countless fine needles into the rigid back of his neck, a testament to the composure cultivated through years of being a student leader. Ding Minjun's deep blue jacket grazed the 8 immortals table, inadvertently rolling a stranger's pipe 2 circles, revealing the Qiaonian magazine hidden inside, its retro cover frayed at the edges from being scratched by fingernails. In the private room, Xiao Yozai's voice trailed with a Beijing accent, a towel flicked over his shoulder like a small flag, as Guhong escorted Ding Minjun towards the stairs. Qiaonian noticed the pinholder clipped to his waist was no ordinary item. The etched markings bore the characters of the capital. "You too, take care," Xiao Yozai called at the foot of the stairs, suddenly lowering his voice. "There's a gap under the 3rd window upstairs where you can see the streetcar passing by." As Guhong turned, the youth slipped a piece of fruit candy into his hand, the wrapper emblazoned with the phrase "National Goods must be strong." Qiaonian paused, his hand gripping the brush, the 3 strokes in the account book for the private room gaining an extra mark. Suddenly, the tea house erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Old Master Zhao's indigo-feathered bird startled, flapping its wings and causing the birdcage to tremble. Old Shui spat on the ground, purposefully turning his head to avoid spitting where Ding Minjun had just stood. Scholar Chen traced the engraved character for endurance on the teacup, suddenly whispering in a tone only Qiaonian could hear. "In the 24th year of Guangxu, I witnessed the Reform Party discussing matters here." Faint footsteps echoed from the floorboards, signaling Guhong's pacing. Qiaonian retrieved a miniature telescope hidden within his abacus, a makeshift creation from a pawn pocket watch. 2 figures brushed past the 3rd-floor window, Tan Minjun's short hair glinting in the sunlight like a drawn sword. "Brother Qiao, have you recorded the accounts for the private room?" Xiao Yozai returned at some point, sweat beading on his nose. Qiaonian gazed at the ink blotches spreading across the account book. "I shall take note." In the upstairs private room, Ding Minjun's fingertips trembled at the edge of the newspaper, her chest beneath the deep blue jacket rising and falling with intensity. She released her tightly clenched hand, the newspaper unfurling on the 8 immortals table, under the headline proclaiming the victory of the revolution. The leader's photograph circled repeatedly in red ink. The National Congress passed the decree, each word pronounced carefully, his throat bobbing with the translation. When his gaze swept across the passage declaring all power belongs to the people, his pupils suddenly constricted, the newspaper crackling in his palm. They truly achieved it. His voice resonated against the carved window frame, startling the sparrows nesting beneath the eaves. Ding Minjun hurriedly grasped his wrist, only to feel his pulse pounding like a drum. She gazed out the window, where the sunlight shone brightly, yet failed to illuminate the darkened gutter beneath the blue stone, where the blood of the rickshaw pullers flowed, mingled with the tears of the female workers, and the dreams they concealed within the pages of the youth newspaper. Imitating them, Guhong's face flushed like a fiery sunset. Yet he fell abruptly silent before uttering the word overthrow. The remnants of tea in the pot had long since cooled, and he fixated on the shadow cast by himself on the table, the collar of his long gown frayed and worn. Ding Minjun retrieved a flyer hidden beneath the sole of her sock, the words "sacred labor" wrinkled from sweat. As footsteps echoed down the staircase once more, Guhong quickly swapped the book in his arms for another, its cover marked with the title Peony Pavilion, yet within it lay a printed foreign red book. When Qiaonian entered the elegant room, the two within maintained their usual demeanor, betraying no hint of their true feelings. save for a subtle stasis that hung in the air. As if oblivious, he strode directly to the table, gently placing the menu atop the open newspaper, which was indecipherable to the average person. "What may I serve you, esteemed guests?" he inquired, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his lips, his tone calm and natural. Guhong watched as the newspaper was covered, his heart skipping a beat, and he raised his gaze to the youth before him. The question that had lingered on his lips suddenly silenced. "Were you not the one who summoned us earlier?" Guhong concentrated, tapping his fingertips against the edge of the tea tray. Qiaonian, smiling, nodded. "Indeed, it was Xiao Liuzi who guided the way. But it is I who seized this opportunity." "Oh." Ding Minjun, who had been resting her hands on her lap, suddenly propped her chin on her palm, her eyes slightly raised, casting intricate shadows with her lashes in the light. "Do you recognize us?" "Not in the least," Qiaonian replied candidly, his gaze sweeping over the edge of the newspaper partially obscured by the menu. Names were but illusions, and the essence lay elsewhere. Guhong and Ding Minjun exchanged a glance, the former's indigo gown concealing a foreign translation pressing against his ribs, while the latter's youth newspaper cradled a trembling corner of the flyer. "Then why must you come?" Guhong's pen rotated in his palm, the engraved characters of the capital university brushing against his skin. Qiaonian looked out the window, where the sunlight was just right. He replied, "I wish to see what kind of spirit resides in those who are willing to shed tears for their beliefs in this world. Before coming here, I indeed had my doubts." Qiaonian lightly hooked the corner of the menu, slowly lifting it, revealing the visage of a national leader. A sign that this journey had not been in vain. Just as Guhong's fingers grazed the edge of the newspaper, his wrist was tightly gripped by Ding Minjun, causing him sharp pain. Her heartbeat thudded against the table beneath her deep blue robe, the light at the corner of her eyes brighter than an oil lamp. "Tell me, do we resemble the individuals you seek?" Qiaonian's gaze swept over Guhong's clenched fist, the red thread around Ding Minjun's wrist, landing upon the mottled brick wall behind them. There lay a fine crack, allowing a sliver of daylight to seep through, casting a fleeting shadow upon their intertwined forms. Indigo and deep blue entwined like two trees standing side by side, their roots long since intertwined beneath the unseen earth. "You do." He heard his voice blend with the distant rumble of the tram, enough to see in your eyes the image of the youth of all flower-bearing nations. The newspaper crinkled in his palm, shadows of Qiaonian falling upon the lashes of the portrait. "It was not that you resembled those I sought, but rather that you were precisely who I ought to have been searching for all along." "What should the youth of the Flower Kingdom resemble?" Ding Minjun inquired. Qiaonian gazed out the window, where the city of Beiping was illuminated by countless lights in the twilight. Suddenly, he recalled an old photograph he had seen in his previous life, depicting numerous young people in the square, holding banners with eyes ablaze with a fervor more intense than the midday sun. He swallowed hard, and his words emerged like tempered steel, striking at his heart. It was Mr. Li who said. He straightened his back, his voice resonating with a clear and compelling tone. "Born in youth, die in youth. Born in adolescence, die in adolescence too. Advance without looking back. Turn your back to darkness and face the light. Strive for civilization in the world. Create happiness for humanity. With the youth in me, establish a youthful family, a youthful nation, a youthful ethnicity, youthful humanity, youthful earth, youthful universe, and revel in the boundless life." Chapter 4. The Youth Excellent. A sudden fire ignited in Guhong's eyes, and before he could finish speaking, he rose with a flourish, his palms clapping with thunderous resonance. The applause echoing like the sound of spring thunder rolling across the elegant room. The words in the newspaper seemed to come alive, fluttering in the wave of sound. Ding Minjun's gaze upon Qiaonian shone like a blazing star, her heart beneath the deep blue robe almost bursting forth. "Such insights springing from your lips." She grasped the newspaper Qiaonian had handed her, as if holding a burning flame. "If the Flower Kingdom had more individuals like you." This sentiment was not solely her own. Those were undoubtedly classic phrases, yet their reactions suggested they were unaware of it, just as this thought surfaced in her mind. Guhong's eager inquiry struck like a thunderclap, his palm warm as he slapped Qiaonian's shoulder with a voice like a mighty bell. "Young brother, who exactly is this Mr. Li, the one capable of articulating such grand declarations?" Guhong evidently mistook the eloquent young man before him for a disciple of some reclusive literary master. He was eager to connect with this enigmatic Mr. Li through Qiaonian, for the impactful words just spoken were not easily articulated by an ordinary person. If they could gain the recognition and support of such a passionate literary giant, rallying like-minded individuals under his ideology, the resulting influence and appeal would undoubtedly ignite like a wildfire, surpassing current imaginations. At that moment, their voices would no longer be confined to the warmth of a few teacups or the sound of a handful of people distributing flyers, but could transform into the cries of millions of youths, resonating from lecture halls to bustling streets, from the roots of Beiping to the vast mountains and rivers, stirring the tides of a transformative era. Qiaonian felt a warmth in his chest, his breath quickening, but he swiftly composed himself, maintaining a calm demeanor. Meeting Guhong and Ding Minjun's fervent gazes, he spoke with a gentle tone, yet concealed intensity. He is my teacher. Mr. Li is not merely my teacher. He is the teacher of countless individuals in the Flower Kingdom. Thus, in that regard, he is indeed correct. Qiaonian paused, deciding to delve deeper. Have you too heard of New Youth? Mr. Li's Youth is published therein. His gaze was piercing, fixed on the changing expressions of the two. However, silence enveloped them. Guhong's hand, which had been caressing the teacup, suddenly stilled, and the red string around Ding Minjun's ear quivered slightly. We have not heard of it. Perhaps we are indeed ignorant. Guhong gently tapped the edge of the table, his gaze drifting towards Qiaonian's sleeve, where the faint strokes of the characters for youth were discernible, much like this young brother who, hidden within the tea house, bore tidings of spring. Although he had not heard of New Youth, the Youth Daily was indeed well known. Ding Minjun spoke with a serious tone and suddenly realized that the three of them had yet to introduce themselves. With a light tap on the table, she declared, I am Ding Minjun, and this is Guhong, both from the Capital University, also known as Peking University. Might we have the honor of meeting your esteemed teacher? Qiaonian, his fingers brushing the self-printed emblem of New Youth on his sleeve as a reminder, touched his nose lightly upon hearing her words. It appeared that the wheels of this era had yet to engage with the textures of that red publication. Yet another had come forth to take its place. His heart drummed within his chest, yet a smile remained on his face. You may simply call me Qiaonian. My teacher has been traversing the seas in search of a path to save the nation. It has been some time since I last saw him. That is well, Guhong replied, a hint of regret lacing his tone as his fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the teacup. The unfamiliar publication and the unknown Mr. Li wove a web of questions within his mind, yet as he touched the patch on Qiaonian's sleeve, clarity dawned upon him. Those half-formed characters of youth were unmistakably pieced together from the Youth Daily. Ding Minjun exchanged glances with him, each reading the same clear spring within the other's eyes. They both understood the adage that the wood that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. Young brother Qiao, with your talents, you ought not to be confined to this tea house, calculating accounts, Guhong implored with a brotherly earnestness, lightly tapping the table. On the 23rd of June at the Qingming gathering, I have organized a student association, and I hope you will join us. His gaze was intense, as if he wished to pull the youth from the mundane towards broader horizons. A stir of emotion flickered in Qiaonian's heart as he opened his mouth to respond. But the sharp voice of a young attendant downstairs pierced the twilight. Qiao Gu, the shopkeeper is calling for you. I'm coming, Qiaonian replied, rising in response. His fingers brushed the inkstone, then paused as he grasped the wolf hair brush, allowing it to dance across the coarse paper. The verses of youth flowed like a stream across the page, the final stroke of cosmic white sweeping over Guhong's hand, akin to an unfinished bolt of lightning. Consider this as a topic for discussion. He pressed the paper into Ding Minjun's palm, the ink smudging her fingertips. On the 23rd of June at the Qingming gathering. I shall not disappoint. Guhong watched Qiaonian's retreating figure down the staircase, the hem of his long robe swaying, revealing half a line of civilization. Suddenly, he smiled. It was not the attire of a mere accountant in a tea house, but rather the fluttering corner of a flag poised for flight. Ding Minjun traced the characters on the paper, Lenin's gaze seemingly resting upon Qiaonian's brushwork, and she softly remarked, Do you not feel that he resembles one who comes to deliver us the spark of fire? Guhong's attention was fixed upon that line. I wish to exchange my youth for the youth of my nation. Those were the words Qiaonian had penned just moments before, the ink still not fully dry. The crisp sound of the abacus beads echoed from downstairs, mingled with Qiaonian's laughter. Master Yin, is this how you calculate the accounts? Guhong turned his gaze to the window, where the city of Beiping had begun to illuminate with myriad lights against the dusk. Behind a certain window, a youth must surely be transcribing youth by the light of an oil lamp, just as he and Ding Minjun were doing at that very moment. This visit to the tea house was not in vain. Guhong smiled, seeing his reflection in the window, merging with the shadows of Ding Minjun and Qiaonian, forming a triangle, akin to a tower on the verge of its foundation. Chapter 5. Writing the tea house had been bustling all day, and twilight had crept up the window frame. Qiaonian handed the ledger to the shopkeeper, brushing off the stains of tea and rice from his long gown with the white handkerchief borrowed from Shao Yozi. Are you leaving, Brother Qiao? Aren't you staying to listen to a tale? Shao Yozi raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile, surveying the ground strewn with peanut shells, the lantern's light casting a long shadow of him. Qiaonian tapped his head with his fingers and draped the handkerchief back over his shoulder. Enough of your prattling. Tonight, we must polish the Eight Immortals table until it reflects a human silhouette. His thoughts lingered on the Compassion Temple in the West Alley, and before he could finish his sentence, he stepped over the threshold. The evening breeze, laden with the fragrance of locust flowers, rushed towards him. Please convey my apologies to Master Yin. Antley mentioned that today's sauce was particularly thick. Before the last words escaped his lips, Qiaonian was already striding away into the twilight, leaving Xiao Liuzi behind to jump and scold him playfully. The dusk in Beiping was enveloped in the sweet, cloying scent of locust flowers. Puddles of rainwater from the previous night collected in the uneven cobblestones, reflecting the hunched silhouettes of barefoot men returning home. The land beneath the imperial city was painfully small. The 3 courtyards could barely accommodate 20 souls, with bodies sprawled haphazardly on the earthen kong in the main room, while patched trousers dangled from the windowsill. Those without homes made do with makeshift shelters by the city walls, the oil paper rustling in the wind, revealing an elderly figure wrapped in tattered cotton batting. As Qiaonian passed the west alley, he caught sight of a tiny, emaciated street child, barely clothed. With a head the size of a ball, a swollen belly, and limbs resembling firewood, curled up in a corner of the alley. If one were not careful, they might mistake him for a kicked stray dog or a crushed cockroach. Habitually, Qiaonian retrieved the oil paper package from his bosom, placing it in the corner. Yet, the usual small figure that would rush forward to tear at the package remained motionless. The paper unfurled on the stone slab. Crumbs of steamed bread rolling to the child's feet, but he did not even twitch a finger. A heaviness settled in Qiaonian's heart as he hurried forward, only to abruptly halt 3 paces away from the child. A dark red stain seeped from the curled body, resembling a malevolent flower blossoming in the gray earth. The child's eyes were half open, reflecting the shattered locust leaves, and dried saliva clung to his lips. He would no longer have to endure hunger, which alley in Beiping had not buried the dead. Last winter, old Wang from the west alley froze to death beside a coal pile. Last month, Aunt Zhang from the front street succumbed after giving birth. Yet, gazing at the child curled up like a shrimp, Qiaonian suddenly recalled the statistics he had once seen. Over 500,000 children had starved to death nationwide in the 6th year of the new dynasty. This figure, once a cold code, now materialized as the small body growing colder at his feet. Is that you, little one? Enli called from the doorframe, her cane thudding against the threshold. I saved some fried sauce noodles for you. Eat them while they're hot. The old woman's voice suddenly faltered as she noticed Qiaonian crouched in the corner, his silhouette resembling a rice stalk bent by a torrential downpour. Aunt Li was Qiaonian's landlady, having lost her husband years ago, raising her son alone. It was known that her son worked for the government and seldom returned, merely relying on others to look after his elderly mother. Thus, even though this half-blind old woman lived alone in 2 rooms, no one dared to provoke her. Had it not been for Qiaonian's earlier act of saving her, he would have found it difficult to secure such a tranquil refuge. I understand, Auntie, Qiaonian replied, his voice muffled. Perhaps sensing his unusual demeanor, Aunt Li merely attributed it to the exhaustion of the youth, her heart aching for the boy. He staggered to the doorway and added, the fried sauce noodles are on the table, don't forget. As her words faded, she trembled and turned, feeling her way into the dim room that even the oil lamp was too frugal to illuminate. The wooden door creaked shut, and the pitch-black chamber resembled a silent behemoth, devouring the last remnants of daylight. Qiaonian gazed at the thick shadow, reminiscent of deep ink, and was suddenly reminded of the child who had perished at the alley's corner, a mere reflection of this world's abyss, which consumed not just a single room. It swallowed the cries of the weak, the fervor of youth, and countless lives beyond counting. The June room, however, was permeated with an unsettling chill. Beads of cold sweat formed on Qiaonian's back as he hastily fished out a match to ignite the oil lamp. The tiny flame licked the wick, and within the soft, pale glow, he focused on his quivering shadow against the wall, gradually regaining sensitivity in his fingertips. How did he return? It was a blur. All he recalled was the wind at the alley's mouth, swirling dust that choked his throat, as if invisible hands were propelling him forward. Or perhaps he was fleeing from a ravenous specter, racing until his lungs ached. Yet what was he truly escaping? Was it the cooling body of that child? Or the predatory nature of this world? Who was that child? He should remember those unusually large eyes, like dew-kissed wild chrysanthemums, the way the child clutched his pant leg, dirt embedded beneath his nails, and how just yesterday he had pressed a piece of candy, the size of a fingernail, into Qiaonian's hand as gratitude. But now, those details dissipated into the oil lamp's flicker, leaving behind only a curled-up corpse and bloodstains that could not be cleansed from the ground, swaying in the recesses of memory. The fried sauce noodles on the wooden table were glistening with grease, the noodles long since cooled, save for a remnant warmth clinging to the bottom of the bowl. Claiming to be old Beijing fried sauce noodles, it held no pretense of future delicacies, merely a few shriveled vegetable leaves, coarse noodles, and homemade sauce. Qiaonian plunged his chopsticks into the clumped noodles, stirring vigorously, the sauce spreading within the bowl, mingling with the yellow of the greens, reminiscent of the gray, overcast sky of Beiping. He held the bowl close, slurping the contents into his stomach, the noodles scraping against his throat with a gritty texture. Aunt Lee, lacking in vision, had skimped on the oil while frying the sauce, the burnt flavor at the pot's bottom mingling with grains of salt, crumbling into bitterness on his tongue. Suddenly, a salty taste surged from the root of his tongue. Was it tears mixed into the sauce? He touched the corner of his eye, only to find his face already streaked with moisture. The night outside was thick and inky, the oil lamp casting a flickering shadow on the wall. Qiaonian stared at the remnants of sauce in his bowl, suddenly recalling the child clinging to his hand in his final moments. The dirt under his nails smudging Qiaonian's palm, reminiscent of a wilted flower. The bitterness swirled in his mouth, but gradually transformed into a sweetness that held the essence of the lard Aunt Lee had concealed for half a year. The crumbs of cornbread he saved daily from the tea house, and the countless sorrows swallowed by countless individuals throughout their lifetimes. Somehow, there were those who could extract sweetness from this bitterness, and they took joy in it. Yet, they should never have had to endure such suffering, should they? He whispered softly into the darkness, his voice muffled by the noodles. Qiaonian hastily washed the bowl and collapsed onto the wooden plank bed. The dust from the ceiling danced in the light of the oil lamp, resembling the tear stains that lingered in the corners of that child's eyes. He stared at the mold-stained ceiling, a bitter taste rising in his throat reminiscent of fried sauce noodles. Suddenly, he cried out into the void, "System! System!" His heart thundered with a cacophony of suppressed emotions, each shout enveloped in visceral anguish, as if he were expelling the weight of 6 months' worth of oppression, fear, and helplessness. Memories flooded back, the tiny corpse at the alley's corner, the dull thud when Aunt Lee collided with the table in darkness. His voice trembled, fracturing into jagged notes. "System, let me do something for this world." Detection. Host's emotional frequency has surpassed the threshold. Emergency response mode activated. The mechanical voice erupted within his skull, causing Qiaonian to jerk his head up. He beheld a flickering azure cursor upon his retina, and as his finger twitched, a copper cog clattered onto the wooden floor. This was the first sign of life from the system in a month. System. He collided his knee against the bed's edge, wincing in pain but disregarding it. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, "You finally awakened?" Qiaonian fixated on the hovering progress bar, recalling countless nights of futile attempts. The absurdity of using abacus beads to simulate Morse code in hopes of rousing the system. A lump formed in his throat. Even if this entity was merely lines of code, it felt as reassuring as grasping driftwood while drowning. His fingertips trembled as he wiped the sweat from his palms, tentatively asking, "System, can faith value be exchanged for literary appreciation value?" Response, "Yes, host." His tense shoulders slackened, a glimmer igniting in Qiaonian's eyes. "I've discovered a way to acquire faith value." He gazed into the void with fervor, declaring, "System, I shall write. I will reform. I will liberate everyone from their wretched existence." Detection of demand. Entertainment template activated. Development direction confirmed. Beginner's gift package being distributed. Recalculating faith value. Current faith value, 20. System energy insufficient. Please collect faith value promptly. The mechanical voice faded, leaving only silence despite his calls. Yet, Qiaonian clenched his fists, filled with newfound resolve. He washed his hands, bowed 3 times to the void, silently invoking the name of the divine, and lightly tapped the vibrant red gift package. With a burst of light, amidst a flurry of colored ribbons, a manuscript unfurled, fragrant with ink. Chapter 6, Save the Child. Staring at the open divine manuscript, Qiaonian's pupils dilated in shock. His throat constricted, heart pounding as if it would shatter his ribs. In the stillness of that deep night, the name of this mad author crashed into reality in a way that surpassed any cold system. In future classrooms, who among the students hadn't fabricated a few phrases attributed to that esteemed figure, leading to countless amusing blunders. Yet, this very phenomenon formed their generation's most primal and universal collective memory of the literary giant. At that moment, the manuscript's signature seemed to penetrate the paper, acting as an anchor of history, instantly reeling him back to the genesis of his bond with those profound words. Silently, Qiaonian's throat moved as he uttered this respectful title. He recalled the crooked handwriting from his elementary school composition books, the words crafted to meet a required length, like water absorbed by a sponge. At this moment, a complex and ineffable emotion surged within him. It became apparent that the seemingly frivolous transgressions against literary giants during his youth were but foreshadowings laid by fate, destined to culminate on this particular night, allowing him to inscribe this blood-tinged text into the very marrow of the era with his own hands. As thoughts surged like waves, a hint of wistful curvature appeared at the corners of Qiaonian's mouth. His gaze returned to the article, eyes brimming with solemn affection. His fingertips trembled, caressing the cover as if it were a rare treasure, and then, imbued with profound nostalgia and heavy anticipation, he slowly turned the pages, savoring each line. This short story, barely 5,000 words, felt as weighty as 1,000 tons in his palm. The 700 words were no longer mere numbers. They coalesced into a sharp scalpel for dissecting the old world, a blazing torch cast into the oppressive iron house of feudalism. Yet, the true power resided not solely within the words themselves, but in the emotional tempest they were poised to stir within countless readers, a storm potent enough to cleanse apathy. For Qiaonian, his initial encounter with these works in the language textbook was akin to a brilliant light piercing through the murky chaos of ignorance. From that moment on, he had actively sought to explore the profound spiritual realm of this author, and this manuscript represented the first key to unlocking the heavy doors of the literary palace. He vividly remembered the deep blue sky adorned with a golden full moon from the text Lun 2 and the Weasel, the textured words allowing him to genuinely touch the fabric of literature for the first time. When the teacher explained the numbness of the characters, he, though only partially understanding, quietly planted the seed of a vague compassion for that bygone era deep within his heart. At that time, he naively believed himself prepared to embrace profound truths. However, upon finally delving into this manuscript, he realized that his previous understanding was merely the floating leaves upon the surface of a deep pool. Each fragment of the madman's ramblings in the novel struck his soul like a hammer. Suspicions of a neighbor sharpening knives with cannibalistic intent, fears of hidden treachery in the food brought by his older brother, and the shocking revelation of the word cannibal peering through the ornate seams of morality. Most heart-wrenching, soul-shaking, was the final, gut-wrenching cry for help: save the children. These 4 words, like cold droplets splashing from the depths of a dry well, instantaneously awakened all imaginings of a terrifying system. The most brutal reality was not a scene of bloody consumption, but rather the normalization of certain evils, even venerating them as survival principles, leading innocent children to inevitably become both perpetrators and victims of a new generation. As he closed the book, Qiaonian found himself unconsciously clenching his fists. While the system interface still flickered in his mind, what remained vividly before him was the madman's bloodshot eyes, piercing and profound. This was not the madness of a lunatic, but the heart-wrenching despair of an enlightened soul confronting boundless darkness. He suddenly recalled the child who had perished from hunger at the alley's entrance and the trembling, emaciated hand of Madame Lee groping under the oil lamp. An unprecedented epiphany struck him. These words were not mere expressions of a scholar's self-indulgent indignation. They were a blazing torch, resolutely intent on incinerating all the absurdity and evil that had long plagued this world. Qiaonian's hands trembled violently, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, gently grazing the shocking phrase at the end of the article: save the children. Each word felt like a searing brand, deeply imprinted upon the very depths of his soul. His gaze lingered there for an extended moment before slowly closing his eyes. At that instant, he comprehended more profoundly than ever before. Only by truly stepping into this era, by treading upon the parched or fresh bloodstains on the bluestone slabs, and by listening to the numbing banter within the tea houses, could one genuinely grasp the suffocating weight embodied in the term cannibalism within this manuscript. This was not the bloody savagery of beasts, but rather the invisible shackles wielded as knives, with antiquated notions as blades, alienating living souls, and beneath the guise of opulent feasts, laying bare a mound of stark, white bones. As the time for deeper reflection approached, Qiaonian pressed this precious manuscript firmly against his chest. Beneath the coarse fabric of his long shirt, the manuscript's rigid edges pressed against his pounding heart. Before finally shutting his eyes, he caught a last glimpse of the dim oil lamp casting his shadow upon the mottled wall, the spine of the book carving a sharp, straight line in the interplay of light and shadow, akin to a sword poised to unsheath and slice through the darkness. A man appeared in his dream, stepping through the swirling mist, his brow sculpted like a chiseled blade beneath a cropped hairstyle, his meticulously groomed beard reflecting precision. Although his blue robe had faded with time, its contours remained distinct, exuding an air of solemnity. Half a scroll of paper peeked from his sleeve. The fragrance of ink mingling with the delicate aroma of pine smoke lingered in the air. With a soft sound, the scroll lightly tapped against Qiaonian's forehead, as if admonishing him like a mentor. Yet, a hint of warmth flickered in the man's eyes, a smile that conveyed the solace of finally glimpsing the dawn after an interminable night. He solemnly placed the scroll into Qiaonian's palm, the coarse edges of its pages grazing the young man's sturdy hand, the sensation surprisingly reminiscent of the pulse evoked by the damp ink on the manuscript. Suddenly, the mist surged like thick ink, and the man's figure flickered in and out of focus amidst the chaos. His lips moved, not emitting sound, but rather a torrent of shimmering words. Is it always thus, then? Hearing the thunder in silence, not exploding in it, but perishing within it. Ultimately, all the words coalesced into the trembling shape of his lips, crystallizing into a mute yet soul-stirring cry. Save the children. Like thunder shattering the dense fog. Qiaonian abruptly awoke from his dream, cold sweat soaking his back. He opened his palm, finding it empty, yet the solid, warm touch of the scroll remained vividly imprinted upon his consciousness, transcending the realm of dreams, reaching straight to his soul. He immediately retrieved the manuscript from beneath his pillow, and by the light of dawn, he was astonished to find an additional line of powerful, flowing script on the title page. May the youth of the flowered nation break free from the chill and ascend. Outside the window, the sky had brightened considerably, sunlight streaming through the window panes and casting a patchwork of light and shadow upon the floor. A new day had dawned. As per his usual routine, Qiaonian was once again required to visit the tea house to preside over the proceedings. There, he intended to seize the opportunity to inquire whether, in the bustling city of Beiping, there existed any newspapers or magazines of considerable influence akin to those from his previous life. Hey, you're looking to find that out? Xiao Liuji leaned on the table before him, a broad smile illuminating his face, exuding an air of confidence that seemed to beckon Qiaonian to ask him. Does Xiao Lu really know? Qiaonian inquired, pushing some of the tea house's snacks toward Xiao Liuji. Without hesitation, Xiao Liuji seized a piece and popped it into his mouth. After accepting the offering, he promptly shifted to the matter at hand, his cheeks bulging as he spoke through his chewing. Just go check out the Qingfeng newspaper office. Their publications are widely read by many. I heard from a few students the other day that it's south the most reputable place in Beiping. A flicker of understanding crossed Qiaonian's mind. This information closely aligned with what he had previously uncovered. It seemed that the Qingfeng newspaper indeed represented his best option at this juncture, and he resolved to pay a visit. Chapter 7. Manuscript Review. The editorial office of Qingfeng magazine. Ever since this publication gained renown, a considerable influx of submissions had been arriving daily from various corners of the nation, akin to snowflakes blanketing the landscape. While the volume of manuscripts was not astonishing, it was certainly substantial enough to overwhelm the modest staff of this small publishing house. The system adhered to by the newspaper office appeared rather primitive and straightforward when juxtaposed with the modern society that had undergone numerous transformations and developments. They employed a peer editing system, which meant that the magazine's founder not only served as the editor, but also took on the role of a contributor. Consequently, the already limited time became increasingly strained, leaving one feeling utterly overwhelmed when busy. Today, however, the situation seemed particularly extraordinary. For reasons unknown, the influx of submissions had suddenly surged, with manuscripts pouring into the review office like a tumultuous wave. Faced with this unexpected deluge, Kai Dali felt as if he were a headless chicken, frantically scurrying about in a state of utter disarray. Should Qiaonian have been present at that moment, he would have been astonished to recognize Kai Dali, who was currently grappling with the mounting pile of manuscripts. Kai Dali had been conversing with Yin Zhonggui while serving tea at their tea house not long ago. With a deep sigh, Kai Dali shook his head in resignation, slamming the manuscript he was reviewing onto the table with a resounding thud. He then closed his eyes tightly, massaging his throbbing temples. His lips pressed together in silence for an extended period. At that moment, the recently hired Xiao Chui entered, cradling a hefty stack of manuscripts. Upon noticing Kai Dali's distressed and exhausted expression, she carefully set her bundle down beside her and softly inquired, "What's wrong, Kai Lao? Once again, are you agitated by these manuscripts?" It would have been better had no one inquired, but upon the question, the long-suppressed fury within Kai Dal ignited like a powder keg, blazing fiercely in an instant. He abruptly opened his eyes wide, filled with indignation, and seized the papers from the table, thrusting them toward Xiao Chui beside him, exclaiming, Come, Xiao Chui, take a good look at what these are. Is this truly something a human can write?" As he continued, his anger escalated, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. Having entered a new society for quite some time now, this fellow still flaunts his antiquated and musty rhetoric. The inexplicable sense of superiority emanating from the lines feels as though it is about to slap me in the face. I truly cannot comprehend who he thinks he is. Humph, he is merely among the last batch of scholars from the Daqing era, so what is so remarkable about that? Those unaware might mistakenly believe he is some exalted emperor. Xiao Chui took the manuscript and, as expected, found it filled with absurdities that brought tears to her eyes. Yet, this was an unavoidable reality. After all, as the saying goes, in a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds. Unfortunately, Kai has always been a serious and earnest person, unable to grasp this truth. Each time he faces such a situation, he becomes infuriated, his temper flaring uncontrollably. Just as Xiao Chui was preparing to speak in an attempt to soothe the irate elder, to prevent him from harming his health through anger, she suddenly heard a wave of cheers from the adjacent office of Mr. Hu. The voices were exceptionally loud and filled with joy. Good, good, good. Just listening to these exclamations conveyed the uncontainable delight in Mr. Hu's heart. What astonishing occurrence could evoke such uncharacteristic enthusiasm from someone typically known for his calm demeanor? Who remains composed in any situation? Curiosity surged within Xiao Chui, yet she refrained from intruding upon Mr. Kai's office, knowing the deep bond shared between Mr. Hu and Kai Dao. Whenever there was any joyful news, Mr. Hu would undoubtedly rush to share it with the elder. True to expectation, upon hearing Mr. Hu's ecstatic exclamations, Kai had not yet had the opportunity to react when Mr. Hu burst through the door like a gust of wind. Dressed in a scholar's robe, the wind stirred his garment as he hurriedly approached. His round-framed glasses slid down his nose due to his fervent movements. However, in that moment, Mr. Hu paid no heed to such details, not even pausing to adjust his glasses. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Hu hastened to the table, swiftly handing a tightly clutched manuscript to Kai Dao, eagerly stating, "Old Kai, you must take a look at this article." Seeing his old friend in such an agitated state ignited Kai Dao's curiosity. He hastily reached out to take the few pages of the manuscript, his gaze immediately falling upon the cover page. There, emblazoned in bold, vigorous characters, were 4 powerful words, exquisitely inscribed. He raised an eyebrow slightly, filled with anticipation as he turned the page, and lines of accessible, straightforward prose, distinct from the traditional and archaic styles, leaped into view. Is a 4,700-word novel lengthy? Not at all, it is hardly long. As an experienced and discerning reviewer, each of them had fought numerous battles. It was commonplace for them to read hundreds of thousands of words daily. Through prolonged practice, they had honed the remarkable skill of reading 10 lines at a glance. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable short piece had captivated Kai Dali for over half an hour. When the final line of text was deeply etched in Kai Dali's mind, he slowly lifted his head, as if awakening from a dream. After a moment of silence, he wiped away a barely noticeable tear from the corner of his eye with his sleeve. Then, taking a deep breath to steady his excited heart, his voice trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "This piece is truly exceptional." Kai Dali passed the manuscript to the ever-curious Xiao Chui, gesturing for her to take a look as well. He exchanged a glance with Hu Yingshi, the silent understanding cultivated between them over the years shining through in that fleeting moment. No words were necessary. Their brief eye contact conveyed everything they needed to know. Kai Dali pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Hu Yingshi and keeping one for himself. Hu Yingshi silently accepted the cigarette, and together they lit them, standing quietly side by side, taking one drag after another. As the smoke swirled around them, their thoughts seemed to drift back into the world of the manuscript. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui, upon receiving the manuscript, eagerly began to read. As she delved deeper, the curious expression on her face gradually transformed into one of gravity, and by the end, she could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. Only then did she comprehend the silence of Kai Lao and Hu Diyi. Every word in this manuscript was so powerful, so evocative. Why does the dog from the Zhao family gaze upon me? The devourers of men leave nothing but bones, they do not even spare a morsel of flesh. I curse those who consume others, beginning with him. To persuade those who devour, let it start with him as well. From this day forth, I shall feast upon men. Should I not, the whole nation shall feast upon me. Ultimately, these words transformed in Xiao Chui's mind into a phrase from the book. Thus, is it correct? Chapter 1. The beginning is established. This narrative is set in an alternate world, unrelated to any historical events or figures. All place names, personal names, or nicknames appearing in this text are fictional. Any resemblance to actual persons is purely coincidental. In his previous life, Qiaonian adored spending time in bookstores, flipping through books and perusing newspapers. As an orphan raised in a welfare institution, he often claimed to be a fortunate child born under the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze. Having never experienced the pangs of hunger or the anguish of family separation, even his adolescent rebellion seemed tepid. Shortly after graduation, he secured a position as a kindergarten teacher, leading a life of tranquility and ease. Until that torrential afternoon, the piercing screams emanated from the kindergarten. The glint of the blade forced him to squint, cradling 3 trembling children in his arms. When the assailant's dagger sliced through his arm, he caught the metallic scent of rust mingling with the tang of rainwater. Suddenly recalling the heroic deeds he had read about in yesterday's newspaper. Life and death? No, his bloodied hand, gripping the chair leg, continued to tremble. Yet he felt more alive than ever. As the children climbed over his back to escape through the window, he glimpsed his reflection in the glass of the fire hydrant at the end of the corridor, his mouth stained with blood, yet grinning broadly. Later, he found himself enshrined on the honor wall of the kindergarten, a photograph of the 20-something version of himself clad in a faded blue shirt, smiling like a foolish sunflower. As parents bowed while holding their children, he floated nearby, counting tears. This fellow shed 3 drops, while that little girl sobbed like a deflated bellows. His soul's fingers unconsciously fumbled in his pocket, where the clean handkerchief he had prepared for the children was long gone. This life was worth it. He grinned into the void, blood froth still lodged between his teeth from the assailant's blows. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the clouds, reminiscent of the slanted afternoon sun filtering through an old bookstore. He longed to reach out and grasp it, but as the light touched his body, it exploded, dissolving like a droplet merging into the ocean. Following this, a mechanical voice echoed in his eardrums. Ding! Merit has been established. The mechanical voice ground through his mind like rusty gears, causing Qiaonian's pupils to constrict. This noise was sharper than the scanning gun he had once used while working part-time. Was this a golden finger? He clenched his empty fist, wishing to strangle the system. The anti-fraud manual just issued by the community was still in his soul's pocket. Before he could comprehend, a series of mechanical prompts bombarded his consciousness. Ding! System connection successful. Ding! Host match successful. Ding! Verification passed. Ding! Time-space traversal will commence. 5. For wait, hold on. Qiaonian hurriedly called out to stop it, but received no response from the system. The red glow of 3 stained his retina. He anxiously slapped his thigh. Wasn't there supposed to be a tutorial for newcomers? Why was there not even a button to refuse the traversal? At the instant of 2, he saw his portrait flicker in the kindergarten's display window, polished to a shine. Surrounded by milk candies and Ultraman cards. TSK, he thought, had he known, he should have perused parenting guides more often. Now he couldn't even dream of soothing children. As the count of 1 echoed, an odd scent invaded his nostrils, not disinfectant, but a mixture of coal smoke and rouge. In the moment his soul was twisted. He heard the system's mechanical voice exuding delight. Merit points credited. Host, please check your survival gift pack for the alternate world. So, the system desired my merit? Qiaonian pondered this in the second before he lost consciousness. In the 6th year of the new dynasty, in the capital city, April, the haze of Hademan mingled with the dust of Xingyangmen, turning the late spring moon into a dim yellow orb. The eaves of the foreign mansions in Dongjiumingxiang jutted out, the gas lamps casting a cold white light like frost, illuminating the rickshaw pullers on the stone road, making them appear like drifting ink spots. The revolving door of the Lugua Hotel swallows fur coats and top hats, while the melodies of the foxtrot spilling from the gramophone are torn to shreds by the wind, fluttering past the street vendors selling steamed buns, startling the pack mule into a snort. Need a ride? Wang Air wraps a sweat cloth around his neck, the bamboo handle of the rickshaw pressing into his palm, leaving a crimson mark. He gazes at 2 young ladies emerging from the ballroom, one of whom adorns her curly hair with a diamond hairpin. The fragmented light cascading into his tattered sleeve, enough to trade for 2 pounds of coarse flour, enough for his blind mother to sip an extra bowl of porridge. The streetcar clatters past Chipon Street, the German horn blaring painfully in his ears, and he hazily glimpses his reflection in the glass, cheekbones sharp as blades, eye sockets deep as wells, resembling the forlorn clay effigy of a starving ghost outside the city god temple. A new chestnut cake is being offered at the Eastern pastry shop, the voice of the young lady in her brocade cheongsam thick and sticky, her emerald ring grazing the copper bell of the rickshaw. Wang Air hastily bends to lift the blue cloth curtain, catching a whiff of French perfume mingled with the scent of opium. The wheels crunch over the flagstones as he counts the ruts in the path ahead. Sweat-soaked prickles on the nape of his neck burning painfully. Passing through Mayshire Street, an elderly man in a traditional jacket waves at him. As night deepens, the red lanterns of the 8 great alleys light up one by one. Wang Air pulls out a cornbread from his waistband and takes a couple of bites, the coarse brand scratching his throat. From afar, the sound of the night watchman echoes, the clapper ringing thrice, and he suddenly recalls that on this day last year, he was still tending to 2 acres of meager land back in his hometown of Tongzhou, and now, in this steel and iron city, he has become a wheezing rickshaw wheel. The streetcar tracks gleam coldly under the moonlight, like an unending iron chain, binding him and countless other rickshaw pullers in the shadows of this bustling foreign enclave. Qiaonian drifts in a haze, the delicate sound of hose gradually giving way to the creaking of rubber wheels rolling over gravel, mingled with the shouts of peanut vendors and the hurried footsteps of a newsboy clutching a newspaper, akin to rusty scissors gnawing at his brain. He struggles to pry open his eyelids, his eyelashes stuck with cold dust from unknown origins, stinging his eyeballs. The first thing to pierce his pupils is the cast-iron street lamp hanging at the corner, the kerosene wick casting a dim yellow ring within its glass enclosure. The edges of the halo dancing with a few gnats, reminiscent of the old photographs he once saw in a second-hand bookstore. As his palm slaps against the road, the coarse texture surges through his nerves into his spine. He stumbles to rise, his knee striking the crevice of the flagstones, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air as he realizes that the sports sweatshirt he wore has somehow transformed into rough short trousers. In the moment he clenches his fist, the knuckles brush against the protruding metallic buckle at his waist, not the familiar canvas belt, but rather a brass rickshaw bell. The glass of the foreign trade company's window is coated with a fine layer of dust, yet it is sufficient to reflect the contours of his face at this moment, the jawline still lacking the sharpness honed from sorting packages. A faint brown scar beneath his brow, a remnant from when he helped move briquettes at the welfare home at the age of 15. The back of his neck feels cool, damp with the mist wafting in the night breeze. In the distance, a streetcar thunders past, its headlights shattering into golden flakes within his pupils. His body belongs to him, yet the clothing he wears and the environment surrounding him remain utterly foreign to Qiaonian. The youth straightened his 1.78-meter frame, his slim shoulders wrapped in coarse fabric, revealing the graceful lines honed from sorting parcels, a strength capable of lifting 3 boxes of books in a single breath. He gazed at the reflection of his face in the shop window, the sharpness of his brow more pronounced than in his memories, while his eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light not belonging to this era. As the mechanical voice erupted again from above, he gently rubbed his thumb against the device. Time-space, traversal complete. Please complete the novice task. As the prompt faded, a translucent display emerged in Qiaonian's mind, emblazoned with glaring words. Novice task. Collect 100 faith points. Reward. 10 consecutive draws. A novice task? He fixated on the translucent screen hovering over his retina. The icon for the 10 draws flashing like a prize wheel used by the old bookstore owner to tempt him. The dim corners of the marketplace reminded him of the snack cabinet always locked at the orphanage. What was out of reach only heightened his anxiety. He attempted to tap the edge of the screen with his thoughts, but was startled by the distant sound of a night watchman's clapper, 3 short. 1 long, causing the stray dogs at the wall's base to howl in alarm. Damn the system, he finally exclaimed, hastening away. The night wind carried coal smoke into his collar as Qiaonian clutched a discarded newspaper he had salvaged from a nearby alley, carefully avoiding the stains while examining the year printed on it. An unfamiliar dynasty, barely established for 2 years. Observing the buildings lining the street, he felt an inexplicable resemblance to the Republican era of his world. The distant clock tower chimed twice as he counted the mildew spots on the newspaper. Suddenly laughing at the memory of having snatched 3 knives from assailants in his past life, could he truly be stumped by a mere traversal in this life? As the sound of patrolling boots echoed from the street corner, he had already tucked the newspaper into his coat. The bluestone road glimmered coldly under the moonlight. As he stepped over the tram tracks, the mechanical voice of the system resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to raise his other hand and extend his middle finger towards the void. Collect faith points? Very well, wait until I decipher this world. At the moment he turned into the alley, illuminated by the faint glow of a diesel street lamp, he saw his shadow cast upon the brick wall, its outline gradually merging with the memory of a figure from his past, charging at assailants with a chair leg. Clutching the musty newspaper, he felt a pang of pain, realizing his grip was too tight, leaving white imprints from his nails on his palm. The distant sound of the bell echoed, and he surveyed the unfamiliar night, contemplating, though the night road is dark, I possess the strength to illuminate my path. Chapter 2. The tea house is renovated in June, cicadas clung to the blue tiles. And as Qiaonian's long gown swept over the threshold of the tea house, it stirred a wisp of floating dust. The attendant, Xiaoyozi, navigated between the 8 immortals' tables, carrying a purple copper pot. The coarse porcelain bowls brimmed with fragrant tea, mingling with the sense of sweat and the earthy aroma of dry tobacco, fermenting in the oppressive heat. His fingertips brushed over the yellowed pages of the account book. Halting at the entry for the Li Ji coal shop, which owed 3 taels and 7 qian. The ink, blurred by water stains, resembled the damp pages of old books from his previous life. The watch on his wrist had long since been replaced with a hemp rope, while the modern mechanical timepiece, inexplicably left behind, had been scrutinized by the shopkeeper under a magnifying glass for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Amidst the clamor of discarded trinkets and the old man puffing on his clay pipe, the copper abacus clacked rhythmically. I offer you 50 silver dollars. Take it or leave it. Qiaonian fixed his gaze upon the jade ring on his thumb and suddenly chuckled. 60. I wish to procure a respectable outfit. When the deal was finally sealed, the shopkeeper's eyes gleamed as though he were eyeing a plump lamb on a butcher's block. The accountant's monthly wage was 8 silver dollars. Yet he had drawn 5 in advance against a pawn ticket, the due date etched in his mind, needing to redeem his watch before the month's end. Outside, the cries of the newsboy pierced the air. Extra. The situation in the east grows increasingly dire. Qiaonian abruptly looked up, noticing sunlight streaming through the curtains, casting a web-like shadow on the ledger. He reached into the inner pocket of his long robe, where he had concealed a portion of a profoundly stirring article. Transcribed on the back of the pawn ticket, the ink had bled into the thin paper, resembling a fire on the verge of ignition. Suddenly, a few beads from the abacus sprang loose, and he realized that his hand, gripping the pen, trembled, not from tension but because a voice within him cried out. The The tumultuous year he had once known was less than a year away. Qiaonian had spent 37 days and nights in this place, and he had discerned all that needed to be understood. The world he inhabited was an unstable regime established after the fall of the Daqing dynasty. Regions were rife with military leaders asserting their power, while external threats loomed. Reflecting the chaos of a bygone era, the events that transpired were remarkably similar, differing only slightly in their dates. What astonished Qiaonian most was the absence of the literary works familiar from his previous life. Though this alternate reality contained some enlightening literature, it paled in comparison to the vast troves he had immersed himself in at the library. This was a parallel universe, a realization he reaffirmed. Little Lu began shouting for more water, prompting Qiaonian to close the ledger, his fingertips brushing against the gilded lettering of the Yishuan tea house on the cover. This month, the entries for credit had increased by 30%, among which 5 were from rickshaw pullers clad in short trousers and 2 were mothers with children. He touched the money pouch at his waist, containing the $3 silver he had drawn in advance, meant for redeeming his modern aspirations, now weighing heavily on his heart. The sound of the abacus echoed from the back room, and he abruptly rose, pressing the pouch against the ledger. The pawn ticket could wait for redemption. But someone must first extend credit to those in need, meticulously recording the debts of this merciless age. With this thought, Qiaonian lowered his eyelids slightly, and in the absence of onlookers, he sighed softly, releasing a breath of resentment as he gently whispered 2 words in his mind: system. Qiaonian stared at the frozen 0100 on his retina, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the abacus beads. Outside, the cicada's cries grew shrill, akin to the dull sound of a mechanical voice trapped in a throat. Throughout the month, he had spoken to rickshaw pullers about the sanctity of labor, posted oil-printed flyers in the tea house advocating for territorial rights, and even dared to donate $2 silver to a student organization, a sum that had not even rounded to a single decimal point. Perhaps it was time to knock on the doors of those influential figures? He self-deprecatingly tugged at the collar of his long gown, as the ink bottle cast a slanted shadow beside the account book, reminiscent of the signature of a powerful figure endorsing a treaty. Yet, when it came to encountering those influential individuals, he could barely touch the threshold of their grand residences, let alone confidently speak of the impending invasions 2 decades hence, which might see him unjustly imprisoned as a rebel in the alleys of Shijiao. The fleeting thought of joining an organization was swiftly extinguished. In that year of Beiping, the trendsetters were likely still thumping their desks on academic podiums, denouncing antiquated literature, while the world's latest literary masterpiece had only just been published, with the sparks of revolution yet to coalesce into flame. Suddenly, the abacus beads scattered with a clatter. He crouched down to gather them and noticed a phrase, "Long live the laborers," hastily scrawled in charcoal on the table leg by an unknown hand. He recalled telling old Chun, the rickshaw driver, about the revolutionary upheaval that would transform the world. The man's cracked palm had clutched his wrist, eye shining as if beholding a freshly crafted axle. "Young brother Qiao, is this new ideology of yours akin to the land redistribution back in our hometown?" Just as he was about to respond, Xiao Liuzi rushed over, clutching the account book, his shoes trampling over the phrase, while charcoal dust fluttered into his sleeves. The 13-year-old's wrist slipped from his short sleeves, slender as a bamboo pole behind a tea house. As Qiaonian collected the account book, he caught sight of the oil paper package hidden in Xiao Liuzi's pocket, knowing it contained sesame candy for the blind old woman at the alley's entrance. This child had been running errands at the tea house since he was little, flashing a grin that revealed 2 tiger teeth. Yet he secretly polished the gilded patterns on the teapots when no one was watching, as if caressing a treasure. "Aunt Lee sent me a bowl of mixed bean porridge yesterday," Qiaonian remarked, pressing down the curled edges of the account book with a paperweight, his accent becoming increasingly authentic. Aunt Lee was the landlady from whom he rented his room, and most of the silver dollars he had exchanged for his mechanical watch had found their way into her pocket. "Why hasn't he, your son, who holds an official position in another province, come to fetch her?" Xiao Liuzi curled his lip at this. In his opinion, Aunt Lee's son was unfilial, always promising to take his blind mother to enjoy a better life, yet never fulfilling those promises. Not hearing Xiao's response, Xiao Liuzi turned back just as Qiaonian was scraping his nail along the engraved character for endurance on the table's edge, a remnant of some inebriated patroness carving. The varying depths of the strokes layered with a decade of tea stains. Before they could exchange more words, a dark-skinned man entered through the door, bringing with him a gust of wind. His coarse garment was dusted with coal, and Qiaonian caught a whiff of the mingled odors of unwashed feet and locust flower syrup. This was old Shui from the Ziziman coal mine, who came every Wednesday to borrow 2 taels of barley tea. The final stroke of his name in the account book was always written exceptionally long, much like his perpetually hunched back. Just as Xiao Liuzi opened his mouth to speak, Qiaonian shot him a glance. Knowing the boy's penchant for asking intrusive questions about the health of his daughter, unaware of the pain that voicing such hardships could evoke, Once Xiao Liuzi had scampered off, Qiaonian tapped the table corner with the abacus beads. The copper bell at his waist jingled, casting delicate reflections against the plaque on the back wall that admonished against discussing national affairs, its paint chipped to reveal the wood grain beneath. He gazed at old Chui's stooped figure, reminiscent of a withered leaf drifting towards a corner, suddenly recalling how, upon his arrival, Xiao Liuzi had similarly approached him. Wiping the dust from his ticket with a tattered sleeve, inquiring about the illustrations in foreign script. Among the regulars in the tea house, Qiaonian was well acquainted with them, while Grandpa Zhao, carrying a birdcage, was once again cursing loudly. In the gilded cage, the indigo bunting flutters its wings, causing the intricately carved sandalwood to emit a muffled thud. How fondly I recall the days when I fed it pine nuts at the summer palace. He reclines with one leg crossed over the other, the soles of his cotton shoes worn thin as gossamer, revealing patched, white socks beneath. Qiaonian counts 3 pieces of rock candy in his teacup, 2 more than the usual patrons, a special courtesy from the proprietor to the esteemed guests. Yet, Fourth Master is unaware that this very teacup once held the remnants of a beggar's meal, with a half-cooked grain of sorghum still stuck to the bottom. The scholar in a long gown is once again embroiled in a dispute in the corner. The button of his sleeve has long since fallen off, exposing a faded gray shirt beneath, yet he jabs his bony finger at the arm of a patron. Spittle flying onto the plaque that proclaims no political discussions. There are 4 ways to write the character Hui, and you are all ignorant of this? The patrons chuckle as they toss peanut shells into his bowl, oblivious to his fervor, while he continues to scrawl words on the table as if composing a classical essay. Qiaonian has seen the scars on the back of his neck, rumored to have been inflicted by soldiers when he had his braid cut. Yet he still teaches the children in the tea house the 3-character classic. Sunlight streams through the bamboo curtain, weaving a golden net over Zhao Fourth Master's birdcage. Old Chui suddenly coughs, causing cold dust to cascade into his teacup. Scholar Chin produces a moldy piece of poria cake, breaking it in half to share with the young Liuzi and the homeless boy. Qiaonian observes as Fourth Master secretly adds a piece of rock candy to old Chui's cup, feigning disdain as he flicks his sleeve. What sweet tea do the lower classes drink? The indigo bunting continues to batter against its cage, while Zhao Fourth Master taps the top of the cage with his bamboo chopsticks, humming a discordant tune of the fourth son visits his mother, not for the bird, but for the 20 years that have passed, for the gradually cooling gilded dream in his embrace. However, today seems to have ushered in some unfamiliar faces. As the deep blue gown crosses the threshold, 2 of Qiaonian's abacus beads pop out. The girl studentess' short hair grazes her earlobes, and the edges of the book clutched tightly in her arm reveal a hint of text. She has chosen a corner that faces the back alley of the tea house, allowing her to observe the entrance while evading the gaze of the waitstaff. In the steam rising from 2 cups of tea, her eyelashes cast shadows beneath her eyes, as if measuring something intangible. Qiaonian pulls out a fountain pen and draws circles in his ledger, encircling the faint red thread around her wrist, not merely an ornament, but a remnant of flyers she has distributed. When she glances at the wall clock for the 3rd time, he notices her fingertips tapping a Morse code-like rhythm on the table's edge, 2 short, 1 long. Is it 3 or mountain? Is it a secret signal? Do we need to refill the water? He intentionally knocks the enamel kettle against the corner of the table, startling her, causing her shoulder to quiver. One of her books slips open, revealing an oil-printed page with the title Wise Home a Thorn? That stings his eyes with raw emotion. No need. I'm waiting for someone, she whispers, her fingers caressing the rim of her teacup, her voice as soft as the murmurs of swallows beneath the eaves, yet suddenly clear as she catches sight of a figure at the entrance. The girl student leaps up, the breeze stirred by her deep blue gown flipping the newspapers on the table, revealing the title of Qing Feng magazine. As she jogs, the ends of her hair lift, and the red thread on her earlobe dances like a flame, her bright exclamation ringing against the stone pavement. Brother Go, you have finally arrived. Chapter 3. Youth. As the wind lifts the bamboo curtain of the tea house, Gohong's deep blue long gown sweeps over the threshold, creating a gust that causes the oil lamp wick to flicker thrice. The gaze of the tea patrons in the hall pierced like countless fine needles into the well-defined nape of his neck, a testament to the composure cultivated over years of serving as a student leader. Ding Minjun's deep blue robe brushed against the 8 Immortals table, causing an unknown person's pipe to roll twice, revealing a hidden copy of the magazine Qiaonian, its retro cover frayed at the edges from being scratched by fingernails. In the private room, Xiao Liuzai's voice trailed off with a Beijing accent, the towel on his shoulder flailing like a small flag. As Gohong guided Ding Minjun towards the staircase, Qiaonian noticed the pin case at his waist was no ordinary one, its engraved marks resembling those of the capital. Take care, you two, Xiao Liuzai said at the staircase, suddenly lowering his voice. There's a crack under the 3rd window upstairs where you can see the trams passing. When Gohong turned around, The youth slipped a piece of fruit candy into his hand, the wrapper bearing the words "National Products Must Strive for Strength." Qiaonian paused, the brush in his hand hesitating over the ledger, where the characters for private room had an extra stroke. The tea house erupted into louder discussions, as Zhao Sai's indigo throat flared, startling the caged birds into a flurry. Old Chui spat on the ground, but deliberately turned his head, avoiding the spot where Ding Minjun had just stood. Scholar Chun, tracing the character for endurance etched on his teacup, suddenly whispered in a tone only Qiaonian could hear. In the 24th year of Guangxiu, I witnessed the reformists and clandestine discussions here. The floorboards creaked under Gohong's footsteps as he paced. Qiaonian retrieved a miniature telescope hidden within the abacus, crafted from parts of a pawned pocket watch. Two figures flitted past the third-floor window, Tan Minjun's short hair gleaming in the sunlight, akin to a drawn sword. "Xiao Gu, have you recorded the accounts in the private room?" Xiao Yozai returned, sweat glistening on the tip of his nose. Qiaonian gazed at the ink blotches on the ledger and replied, "I will take note." In the private room upstairs, Ding Minjun's fingertips trembled at the edge of the newspaper, her chest rising and falling violently beneath her deep blue robe. She released her tightly clenched hand, spreading the newspaper across the 8 Immortals table. Beneath the headline proclaiming the revolution's victory, the photo of the leading figure was circled repeatedly in red ink. As she painstakingly read the decree passed by the National Representative Conference, her throat bobbed with each word. Upon reaching the passage declaring that all power belongs to the people, her pupils constricted, and the newspaper crackled in her palm. They truly accomplished it. His voice echoed against the intricately carved window frames, startling the sparrows nesting beneath the eaves. Ding Minjun hurriedly pressed down on his wrist, feeling the pulse akin to a drum. She gazed out the window. The sunlight was just right but failed to illuminate the dark drains beneath the bluestone slabs, where flowed the blood of rickshaw pullers, the tears of female workers, and the dreams concealed within the youth newspaper. Imitating them, Gohong's face flushed like a fiery cloud, but he fell silent before uttering the word overthrow. The dregs of tea in the teapot had grown cold, and he stared at the shadow cast by himself on the table. The collar of his long gown worn and frayed. Ding Minjun retrieved a leaflet hidden in her sock. The words "labor is sacred" wrinkled from perspiration. As footsteps echoed on the staircase once more, Gohong swiftly exchanged the book in his arms for another, its cover bearing the title Peony Pavilion. Yet it concealed a red foreign book within. When Qiaonian entered the private room, both individuals appeared composed, betraying no signs of unease. Yet the air was thick with an unusual tension. He seemed oblivious, striding directly to the table and gently laying the menu over the incomprehensible newspaper that lay spread out beneath it. What would the two esteemed guests like to order? A gentle smile graced his lips, and his tone was soft and natural. Gohong watched as the newspaper was obscured, his heart racing. And he raised his gaze to the youth before him. The question that had been on the tip of his tongue suddenly evaporated. "It wasn't you who called us, was it?" Gohong focused intently, tapping his fingertips against the edge of the tea tray. Qiaonian, with a smile lingering on his face, nodded. "It was indeed Xiao Liuzi who guided you here, but I seized this opportunity for myself." "Oh." Ding Minjun, who had been resting her hands on her knees, suddenly propped her chin on her palm, her eyes slightly narrowed, casting delicate shadows with her lashes under the light. "Do you recognize us?" "Not at all." Qiaonian replied candidly, shaking his head. His gaze swept over the edge of the newspaper, partially concealed by the menu. Names were mere illusions, the essence never resided there. Gohong and Ding Minjun exchanged glances for a fleeting moment. Beneath Gohong's deep blue robe, the hard edge of a foreign translation pressed against his ribs, while the corner of a flyer tucked within Ding Minjun's youth daily trembled slightly. "Then why must you come?" Gohong's fountain pen twirled in his palm, the engraved characters of Imperial Capital University grazing his skin. Qiaonian looked out the window, where the sunlight poured in just right. "I wish to see what kind of spirit resides in those who would become fervent for righteousness in this world," he admitted. "I did have a moment of trepidation before arriving." He delicately lifted the corner of the menu, revealing the visage of the national leader. As he glimpsed the newspaper, he knew the journey had not been in vain. Just as Gohong's fingers brushed the edge of the newspaper, Ding Minjun grasped his wrist tightly, causing him pain. The heartbeat beneath her deep blue garment thumped against the table, and the light that flickered in her eyes was brighter than an oil lamp. "Tell me, do we resemble the people you seek?" Qiaonian's gaze drifted over Gohong's clenched fist and the red string around Tan Minjun's wrist. Settling on the mottled brick wall behind them, there lay a narrow crack, allowing a sliver of daylight to filter through, casting a shadow of their intertwined forms, deep blue and navy entwined like two trees standing side by side, their roots already intertwined beneath the unseen earth. "Yes," he heard his own voice amidst the distant rumble of the tram. "I can see in your eyes the very essence of the youth of all flower-bearing families." The newspaper crinkled in his palm, the shadow of Qiaonian falling upon the lashes of the portrait. It is not that you resemble the ones I seek, but rather, you are precisely the ones I have always been destined to find. What should the youth of all flower-bearing families truly embody? Ding Minjun pressed further. Qiaonian gazed outside, where the city of Beiping was aglow with countless lights in the twilight. Suddenly, he recalled an old photograph from a past life, where countless youths raised slogans in a plaza, their eyes ignited with a fervor more intense than the blazing sun. He felt his throat constrict, and the words that emerged were like tempered steel, striking his heart with each utterance. It was Mr. Li who said. He straightened his back, his voice resonating with clarity. Born in youth, die in youth. Born in adolescence, die in adolescence as well. Advance without looking back. Turn your back on darkness and face the light. Strive for civilization for the world, and create happiness for humanity. With the vigor of youth, let us forge a family, a nation, a people, a humanity, a planet, and a universe that thrive in the exuberance of life. Chapter 4. The Youth Suddenly. A fierce flame ignited in Guhong's eyes. Before he could finish his words, he rose abruptly, his palms crashing together with a thunderous sound, echoing like the roar of awakening thunder throughout the elegant space. The printed words in the newspapers seemed to come alive, fluttering as if ready to take flight amidst the tumultuous wave of applause. Ding Minjun gazed at Qiaonian with eyes bright as burning stars, her heart racing beneath the deep blue garment, almost threatening to burst forth. Such profound insights spring from your lips. She clutched the newspaper that Qiaonian had handed her, as if grasping a blazing fire, thinking that if only our homeland had more individuals of your caliber. Yet, those words were not of his own making. They were indeed classic phrases widely admired, yet their reactions suggested ignorance of this fact. Just as this thought surfaced in her mind, Guhong's eager inquiries crashed upon them with fervent resonance. His palms felt ablaze as he clapped heavily on Qiaonian's shoulder, his voice resounding like a great bell. Little brother, who is this Mr. Li you just spoke of, capable of articulating such magnificent sentiments? Guhong clearly mistook the eloquent youth in the tea house for a disciple of some reclusive literary master. He was eager to meet this mysterious Mr. Li, for the weighty words just uttered were not those of an ordinary person. If he could gain the endorsement and support of such a passionate literary master, rallying like-minded patriots under his banner, the resulting impact and influence would undoubtedly ignite a conflagration far beyond current imagination. Their voices would transcend the confines of a mere gathering of a dozen around a teacup's warmth, or the faint rustle of 30 individuals printing pamphlets at night, potentially transforming into the rallying cries of millions of youths, from university lecture halls to bustling streets, from the heart of Beiping to the vast landscapes, creating a wave that reverberates through the era. Qiaonian's chest felt warm, his breath quickened, yet in an instant, he composed himself, maintaining an air of calm. Meeting Guhong and Ding Minjun's fervent gazes, he spoke in a measured tone, concealing a sharp edge. He is my mentor. Mr. Li is not merely his mentor. He is the mentor of countless souls from our homeland. Thus, in that regard, he is indeed correct. Qiaonian paused, deciding to further probe. Have you too heard of New Youth? Mr. Li's youth is published therein. His gaze was piercing, fixated on their shifting expressions. However, silence enveloped the room. Guhong's hand, which had been caressing the teacup, suddenly stilled, while the red string adorning Ding Minjun's ear trembled slightly. We have not heard of it. Perhaps we are rather uninformed. Guhong tapped the edge of the table with his fingertip, but his eyes drifted toward the sleeve of Qiaonian, where the characters for youth were faintly visible, much like this young brother, hidden in the tea house, yet bearing tidings of spring. Though they had not heard of New Youth, youth news was indeed well known. Ding Minjun stated earnestly, suddenly realizing that the three had yet to introduce themselves. With a gentle tap on the table, she said, I am Ding Minjun, and this is Guhong, both hailing from the capital university, which is now known as Peking University. Might we have the honor of meeting your esteemed mentor? Qiaonian's fingers gently caressed the self-printed emblem of New Youth on his cuff, a reminder to himself. Upon hearing the words, he lightly touched his nose. Realizing that the gears of this era had yet to align with the patterns of that crimson publication, yet another had come to take its place. His heart thundered within his chest, yet a smile lingered on his face. You may simply call me Qiaonian, he replied. The gentleman had traveled far and wide in search of a path to save the nation, and it had been some time since he and Qiaonian had last met. That is well, Guhong said, his tone tinged with a hint of regret as his fingers unconsciously traced the edge of his teacup. A publication he had never heard of, a Mr. Li he had never encountered. These myriad questions woven into a net within his mind suddenly clarified as his fingers brushed against the patch on Qiaonian's sleeve. The half-line of youthful handwriting was evidently pieced together from Youth Daily. Ding Minjun exchanged glances with him, both perceiving the same wellspring of understanding in each other's eyes. They both comprehended the truth that the tallest trees in the forest are often brought down by the winds. Little brother Qiao, with your talent, you ought not to be confined to this tea house, calculating accounts. Gu Hong's tone bore the earnestness of an elder brother as his fingers lightly tapped the table. On June 23rd, during the Qingming gathering, I have organized a student association, and I hope you can attend. His gaze was fervent, as though determined to pull the youth from the mundane into a broader expanse of life. Qiaonian's heart stirred at this, just as he was about to respond, when the sharp voice of Xiao Lu from downstairs pierced the evening air. Brother Qiao, the shopkeeper is calling for you. Coming. Qiaonian replied, rising in response. As his fingers brushed over the inkstone, he abruptly paused, seizing the wolf hair brush and letting it dance across the rough paper. The words of youth flowed like a stream across the pages, and the final stroke, a dash of cosmic white, swept across Gu Hong's hand like an unfinished bolt of lightning. Consider it a conversation starter. He pressed the page into Ding Minjun's palm, the ink smudging her fingertips. At the Qingming gathering, I shall not disappoint. Gu Hong watched as Qiaonian dashed down the stairs, the back of his long robe swaying and revealing half a line of civilization, and suddenly he smiled. This was no attire of a mere accountant in a tea house. It was clearly the fringe of a banner yearning to take flight. Ding Minjun ran her fingers over the characters on the paper, the gaze reminiscent of linen resting upon Qiaonian's brushstrokes, and she suddenly whispered, "Do you not feel that he is more like a bearer of the flame for us?" Gu Hong simply gazed at that line. I wish to exchange my youthful self for a youthful nation. It was what Qiaonian had written just before he had bent down, the ink still not fully dried. From downstairs came the crisp sound of the abacus beads, mingled with Qiaonian's laughter. Shopkeeper Yan, this account must be calculated thus. Gu Hong looked out the window. The city of Beiping had begun to glow with myriad lights in the twilight. Behind some window, there must be a youth transcribing youth by the light of a kerosene lamp, just as he and Ding Minjun were doing at this very moment. This visit to the tea house had not been in vain. Gu Hong smiled as he saw his own reflection in the window, merging with the silhouettes of Ding Minjun and Qiaonian into a triangle, resembling a tower poised for its foundation. Chapter 5. Writing after a bustling day at the tea house. Twilight had crept up the window ledge. Qiaonian handed the account book to the shopkeeper and used Xiao Lu's white handkerchief to brush off the tea stains and food crumbs from his long robe. Brother Qiao, are you leaving already? Aren't you staying to listen to a story? Xiao Lu raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin, sweeping his gaze over the scattered peanut shells. The lantern light elongating his shadow. Qiaonian tapped his knuckles against the boy's head, draping the handkerchief back over his shoulder. Stop your prattling. Tonight we must wipe the 8 immortals table until it reflects our shadows. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the Compassion Temple in the West Alley. And before he could finish his words, he had already crossed the threshold. The evening breeze carried the fragrance of locust flowers. And he asked me to convey his apologies to the shopkeeper Yan. Antley mentioned that today's sauce was particularly thick. Before the last word was uttered, Qiaonian had already stepped into the fading light, leaving behind Xiao Lu, who danced and scolded in jest. The dusk in Beiping enveloped the air with the sweet and pungent scent of locust flowers, while the uneven bluestone path collected remnants of the previous night's rain, mirroring the stooped shadows of barefoot men returning home, resembling crumpled old newspapers stuffed into the crevices of the courtyard bricks. The land beneath the imperial city was exceedingly small. A 3-entry courtyard could barely accommodate 20 people, with makeshift bedding sprawled across the earthen kong in the main room, and patched trousers hanging from the windowsill. Those without shelter had resorted to building shanties against the city wall, their oiled paper roofs flapping in the wind, revealing an elderly figure wrapped in tattered cotton batting. As Qiaonian passed through the West Alley, he encountered a tiny, naked street child, with a head as large as a ball, a swollen belly, and limbs like twigs, curled up in a corner of the alley, resembling a stray dog that had been kicked or a flattened cockroach. Habitually, Qiaonian pulled out the oiled paper package he had brought from the tea house and placed it in the corner. However, the usual little figure that would rush to tear at the package remained motionless. The package unfolded on the bluestone slab, scattering crumbs of steamed buns at the child's feet. Yet he did not even stir a finger. A pang struck Qiaonian's heart, and he hurried forward, but suddenly halted 3 steps away from the child. Dark red blood seeped from the curled body, like a vile flower blooming in the gray earth. The child's eyes remained half open, reflecting the shattered locust leaves, and dried saliva lingered at the corner of his mouth. He would no longer have to endure hunger, which alley in Beiping had not buried the dead. Last winter, Mr. Wang from the West Alley froze to death by a coal pile. Last month, Aunt Zhang from the front street passed away shortly after giving birth. But at this moment, gazing at the child curled up like a shrimp, Qiaonian suddenly recalled the statistics he had seen. In the 6th year of the new dynasty, over 500,000 children had perished from starvation nationwide. This figure, once a mere cold statistic, now transformed into the gradually cooling body at his feet. Is that you? Young lad, Aunt Lee called from the doorframe, her cane tapping against the threshold with a dull sound. I saved you some noodles. Eat them while they're hot. The old woman's voice suddenly faltered as she saw Qiaonian squatting in the corner, his back resembling a rice stalk broken by a torrential downpour. Aunt Lee was Qiaonian's landlady, having lost her husband in earlier years and raised her son alone. Hearing that her son had secured a position in the government but seldom returned, she relied on others to look after her elderly mother, which meant that no one dared to provoke the half-blind old woman living in her 2 rooms. Had it not been for Qiaonian's past act of saving her, he would have never found such a secure refuge. I understand, Auntie, Qiaonian replied, his voice muffled. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Aunt Lee attributed it to the boy's fatigue. She genuinely felt sorry for the youth, stumbling to the door, and added, "The noodles are on the table, don't forget," before her words could conclude. She trembled as she turned, retreating into the dark room, where even the oil lamp was deemed too extravagant to light. The wooden door creaked shut, and the pitch-black room loomed like a silent beast, swallowing the last remnants of daylight. Qiaonian gazed at the inky shadow, suddenly reminded of the child who starved to death at the alley's corner, a dark abyss that extends far beyond a mere room. It devours the cries of the weak, the fervor of the youth, and countless lives that are beyond enumeration. The June room, however, was steeped in a chilling gloom, and Qiaonian felt cold sweat trickling down his back as he hastily retrieved a match to ignite the oil lamp. The tiny flame licked at the wick, and in the pale yellow glow, he fixated on the quivering shadow cast upon the wall, gradually reclaiming the sensation in his fingertips. How did he return? The memory eluded him. He only recalled the wind at the alley's entrance swirling dust into his throat, as if propelled by invisible hands. Or perhaps pursued by a famished specter, sprinting until his lungs ached. But what was he fleeing from? Was it the gradually cooling little body? Or the cannibalistic nature of this world? Who was that child? He should have remembered those extraordinarily large eyes, like dew-kissed wild chrysanthemums. Recalling the black dirt embedded in the crevices of the child's fingernails as he clutched at Qiaonian's pant leg. And how just yesterday he had pressed a piece of candy, no larger than a fingernail, into his hand as a token of gratitude. Yet now, those details dissipated into the blue smoke of the oil lamp, leaving only a curled-up corpse and bloodstains on the ground that could never be cleansed. Swaying in the recesses of memory. On the wooden table, the jajang noodles congealed with a sheen of oil, the noodles long since cooled. Save for a small pocket of warmth clinging to the bottom of the bowl, dubbed Old Beijing jajang noodles. There was none of the refinement of later times, merely a few withered vegetable leaves accompanied by coarse noodles, mixed with homemade sauce. Qiaonian plunged his chopsticks into the clump of noodles, stirring vigorously as the sauce spread in the bowl, mingling with the yellow of the vegetables, reminiscent of the gray, overcast sky of Beiping. He brought the bowl close to his lips, slurping the noodles into his stomach, the rough texture scraping against his throat like grit. Aunt Lee, with her failing eyesight, had skimped on the oil while frying the sauce, and the burnt aroma mingled with grains of salt, crumbling into bitter remnants on his tongue. Suddenly, a hint of saltiness surged from the root of his tongue. Was it tears mixed into the sauce? He touched the corner of his eye, only to realize his face was already streaked with moisture. The night outside was so thick it felt impenetrable, with only the oil lamp casting a flickering shadow on the wall. Staring at the remnants of sauce in his bowl, Qiaonian was abruptly reminded of that child grasping his hand in the final moments, the dirt from the child's fingernails smudged in his palm, like a withering flower. The bitterness swirled in his mouth, yet gradually transformed into a sweetness, the traces of the lard Aunt Lee had hidden away for half a year. The crumbs of cornbread he saved daily from the tea house, and the countless sorrows swallowed by the underprivileged over a lifetime. There are always those who manage to extract sweetness from this bitterness, and they find joy in it. Yet, they should not have to endure such suffering, should they not? He whispered softly into the darkness, his voice muffled by the noodles lodged in his throat. Qiaonian hastily washed the bowl and collapsed onto the wooden plank bed. Dust particles danced beneath the oil lamp's glow, reminiscent of the child's tear stains that had yet to dry. He fixated on the mold-stained ceiling, the bitterness of the jajang noodles resurfacing in his throat, and suddenly, he screamed into the void, "System! System!" He roared within his heart, his voice reverberating against his ribs. Each shout wrapped in blood and foam, as if to expel the oppression, fear, and helplessness that had accumulated over the past 6 months. Recalling the small, lifeless body at the corner of the alley, and the muted thud when Aunt Lee stumbled against the edge of the table in the dark. His voice trembled gradually, its cadence fracturing into jagged pieces. Let the system allow me to contribute something to this world. Ding. Emotional frequency of the host has surpassed the threshold, initiating emergency response mode. The mechanical voice suddenly erupted within his skull, and Qiaonian jerked his head up, witnessing the flickering azure cursor dancing on his retina. His fingers twitched, causing a copper gear to clatter onto the wooden floor. This was the first response from the system in a month. The system? His knee collided with the bed frame, eliciting a sharp pain that made him grimace. Yet he could not afford to rub it. Through gritted teeth, he spoke each word. You have finally awakened? Qiaonian fixed his gaze upon the floating progress bar. Recalling countless nights of futile attempts and the absurd moments of using abacus beads to simulate Morse code in his desperate bid to awaken the system. A lump formed in his throat. Even if this contraption was merely a compilation of code, it felt akin to grasping a piece of driftwood while drowning. His fingertips trembled slightly as he rubbed the sweat from his palms and, with a mixture of trepidation and hope, softly inquired, System, can faith value be exchanged for literary appreciation value? Reply from the host, yes. The tension in his shoulders suddenly relaxed, and a glimmer of light ignited in Qiaonian's eyes. I have discovered a means to acquire faith value. He gazed intently into the void, his eyes ablaze. System, I shall write. I shall reform. I will liberate everyone from their wretched existence. Ding. Demand detected. Entertainment template activated. Ding. Development direction confirmed. Novice gift package being distributed. Ding. Faith value recalculating. Current faith value, 20. Ding. System energy insufficient. Please collect faith value promptly. The mechanical voice waned, and no matter how fervently he called, only silence remained. Yet Qiaonian clenched his fists, finally emboldened. Cleansing his hands, he bowed 3 times to the void, silently invoking the name of the divine, and lightly tapped the vibrant red gift package. With a resounding burst of light, amidst the fluttering ribbons, a manuscript unfolded. Imbued with the scent of ink, Chapter 6, Save the Child. Qiaonian stared at the exposed manuscript, his pupils narrowing in shock. His throat constricted violently, and his heart raced as if it might shatter his ribs. In this deep of night, the name of this fervent author crashed into reality in an extraordinary manner, its impact surpassing any cold system. In classrooms of the future, who among the students had not fabricated a few sentences attributed to that esteemed figure, leading to countless amusing anecdotes? Yet this constituted the most primal and universal collective memory of their generation regarding this literary giant. At this moment, the manuscript's signature penetrated the paper like an anchor of history, instantaneously pulling him back to the inception of his bond with profound literature. Silently, Qiaonian's throat articulated the honorific title. He recalled the crooked handwriting in his elementary school composition book and the fabricated timelines that flowed like water from a sponge. A surge of complex emotions swelling within him. Those seemingly frivolous affronts to the literary master in his youth were, in truth, foreshadowing laid by fate, solely to allow him, on this particular night, to inscribe this blood-tinged text into the very marrow of the era. Amidst the tumult of thoughts, a faint curve of nostalgia crept upon Qiaonian's lips. His gaze returned to the article, his eyes reflecting solemn affection. Fingers trembled lightly, as if caressing a rare treasure, before slowly turning the pages with profound nostalgia and heavy anticipation. This short story, comprising less than 5,000 words, weighed heavily in his palm. The 700 words transcended mere numerics in his heart. They coalesced into a sharp scalpel intended to dissect the old world, a blazing torch aimed at the feudal iron cage. The true power resided not solely in the words themselves, but in the emotional tempest these words would soon unleash within countless readers, sufficient to wash away their numbness. For Qiaonian, the first encounter with these works in the language textbook was akin to a brilliant beam of light piercing through the murky chaos of ignorance. Since that moment, he had actively sought the profound spiritual realm of the author, and this manuscript served as the first key to the weighty doors of literary sanctuary. He vividly recalled the vivid imagery of the deep blue sky adorned with a golden full moon in the text run to inserts the weasel, which allowed him to touch the texture of literature for the first time. When the teacher elucidated the character's numbness, he understood only in part. Yet a faint seed of compassion for that bygone era was quietly sown in his heart. At that time, he naively believed he was ready to embrace the profound. However, upon truly opening this manuscript, he realized that his previous understanding was but a lily pad floating on the surface of a deep pond. Each utterance of the madman in the novel struck his soul like a heavy hammer. Suspicions of neighbors sharpening knives with cannibalistic intent, fears of hidden conspiracies in the meals brought by his elder brother, and the shocking realization of the word cannibalism lurking amidst the ornate fabric of morality. Most jarring, the heartrending cry for help, "Save the children," at the conclusion, resonated like a cold drop of water splashing from the depths of a desolate well, instantly awakening all imagination of a terrifying system. The most brutal reality was not the gory scenes of consumption, but the normalization of certain atrocities, even revered as principles of survival, allowing innocent children to inevitably become both perpetrators and victims of a new generation. As he closed the pages, Qiaonian discovered that he had unconsciously clenched his fists, Though the system interface lingered in his mind, what danced before his eyes were the madman's bloodshot, penetrating gaze, not the madness of a lunatic, but the profound despair of an enlightened soul confronting boundless darkness. Suddenly, he recalled the child who starved to death at the alley's entrance, and the trembling, emaciated hand of Aunt Lee as she groped under the oil lamp. An unprecedented epiphany struck him. These words were far from the resentments of a solitary literati. They were a lit torch, vowing to incinerate all the absurdities and evils that had ever existed. Qiaonian's hands trembled violently, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, as he gently brushed against the heart-wrenching phrase, "Save the children," at the end of the article. Each word felt like a searing brand, indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. His gaze lingered there for a long time before he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he profoundly comprehended more than ever. Only by truly stepping into this era, with his feet treading upon the dry or fresh bloodstains on the bluestone slabs, and his ears attuned to the numb conversations in the tea houses, could he genuinely grasp the suffocating weight that the term man-eating embodies within this manuscript. This is not the bloody savagery of beasts tearing flesh, but rather an invisible shackle wielding a knife, with decrepit notions as its blade, distorting the essence of living beings, leaving behind a gruesome pile of bones beneath the veneer of ostentatious feasts. As the depths of night waned, Qiaonian pressed the precious manuscript tightly against his chest. Beneath his coarse linen robe, the manuscript's rigid edges pressed against his pounding heart. As he closed his eyes, his last glimpse was of the dim oil lamp casting his shadow upon the mottled wall, the spine of the book tracing a sharp, straight line in the light and shadow, akin to a sword poised to unsheathe and cleave through the darkness. A man from his dreams approached, enveloped in a misty haze, his brow sharply chiseled beneath a close-cropped hairstyle, his meticulously groomed mustache adding to his austere demeanor. Though his blue linen robe had faded, its edges remained distinct, exuding an air of solemnity. From his sleeve, a half-rolled scroll emerged, the fragrance of ink mingling with the subtle scent of pine smoke lingering in the air. With a soft thud, the scroll lightly tapped Qiaonian's forehead, reminiscent of a mentor's gentle reproach. Yet, a hint of warmth flickered in the man's eyes, akin to the solace found in the first rays of dawn after a long night. He solemnly placed the scroll into Qiaonian's palm, the rough, frayed edges of the paper brushing against the young man's firm grip, evoking a startling similarity to the sensations brought forth by the wet ink on the manuscript. Suddenly, the mist swirled like thick ink, and the man's figure flickered in and out of focus within the chaos. His lips moved, releasing not sounds, but a torrent of glimmering words. Is this how it has always been? To hear thunder in silence, to either erupt in silence or perish within it. Ultimately, all the words coalesced into the quivering shape of his lips, crystallizing into a silent scream capable of shaking the soul. Save the children. Like thunder shattering dense fog, Qiaonian jolted awake from his dream, cold sweat soaking his back. Opening his palm, he found it empty, yet the firm, warm sensation of the scroll lingered, a palpable truth transcending dreams and reaching his very soul. He immediately retrieved the manuscript from beneath his pillow, and in the dawning light, he was struck by a line of robust, powerful penmanship inscribed on the title page. May the youth of the flower-planting nation break free from the chill and ascend. Outside the window, daylight had fully arrived, sunlight streaming through the panes, casting dappled patterns upon the floor. A new day had begun. As per tradition, Qiaonian would still head to the tea house today. There, he planned to inquire whether there existed in Beiping any newspapers or magazines of immense influence akin to those of his past life. Hey, are you looking to find out about this? Xiao Liuzi leaned on the table before him, a broad smile illuminating his face, exuding an air of confidence as if beckoning Qiaonian to ask him directly. Does Xiaolu really know? Qiaonian inquired, while pushing the snacks served at the tea house toward Xiao Liuzi. Xiao Liuzi, unceremoniously, seized a piece and promptly placed it in his mouth. Once he had accepted the gift, he immediately set about his business. Chewing with puffed cheeks, he mumbled indistinctly, "Just go check out the Qifeng newspaper office. Their publications are widely read." He had heard from several students recently that it was the most equitable venue, the pinnacle in Beiping City. A flicker of understanding crossed Qiaonian's mind. This aligned closely with the information he had gathered earlier. It appeared that the Qifeng newspaper office was indeed his best option at this moment, and he resolved to pay a visit. Chapter 7. Manuscript Review. The Manuscript Review Department of Qifeng magazine. Ever since this publication gained renown, a substantial volume of submissions has been pouring in from all corners of the nation like a flurry of snowflakes. While the quantity of these manuscripts is not astonishingly vast, it is certainly considerable enough to overwhelm the modest staff of this small publishing house. In the contemporary landscape of publishing, the operational protocols seem rather rudimentary and simplistic. having undergone numerous transformations and developments. They employ a peer editing system, meaning the magazine's founder not only serves as an editor, but also doubles as a contributor. Consequently, the already limited time becomes increasingly constrained, and when the workload intensifies, it can feel utterly insurmountable. Today, however, the situation appears particularly extraordinary. For some inexplicable reason, the influx of submissions has suddenly surged, with manuscripts flooding into the review department like a tumultuous tide. Faced with this unexpected deluge, Qiaonian feels overwhelmed, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, frantically pacing about. Should Qiaonian be present at this moment, he would be astonished to discover that Qiaonian, who is currently grappling with the overwhelming task of manuscript reviews, is someone he has encountered before, when he served tea to the proprietor of their tea house. Qiaonian was conversing right beside him. Sighing deeply, Qiaonian shook his head in helplessness and slammed the manuscript he was reviewing onto the table with a heavy thud. He then closed his eyes tightly, rubbing his throbbing temples, his lips pressed together, remaining silent for an extended moment. At that instant, the recently hired Xiao entered, clutching a hefty stack of manuscripts. Upon seeing Qiaonian's troubled and fatigued expression, she cautiously set the manuscripts aside and softly inquired, "What's the matter, old Qi? Are these submissions vexing you again?" Had she not asked, it might have been more bearable. However, her inquiry ignited the long-simmering frustration within Qiaonian, causing it to erupt like a lit powder keg. He abruptly opened his eyes, glaring furiously, and thrust the manuscripts on the table toward Xiao, exclaiming, Come. Xiao, take a good look at this. What on earth are these? Is this the sort of material a person can actually write?" As he continued, his ire escalated, his voice involuntarily rising by several octaves. "We have been in this new society for so long, yet this individual still flaunts that antiquated, musty style of writing." The inexplicable air of superiority that emanated from the words seemed almost palpable, as if it were poised to strike me squarely in the face. I find myself utterly bewildered as to who he believes himself to be. Humph. It turns out he is merely one of the last batch of scholars from the Qing dynasty. What is so remarkable about that? Those unaware might mistakenly think he is some exalted emperor. When Xiao brought in the manuscript, it was indeed, as expected, replete with absurdities that brought forth a torrent of bitter tears. Yet, this is an undeniable reality we must confront. After all, as the saying goes, in a vast forest, one can find all kinds of birds. Unfortunately, old Qi has always been a serious and earnest individual, unable to grasp this truth. Each time he encounters such a situation, he is inevitably consumed by rage, his temper flaring uncontrollably, just as Xiao was about to speak. Intending to soothe this irate elder to prevent any harm to his health, she suddenly heard a wave of jubilant cheers emanating from the adjacent office of Mr. Hu. The voices were resoundingly joyous. Good. Merely listening to these exclamations, one could sense the uncontainable delight radiating from Mr. Hu. What astonishing revelation could evoke such a response from one who is typically composed and unflappable, regardless of the circumstances? Curiosity surged within Xiao, yet she refrained from intruding into old Kai's office, aware of the profound camaraderie between Mr. Hu and old Qi. Whenever there was a joyous occasion, Mr. Hu would undoubtedly be the first to rush over and share the news with old Qi. As anticipated, before old Qi could fully react to Mr. Hu's exuberant exclamations, the latter burst through the door like a gust of wind. Clad in a scholarly robe, the fabric billowed around him as he hurried, and his round glasses slipped down his nose due to his fervent movements. However, at that moment, Mr. Hu had no time to attend to such trifles, not even to adjust his glasses. In the blink of an eye, he hastened to the desk, thrusting a tightly clutched manuscript into old Kai's hands, exclaiming eagerly, "Old Qi, you must take a look at this article." Seeing his old friend in such an animated state piqued old Kai's curiosity. He quickly reached for the few pages of the manuscript, his gaze immediately drawn to its title page, where 4 powerful characters were emblazoned. They were indeed striking. Raising an eyebrow with anticipation, he turned the page, and lines of clear, accessible prose, distinct from the traditional, archaic style, immediately captivated his attention. Was a 4,700-word novel lengthy? Not at all, not in the least. As seasoned and discerning reviewers, they were all battle-hardened. Reading tens of thousands of words daily was merely routine, and years of experience had honed their ability to read with remarkable speed. However, this seemingly unassuming short piece held old Kai's attention for over half an hour. As the final line of text deeply imprinted itself in Qiaonian's mind, he slowly lifted his head as if awakening from a dream. After a moment of silence, he discreetly wiped away a barely perceptible tear from the corner of his eye with his sleeve. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his agitated heart. Though his voice still quivered slightly with emotion, this article is truly remarkable. Qiaonian handed the manuscript to the ever-curious Xiao, who had been peering over from the side, gesturing for her to take a look. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Ying, the unspoken understanding that had developed between them over the years flourishing in that brief moment. No words were necessary. The mere exchange of glances conveyed their mutual comprehension. Kai Dali retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Hu Ying and keeping one for himself. Silently accepting the cigarette, Hu Ying lit it, and together they stood there, exhaling puff after puff of smoke. As the swirling mist enveloped them, their thoughts seemed to drift back into the world of the article. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui, unable to contain her eagerness, began reading the manuscript with fervor. As she delved deeper into the text, her initially curious expression gradually transformed into one of gravity. And eventually, she could no longer suppress the tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, she finally comprehended the silence of Kai Lao and Hu Diyi. Every word in this manuscript resonated with such profound power. Why does the Zhao family's dog look at me? The cannibals leave nothing but bones, not even a morsel of flesh. I curse the cannibals, starting with him. To persuade those who consume others, I must first confront him. From this day forth, I shall feast upon the flesh of men. If I do not, the entire nation will consume me. Ultimately, these words transformed in Xiao Chui's mind into a phrase from a book. Is this truly the way of the Tathagata? Chapter 8. Novice task completed. How is it possible that this piece is so extraordinarily well written? Kai Dali took a deep drag from his cigarette, then flicked the almost extinguished butt to the ground, extinguishing it underfoot. This exclamation shattered the silence in the office. Xiao Chui slowly lifted her gaze from the manuscript, revealing her reddened eyes. She sniffed, stifling the tears threatening to spill over, then hastily wiped the corners of her eyes, fearful that a moment's lapse would ruin the precious document. After a brief pause, she took a deep breath and offered the manuscript to the two esteemed figures before her. Her voice, tinged with excitement and nervousness, became slightly hoarse. This article is truly terrifying, but simultaneously, it is overwhelmingly real. This sense of reality pierced like a sharp sword, plunging deep into the innermost recesses of the human heart, leaving no escape, firmly nailing them to the pillar of shame. Darkness is omnipresent, and we find ourselves ensnared in this vast abyss, sinking deeper with no way out, unable to break free from our shackles. Just as the text describes, it is pitch black, leaving one uncertain whether it is day or night. Look at this article. Has the madman truly descended into madness? Yet, he easily grasps everything. He is acutely aware of the condescension underlying the old feudal morality. Thus, what causes the dog of the Qian family to cast its gaze upon me? He is acutely aware of the duplicity inherent in human nature, where honeyed words often conceal daggers. It is evident to me that his speech is laced with venom, and his smile harbors blades. He comprehends that kindness does not invariably yield rewards. Hence, the most deplorable aspect of our society is the coexistence of benevolence and bankruptcy. If an individual exhibits even a hint of madness, their political prospects are invariably bleak. In truth, this applies not solely to politics. In any sphere, they are deemed a lunatic, a madman. But what, then, constitutes madness? Is it merely a condition defined by the masses? Is it the madman who has succumbed to insanity? Or has the world itself gone awry? When an individual diverges from the collective path of society, do they stand as the correct entity? Or are they merely a flawed existence? And is the world itself right or wrong? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Xiao Chui felt an involuntary shiver, a surge of inexplicable dread welling up within her. She lacked the courage to delve deeper into such contemplations. Yet, she was acutely aware that the madman is invariably lucid. Terrifyingly so. Perhaps this topic is too burdensome. While it is worthy of exploration, it is certainly not suitable for the present moment. Meanwhile, Hu Ying silently extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Casually taking the manuscript and pointing to the text, he exclaimed, "Old Kai, come and see this choice of words. I never anticipated that someone could truly grasp my thoughts." Kai Dali, well aware of Hu Ying's intentions, recalled that Hu Ying had previously shown him the draft of his work on new literature. This piece advocates for the adoption of accessible vernacular in place of the esoteric classical Chinese, urging writers to eschew meaningless lamentations and to ensure their words possess substance. Therefore, this article must be published. Kai Dali's eyes sparkled with amusement. In truth, even without Hu Ying's insistence, they understood the necessity of disseminating this article, allowing aspiring individuals nationwide to witness it. Hu Ying adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting in the sunlight as he smiled and declared, "It must be published. Moreover, it shall occupy the front page solely under my name. Let this manuscript be reserved for the next issue. For this edition, we shall publish my preliminary discussion on new literature." With that statement, he hurried back to his office, eager to conclude the discussion and pave the way for this remarkable article. Observe his fervor. Kai Dali smirked in the direction of Hu Ying's departure, seeking to tease Xiao Chui about him. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, he slapped his forehead and chased after Hu Ying, exclaiming, "Hey, You ought to leave that manuscript here. How can I return the reviewed piece to you? Huing replied, laughter evident in his tone. From afar, the clamor continued, the discussions within the review department persistent and unceasing. Though Qiaonian remained oblivious to the specifics of their deliberations, he harbored unwavering confidence that as long as Qingfeng magazine possessed discernment, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar, no less than anticipated. However, his thoughts had already been validated. From that evening onwards, the system notifications indicating an increase in faith points rose steadily, and Qiaonian realized that nothing had gone awry. What typically sounded irritating to his ears now resonated like celestial music, and he was reluctant to turn it off. Merely listening to the alerts evoked a sensation akin to receiving a monetary deposit. Beep. 100 faith points have been credited. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's task. Beep. Congratulations, host, on receiving a 10-time literary draw reward. Beep. The marketplace module is now open. The trio of notifications erupted in Qiaonian's mind like a blossoming flower. Previously patient, he sprang up from his bed, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He observed the marketplace icon on the system interface transform from gray to vibrant, his fingers hovering over the virtual screen. In merely 3 days since his submission, his faith points had skyrocketed from 0 to 187. Indeed, as the system had suggested, the resonance of awakened thoughts could generate exponential energy. The food section displayed steaming loaves of bread, the medical kit shimmered with the silver glow of penicillin, and the armory showcased a Mauser pistol glinting coldly. Yet, his gaze was ensnared by a small red text in the corner, mechanical products benchmarked against the highest technology of the current world. As his finger glided over the icon of a Maxim machine gun, the 5 zeros in the price column loomed like iron gates. Glancing back at his meager 100 faith points, he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. It seemed that even acquiring a firearm to defend one's ideals had become a luxury in this land. Perhaps it was best to save up for now. He murmured to himself, retreating to the daily necessities section. The prices for sea salt, matches, and quinine tablets were relatively reasonable. Suddenly, Qiaonian caught sight of a hidden compartment deep within the armory, marked by the icon of a dagger entwined in red silk. Annotated as a special era item, the dagger of wandering cries, its price marked as? His pupils dilated. It was a question mark, not a numeral. He reached out to touch it, and the system interface abruptly displayed a warning. Achievement cry in the iron room must be completed to unlock this dagger, he whispered to himself, before exiting the marketplace interface. As his finger hovered over the 10-time draw button, his throat involuntarily tightened. Spending 100 faith points for a gamble equated to wagering more than half of his fortune. The progress bar on the system interface spun faster than his heartbeat. And he recalled Xiaoyozi from the previous day, rubbing dice and lamenting his misfortunes at the gambling table while reveling in workplace triumphs. A curse escaped his lips. What I seek is the success of ideals. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted, and he instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a tattered blue long gown lay at the center of the virtual roulette, sleeves patched upon patches, stained with what appeared to be ink. The system notification sounded dryly. Congratulations on obtaining the long gown of the old era level, a standard attire for antiquated scholars. Accompanied by chronic malady. Chapter 9, The Long Gown of Kong, e.g. what could a tattered long gown accomplish? Qiaonian was at a loss. As he rubbed his face, he pondered deeply, ultimately concluding that the issue lay in his insufficiently devout prayers. Just as he contemplated measures to rectify this, the 10-time draw disregarded him entirely. Suddenly, with a swish, another dazzling white light illuminated the space. After the brilliance gradually subsided, a focused gaze revealed an assortment of peculiar items laid before him. Yuan Daitu X1. Yuan Daitu X1. For treasures of the study X1. Yuan Daitu X1. Warlord's overcoat X1. Revolver X1. Master key X1. Universal admission ticket X1. The novice reward is only given once. Subsequent miscellaneous items will not be issued. Staring at the items that popped up on the virtual interface, Qiaonian was momentarily dumbfounded, his mind blank, instinctively shutting his eyes. His eyelashes trembled violently beneath his eyelids. Could this be some April Fool's prank orchestrated by the system? He fervently prayed in his heart that when he opened his eyes again, those bizarre props would transform into faith points, merging into the lottery pool, and conjuring a masterpiece for him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but he finally extricated himself from the shock, fixating on the 3 solitary Yuan Daitu, pondering aloud. Only 3 coins. Is that enough to feed the children at Compassion Temple for a few days? As soon as the words left his mouth, his fingers unconsciously brushed against the warlord's overcoat, feeling its surprising firmness. The ruby at the collar suddenly reflected light, casting a distorted shadow of the word frenzy on the wall. Were these items truly useful? He scrutinized the scattered props on the virtual interface, first lifting the revolver, the gleam of its barrel reflecting his wrinkled face. The metal's coldness crept into his sleeve, yet warmed slightly upon touching the engraved stock. The bullet may be delayed, but awakening is eternal. It looked impressive, yet I don't even know how to pull the trigger, he muttered as he pushed the firearm aside. Upon counting to the 8th item, he suddenly froze. Where was the warlord's overcoat? A glimmer of golden light flickered at the corner of the interface. The gilded cloak lay coiled in the shadows, the ruby at the collar flickering like the unfallen locust flowers on the old locust tree at Compassion Temple. A system prompt timely appeared. Special items self-identify their owner, currently stored in the historical wardrobe, accompanied by a small animated scene. The overcoat swayed in the wardrobe, automatically embroidering exquisite dark patterns. Well, this item seems to have developed sentience. Qiaonian shook his head and smiled, stacking the 3 yuan daitu into a pyramid, while the 4 treasures of the study formed a row of pins beside it. He traced the gear patterns along the edge of the master key, murmuring to himself. It seems something is still missing. His fingers paused at the edge of the virtual interface, and the relief he had just felt tightened abruptly. He suddenly turned to fix his gaze on the lottery panel, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints in the shadow of the system's spinning wheel, which began to shimmer with dazzling golden light. This cunning system was indeed hiding a grand surprise. He held his breath, the sweat from his palms seeping into the patched sleeves of his youth. At the moment the golden light erupted, his retina felt a sharp sting. It's here. His throat tightened, and he instinctively reached out to grasp. Another long gown? Qiaonian stared at the coarse long gown unfurling in the golden light, his lips twitching as he muttered the essence of national culture. The first draw, an old gown patched upon patches, still lay gathering dust in the system space. And now another one appeared. Wait, it seems there's something special. Qiaonian stepped forward and retrieved the newly drawn long gown, with a flash of golden light. Lo and behold, the long gown even came with a description. Item name: Kong EG's long gown. Special skill: self-righteous scholar. Wearing it will transform you into a pretentious, impoverished scholar who loves to sing lofty praises. Group ridicule 100. A born jester. Upon donning this attire, one transforms into a pretentious and impoverished scholar, derided by the likes of 10,086. Accompanying item: Kong EG. The system concludes with a bemused query. How is it, young man, that you are clad in the garments of Kong EG? If one were to spare a mere coin, one could procure a dish of salt-boiled bamboo shoots or some fennel beans to accompany their drink. With their expenditure of a dozen coins, one might indulge in a meat dish. However, most patrons are of the short-clad variety, generally lacking such extravagance. It is only those in long gowns who saunter into the adjacent establishment, requesting both wine and dishes, leisurely enjoying their drinks. Kong EG stands as the singular figure, donned in long gown, who drinks while standing. Ah, the irony is palpable. Qiaonian tugged at the uncomfortable collar of the long gown, inwardly mocking. Suddenly, he adjusted the gown around himself with a flourish. Indeed, this garment could serve as a sharp instrument, piercing the pretentious aids of those feeble scholars. The accompanying item Kong EG felt warm in his hands. Qiaonian traced the various script forms of the character fennel on the paper. Inspiration struck him, and he seized a pen, vigorously inscribing a more scathing line. May the enduring long gown perish alongside the old era. Buzz. The system interface trembled. A flash of red light erupted beside the self-important scholar in the talent skill bar, unveiling several new lines of text. When the pretentious demeanor can be wielded like a blade, ridicule becomes the clarion call that awakens the slumbering. Is it truly possible? Qiaonian could hardly believe his eyes. Yet, this proved advantageous, for if the long gown could only stack, it would indeed be rather futile. With a mere thought, the newly acquired long gown was stored away in the historical wardrobe, and the manuscript settled comfortably. After completing the sequence of actions, he exhaled deeply, akin to one finishing a laborious task, and with a satisfied clap of his hands, he placed his hands on his hips, surveying the splendid outcome of his 10 consecutive draws. The novice benefits were indeed enticing. The 10 draws had yielded something truly splendid, although the other items appeared as if salvaged from a heap of refuse. Who is Qiaonian? His creed is that in this world, there are no worthless tools, only inept players who fail to make use of them. Sooner or later, he would make these trinkets shine with brilliance. If the system could witness his current posture, hands on hips, grinning foolishly in triumph, it would likely hastily amend the lottery pool. Novice 10 draws must yield a prize. Alas, the system was currently frozen, leaving him alone in his jubilant reverie. In high spirits, Qiaonian resolved to treat himself. Even in this era, one should not deprive oneself of the pleasures akin to enjoying hot pot and fine sake in modern society. The essence of ritual, do you comprehend? He reluctantly navigated the system shop, his fingers trembling as they landed on the food page, resolutely scrolling to the very end. Then, he feigned an air of opulence. Eyes closed, gritting his teeth, and with a determined flourish, he recklessly spent 30 of his meager, scant faith points. With a clap, a cup of pearl milk tea materialized in his hand. Qiaonian gazed at the luxury before him, struggling to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Worth it. My joy is priceless. As the notification chimed, indicating remaining faith points, 57, he swiftly dismissed the interface and collapsed onto the couch. Propping his legs up and sipping through the straw, a deep sigh of contentment escaping his soul. This is the essence of life. Beside the couch, an old paper calendar hangs on the wall, the evening breeze playfully flipping its pages through the window. It clearly states the date, June 23rd. A favorable day for travel and socializing. Chapter 10 of the narrative unfolds, revealing that despite the commencement of actions, Qiaonian's life remains unremarkably similar to before. He still hurries to the tea house to settle accounts and diligently assists Aunt Lee under the moonlight, leading a life that is both ordinary and grounded. However, of late, the tea house has been rife with discussions of power struggles and territorial encroachments. Tales of street beggars being beaten to death and widows being abducted circulate, treated as mere gossip to accompany meals, not regarded as significant matters. In this city of Beiping, today you are in charge, tomorrow I take the lead. Who truly differs? As long as the cart pullers and horse runners are compensated with silver dollars, everyone is catered to as if they were lords. In a moment of fervor, a lean, average height man with a large, festering sore on his head pounds the table, placing a foot upon a stool. He brandishes his tattered, unevenly dirty hat, slapping his thigh and bellowing loudly. Despite performing the service of a subordinate, pulling rickshaws for gentlemen and ladies within the tea house, he metamorphoses into a figure of considerable standing among the lower class. It is no wonder, for just days prior, he had successfully transported a distinguished gentleman with golden hair to his destination, earning a generous tip of $2 silver directly from the gentleman's pocket, which he took as a reward for his diligence. Elated, he became exceedingly obsequious, almost bowing to the ground in reverence to this noble figure. Look at him, mimicking the scene of that fortunate day with remarkable precision, drawing envious glances from those around him. The $2 silver are displayed ostentatiously, gleaming on the table, as the scarred man revels in the flattery of the gathered crowd, exuding an air of superiority that rivals that of the noble gentleman himself. The glint of the silver stings Qiaonian's eyes. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, he discreetly retrieves a small handkerchief crafted by Aunt Lee and wipes the corners of his twitching eyes. Nearby, Xiao Lu, having procured a handful of sunflower seeds, crunches away. And noticing Qiaonian's actions, he pulls out a small handful from his own pocket and offers it to him, saying, "Brother Qiao, don't just watch, have some." As he pushes the seeds towards Qiaonian, his gaze remains fixated on the lean man, and he continues, "Brother Qiao, how does that scarred fellow possess such fortune? Why do those gentlemen wish to give him tips?" Suddenly, Qiaonian feels a prickling sensation in his throat, as if 1,000 ants were crawling, biting, and swelling within him, rendering him nearly speechless. He opens his mouth, yet finds himself unable to utter a single word. Xiao Lu, oblivious to Qiaonian's discomfort, either does not perceive the shift in his demeanor or simply cannot comprehend the cause of his present state. He reluctantly tore his envious gaze away from the scarred figure, not for any particular reason, but because another patron had just entered the tea house. He had to attend to this new guest, for who knows? Perhaps one day he too would catch the attention of a noble gentleman with golden hair and be granted a share of that splendid fortune. Qiaonian carefully observed the small handful of sunflower seeds left behind by Xiao Yozi. Noticing how the dark and light stripes on the seed shells twisted together in a chaotic tangle, resembling the wrinkled faces of elderly men. Xiao Gu, Xiao Gu. Before long, Xiao Yozi's voice echoed through the hall, reaching Qiaonian's ears and startling him from his fixation on the seeds. He turned to see Xiao Yozi, having just darted out to greet the new customer, making his way through the bustling room with an exuberant grin, as if he had stumbled upon a fortune. Indeed, he had. The corners of Xiao Yozi's mouth stretched almost to his ears as he revealed a few coins clutched in his palm, urging Qiaonian with his eyes to look outside, where a tall young lady with 2 braided pigtails stood waiting, claiming to seek a writer. The young lady exuded an air of quiet elegance, her very presence setting her apart from the surrounding chaos. Upon noticing his gaze, she nodded in his direction, confirming that she was indeed looking for him. Qiaonian withdrew his inquisitive stare. Although he did not recognize her, he felt a sense of clarity dawning within him. With Xiao Yozi's teasing glance upon him, he calmly set down the account book, adjusted his robe, and approached her. The lady, known as Yi Ji Chui from the Qingfeng publication, had arrived at this tea house in the alley based on the contact details provided by a contributor, seeking a discreet spot to evade the various probing gazes within. Despite her seemingly obscure status at the editorial office, this perception was only true in relation to the literary giants surrounding her. After all, Someone lacking in status or skill would hardly know which way the newspaper's door opened, let alone mingle harmoniously with the influential figures in the literary world. After all, her surname, Yi, belonged to the illustrious Yi Hinala clan. Indeed, within the confines of the newspaper, one could refer to her as Xiao Chui, taking advantage of familiarity. However, outside of that realm, one must address her as Miss. For when her family wielded power in the city of Beijing, no one else was in a position to make claims of superiority. Hello, I am Qiaonian. Miss, may I inquire if you are searching for a writer? Qiaonian approached with measured grace, positioning himself in a most agreeable social stance, smiling politely as he inquired. In response, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in the young lady's eyes, as if she had unexpectedly spotted a solitary crane amidst a flock of noisy chickens. And even without knowing his background, she found him quite delightful, validating her decision to call him forth. I am Yi Chui, from the Qing Feng publication. Yi Chui regarded the modest young man with satisfaction, pondering whether he might be a mere book attendant given his youth, her smile becoming even more pronounced. Mr. has submitted his work here, and we have successfully located it based on the information provided in the manuscript. May I inquire about your esteemed gentleman's current whereabouts? Is he available for an in-depth discussion? Upon hearing her words, Qiaonian understood everything. He chuckled softly, emphasizing the term gentleman, and replied to Yi Chui. My gentleman is not currently present. Perhaps we could first find a private room with Miss Yi, and I shall notify him later. This place is hardly suitable for a conversation. Yi Chui readily consented. They navigated through the dilapidated alleyway that symbolized poverty, emerging into the bustling streets filled with life. A true reflection of existence in Beiping. They arrived at another tea house, an elegant establishment adorned with fine mahogany interiors. The atmosphere was serene, devoid of any clamor. As the delicate fragrance of tea wafted through the air, Yi Chui lifted her teacup, using the lid of her blue and white porcelain cup to scrape off the froth, and took a gentle sip. She then signaled to Qiaonian, understanding that they had reached their destination and it was time for him to act. Qiaonian rose swiftly and strode out of the room, closing the door behind him. Satisfied, Yi Chui redirected her attention to her teacup. But just as her soft lips brushed against the rim, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside. Qiaonian returned uninvited, his face radiating a warm and cheerful smile. He approached her once more, extending his hand in a modern greeting, and confidently proclaimed, Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am indeed the one who submitted the manuscript. Miss Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you. With a clatter, the lid of the blue and white porcelain teacup slipped from someone's grasp, landing on the rosewood table and rolling helplessly before coming to a stop. Silence enveloped the room. Chapter 11. The contract you claim to be the one who submitted the work? Yi Chui's voice rose slightly, tinged with a sharp edge. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting Qiaonian's distinguished demeanor. Qiaonian smiled and took a seat directly across from Yi Chui, calmly placing the fallen lid atop her teacup. Indeed, I am. Yi Chui regained her composure, realizing that it was improbable for this young man to impersonate someone of no previous renown. However, if such a youth could craft an article so incisive and praiseworthy, it would indeed be a significant matter. He is a prodigy. At the tender age of 17 or 18, he stands on the precipice of greatness. If circumstances allow, he could be likened to a bombshell poised to explode onto the literary scene during this tumultuous era. I truly did not expect you to be so young. Yi Chui lowered her gaze, her thick lashes concealing the complex emotions within her eyes. She quickly regained her composure and smiled warmly, saying, It seems the literary world is about to witness the rise of a new star. Miss Yi is merely jesting. You may call me Qiaonian. I am no gentleman. I merely possess some humble opinions that I wish to voice, to shout, and to ensure my voice resonates throughout all of China. Qiaonian momentarily tempered his enthusiasm, suppressing the words he wished to express with more decorous phrasing. Yet privately, he quietly clenched his hands. At present, he remains rather inexperienced, unable to articulate thoughts that are overly ambitious or impractical. Such pretentiousness would merely serve to invite ridicule. His lofty aspirations are commendable, as they have inspired him to craft profoundly resonant prose. Upon hearing him speak, Yi Chui's eyes sparkled with excitement. She retrieved a small notebook from her bag and placed the contract terms before Qiaonian. I shall not be overly formal with you then, she remarked with a soft chuckle, and proceeded to elaborate on the terms laid out on the table. Now, Qiaonian, these are the contractual conditions that our publication, Qing Feng, can offer you. Qiaonian accepted the document, his gaze scanning the flowing script with remarkable speed. He raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face as he regarded Yi Chui. Miss Yi, this contract offers an astonishingly generous incentive, does it not? As far as I know, this salary exceeds the standard remuneration for published authors. One must consider how many individuals are willing to forego payment, or even pay out of pocket, just to be associated with Qingfeng. Furthermore, this agreement explicitly states that any content I publish, provided it meets a certain standard, will have the potential to dominate the headlines. For a publication known for its avant-garde approach like Qingfeng, this is indeed a significant risk. After all, there is no certainty that I can continue to produce works of such caliber. Yi Jizue, fully aware of his astonishment, smiled and explained, "We consistently adopt a supportive attitude towards emerging authors. Ultimately, the world belongs to the youth. If no one raises their voice, then the establishment of our publication by Mr. Li Zhao would be rendered meaningless. Truly, as the first periodical in a parallel realm to new youth, it exhibits remarkable audacity." Qiaonian nodded in satisfaction, and under Yi Jizue's gentle gaze, he confidently signed his name on the agreement. Cautious, yet not one to dwell excessively on the future, he thought to himself. Even if I am uncertain whether this publication will nurture revolutionary ideas, what does it matter? If there is no path, I shall forge one. The footsteps of those who came before will inevitably create a way for those who follow. Yujitsue collected the agreement, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she admired the boldness of his signature. She playfully winked at him, teasingly inquiring, "What made you sign so quickly? Are you not afraid that I might deceive you?" "Oh, then I suppose I should feel quite honored," Qiaonian replied with a light laugh, his expressive eyes locking onto Yi Jitsue's. "To be deceived by such a beautiful miss, you would only attest to my worthiness of being deceived, would it not?" Yi Jitsue chuckled softly, covering her face. This clever lad had deftly returned the question to her, complimenting her while artfully evading the matter at hand. His evasive yet flattering response was indeed indicative of someone capable of penning such remarkable works. "Now that you have signed the contract, you are officially under my purview," she said, her movements brisk as she tucked the agreement into her bag. "You must work diligently, young man, even if you are youthful and charming. I shall not be lenient when it comes to deadlines." With a quick glance into her bag, she produced the second volume of Qingfeng. "Oh, by the way, have you had the chance to read the latest issue of Qingfeng?" Of course, Qiaonian understood what she intended to express, and he had been attentively following the news in the newspapers. It was merely the case that his submission had not been featured in this edition of Qifeng. However, upon seeing the headlines promoting the vernacular literature, he discerned the newspaper's intentions. Having had the fortune to peruse Mr. Hu's remarkable work, he found that his thoughts on literary reform and literary improvement, particularly regarding the significance of the vernacular for the masses, were strikingly aligned. The critique of feudal remnants was nothing short of brilliant, incisively penetrating the core issues. It was like a refreshing sip of strong liquor on a frigid winter's day, awakening one's senses and offering profound insights. Yi Jizeng nodded appreciatively, remarking that if old who were aware of their shared perspectives, he would surely be delighted. Yet, one might argue that old who should feel a sense of urgency, for the next issue's headlines might not feature him. Listening to her subtly suggestive words, Qiaonian grasped the underlying meaning. He was about to articulate a response, but was interrupted by Yi Jitsue's wave of her hand. "Enough of the pleasantries. I must take this golden paper back to report. Old Hu and the others are eagerly anticipating your meeting. You shall have a good discussion then." She winked at Qiaonian, her graceful figure reminiscent of a nimble pearl bird, vanishing through the doorway. Amused, Qiaonian lifted the now slightly cool teacup and drained its contents. Resting his chin on one hand, he gazed out the window, observing the bustling scene below, people coming and going, vehicles in a constant flow, all portraying the unique socio-cultural tapestry of the Republic era. Though the tea was cool, it could not diminish the fervor within him. At that moment, Qiaonian experienced a profound sense of groundedness. Chapter 12. The appointment at the Qingming gathering. "Come, young man. Hurry and try on this garment." As soon as he stepped through the low door, Aunt Li's voice resonated from the dimly lit hall. Following her call was a flurry of sounds accompanied by a rhythmic thumping. Though his eyes struggled to see clearly, Aunt Li's keen ears had already discerned his return from the creaking of the wooden door. "Oh, Aunt Li, what brings you out? It seems quite laborious." "I could simply come in." Qiaonian wore a helpless smile, reluctant to have this small-footed elder navigate her way out inch by inch. He quickly stepped forward, taking the garment from her grasp. With his other hand, he assisted her into a stool, which had been reduced in height by a rodent's gnawing, propped up by a stone of moderate size. "Oh, no need for that." Aunt Li, buoyed by Qiaonian's support, revealed a smile through the creases of her face. Her eyes, though clouded, repeatedly scanned Qiaonian, unable to discern his features but vaguely tracing his outline. "Although my eyesight has dimmed, my needlework remains impeccable," she declared, her tone unexpectedly infused with pride rather than the usual acquiescence. Qiaonian draped the garment over his arm, feeling the intricate stitching, momentarily at a loss for words. He let out a deep sigh. "Dear Aunt Li, do take care of yourself. I have only provided you with this fabric for a few days. Have you been toiling away from dawn till dusk?" "It's no trouble at all." Aunt Lee replied hastily. I have nothing else to occupy my days. She then gently smoothed the fabric, perhaps lost in nostalgia, recalling the time when she had crafted a similar garment for her family while attending a private school. Her skills, she mused, should not have diminished with time. She pondered about her family and how they were faring now, particularly her son, who had ventured out into the world, leaving his elderly mother to spend her days alone in this small courtyard. Qiaonian was acutely aware that he had benefited from her family's goodwill. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford such a tranquil residence at a modest price. In a society governed by human connections, he felt it appropriate to offer Aunt Lee some comforting words, perhaps suggesting that her son was destined for greatness and would soon return to bring her comfort. A more astute approach might have been to redirect her sentiments towards himself for personal gain. However, he fell into a suspicious silence, appearing somewhat daft as he stared blankly at the grayish-blue long gown, lost in thought. Longing. Was there truly someone worthy of such yearning in his past? Or would there be in the future? Why was he even contemplating this? Fortunately, Aunt Lee did not seem to notice his distraction as she straightened herself with the aid of her cane, patted his hand, and retreated into the dimly lit room, leaving Qiaonian alone in the courtyard. The long gown in his hand swayed gently in the breeze, mirroring the ebb and flow of his thoughts, akin to a solitary duckweed drifting aimlessly, shaken by the slightest whisper of the wind. Day after day passed, with Aunt Lee tearing pages from the calendar to use as kindling for cooking. Before long, the day mentioned by Gu Hong had arrived. On the evening prior, Qiaonian had requested a day off from the amiable shopkeeper, Yan. The following morning, he groomed his soft stubble and adjusted his collar in front of a basin filled with crystal-clear water, which reflected the image of a youthful student, fair-skinned and exuding an air of scholarly charm. Regrettably, the next moment saw him splashing water, tousling his hair back, and revealing his smooth forehead, utterly devoid of decorum. Qiaonian paid little heed to whether he compromised any aesthetic, confident that his attire aligned with the characteristics of intellectuals of the era. He strode purposefully out the door, having already inquired about the location of the Qingming gathering. Despite its name resembling the anti-Qing and pro-Ming sentiments, the event bore no relation to such historical conflicts. The Qingming venue was, in fact, the establishment of an aged scholar who had spent his life attempting to pass the imperial examinations but had never succeeded. With the fall of the imperial power and the abolition of the examination system, he now faced the grim reality of never attaining an official position in his lifetime. A bitter thought lodged in his throat, choking him. After his demise, this place of teaching did not become any more affordable for others. A few of his not-so-conventional students pooled their resources to acquire it, and somehow it eventually transformed into a venue for the Qingming gathering. The name signifies the expulsion of the Tartars and embodies the spirit of a clear and bright society. Idealistic students would convene here, exchanging ideas and deliberating on their activities. However, it often consisted of a small group of familiar leaders and students, predominantly from the same school, with rare instances of collaboration from other institutions. The presence of a complete outsider was even more scarce. Yet today, Qiaonian was indeed set to participate as an outsider. Within the venue, Gu Hong was conversing with his classmates, albeit somewhat absent-mindedly, his gaze frequently darting towards the entrance as if anticipating something. Hey, old Gu, your mind seems to be elsewhere, a classmate remarked, waving a hand before his eyes. Startled, Gu Hong snapped back to reality and smiled at his companion. The classmate shrugged in exasperation and scanned the room, noticing that all the familiar faces were present, which only deepened his curiosity. Old Gu, who are you waiting for? Have you encountered a promising talent outside that you wish to introduce us to today? At the mention of this, Gu Hong's attention was instantly captured. His dark eyes gleamed with excitement, and his voice involuntarily rose. Do you remember that new poem? The memory of that young man's striking presence and impassioned tone lingered vividly in his mind, as if it had transpired only yesterday. You mean the poem? His classmate responded, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He certainly recalled that poem. How could he forget, having been fortunate enough to read Gu Hong's handwritten version? They both felt the undeniable impact of the piece. Though somewhat jarring compared to ancient poetry, it undoubtedly stood as a paragon of modern verse. Upon their initial reading, the poem's invigorating spirit stirred their souls, and savoring its fervent words left them exhilarated. The verses seemed akin to a valiant general wielding a crimson-tasseled spear, effortlessly claiming victory amidst a sea of adversaries. How could such an impression not linger, resonating even days later? Indeed, it was the very author of this new poem whom Gu Hong awaited. He offered his friend an affirmative response, though uncertainty loomed regarding whether that young brother would indeed appear. Should he arrive, it would undoubtedly be the highlight of the gathering. The atmosphere surrounding them transformed, akin to a splash of cold water into a cauldron of boiling oil, instantly igniting fervor. After hearing such exhilarating news, the scattered classmates lost all inclination for idle chatter, collectively eager to meet the remarkable author behind the powerful verses. Their murmurs filled the air until the long-closed door finally swung open once more. As the door creaked ajar, all eyes converged in anticipation. Qiaonian stepped inside, a hint of bewilderment flickering across his visage, though he masked it well. Exuding grace and composure under the weight of scrutiny, he brought his hands together in a respectful gesture, bowing slightly to the assembly. With a gentle smile, he introduced himself with poise. I am Qiaonian. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Chapter 13. Student Societies. Are you the author of that new poem? Sun Tze's teacup trembled lightly in his hand, the amber liquid creating ripples as he gazed wide-eyed at the slender youth at the door. The young man's brow was chiseled like a knife, his complexion as fair as jade, yet he appeared to be no more than a student fresh from the classroom. One would expect such eloquence to emanate from a scholar returned from overseas or a bearded editor of a literary magazine. Yet here stood a youth 2 years younger than the youngest peer present. Sun Tze's astonishment mingled with a sense of embarrassment, his ears gradually warming. Qiaonian, feeling the intensity of the gaze upon him, touched the tip of his nose. Which poem do you refer to? I have only one poem circulating, and to be precise, I am not its author. If you speak of youth, then I consider myself merely its messenger, he replied with calm composure. Guhong squeezed through the circle of admirers surrounding Qiaonian, gently patting Sun Tze, who seemed poised to say more. With a sweeping gesture, he embraced the somewhat slender shoulders of Qiaonian, his face radiant with joy as he introduced him to the gathering. No need for speculation. He is indeed the one who has articulated the new poetry, and he is the individual I wish to present to you all. This is Qiaonian, our young brother. Do not be deceived by his youth. Great talents often emerge from the young. In literature, he is no less than any of us. His voice boomed with pride. Exhilarated by the opportunity to be acquainted with such a literary prodigy and by the prospect of their literary group welcoming this new star. Old Gu, whom are you belittling? Came the retorts from the crowd. Indeed, when has our reading club allowed for such bullying? A newcomer? This is our spark of brilliance. The atmosphere erupted in a cacophony of laughter and the clinking of teacups. Surrounded by the commotion, Gu Hong bowed humbly, while Qiaonian found himself enveloped in an unexpected silence. The texture of the palm-sized abacus pressed against his nerves, his heartbeat overshadowing all the ruckus around him. Perhaps unaware, a smile had already graced his lips, blending harmoniously with the joviality of those around him. Suddenly, the corner of his garment was gently tugged. Following the pull, he turned to see Ding Minjun, her eyes sparkling with mirth, inviting him to the tea table. She seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense the moment, timely offering him an escape. Do not mind them, she said, pouring tea for him. In the bottom of the celadone cup lay a jasmine blossom. The onlookers, eager to dissect the new talent before them, could hardly contain their curiosity. Before she finished her sentence, Lin Huyen, a girl with almond-shaped eyes, offered him a piece of mung bean cake, her eyes playfully narrowing. That rascal Guhong is keeping you a secret. Let us make sure he doesn't tea escape and scathe today. Xia Wan, with her braided hair, added a piece of osmanthus candy to his plate, teasing. Huyen, with her tough exterior but soft heart, said just yesterday that if this poem were penned by a female student, she would swear an oath of sisterhood. Lin Huyen feigned to strike, yet Qiaonian nodded earnestly. The names of the sisters shine brighter than the stars in the poem. Such flattery. Lin Huyen shot him a glare, her ears tinged with pink as the red ribbon in her hair danced like a small flame. My theory of feminism will be published next month. You must read it. Qiaonian touched his teacup in agreement, suddenly noticing a flicker on the system interface, the faith value climbing steadily to 111. Through the introductions and pointers from the three, Qiaonian gradually began to match names with the faces of the 4 young men present. He couldn't help but marvel at his memory. Were it not for his exceptional recall, he might have found the task of remembering names quite overwhelming. This is not conducive to his ascent into the ranks of the intellectual elite, for at present, he possesses no significant identity, let alone any academic qualifications. Before long, several individuals unanimously decided to reserve today's hosting opportunity for Guhong and promptly took their seats. Although curiosity still lingered in their gazes towards Qiaonian, they managed to suppress it. Now, it was time to address the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, Guhong surveyed everyone present. Since all were gathered, let us commence. Please, speak freely. The fragrance of mugwort wafted through the gray-tiled classroom, where 4 wooden tables were arranged beside the altar, and coarse porcelain teacups brimmed with steaming jasmine tea. Sun Tze, clad in a long bamboo fabric gown, added pine branches to the brazier, causing sparks to dance upon the cuffs of his azure robe, tinged with a hint of smoke. The room was suffused with the aromatic steam of tea, and Qiaonian raised his cup, the tea within gleaming brightly, with a single green tea leaf swirling gracefully. Listen more and observe, speak less and act minimally. As a newcomer attending such a gathering of acquaintances, it is wise not to stand out too prominently, lest he cause discomfort. He was acutely aware of his position. After all, they were still strangers to one another. So it was best to remain attentive. Yesterday, while reading on governance and the comparative analysis of the Russian Revolution, a young man dressed in distinctly Western attire abruptly slammed his teacup onto the table. Tell me, if Russian workers can wield sickles and axes to effect change, why can't we wield our pens as torches? His name was Yang Ziyuan, a young man of some influence. As Ding Minjun had mentioned, the newspaper he had seen that day was provided by him. Sun Tze tossed a sycamore leaf into the brazier, causing the flames to leap and cast a warm glow upon his nose. Let us write poetry that even the cart pullers and spinners can comprehend. Surely that is 100-fold more valuable than reciting lofty verses in class. Xiao Feng, bespectacled and poking at the ash in the brazier with a stick, suddenly produced a brand new Qi Feng, flipping to a fresh page and pointing to the lengthy article titled Literary Reform by Zoe. Have you all seen the recent articles? The gentleman advocate for vernacular literature. Yesterday, inspired by Mr. Huang's S8 vernacular poems, I penned a piece titled Morning Plowing, recounting the toil of farmers from my hometown in Hebei. Would you care to listen? Clearing his throat, he began to recite in a dialect from Zhili. The iron plow cleaves the frozen earth, sweat beads fall upon the ridges, blooming into small yellow flowers. The landlord's abacus clicks loudly, yet nothing compares to our grip on the hoe, sowing spring beneath the soil. Suddenly, Lin Huin stood, her wooden chair scraping loudly against the blue bricks. What use is mere creation? It must be visible to every tenant farmer. They must hear it. I can publish it in the newspapers. Xiao Feng, confident in the quality of his poetry, believed it deserved a place in print. How many tenant farmers would be willing to spend a fortune on a newspaper they can scarcely comprehend? Lin Huin rolled her eyes, finding his aspirations somewhat grandiose and hollow. She was brought to school by the barefoot doctor from the countryside, having followed her father since childhood to treat the villagers. What has she not witnessed? Most of those tenants cannot even recognize letters. How could they afford to purchase a worthless piece of paper? You. Xiao Feng's face flushed crimson, wanting to voice a retort. But undeniably, Lin Huin spoke the truth. Even with the best of intentions, he found himself at a loss for words. Enough, enough. Let us sip some tea to moisten our throats. Have you all spoken yourselves dry? At that moment, Gohong's role became fully evident. Under his mediation, the previously tense atmosphere gradually eased, and the emotions of both parties visibly calmed. Observing the diminishing tempers, Gohong furrowed his brow. Huayi's words struck at the heart of the matter. His fingertips traced the rim of the teacup, his voice laced with anxiety. This group of young individuals, filled with fervor, resembled moths ensnared in a web, able to see the light, but unable to find a way to break free. The kerosene lamp in the classroom flickered, casting shadows on the furrowed brows of the gathering. They had read the youth daily, listened to Li Dazhao's speeches, yet remained trapped in a cycle of writing new poetry and taking practical action. Xiaowan's hand, flipping through the poetry manuscript, paused. During her last reading for the female workers at the silk factory, they had asked if they could trade their buns for something else. The room fell silent as iron. Qiaonian stared at the floating jasmine in his teacup, suddenly covering it with the lid. With a sharp click, everyone looked up, and a flicker of flame ignited in his eyes, akin to a progress bar of faith pulsating on a digital interface. How about establishing a poetry society? He pushed aside his teacup, the rhythm of his thoughts resonating like clear notes struck on an abacus. A society free for all common folk to read our poetry. We could print our verses, distribute them on the streets, allowing old Zhou, who pulls carts, and a Jeune, who spins thread, to read our words and curse the state of the world. Chapter 14. The Era of the Red Flag. The meticulously stitched yet crooked hem of his long robe brushed against the bluestone path, and the copper bells at the eaves of the gathering still jingled in Qiaonian's ears. Clad in his long robe, he moved like a shadow from one end of the sunlit mountain to the other. He walked along the lakeside, stepping on shards of golden sunlight. As the shadows of the old vaping city were pressed into inky pages, wrapping around the half-orange, red sun sinking slowly. The willow branches above the lake hung like green curtains. As the evening breeze passed, a few delicate tufts were shaken loose, clinging to his rolled-up sleeves. Standing beneath the willow tree, he gazed at the twilight enveloping the distant palace of the imperial city, where the glazed tiles glimmered with hints of gold, much like new sprouts pushing forth from the hollow trunk of a massive, decaying ancient tree, still bearing a touch of tender yellow. Today, Qiaonian had also become the nurturer of this young shoot, emerging from a somewhat frail shell, his soul twisting and transforming. At times becoming a spring breeze, at others, a gentle rain, refreshing and clear, merely emulating the thoughts of his predecessors, following their steps. Borrowing others' wisdom to establish a poetry society, his heart raced with excitement, far from the calm he had just portrayed. Just now, the idea of the poetry society, once proposed at the gathering, indeed stirred a tempest in the hearts of the crowd. As he anticipated, they were momentarily taken aback. But Qiaonian could not afford to remain dazed. Having decided to speak, he was now determined to take the lead. Surely, you can all appreciate the significance of establishing a poetry society aimed at society at large. If we wish to transcend our current hesitations, a poetry society would undoubtedly be the most auspicious path to realizing our ideals. Qiaonian, with an air of calm and composure, seemed to possess complete mastery over the situation, which in turn soothed the restless hearts of those present. After a brief moment of astonishment, they began to contemplate the feasibility of founding a poetry society. Yes, a poetry society. This notion is entirely viable, Yang Ziyuan exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, clearly moved by Qiaonian's proposal. With substantial resources at his disposal, he could easily support the venture, even if it were to operate at a loss indefinitely. Ding Minjun had already produced paper and pen, swiftly jotting down 5 or 6 actionable plans, developmental directions, and anticipated outcomes. Through careful calculation, it became evident that any chosen path would represent their best option at present. Brother Go, take a look, Ding Minjun said, passing the sheet to Gohong, who then shared it with everyone in attendance. After reviewing the proposals, not a single pair of eyes lacked fervor. This matter requires careful deliberation, Gohong remarked hesitantly. As the organizer, he needed to consider a broader perspective. Although they all had experience in writing poetry, founding a society that catered to the entire community was far more complex than simply establishing a club at school. What is there to deliberate? We can ascertain its feasibility through action. Sun Tzu, impatient by nature, believed that opportunities should be seized without delay. Any hesitation would lead to regrettable mischances. Yet, Gohong, though equally intrigued, was held back by an innate sense of caution that left him wavering. Qiaonian, with a mere glance, discerned Gohong's inner turmoil. He resembled Ms. Zhan, the compassionate director of the orphanage where Qiaonian grew up. Ms. Zhan cared deeply for each child, wishing for them to grow into individuals worthy of their country, society, and themselves. Thus, she ardently sought resources allocated by the state. However, when it came to fulfilling new policies mandated by higher authorities, she often hesitated, even when she understood the substantial benefits they could bring. Qiaonian knew that they were cut from the same cloth, and this hesitation was merely a prelude to the fervor of a wildfire. Brother Go, Qiaonian's thoughts coalesced. His gaze fixed intently on Gohong, urging him to recognize the sincerity in his eyes. My proposal is not a mere castle in the air. He unfurled a newspaper, its pages imbued with the scent of ink, pressing his finger against a photograph of striking workers. Despite the blurriness of the image, countless fists could be seen raised in solidarity. Look at these eyes. His voice suddenly ascended. The workers of Petrograd can topple the dome of the Winter Palace. Our poetry can sow the seeds of the red flag in the heart of Beijing. He leaned closer to Gohong, their gazes locking, the light in his eyes burning brighter than an oil lamp. Behold the future world. It shall be one of the red flag. But someone must bear the flag. We are not here merely to wave banners. We are to become the soldiers who thrust the flagpole into the very heart of the old world. As the words erupted from his lips, Qiaonian witnessed something within Gohong's pupils explode with fervor. That was the fervor trapped within a long gown, the thunder concealed amidst the verses. Gohong consented to the proposal of establishing a poetry society, and not a single voice of dissent arose among those present. Thus, the Red Flag Poetry Society, initially comprising a mere 8 members, was founded on June 23, 1918, in Beiping's Qiming Assembly. None could have anticipated that the seed, buried in the annals of time, would ultimately break free from the darkness and burgeon into a colossal tree, casting its shade over the world. Historical records would vividly document it as the spark of democracy's revolutionary dawn, the ideological embryo of the student movement, and the first droplet of the crimson tide sweeping across the land. Each name present would be indelibly etched in history, remembered by the newborns nurtured under the red banner as the red ideology evolved. Yet, that is a tale for another time. Returning to the recent establishment of the Poetry Society, one's emotions remained tumultuous and unsettled. Before him, the golden willows by the river swayed in the sunset like a bride, while the water weeds danced gently in the soft mud and beneath the shade of the elms. The floating algae harbored dreams reminiscent of rainbows. In the twilight, the boat oars broke the water's surface, and starshine danced with flickering lanterns. He gazed at the clouds in the western sky, capturing the tender poetry of farewell in the stillness. Suddenly, Qiaonian raised his hand to brush aside the drooping willow branches. As his fingertips brushed the coolness of the leaves, Su Jima's farewell to Cambridge surged into his thoughts like ripples. He softly murmured, the last notes stretched by the wind. Gently I depart, just as I gently arrived. I wave farewell, bidding adieu to the clouds of the western sky. Those golden willows by the river are the bride in the sunset. The shimmering reflections ripple through my heart. The green algae in the soft mud sway gracefully beneath the water, in the gentle waves of the Qiam. I willingly become a water plant. That pool beneath the elm is not a clear spring, but a rainbow from above, fragmented among the floating algae. It harbors dreams like rainbows. Seeking dreams? I propel a long pole, drifting toward the greener grass, laden with starlight. I sing amidst the dazzling brilliance. The final lines of this beautiful poem were silently absorbed by Qiaonian, though the emotions reached their zenith only to be abruptly halted. The resulting incompleteness more profoundly conveyed his current resolve. Su Jimao might, for various reasons, part ways with his ideals in Cambridge, yet he would not. He would forever pursue his aspirations, following in the footsteps of revolutionary martyrs, embodying their red will. Ultimately, this world shall belong to the red flag. The lake's surface mirrored his slightly raised profile, casting a gentle shadow from his eyelashes beneath his eyes. The hem of his long gown fluttered in the wind, revealing the tips of his shoes dusted with star-like grass clippings. In the distance, returning birds flitted past the willow tops, and his voice mingled with the scent of freshly turned earth, blending into a tender mist in the twilight, until the last word melded into the water's surface. He gently turned, the hem of his gown brushing against a few budding wild roses on the bank, startling 2 fireflies into flight. Chapter 15. The Madman's preface to publication. The latest issue of the Youth Daily was printed one after another, while the new volume of Qingfeng magazine was stacked repeatedly. The steam engine in the printing house emitted a low hum akin to an old workhorse. The rollers began rhythmically striking the metal framework. In the moment the ink barrel was pried open, the scent of turpentine mingled with rust wafted through the air. A pristine roll of paper was inserted into the machine. And moments later, a freshly printed newspaper emerged, warm to the touch, with damp ink still bleeding at the edges of the headlines. This newspaper would first be manually bound in layers, sorted by region, and then delivered for sale by specialized newsboys or itinerant vendors, before finally reaching the hands of the public. Thus, before dawn had even graced the day, the newsboy Sanmao shrugged his tattered cotton coat over his shoulders and hurried along the cold, dewy stone pathway towards the printing factory. The patched legs of his trousers brushed against the moss-covered corners, resembling faded lotus leaves adorned with morning dew. Upon catching sight of the first wisp of gray smoke curling from the factory chimney, he hastily tucked his exposed toes deeper into his cloth shoes, anxious that the gatekeeper, old Zhang, would once again mock him for having shoes more permeable than the newspapers themselves. "Uncle Zhang, save me a copy of the youth newspaper," he called, breathless. As he clung to the iron gate of the printing plant, his nose reddened by the chill, old Zhang glanced at him over his spectacles, exhaling warm breath onto his ink-stained palm, and extracted a stack of newspapers from a towering pile, binding them together with twine in a compact form. "Be gentle. The ink isn't dry yet." Before old Zhang had finished speaking, Sanmao had already tucked the newspaper under his arm, as if cradling a still warm roasted sweet potato, and dashed towards the bund. Today, he could not afford to dawdle. A lady had specifically hired him to deliver a package and a copy of the youth newspaper to Mr. Qiao at a nearby tea house. It was fortuitous that he could sell the newspaper along the way, accomplishing both tasks simultaneously. "Newspapers. Get your newspapers here." Sanmao, as per his routine, adeptly nestled the paper under his arm, quickly scanning the main headlines to better articulate his pitch. As he sprinted along, he raised his voice, hoarse yet spirited, shouting, "Youth newspaper! Youth newspaper! Latest news! A madman has penned a diary, a narrative of his thoughts and experiences." Sanmao found this to be quite an astonishing matter. Even as a literate young newsboy, he was unaware of how a diary should be written, yet here was a lunatic capable of producing one. "Newspapers. Get your newspapers here." He shook his head, seemingly attempting to cast aside these peculiar thoughts. He continued his run down the street, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally landing upon the scattered figures clad in long gowns and suits. Soon enough, a gentleman was drawn to his cries. This man, dressed in a long gown and sporting a pair of glasses, exuded an air of refinement. Approaching Sanmao, he smiled and inquired, "Young lad, what was that you just mentioned?" Sanmao promptly halted, excitedly elaborating, "Sir, this is today's headline. The article features a madman's diary, detailing his thoughts and observations. It's utterly fascinating. It recounts both frightening and novel events." The gentleman, intrigued by this revelation, retrieved 2 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to Sanmao, saying, "Then I shall take a copy." Elated, Sanmao accepted the coins and handed the gentleman a newspaper, before resuming his cries, "Newspapers. Get your newspapers here. Today." The youth newspaper was selling remarkably well. As he approached the tea house, the very first bundle of newspapers he had brought along was already completely sold out. Sanmao carefully retrieved a parcel from her tattered bag and placed it beside the door, calling out towards the open entrance, "Mr. Qiaonian, there is a parcel for you." Without waiting for a response, She stretched her limbs and dashed back towards the printing house. The newspapers were selling remarkably well today. She needed to make several more deliveries to seize the opportunity to earn some extra money, enabling her to indulge in tea at the tea house in the future. The worker, Qiaozi, stretched leisurely, turned, and draped a freshly washed long towel over his shoulder. He ambled to the doorway and brought the parcel inside. The package was neither too large nor too small, square-shaped, and it emitted a rustling sound as it wobbled. "Brother Qiao, there is something for you," he called out. Noticing that it even contained a newspaper, stretching his neck, he addressed Qiaonian, who was busy reconciling accounts in the back. It was unclear who had sent this to Qiao. They had worked together for nearly 2 months, yet he had not seen anyone in correspondence with him. Qiaonian, placing the ledger flat on the table, was also puzzled about the parcel. However, upon noticing that it included a newspaper, he felt a sudden flutter in his heart. Recalling his previous submission, seizing the moment while Qiaozi busied himself, he took the package to a secluded corner where they could rest, and, illuminated by a narrow beam of light streaming through the window, he slowly unwrapped it. Inside the parcel were simple contents: a copy of the magazine Xingfeng, a copy of the youth report from the same publisher, a letter addressed to him from Yiji Tsue, and a package brimming with silver dollars. Qiaonian glanced over the coins and estimated there were around 30, which was no small sum. To put it into perspective, the average worker earned about 10 to 15 silver dollars monthly, while educators or clerks made approximately 30 to 50 silver dollars. The tea house's owner, Master Yen, was quite generous. Yet after 2 months of diligent work, Qiao had only earned around 20 silver dollars, and workers like Xiao Liuzi earned even less. Remarkably, just for writing an article, he had already earned what an ordinary person would make in 3 months. Realizing the generous terms of the contract offered by Miss Yi, it wasn't until he held the money in his hand that he fully comprehended its significance. His fingertips brushed against the silver dollars, and before he could feel the cool touch of the metal, he eagerly tore open the envelope. As he suspected, Miss Yi first addressed the issue of the manuscript fee, but in the second line, his breath caught as he read that his work would be published through both newspaper and magazine channels, with an initial print run of 5,000 copies. 5,000 copies. This meant 5,000 instances of tearing apart the disguise of old conventions. 5,000 times the shocking truth would be thrust before everyone. In her letter, Miss Yi wrote, "Mr. Huing believes that this text should resonate like spring thunder, awakening every slumbering soul. It is not about self-reflection, but awakening. We must rouse them from their iron cages and shatter the suffocating skylight." As the rich aroma of freshly printed ink mingled with the warmth of the type, Qiaonian's index finger glided over the pages, unfurling the 2 publications. The unique fragrance of rice paper mingled with the distinctive oil scent from the printing house, a testament to the machinery of the new era in motion. He gazed at the newspaper, his heart swelling with anticipation. The first thing that catches the eye is the horizontal display of 4 imposing characters in cursive on the homepage. The 4 grand characters of the title resemble 4 swords drawn from their sheaths, their strokes seemingly slicing through the air as they sweep across the page. Among them, the character that embodies the extraordinary ascends with a slant, its tip flying upward, where the fibrous edges of the ragged paper can be faintly discerned. At last, this word rolled off Qiaonian's tongue 3 times before it fell, its final sound trembling like a butterfly in late autumn. He noticed his shadow cast upon the page quivering intensely, only then realizing that his right hand was gripping the corner of the publication tightly, his fingertips smudging the ink of the word diary until it became blurred. The letters that began with "Tonight," under the splendid moonlight, were coming to life. Infused with the warmth of lead type, each stroke clawing and dancing in the morning light, eager to tear apart the facade of the old world. A shiver coursed from his tailbone up to the nape of his neck, and Qiaonian suddenly pressed down on his throbbing temples. It was not cold, rather, the heat surging in his chest felt as though it might burst forth from his throat. Everything he had witnessed in the old society made him profoundly understand how the master had meticulously pondered those phrases in the dead of night, how they were inscribed amidst the bites of mosquitoes as a final cry. In this moment, they transformed into vibrant lead type, becoming projectiles targeting the old world, destined to blossom in this realm. He trembled as he pressed the publication to his chest, his knuckles straining under the pressure, the heartbeat beneath his coarse garment resonating with the words on the page. In a daze, he heard a multitude of voices surging through his veins. "This is your first cry, and the first cry of countless others." Qiaonian staggered towards the window. At the end of the narrow alley, above the stone wall, a radiant sun was emerging from the green branches of the trees, casting an orange-red glow that bathed the words in amber. He beheld the sunlight filtering through the ragged edges of the page, casting thousands of shimmering golden glimmers upon the flagstones below, as if sprinkled with a carpet of broken diamonds. In the distance, The sound of a rickshaw's brass bell mingled with the cries of newspaper boys, shouting, "Extra! Extra!" Their voices carried the exuberance akin to the rising sun. Chapter 16. Buying newspapers every morning. Qiaonian would brew a pot of tea and unfold a newspaper while seated in a wrought-tan chair by the window. This habit had been ingrained since his childhood when he first learned to read abroad, and even now, upon returning home to teach at the capital university. He had not strayed from it. He particularly cherished reading the Jingbao, the subscription his family maintained, known for its ragged paper and as the voice of Beiping. Within the intricacies of its front-page editorials, one could glean insights into the affairs of the nation, thanks to this keen perception of the current situation. Even amidst the external prohibition against discussing national matters, the atmosphere in his anatomy classes remained refreshingly open. The progressive publications concealed within the medical textbooks of those young students and the emerging new ideologies during classroom debates were met with a watchful eye. If they became too unruly, he would step in, and the higher-ups would afford him some leeway. But I digress. Qiaonian, for once, arose early, and before the ink of the night had faded outside, he took his gray felt hat from the coat rack to meet his old friend Yin Junfeng at the Yishuan tea house. The two had once studied together in a foreign land, both as wandering souls of the same homeland, naturally fostering a warmth akin to reuniting with a familiar face in a distant place. Upon returning to the homeland, one took up the teaching staff at the Jingshi University in the East District, while the other tended to a tea house in the West District. Each was caught up in the hustle and bustle of life, and they had not had the leisure to converse for quite some time. Recently, the proprietor, Mr. Yin, unexpectedly expressed a desire to gather for a meeting. Naturally, the longing for the tea house's fine tea lingered in his thoughts, prompting him to set aside his morning reading and step out into the misty dawn. The bluestone path meandered beneath his feet, and he instinctively reached into his empty pocket. At this hour, his fingertips would typically brush against the damp pages of the Jingbao. However, today, it seemed that the newspaper would remain untouched on the table. Qiaonian gazed at the vacant newspaper rack on his desk, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, habit is like a persistent affliction. Having omitted reading a newspaper this morning left his fingers feeling as if they were missing half a cigarette. Should he venture outside to purchase one? Yet, the newsboys on the streets of Beiping were more numerous than the tram tracks. With the vendor of Jingbao stationed at Shisi Pailu and the bald man selling Yishu Bao always lingering at the tram station. Just then, he heard a bright call. Youth newspaper. A new and fascinating article, written by a madman. Following the sound, he spotted a newsboy in a coarse cloth vest, leaping about while brandishing a newspaper, its corners still glistening with fresh ink. Compelled by an unseen force, he fished out some coins. He was familiar with the youth newspaper, as its editorial column was filled with formidable literary figures. Typically, he preferred the political headlines on the front page, yet today, he found himself enchanted by the newsboy's proclamation. As he took the newspaper, the coarse, untrimmed paper brushed against his fingertips. The bold characters of the Wei Bei style sprawled across the front page, blurring into small shadows in the morning mist, reminiscent of the cracks he had observed on the ice surface at Shikahai last winter. Written by a madman. A peculiar thought flickered through his mind. He turned into a wonton stall nestled in the alley, where the shrimp skins floated atop the pale blue porcelain bowl. Yet he unfurled the newspaper and began to peruse its lines. With still a moment to spare before the appointed hour, he should have been able to hastily consume half a bowl of wontons before heading to the meeting. However, when his eyes fell upon the striking headline, his bamboo chopsticks suddenly hovered in midair. The four large characters in Wei Bei style were akin to iron hooks on the city wall of Zhengyangmen, ensnaring his gaze with an irresistible pull. The sound of the soup spoon clinking against the bowl went unheard. The opening words dripped onto his retina like ink on shin paper, expanding into cold, white spots of light. Tonight, under the splendid moonlight, an unprecedented perspective enveloped him. An unsettling insight pervaded the text, as if centuries of history were laid bare under the scorching sun. The weighty phrases circled in vermilion ink within the dusty remnants of the Ziji Tongjian in the Congressional Library curiously overlapped with the lead type on this newspaper. Countless eyes traversed the lines, more vivid and piercing than the preserved specimens in the apothecary. The steam rising from the wonton soup clouded his glasses, yet he remained oblivious, his fingers meticulously creasing the edges of the newspaper as though dissecting a pathological specimen. The raw dissection of human nature, the incisive identification of historical shadows, and especially the shocking revelation of a certain cruel essence beneath the so-called moral codes, all penned in ink that seemed steeped in blood and tears, pierced straight to the depths of the human heart, leaving him profoundly shaken. As I read the profound characterization of certain virtues within the text, the bamboo chopsticks clattered into the bowl, startling the elderly gentleman beside me, who wore a melon-shaped hat. The wontons, swollen from soaking in the broth, went unnoticed by him until he encountered the desperate yet hopeful inquiry regarding the future. In that moment, his fingertips suddenly spasmed, creasing the edge of the newspaper with deep folds. The words unmistakably carried the tremor of the Dickens manuscripts he had once experienced in the Cambridge Library. Yet they pierced his heart with a sharper intensity than Oliver Twist. In the distance, the clock tower struck 6. And the kettle at Yin Juanfeng's tea house must have boiled 3 times already. However, Yu Qingze felt as if he were nailed to his seat. As his gaze traversed the profound depiction of ancient civilization's ailments within the text, he abruptly noticed the vendor's old man stirring the soup with a long-handled spoon. A motion that bizarrely coincided with a current affairs photograph he had seen in the Jingbao newspaper. Yu Qingze inhaled sharply, awakening from his reverie to realize that the broth had congealed into a greasy mass within the bowl. The cries of the newsboy had inexplicably transformed into an extra edition of the Dogging Bayo, yet his eyes remained fixated on those heart-stirring phrases. As though he witnessed on the origin of species spring to life, with countless phantoms of wolves-wielding civilizations cudgel leaping forth from the pages. He slapped his forehead abruptly, clutching the edge of the newspaper as he dashed to the tea house, his leather shoes rhythmically tapping on the bluestone pavement. Alas, this remarkable text has led me astray. The aroma of the sweet oil cakes drifting through the morning mist enveloped him, blending with the last resounding call from the newspaper, blurring his vision. He distinctly recalled that the copper bell had just struck 5 when he left. How could reading this newspaper, which he usually summarized in mere minutes, have caused the kettle to wait for 20 minutes past the appointed hour? It was all the fault of this remarkable text. This extraordinary text has misled me. Yet, who else could be in such a hurried state this morning? The brass bell at Yishuan tea house rang with an urgency threefold that of usual. Yin Junfeng was meticulously tending to the ash in the tea stove with a pair of tweezers when he looked up to see Yu Qingze burst in, drenched in sweat, his top hat askew, and the corner of the youth newspaper dripping morning dew, whether from running too hastily and splattering mud or from being so engrossed in reading that he spilled tea. Now I can understand, Yin Junfeng remarked. He took the newspaper, his fingertips lightly gliding over the striking headline, and tapped the half-stained teacup resting on the open page, where a tea stain had formed an exclamation mark, as if hot water had caused it to rise, releasing steam from the newspaper. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, turning to extract a neatly folded youth newspaper from beneath the antique shelf, the scent of ink mingling with jasmine tea wafting towards him. On the corner of the newspaper, for large characters were adhered to a crescent-shaped tea blossom. Today, the Lion Peak Longjing brewed at the first hour was infused with the fragrance of tea. Yu Qingze gazed at the dancing reflections of light behind his old friend's golden-rimmed glasses, suddenly noticing the creased corner of his own newspaper in the lens. Those heart-stirring lead letters swirling into points of light with the other's gaze. Old comrade, what do you think of this article? It truly has disturbed the nest of old literature. Yin Junfeng leisurely poured more water into his teacup, the sparks from the olive charcoal reflecting off his glasses. Old Kai mentioned that the author of this article is someone I know. Is that really so? Yu Qingze's teaspoon clinked against the tea tray, splattering tea onto the newspaper, creating small shadowy blotches. The news from Master Yin is indeed reliable. Thus, he must certainly become acquainted with the extraordinary individual behind these words. Gripping the teacup, his hand gradually tightened as the profound call at the end of the text echoed in his mind. The new generation has long since accumulated the strength to break through the icy layers of old literature. Qingze, do you still remember how Yin Junfeng suddenly pointed to the group of students passing by outside the window? Their school badges gleamed with a copper hue in the morning light. 2 years ago, during your lecture on the selections of Zhiming, a female student inquired why women should only read biographies of exemplary women. Now, this remarkable piece of writing seems like the fruit born from that very question. He suddenly burst into laughter, remarking that we old fellows may soon find ourselves serving as stepping stones for the youth. Yet, standing upon such a ladder feels rather comfortable. As Yu Qingze gazed at the rising steam from the tea stove, he was reminded of the dormitory at Cambridge University, adorned with Chinese bamboo curtains. At that time, they believed that to effect change, one must start with textual criticism and philology, never anticipating that today someone would wield such a uniquely perceptive and incisive piece of writing to pry open a deep fissure in the frozen soil of ancient literature. Old Yin. Yu Qingze suddenly pressed his friend's hand, which was fiddling with the tea strainer. If what you say is true, he said, looking at the steam wafting from the clay stove, then we who wield teaching sticks and calculators should indeed stoke the flames of this nascent force. There truly is something you can do to add to his fire. Upon hearing this, Yin Junfeng smiled faintly. Chapter 17. The road paved with splendor. Qiaonian was working under his own direction, and it would be a lie to say that Yin Junfeng was entirely unaware of his movements. Initially, the reason for accepting this child's application for the accounting position was the spark of indomitable vitality reflected in his eyes, reminiscent of his own youthful self. He often paid close attention to Qiaonian, knowing that the boy would take the opportunity to pull rickshaws while discussing current affairs, secretly sharing his rations with homeless children. and even posting a few audacious flyers at street corners. Beiping City was vast, expansive like an endless salt-alkali land. Qiaonian was akin to the first drop of rain in spring, fully aware that it would leave no puddle behind, yet still striving with all his might to seep into the parched cracks of the earth. However, in such a colossal city, a single drop of rain was ultimately too insignificant, the road ahead long and seemingly without end. Thus, he gradually fell into silence. When he returned from abroad, filled with aspirations of reform and the ambition to cultivate the flower of a new nation, little did he expect that his persistence would be far shorter than anticipated. Countless efforts went to waste, and myriad ambitions languished, ultimately leaving him to manage the ancestral tea house for the remainder of his life. Yin Junfeng had thought his fervor for reform had long since cooled, yet he was unexpectedly stirred when his old friend mentioned the newspaper's reception of Qiaonian's astonishing manuscript. The embers within him reignited with warmth. He had read Qiaonian's article in advance, poring over it repeatedly, and each time he revisited it, the spine-tingling sensation that surged from his back to the roots of his hair never faded. This was an immortal masterpiece. Within its details lay blades. Its perspective crystallized with blood, and even each punctuation mark felt like a steel peg driven into the joints of the old world. How could one not be deeply captivated by it? When Laohu proposed to delay the publication of the article and first create a stir for the vernacular, he was almost in full agreement. Acutely aware of the rules governing this world, even the finest seeds require someone to lift the heavy stone slab that lies upon them before they can break ground. And that person must also be someone like him. Now, coiled up in a tea house, he inevitably faced a solitude akin to the chill of an empty cup. Yet the connections he had cultivated during the reform movement were like aged tea. Though time had passed, the essence remained clear and vibrant. Yin Junfeng pondered over his teacup throughout the night, writing in advance to Yu Qingze at the Imperial University, ultimately summoning him to the tea house on the morning that the publication was originally scheduled. Although Yu Qingze was now teaching anatomy at Peking University, none among Yin Junfeng's acquaintances could rival his fervor for reform. Back in their days abroad, the sound of this gentleman banging the table with a copy of the Min Bao still echoed in his ears, proclaiming that one must save the flower growers through medicine, and that the old system must be extricated from the very bones. His words were so fervent that the fog on his spectacles could obscure half a cup of fine wine. At present, the most pressing matter was to secure for Qiaonian a status that would allow him access to the circles of influential figures, which was a trivial task for Yu Qingze, provided he read the article. Indeed, when Yu Qingze entered the tea house this morning with a copy of the youth newspaper in hand, Yin Junfeng realized their endeavor had borne fruit. Thus, on this morning in the Yishuan tea house, after a thorough discussion, Yu Qingze and Yin Junfeng reached a consensus and immediately began preparations. Meanwhile, Qiaonian, preoccupied with calculating accounts in the tea house and planning his resignation from the tea house to wholeheartedly pursue his own ambitions, remained blissfully unaware. In the alleys of Beiping, newsboys clutched copies of the youth newspaper as they dashed about, while bundles of Qingfeng magazine formed small hills, the ink still fresh as the pages crinkled with each step. 50,000 additional copies of the two publications were loaded onto mule carts and squeezed onto trains. The lead type embedded in the tracks like sparks scattered on an old road, awaiting the arrival of a gust of wind. On the day of the article's first printing, the ledger of Qifeng Publications recorded only 2 special entries. The bookstall at Shisi Paifeng ordered 20 copies, and the faculty members of the National Language Department at the university purchased 5 sets in one go. Yi Jitsue, calculating with an abacus, mused that these figures were as calm as a river's surface before a storm, until the next morning, when a young worker from the printing house burst through the tea house door, the newspapers in his arms rustling furiously. "Miss Yi, look. The bookstore sold out overnight. All 3,000 copies that arrived yesterday are gone." Good writing takes flight. The first female student to read the article at a gathering tucked the folded pages into her Xiaoming literary selection to share with her classmates. Old Zhou, the rickshaw puller, listened to excerpts read aloud in the tea house, insisting on acquiring a copy to tell passengers about the chilling truths within the article. Even an old monk from the temple in the western part of the city sent a young acolyte to inquire if the heart-wrenching cries from the text could be transcribed in the alms ledger. Within 3 days, the core themes of the article had drifted through the lamplight of the moat, seeped into the pickling jars of the vegetable garden, and climbed the eaves of the opera house. The newsboys' cries, newly learned, drowned out the bells of the electric trams. Look at the extraordinary piece in the youth newspaper. It stirs the heart even more than the ghost stories in Liaozhai. The proprietor of the bookstore at Lilikang, unable to acquire the newly published Qifeng magazine, which contained that remarkable article, resorted to hiring 4 assistants to transcribe texts. As the demand for rice paper surged, he ultimately had to dismantle the ancient volumes from the Kangxi era in his inventory, inscribing the back pages with the astonishing ink strokes. When this absurdity reached Yi Jitsue's ears, she was lost in thought over the sales report that had been delivered in just 7 days. The combined print run of 2 issues totaled 200,000 copies. With lines of eager customers outside bookstores in cities across North China stretching threefold longer than last year's queues for silver dollars. As she meticulously organized the data behind the counter, she nearly shrieked. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Even the articles penned by Master Hu and Master Kai had not achieved such sales. Yet that article was indeed worthy. Yi Jitsue's fingertips glided over the notes in the account book, where readers fervently copied the text, unable to sleep at night. Suddenly, she recalled passing by the bell and drum tower last night, where she had seen an inscription written in chalk on the city wall. Writers are not madmen, but seers. Though the ink had blurred in the rain, more people had drawn bold red circles around it. At that moment, the sound of a news vendor's call wafted through the window, and she pulled out her pocket watch. Tucked within the cover was the first edition of Qifeng's. Now adorned with a pencil inscription, words can save lives, yet can also take them. I believe this now. Yin Junfeng gazed at the throng of book buyers outside the tea house, suddenly recalling the scene he had witnessed in the year of Wushu at Kaishiku, the common folk jostling to snatch the buns from the executioner's hands. Yet none would accept the theory of evolution he offered. Today, the pages of books being snatched from the streets bore far greater weight than the reform pamphlets of yesteryear. Each page was imbued with the warmth of readers' fingertips, akin to countless hands raised, striving to support a star that was glowing red-hot in the deep night. This was a nascent morning star. Though currently feeble, it could not be dimmed by its own brilliance. This star would inevitably pierce through the darkness. He whispered to the mottled copper abacus, where remnants of the dissemination route sketched in vermilion by Yu Qingze that morning still lingered. A polite knock echoed, startling the sparrows beneath the eaves. Qiaonian's voice, filtered through the wooden door, carried the clarity and deference of a new scholar. Master Yin, may I come in? Chapter 18. Resignation. Qiaonian's fingertips tapped against the intricately carved wooden door, and Master Yin responded from the other side, his tone imbued with warmth, seemingly deeper than usual. As he pushed open the door, the shadows cast by the eaves gradually retreated towards the brick seams, mirroring his slowly consolidating state of mind. On the sandalwood square table lay a half-cooled covered bowl of tea, beside which was neatly stacked a newspaper, and seemingly, an account filled with dense, unreal numbers. Master Yin set down his water pipe, the amber mouthpiece glinting softly in the morning light. Are you troubled? Before he could finish his sentence, Qiaonian had retrieved a neatly folded sheet of rice paper from his blue cloth bundle, with the words resignation inscribed in clerical script, the final strokes marked by a deliberate pause. I had intended to wait until the end of the month to settle the stock, to afford you time to find a successor. Qiaonian's Adam's apple moved slightly, his gaze drifting to the plaque hanging on the wall that read harmony brings wealth, the gilded edges faintly gleaming amidst the dust. After all, he was a remarkably magnanimous employer. Such actions at this moment could not help but seem somewhat unfeeling. However, Gu Hong had sent 2 letters in quick succession, each filled with an urgency that could not be contained. In a moment of despair, one could only hope that Manager Yin would soon find a more capable accountant to prevent any delay in the tea house's business. What a trivial matter I had considered it to be, and yet this was the reason. Manager Yin did not appear as grave as Qiaonian had anticipated. Instead, he squinted with a smile that creased his face, saying, Young man, even if you did not bring it up, I was just about to seek you out. You should have long since stepped beyond the threshold of my little tea house. Qiaonian suddenly looked up, his astonished expression reflected in the narrow slits of Manager Yan's eyes, which were adorned with the unreserved approval of years filled with laughter. Yin Junfeng observed the boy's foolish demeanor, leisurely swaying his water pipe. The chief editor of the Qifeng newspaper, back when I sipped tea with him abroad, you were still muddling about somewhere. This remark made Qiaonian's ears burn. He had secretly submitted articles to the newspaper, believing he had concealed it from Yin, but now it felt as if someone had unearthed his most private diary, causing his neck to flush with embarrassment. You've been here for 2 months, yet you rarely show yourself, behaving like a bashful young lady. Manager Yin tossed a piece of fungus cake that landed squarely on Qiaonian's trembling fingers. As he rubbed the entwined patterns on the water pipe, he suddenly chuckled. Last month when you stuffed your manuscript into the mailbox, you knocked over the jasmine pot I had placed at the alley entrance. Did you think I didn't notice? Qiaonian's head sank even lower. Observing his demeanor, Yin Junfeng refrained from further teasing and wrapped his fingers against a stack of papers in a brown paper bag. The wax seal still bearing fresh impressions, with the faint letters of the Qifeng newspaper visible at the edges. Take a look at this. The crack of the wax seal echoed as it was torn open, revealing a savings book from HSBC imbued with an overseas essence. The gilded figures beside the amount glowed softly in the morning light. It was Qiaonian's earnings from recent articles, with the newspaper having opened an account specifically for him, ensuring future payments would be deposited directly. The other stack contained the printing volume report, revealing that the latest issue of Qing Feng had soared to 13,000 copies. With the ink still fresh beside the figures, where manager Yin had circled the words street market feedback in red ink, the force of his stroke penetrating the paper. Look at this momentum. Manager Yan's hand fell upon Qiaonian's shoulder, exclaiming, "You, my good lad, have truly brought honor to us old folks." Yan Junfeng retrieved a leather item from his coat pocket, the words Jingshi de Shui Tang embossed in gold, its worn areas exuding warmth. The emblem of gears and books deeply pressed into the surface. As the student ID was opened, Qiaonian could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. The characters Qiaonian inscribed on the inner page were in Manager Yan's handwriting. The powerful calligraphy beneath which his birth date was written in red ink, not accurate, but conveniently matching the age he had falsely reported. During the student unrest 2 years prior, many students had lost their identification documents. Manager Yin traced the yellowed registration page with his fingertip, noting that the last stamp was from the winner of the Bingshan year. "I had someone dig out an empty booklet from the old archives and filled in your name. Do not be careless in the future." Qiaonian felt a tightness in his throat as he saw a faded 1-inch photo affixed to the ID page, taken who knows when, where he sat upright in a long gown, the backdrop a carved window of the tea house. Though the Jingshi de Shui Tang had long been renamed Beiping University, the new name was still not widely recognized. Manager Yin suddenly lowered his voice, tapping the ID cover with his pipe. "This old document carries weight among scholars. It will serve you better than anything when you go to the library for research. The dignity of a scholar sometimes resides within a mere slip of paper." As Qiaonian clutched his student ID, he was suddenly reminded of a saying whose origin he could not recall. At that moment, what Master Yin handed him was not just a thin sheet of paper, but a gilded seal bearing the prestigious name of a top literary scholar. A silent yet profound key to the once distant crimson gates of his past. He bent down in respect, his forehead nearly brushing against Master Yan's coat. In the city of Beiping, one's worth is not measured by the beads of an abacus, but rather by the roots one possesses. Master Yan, with his water pipe in hand, elucidated the subtlety of this imperial city's hierarchy. Although the emperor had fallen, the reverence for one's identity remained unwavering. This student ID, embossed with Peking University's steel seal, was sturdier than the city walls. "Thank you, sir. I shall treasure this document with utmost care," Qiaonian said. Standing with hands at his sides, his fingertips gently brushing over the cover of the student ID, his astonishment transforming into a subtle tremor within his clenched fist. This unexpected delight reminded him of a local adage. In this city, if a brick falls from a rooftop, it is likely to strike someone of renown. Today, he truly grasped the weight of that saying. To have been granted the identity of a genuine student from a prestigious institution by the proprietor of a tea house was no small feat, fortunately. He had always approached Master Yin with the respect due to an elder, and it seemed he had successfully been regarded as one of their own. One must admit that this gift from Master Yin resonated deeply within him. To walk the world without an identity felt akin to being exposed and vulnerable. With it, the troubles that had long plagued Qiaonian suddenly found clarity, and his spirits soared. "My old friends have often expressed their concern for you. It is my fault for keeping you hidden away. Let us arrange a time to meet at the university tomorrow. Remember to wear a light blue long gown. Do not fasten it all the way to the top." Master Yin suddenly reached out to loosen the collar, his rough fingertips brushing against the nape of Qiaonian's neck. The Western custom of constriction was uncomfortable. Our Chinese dignity lies deeply rooted within us. The student took heed. As dusk enveloped the courtyard with its blue tiles, Qiaonian's fingertips returned from the clouds to the rough wooden table. The cool boiled water from the iron kettle slid down his throat, sending a shiver through him, awakening him from the day's reverie. The kerosene lamp flared with a spark, and he dipped his brush, laden with ink, onto the ragged paper, inscribing his first stroke. From the moment his work dazzled the world, to the soaring sales of newspapers and magazines, to frequent invitations from the Guohong Poetry Society, and now, finally holding the student ID from the Peking University, every event seemed to unfold like a dream. "Ha!" Qiaonian gazed at the flowing script on the paper, suddenly bursting into laughter, covering his face briefly. The sound echoed against the mold-stained walls, causing dust to tumble from the beams above. The surprises of the past 2 months surged over his heart like a tide, though he would not allow himself to become overly elated. His chest swelled with joy that threatened to burst forth. Only in this moment, curled up in this less than 6-square-meter room, did he dare to let his laughter spill from the corners of his eyes, allowing his fingertips to doodle across the pages, sketching the crinkled eyes of Master Yin, the lively lead type on the newsprint, and the embossed emblem of his student ID. In this foreign world, he finally left his mark. No longer a mere shadow lost in the annals of history, but a person who, having crushed the moonlight and dipped it in ink, inscribed his name upon the scroll of time. He transformed from a mere spectator, flipping through pages behind a screen, into an insider able to touch the folds of history. As laughter welled up to the brink of tears, Qiaonian reclined on the creaking wooden bed, observing a spider attempting to weave its web for the 7th time among the beams. The system icon glimmered with a cold light deep within his consciousness, and the mechanical voice he had muted now buzzed like a mosquito. System, calculate faith value, he uttered into the void. Ding. Host command detected, calculating faith value. Blood-red numbers leaped onto his retina, the digits of 243,896 after the decimal point increasing at an imperceptible speed. Ding. Faith value has surpassed the threshold, rewarding 10 lottery draws. Subsequent draws will require a consumption of 5,000 faith points. The mechanical voice, tinged with a distinct electronic coldness, reminded him of the stern demeanor of the tea tax collector, yet this system was even more ruthless, demanding every last fraction. Qiaonian stared at the word consume, his lips twitching faster than an abacus bead. So this system regarded him as a cash cow in the vault of HSBC? Even Joe Boppy would have to call him master. With a wry smile, Qiaonian clicked on the lottery wheel that popped up on the system interface. In the distance, the sound of a night watchman cautioning to be careful with the lantern echoed, and Qiaonian suddenly chuckled. Although the system was stingy, it was more straightforward than the current world. At least it had clear pricing. With this thought, Qiaonian pressed his finger down on the lottery wheel. Having come this far, he decided to go for 10 consecutive draws, seeking a swift thrill. Golden light burst forth. A clear vernacular poem materialized before his eyes. The Rickshaw Puller Part 1 Rickshaw. Rickshaw. The cart comes flying. The passenger gazes at the puller, suddenly filled with bittersweet sorrow. The passenger asks the puller, "How old are you this year? How long have you pulled the cart?" The puller replies, "I am 20 this year, and have pulled the cart for over 3 years." The passenger tells the puller, "You are too young. I cannot ride with you. Riding with you brings me heartache." The puller responds, "I have had no business for half a day, feeling cold and hungry. Your kind heart cannot fill my empty stomach. I am young and pull the cart. The police do not care, so why must you doubt?" Attempt Collection Chapter 19. Spark Poetry Society. Brother Yin. Gahong's voice, infused with mirth, drifted in from the courtyard's blue brick path into the hall. His tone carried a buoyant joy, reminiscent of the sound of copper bells jingling in the spring breeze, evoking visions of his uplifted brows even through the bamboo curtain. The preparations for the Poetry Society appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Qiaonian's fingertips hovered over the virtual notebook on the system interface, marked with a value of 100 faith points, the pale blue cursor flickering over the entry for contacting the printing house associated with the Poetry Society. The ink-like text gradually fading to light gray. Yet, below it, the list of tasks sprawled like autumn vines. Even he, accustomed to composure, could not help but inwardly sigh. If only he could divide himself into a few incarnations as in the plays. Perhaps he could send a shadow to attend to each task, at every corner. Hearing the arrival of guests, he could not afford to be negligent. The sound of light footsteps echoed on the bluestone slab. Qiaonian turned, the hem of his long robe sweeping across the corner of the pearwood table, the moon-white satin casting a flowing shadow on the doorframe. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, guiding the weary Gu Hong to the stone table at the center of the courtyard. Grasping the coarse earthenware pot, I poured a cup of cool tea for the weary guest before me. The droplets of water beaded at the bottom of the celadon cup, reflecting a cool visage. Brother Ji's footsteps echoed so heavily upon the stone slabs that one might suspect he was accompanied by the claws of a magpie. Qiaonian lightly tapped the rim of his cup, his gaze sweeping over the fine perspiration beading on Ji's brow, and added another half cup to the brew. One must first soothe the throat, for those lips appeared parched as if they had traversed 30 miles across arid land. Gu Hong downed half a cup of tea, the roughness of his palm producing a gentle rustling sound as it grazed the stone table. Suddenly, he thumped his thigh with a resounding clap, causing the liquid in the teacup to ripple. "What splendid news we have. The printing house you mentioned earlier, we have come to an agreement. They have even promised us a stipend for each publication." With the arrangement of the printing house finalized, the last preparations for our Poetry Society have been completed. With the location established, funds secured, and the publication ready to be printed, we are surrounded by talented individuals. There is no reason to doubt our success. Qiaonian had long anticipated this moment. He had visited the printing house several times, where the workers, holding the sacred labor flyers he distributed, affectionately referred to him as a brother. Even amidst the clamor of machinery, warmth radiated. It was said that the owner of the printing house was a progressive individual, advocating for national salvation through industry. Upon sharing our ideas, the discussions proceeded remarkably smoothly. With the movable type secured, he undid the key from his waist. The copper gourd jingled lightly as he moved. It was time to unseal the 20 boxes of ink located in the third compartment of the back alley storeroom. Tomorrow, Let us enlist Brother Gu and a few capable companions to sort through them. Indeed, after a month of preparations, our poetry society is ready to take root. Gu Hong gulped down the water in his cup and stood up, though fatigued from days of running about. He seemed imbued with boundless energy. Yet as he stepped over the threshold, he abruptly halted, slapping his forehead with a resounding clap, turning back with a sheepish expression. Brother Nian, how could I forget to inquire about the name of our poetry society? Do you have any suggestions? It is precisely what everyone wishes. Seeing Qiaonian raise an eyebrow, he hurriedly added, his eyes gleaming with fervor, ever since you took the lead in establishing the poetry society, every detail has been meticulously planned by you. The group has regarded you as our cornerstone. This crucial naming decision cannot be made without your insight. Qiaonian's fingertips traced the edge of the stone table, where a faint five-pointed star was etched, a mark he had inscribed upon his arrival. The occasional caress only served to make the engraving more distinct. Suddenly, he smiled, running his finger over the uneven texture. How about naming it the Spark Poetry Society? Spark? Gu Hong furrowed his brow in repetition. Isn't that a reference from the book of documents regarding fire spreading across the plain? Precisely. Qiaonian lightly tapped the stone surface, his gaze ablaze with fervor. As Pan Gong stated, we must not turn back. The flames of change in this world can no longer be extinguished by the old forces. Our poetry society, his voice resonated with a metallic ring, determined to be the first spark to ignite the prairie. Gu Hong's rough hands clasped Qiaonian's wrist, the calluses on his palm brushing against the patch of his sleeve. What a splendid name, Spark. It is settled then. I shall inform them at once. Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed out through the moon gate, the dust kicked up by his cloth shoes still carrying his half-jest. If anyone dares to chatter further, I shall not let them off lightly. Qiaonian gazed in the direction of his fading silhouette, his fingertips gently tracing the characters Star Fire inscribed on the stone table, an impromptu creation penned moments ago with tea. Now, the words were blurred by the breeze, reminiscent of the slowly illuminating icon for the establishment of the Poetry Society on his system interface. Just as the preparations for the Starfire Poetry Society were reaching a fervent peak, an undercurrent of chilling discontent quietly surged through the literary realm. Not long ago, a uniquely perspective-driven and incisively written vernacular novel emerged, akin to a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. With its astonishing insights, it boldly exposed a cruel essence lurking beneath a millennium of confining traditions and social norms, resonating deeply with countless youths who revered its author as a pioneer of thought. Students admired the author's profound literary foundation and penetrating depictions of the human condition, while also respecting the audacity to dissect the era's afflictions and the shadows of human nature. In no time, the title of master spread among the young scholars. Even though no one knew the author's true residence, this did not deter letters, fluttering like snowflakes towards the newspaper offices, filled with the voices of the youth and their fervent desire to follow. They yearned to become vocal advocates of clarity, breaking free from the shackles of antiquated ideologies. However, as the ancient adage suggests, fortune often harbors misfortune. The brilliance of this remarkable work inevitably pricked the sensitivities of those entrenched in the nostalgia of past glories and the halo of authority. Like wood-boring insects clinging to the remnants of ancient texts, they feasted upon the leftovers of a bygone culture, watching with both envy and trepidation as new ideas flourished like fresh blood and flesh. They quickly rallied together, baring their sharp beaks. Within half a month of the article's release, while the sycamore leaves in Nanjing remained green, the School of Literary Studies, led by Professor Mei Guangdi of the National Southeast University and Wu Bai, spearheaded the first scathing critique in the front page of the Shueheng magazine. These self-proclaimed custodians of national essence lined the pages with their meticulously crafted prose. The vernacular is but the language of common tradesmen. How can it ascend to the grand hall of elegance? To sully our classical language with crude vernacular is akin to disturbing the harmony of sacred music with a clattering of pots. The article even misrepresents our thousand-year-old morals as harsh. Such a transgression is intolerable. The way of the sages shines like the sun and moon in the heavens. How can we allow such reckless words to defame it? This article resembled a net cast over the literary world, entangled with the decayed dreams of archaic phrases and the clinging to fading glories. Sensing the shared sentiment, the editor of the Qiaonian Weekly, Zhang Shiyao, immediately echoed the outcry in his column. Today's youth abandon the 4 books and 5 classics to indulge in new-style novels, forsaking traditional arts for the pursuit of Western trivialities. If such rebellious sentiments are allowed to run rampant, the literary lineage of our nation, spanning thousands of years, may face imminent ruin. Even more alarming, the Ministry of Education of the Bayong government subsequently issued a letter, with a provincial educational official declaring the novel's language aberrant and detrimental to morals, urging for its prohibition. At this moment, The pedantry of textual scholars and the rigidity of moral guardians converged in a remarkable conspiracy. Their fear was palpable. They feared that the spread of vernacular literature would undermine the authoritative bastion built upon classical language. And they were even more afraid that the sharp and lucid pen would completely pierce the veil of ignorance upon which their existence relied, allowing sunlight to illuminate the dark corners they had so carefully maintained. Chapter 20. Counterattack. As Qiaonian received this news from the lips of Manager Yin, he was adorned in a light blue jacket with a hint of Western style. He had invested some money and boarded a tram, arriving at the prestigious Jingshu University, a foremost institution in the country, to meet with the literary luminaries of the time. In the conference room on the second floor of the Red Building at Peking University, Huing forcefully slammed the Shueheng journal onto the weathered Zeton table, causing the disheveled edges of the articles to curl in disarray. Mei Guangdi muttered that this was the vernacular of the common folk. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze, sharp as a blade, recalled how he had once insisted on the importance of elegant language while composing English poetry at Harvard. Yin Junfeng leaned against the window, the water pipe gurgling softly, with smoke rings dissipating rapidly in the crisp air. Not only Mei Guangdi, but he too tapped the Jiayin journal with the stem of his pipe, recalling how Zhang Shizai, while enjoying a Western meal at Duan Chirui's residence, had likely forgotten that he had once translated the history of the French Revolution using the vernacular. Before he could finish his thought, Yu Qingze abruptly stood, his gloved hands trembling as they clutched the newspaper. He fixated on the phrase "charming national essence" printed in bold, his face reddening as if scorched by flames. "This is sheer hypocrisy," Yu Qingze exclaimed in English, his polished shoes thudding against the carpet. They scorn the vernacular while composing laudatory poems in English for foreigners. Is this not the very definition of hypocrisy? He racked his brain for a few more sentences in Chinese to denounce this, but, in his frustration, could only stomp his foot, managing to squeeze out a half-uttered quote from Shakespeare. What lies within a name is evidently a relic of a bygone era. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. As Yin Junfeng, shrouded in shadow, caressed his water pipe, the embers flickering with each breath. Suddenly, he rapped the coffee table with the stem of his pipe, the sound resonating like iron striking stone. "What do you think about this matter, Yin? What they despise is precisely what I advocate. The more they criticize, the more it indicates we are on the right path." Qiaonian's fingertips grazed the final page of the newspaper bearing the scathing article as he closed it. A soft sound emerged, and upon lifting his gaze, a sardonic smile twisted his lips, reminiscent of cracks in ice, beneath which smoldered glowing embers. "The more they dredge up old grievances, the clearer it becomes that we have struck a nerve." Qiaonian tapped the mottled ink of the newspaper with his fingers. "Look at these denunciations. Which one does not target our novel ideas?" A light cough broke the silence, causing the wrought-tin chair in the corner to creak. Qiaonian scanned the tense faces around him, his smile deepening. Once, the 8-legged essay could bind one to a decade of study. Now, the vernacular can pry open the iron cage. The more they flail and protest. He suddenly rose, sunlight streaming through the slatted blinds, casting a layer of cold gold upon his youthful brow, further affirming that the path we tread has indeed struck at the very tailbone of the old world. Yin Junfeng abruptly knocked his pipe against the copper spit bowl, the dark red ashes cascading into the water, releasing a barely audible hiss. As he raised his gaze, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, akin to a blade peeking through the cracks of ancient bark. What a fine metaphor, striking at the tailbone. What are your plans for a response? As Qiaonian's fingertips glided over the distorted slanderous words in the newspaper, a cold light flickered in his eyes. They wield their pens to smear my name, and I shall use my pen as a blade to dissect their very bones. Suddenly, he turned and bowed deeply to Huing, the breeze stirred by his sleeves causing the pages of the article that had criticized him to flutter. "Mr. Hu, I kindly request that you reserve a spot for me this time. Let them witness what it truly means to slay hearts with words." Huing adjusted his round-framed glasses, the light behind the lenses brightening his gaze. He reached out to gently support Qiaonian's shoulder, his knuckles glowing with a soft white under the lamp's shadow. "The front page of Qingfeng has already been saved for you." After speaking, he chuckled softly, his voice reminiscent of old bamboo, trembling in the night breeze. "In my days of editing, I vehemently criticized the restorationists. Now, I shall borrow your fresh pen to further excavate the festering wounds of the old era." Suddenly, the meeting room was filled with the rustling sound of paper turning. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the small second-floor room, casting Qiaonian's shadow sharply against the wall. He gazed out at the campus of Peking University, where the figures of students suddenly resembled those youthful individuals clutching pamphlets and running, their eyes ignited by an indomitable spark akin to his own. The article was due in 3 days. Qiaonian fastened his silver cufflinks, the metallic surface reflecting the slight upward curve of his lips. This time, He intended to make them aware that the filth they hurled at new ideas would merely serve as fuel to ignite the remnants of the old world. Yin Feng pressed his pipe heavily into the tobacco pouch, the dark red tobacco crackling between his fingers. He suddenly chuckled, his voice carrying the raspy tone of seasoned tobacco. What a fine fuel. The pipe stem struck the tea table again, this time producing a rhythm akin to a war drum. Old man, here awaits to see you set this fire ablaze through their very spines. Qiaonian sat at his desk with pen in hand, shadows of trees dancing outside. The ink bottle reflected a piercing light in the sunlight. His fingertips brushed against the yellowed manuscript paper, the nib of his fountain pen racing across the surface. Within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had firmly concluded the final punctuation of this retaliatory piece, astonishingly finishing it 2 days ahead of schedule. However, the declaration from the Baiyang government still loomed over Peking. Even if the newspaper agreed to publish his article, Qiaonian leaned against the street corner, observing the armed patrol officers stationed nearby, hesitating for a long while before moving on. The newspapers seized from the newsboy the previous day lay spread out on the table. The bold letters on the front page decrying new literature stinging the eyes. In such a world, even if the article was completed, whether it would ever see the light of day remained uncertain. To break through the blockade, it was essential to amplify the momentum before publication, ensuring that the news reached every corner of Peking. Despite the Baiyang government's extensive reach, they could not silence countless voices. To create a stir before the article's release would require some assistance. Qiaonian turned and entered a tea house in the southern part of the city, the copper bell above the eaves lightly swaying with the passing breeze. Chun Xiaocai was nestled in a bamboo chair in the western corner, scratching English words into the crevices of the blue bricks with a dry twig, surrounded by a gaggle of sniffling children. This Chun Xiaocai bore a striking resemblance to Kong Yiji. His gray-blue long gown was worn thin, patched upon patches, and the collar frayed. Yet, beneath this appearance lay a tenacious spirit. In the days of reform, he dared to post current affairs newspapers at the city gates. After the fall of the Qing dynasty, he stubbornly immersed himself in foreign literature, often saying one must discern the new tricks of the world, more scalding to the ears than the boiling water of the tea house. Qiaonian understood that such a person would surely succeed, provided he was given the chance to transform his appearance. His future remained unpredictable. Mr. Chen was once again teaching the children. Qiaonian took out 2 pieces of yellow pea cake and placed them on the table, observing as dust from the scholar's fingernails fell into the coarse porcelain teacup. When Chun Xiaocai saw him, he suddenly smiled, poking him with a dry twig. What brings you back, you rascal? Of course, Chun Xiaocai recognized Qiaonian. Everyone in the tea house never ceased to mock him, claiming he had gone mad studying foreign literature, always muttering to himself. Yet Qiaonian never joined in the ridicule. He always addressed him as Sir. I have come specifically to seek your assistance, Mr. Chun. Qiaonian leaned closer, lowering his voice amidst the boiling water sounds in the tea house. Tomorrow afternoon, I would like to trouble you to perform a play. Once it is accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely, enabling you to transform your life. Chun Xiaocai raised his eyebrows, his bony hand tightly gripping the dry twig. What is it? Qiaonian leaned in to whisper his plan, then handed him a long gown reminiscent of Kong Yiji. Chun Xiaocai's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to Kong Yiji's obsession while teaching the character Hui. Yet it was evident that the gown he held was not merely a token of blind loyalty to the old ways, but rather a fervent desire to infuse new ink into an old pen. Haha, good lad. He suddenly stood up, patting Qiaonian's shoulder, as if his frail frame contained the strength of an ox. I accept this endeavor. We must let everyone know that this world is no longer the domain of the winter heating master. Chun Xiaocai bit down on the twig, accepting the long gown from Qiaonian, and abruptly turned to the children, clapping his hands. Tomorrow, I shall take you to witness true Western affairs. Amidst the sound of bamboo chairs scraping against the blue bricks, Qiaonian observed the dust rising from Chun Xiaocai's patched sleeves, which lifted with a grace surpassing that of the locust trees in Beijing. Chapter 21. Kong Yiji. The layout of the hotels in Lu Town is distinct from others. They feature a large, L-shaped counter facing the street, stocked with hot water for warming wine at any time. Workers, after finishing their labor around noon or in the evening, would often spend 4 copper coins to buy a bowl of wine. This was over 20 years ago. Now, each bowl costs 10 coins. Standing outside the counter, they would sip their warm drinks to rest. Chun Xiaocai lounged at the 8 immortals table, wearing the loose gray gown given to him by Qiaonian. The top 2 buttons had long since vanished, exposing a pale neck. The hem of the gown was speckled with bits of grass, and faint traces of unwashed wine stains peeked through the creases, casting chaotic shadows on the wooden table with his careless movements. On the table sat a chipped enamel bowl, the murky yellow wine frothing with a layer of fine bubbles, occasionally releasing a few anise beans that slid down the bowl's wall, bobbing up and down in the liquid. Beside the porcelain bowl, A bamboo tray held a dwindling pile of anise beans, their deep brown surfaces coated with a thin layer of salt, with distinct indentations left by fingers. The tea house was already packed to capacity, with spectators forming tight circles around the tables. In the front row, several children stood on tiptoe, their noses nearly brushing against his ink-stained cuffs. In the back, a young man on the bench stretched his neck, his hat askew. Even the shopkeeper behind the counter set aside his abacus, leaning forward, his gaze fixed intently on the storyteller. Chun, the scholar, remained oblivious to the fervent stares of the crowd, his fingers, resembling gnarled claws, carelessly pinching 2 aniseed beans, remnants of unwashed ink lingering beneath his nails. The beans snapped audibly as they were tossed into his mouth, startling the children in the front row into drawing back their necks. As he pronounced the sum of 9 when he deliberately elongated the final syllable, his voice imbued with the sharpness of mingled alcohol, his teeth sinking into the beans with a crisp crack that resonated through the stillness of the tea house. The tale, infused with the scent of liquor, spilled from his throat, his hoarse voice echoing between the beams, as if the character Kong Iji were using his mouth to recount a life both absurd and sorrowful. This was but one of many times he had recounted this story over the past 2 days. The memory of Qiaonian pressing a heavy silver dollar into his palm, the glimmer in his eyes, remained etched in his mind. Yet, his acquiescence was driven by more than mere monetary gain. Each time he narrated the episode of Kong Iji's theft of a book, the beating he endured, and the act of writing with wine-dipped nails, he felt the reflection of that fallen scholar in the mirror increasingly intertwining with the character from the story. Had he not chosen to continue reading 50 anecdotes from the West, what would his life be like now? As he spoke, the words belonging to Kong Iji seemed to take root, embedding themselves deeply within his flesh. At times, when emotion overtook him, he found it difficult to discern whether he was the storyteller or the disgraced scholar mocked by the crowd before the counter of the Qianheng tavern. The cacophony of voices around him resembled the raucous laughter in the tavern, like countless fine needles piercing his every inch of skin. In a daze, he seemed to hear the mocking refrain, "Kong Iji, have you truly studied? How is it you cannot even attain the status of a minor scholar?" Staggering, he braced himself against the counter, his nails digging deeply into the wood. After decades of study, having memorized the 4 books and 5 classics, what good had it done him? Could the 8-legged essay secure a warm meal? Could it allow him to stand tall with dignity? Those gentry perched upon their thrones treated the struggles of earnest scholars like himself as mere jest. 10 years of toil could be undone by a single word or glance from them. The long gown, this cursed long gown. How I yearn to cast it aside and engage in manual labor for a meal. Yet, whenever I resolve to act, my father's final gaze flickers before me, urging me to study and to succeed. The ancestral tablets in the family shrine seem to chastise me for not living up to their expectations. Clad in it, I am the object of ridicule, the pitiable Kong Iji. Stripped of it, I am rendered a mere nothing, curled up in a decrepit temple late at night. The cold wind seeped through the cracks in the walls. I drew myself tightly together, gazing at the long gown hanging in the corner. In the moonlight, it appeared as a monstrous specter, mocking my cowardice and helplessness. I seethed with hatred. Hatred for this cannibalistic feudal etiquette. Hatred for this decaying imperial examination system. Even though the court has fallen, I remain, a solitary figure ensnared in the bygone era, powerless to extricate myself, donning this unremovable long gown day after day, slowly decaying amidst the derision of the crowd. Chun Xiaozai closed his eyes, swallowing the drop of bitter tears that Kong Iji could not shed, as the narrative of Kong Iji's fate continued to unfold at a languid pace. Since then, he had not seen Kong Iji for a long time. As the year drew to a close, the shopkeeper announced that Kong Iji still owed 19 coins. Come the Dragon Boat Festival of the following year, the same amount was reiterated. By the Mid-Autumn Festival, he was not mentioned, and again, at the year's end, he was nowhere to be found. I have come to believe that Kong Iji has indeed perished. Chun Xiaozai slowly opened his eyes, the corners tinged with red, yet holding a semblance of a smile. He raised his hand to brush off the fragments of fennel beans from his long gown, the grayish fabric shedding a few specks of dust, resembling the act of shaking off a lifetime of absurdity. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, some lamenting, others scoffing, while many were eager to exchange sentiments with their companions. Yet, he chose not to gaze at anyone, turning away as the hem of his gown swept through a carpet of melon seed shells, creating a delicate rustling sound. As he navigated through the throng, the moment he pushed open the wooden door, the blinding sunlight engulfed him. Chun Xiaozai squinted, his tall and slender figure standing before him, and upon closer inspection, it was Qiaonian. "Mr. Chen, it is time for the curtain to fall on this play." Qiaonian's fingertips rested upon Chun Xiaozai's hand that clutched the coins, warmth seeping through the edges of the coins into his palm. "You should leave Beiping City with your money and belongings at once." He gently gathered Chun Xiaozai's fingers. ensuring the coins settled securely in his palm. If you delay any longer, those impatient gentlemen may unleash their dogs upon you. Chun Xiaozai's nails dug into the edge of the silver purse, the metallic chill creeping along his veins to his heart. He gazed at the young man's sharply defined jaw, ink stains still adorning it, evidence of the words, laden with the scent of gunpowder, that had torn open the hidden sorrows nestled within the folds of his long gown, revealing the unseemly truths of his past. After a prolonged pause, he croaked out, "Qiaonian, do you think I can truly shed this long gown?" Qiaonian was momentarily taken aback, then noticed in Chun Xiaozai's gaze not merely the garment he wore, but a heavier, more burdensome shackle. He suddenly recalled 2 months prior, when this very individual had surreptitiously taught children English at the tea house, planting the seeds of knowledge in their eyes. Of course, he released Chun Xiaozai's hand, rummaging through the bundle prepared by someone else, producing a dog-eared introduction to English. The title page bore the inked name Chun Hongji, the letters smudged by sweat. You see, when you clandestinely learned back then, had you not already unfastened the first button of your long gown? Chapter 22. The conclusion beneath the roots of Beiping City. The sun always cast the shadow of the old locust tree long and languid. Initially, it was only when the horse-drawn carriages and men gathered to rest did they glimpse the old scholar in his long gown, casting sidelong glances at his wide sleeves, which fluttered in the dust-laden alley, as if he were a character misplaced in time. If the saccharine words of pretentiousness spill from their lips once more, a subtle elbow nudge among companions signifies a shared intrigue, their expressions betraying an insatiable curiosity that leaves those literati with a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. It is as if, from some indistinct day, this gaze has taken flight. The elderly woman selling pea cakes leans on her wooden frame, her copper ladle suspended in midair. Forgotten, the porters, burdened with sacks, stoop under their loads, yet strain their necks to glimpse the thread-bound tomes in the hands of passers-by. Even old Zhang, the limping vendor of candied hawthorn, spins his bunches of red fruit with fervor, exchanging knowing glances with bystanders. Look at this pretentious scholar, even his gait reeks of ink. Nowadays, wandering the streets of Beiping, the vendors and laborers regard the long-gowned guests as if they were sights of the West. Their gazes are fervent and piercing, as if they yearn to pry into the very essence of these figures. As they stroll past the bustling mule and horse market, a throng of inquisitive eyes trails in their wake, transforming them, in a fleeting moment, into performers upon a stage, every gesture scrutinized by an audience eager for spectacle. What on earth is happening? Zhang Shi clenched the civil cane in his grasp, the Zetenwood head digging painfully into his palm. The afternoon sun scorched the stone-paved streets of Lulikang, but the stares from the street vendors and rickshaw pullers glued to his long gown were even more searing. Having just exited the bookshop, merely intending to observe the sales of their publications, he found himself subjected to a thorough examination from head to toe, the scrutiny rendering his nape stiff with discomfort, as if he were infested with lice. Abruptly halting, he noticed several whispering rickshaw pullers hurriedly disperse, some feigning to tie their shoelaces, others seizing their rickshaws and hastily departing, the bells clanging in a chaotic symphony. Zhang Shi tugged at his stiff collar, his apple bobbing, ultimately only managing a cold snort. These crude individuals, who once dared not lift their heads in his presence, now gazed unabashedly at him, as if he were an oddity, their expressions tinged with a peculiar blend of curiosity and ulterior motives. This is absurd, he chastised himself inwardly, his nails digging deep into his sleeves. Since his appointment under Duan's administration, not only had Master Kai treated him with utmost respect, but even the esteemed elders of academia addressed him as Mr. Xingyan. Yet now, the old man selling sugar paintings raised his spoon, forgetting even to drizzle syrup. The young newsboy stretched on tiptoes, awkwardly holding a crumpled paper, resembling someone watching a monkey show. The faster he quickened his pace, the more fervent the whispers pursued him. It's him, the one advocating for classical Chinese, thinking himself a learned scholar. As he turned into the alley of gray bricks and blue tiles, Zhang Shi's polished shoes screeched to a halt upon colliding with a group of hurried literati, resulting in a disheveled tangle, with some nearly stumbling into the moss at the wall's base. His temples throbbed, veins bulging at his forehead. Zhang Shi whirled around, a thunderous reprimand escaping his lips. What kind of decorum is this? Before his words could settle, 5 or 6 scholars had gathered around in a fluster, resembling ants scalded by boiling water, their proximity releasing a palpable scent of sweat and anxiety. Mr. Xingyan, the cacophony of voices, reminiscent of the storyteller in the tea house, merged into a muddled din, leaving Zhang Shi's head ringing. The faces swaying before him and the lips moving seemed to transform into ducks flapping their wings in the pond, the cacophony of sound burrowing into his eardrums. He seized the collar of the nearest literati, his gold-rimmed glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. Speak. What on earth has transpired? The new writers from the realm of modern literature unfolded a crumpled newspaper, its black ink glowing with a sinister red light in the shadows of the alley, each line piercing our very spine. Zhang Shidu snatched the newspaper from his hands, neglecting even to adjust his glasses, and began to read with fervor. The typeface stabbed at his eyes like a cold ray. The dissection and derision of the old literati within the text sent tremors through him, escalating his anxiety with each line. Upon finishing the last word, it felt as though a heavy blow struck his chest, and darkness clouded his vision. Their new faction seeks to obliterate the old literary figures. The scorn was so potent, so venomous. Every word felt like a blade emerging from darkness, carving away at all he held dear. Instantly, he resolved to contact the newspaper office, swinging the paper with fervor, though his voice betrayed a tremor as he declared that the article was maliciously slanderous and misleading. Tomorrow, it must be published, Mr. Qiaonian cannot be suppressed any longer. The literati's eyes sparkled with indignation, yet within that fury lay a hint of trepidation. They had dispatched storytellers daily to entertain the rustic folk, and now it seemed the entire city of Beiping knew the tale of this impoverished scholar. What? Zhang Shidu felt dizzy, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. A wave of intense vertigo washed over him, causing him to stagger back, his eyes rolling as he collapsed. The panicked exclamations of the literati faded into the distance, and in the darkness, he envisioned countless figures wandering the streets, brandishing sheets filled with scorn, mocking him with cold laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a splendid counterattack. What a beautiful retaliation. Gu Hong gripped the magazine Qi Feng tightly in one hand, while the other thumped his thigh, his hearty laughter resonating far and wide. In the recently established Poetry Society, all members gathered in unison. Xiao Feng adjusted his slipping round glasses, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xiaowan's face flushed with fervor as she gestured animatedly, eager to express her admiration in words. Each gaze was fixated on the newly released type. Exclamations of brilliance and delight cascading like a wave, startling the sparrows perched under the eaves into flight. They believed that with a single earth-shattering piece, they had torn away the veil of the old world, irresistibly drawn to the seasoned, biting prose of their mentor like moss to a flame. From that moment, they became unwavering followers of his teachings. Later, the slanders from the Shueheng and Jiayin factions surged like a tide, attempting to drown out their mentor's voice. Undeterred, they took up their pens to engage in fierce debates against the old forces in their self-published Xinghuo news. Alas, the Poetry Society was still in its infancy, its strength scant, and their arguments merely stirred fleeting ripples in the deep pond. Yet at this moment, as they read his new work, the sharp satire woven through the lines felt akin to sipping a strong liquor on a bitterly cold winter's day. A torrent of fervor surged through his throat and ignited a fiery passion within his heart, urging him to unleash a hearty laugh to express the exuberance that threatened to burst from his chest. What manner of person could craft such poignant prose? Yang Ziyuan gently placed the newspaper upon the mahogany table, his tone imbued with deep reflection. Born into affluence and well-versed in the masterpieces of both ancient and contemporary literature, he had never encountered such a raw and incisive style of writing. The others present nodded in agreement, yet Qiaonian exhibited a moment of hesitant pause. What is your perspective, Qiaonian? Ding Minjun inquired, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Qiaonian, his fingertips delicately tracing the rim of his teacup, swiftly concealed the flicker of discomfort in his gaze, and responded with admiration. Truly, a divine talent. Chapter 23. The situation the assembly of individuals gathered today was for a serious matter. Their discussion of the article merely served to lighten the atmosphere. Yet, as laughter subsided, an air of solemnity enveloped the Poetry Society once more. Sun Tze's fingers gripped the window frame, knuckles whitening under the pressure. He pushed open half of the wooden window, and the wind, carrying the scent of coal smoke, rushed in. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the surroundings along the eaves of the blue-tiled roof until he could no longer discern any suspicious figures amidst the branches of the old locust tree at the alley's end. Before giving a barely perceptible nod to the gathered company, he closed the copper ring with a heavy thud, its dull echo resonating in the room. After all, matters kept secret hold their strength, while careless words can lead to downfall. The deeper they hid within the alleyways, the more vigilant they had to be. Although the Poetry Society they had chosen was obscured in the depths of the alley, like floating duckweed in a deep pool, in these chaotic times, caution was paramount for longevity. Every word they uttered could cost them their heads. Qiaonian interlaced his fingers before his prominent nose, the back straight beneath his gray-blue robe. The daylight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting two shadows in his eyes. Surely, you are all aware of the news regarding that individual's appointment as the president through the Anfu Congress. Lin Huiying suddenly slammed her palm on the table, causing the teacups to clink. What a treasonous usurper. Did he truly believe that others were oblivious to his disgraceful actions when he marginalized Mr. Sun? Her eyes widened, and the embroidered hem of her skirt brushed across the stool, producing a sharp sound. Now that he had taken the stage, how could he harbor any noble intentions? Utterly shameless. Qiaonian's face flushed with indignation, her earrings swaying violently. They merely replaced one puppet with another. At heart, he remains a lackey for the usurper. Xiao Feng slammed his fist onto the table, causing the ink in the inkstone to ripple. The signing of the joint defense agreement of the army has stirred the nation. And with Duan Chirue's downfall, he has seized the stage. Fundamentally, they are cut from the same cloth. Silence. Gu Hong's pupils constricted as he observed Sun Ze's neck veins bulging, nearly on the brink of overturning the table. He grasped Sun Ze's shoulder firmly, feeling the tremors of fury through the coarse fabric of his robe. Outside, the chilling wind howled, making the mulberry paper on the window rattle as if it would shatter under the weight of the room's palpable tension. Ding Minjun's silver bracelet clinked against the edge of the table as she suddenly stood, her news report dropping to the floor with a sharp sound. Everyone, calm down. She admonished sharply. Is this a tea house for brawling? Have you forgotten that walls have ears? The room fell abruptly into silence, the only sound being the sharp patter of the wind against the window sill. Gu Hong released his grip, his fingertips still tingling with the tautness of Sun Ze's muscles. He scanned the flushed faces of those present, suddenly aware that his nails had left crescent-shaped marks in his palm. In this tumultuous city of Beiping, they must exercise utmost caution and prudence. Qiaonian lowered his gaze, concealing the tempestuous emotions swirling in his eyes, his voice, gravelly and heavy as if burdened by cold iron, intoned, there is no benefit in further discourse. What is predetermined cannot be altered by human effort. Outside, the sunlight fragmented, casting his slender silhouette into an inky shadow, reminiscent of countless cries crushed beneath the relentless wheels of time, now reduced to this fragile outline. In the 6th year of the new dynasty, the land resembled a cauldron of boiling molten gold. The smoke of warlords battling for supremacy entwined with the covetous gazes of foreign powers, dragging this ancient land into a perilous abyss. The ink of the manifesto against the rebels plastered on street corners had barely dried, yet the neon lights of the concessions already reflected the sinister smiles of various diplomats. Although he had begun to emerge in the literary realm, to the warlords, he was merely an inconspicuous pawn, lacking even the strength to create a ripple amidst the capricious whims of the powerful. Qiaonian's gaze swept across the weathered current affairs map on the wall, lingering momentarily on the Shandong Peninsula, torn asunder by the claws of foreign powers, before returning to the intense stares of those before him. Yet, he was not devoid of recourse. The burgeoning intellectual poetry societies presented a formidable fulcrum for the era's upheaval. The Xingho Poetry Society might indeed serve as the first step in his journey to realize his ideals. With this thought, Qiaonian abruptly raised his eyes, his gaze ablaze. Do you all know? Since May and June, the events in Qingdao have stirred the city into a frenzy. Recently, I have received reliable news that the Japanese have been tightening their grip, attempting to completely supplant German privileges in Shandong. Before his words could fully dissipate, the room sank into an oppressive silence, the only sound being the howling wind outside, carrying with it the weight of suppressed stillness that crushed each heart. Rain began to fall. The downpour descended suddenly, the raindrops as large as coins striking the blue tiles with a sharp crack. A thunderclap reverberated across the sky, and the pale lightning illuminated Xiao Feng's suddenly tense face. He sprang to his feet, the wooden chair scraping loudly against the blue bricks. Is this true? His eyes, brimming with astonishment and rage, seemed on the verge of overflowing. His hands gripped the edge of the table tightly, knuckles whitening from the force. His gaze was fixed intently on Qiaonian, as if seeking an aberration in his expression, but it was evident that he found nothing. Qiaonian stood resolute amidst the rising tumult, the curtain of rain cascading from the eaves behind him, weaving a hazy veil. As a time traveler, that blood-soaked history was etched into his very marrow. How could he forget? How could he forget? On September 24th, how the Beiyang government had grovelingly signed the secret treaty, allowing the Japanese to brazenly seize the German wolf hairbrush, carelessly marking the map of China with humiliating imprints. At this moment, he allowed the damp wind outside to lift the corners of his garment, yet he lowered his gaze to smooth the creases at his sleeves. His fingertips tracing the coarse fabric, his voice as if drifting from afar. The storm has already arrived. However, should the war abroad culminate in victory, we, as a victorious nation that has dispatched laborers, may indeed reclaim our sovereignty. Yang Ziyuan clenched the edge of the table, his knuckles whitening, his voice laced with a fragile hope teetering on the brink of despair. Outside, the rain intensified, each droplet striking the azure tiles resonating with the lamentations of countless laborers in foreign lands. How could he not grasp the bleakness of the path ahead? Yet, As hundreds of thousands of Chinese workers traverse the ocean, laboring in the mud of the European battlefields, transporting corpses and filling trenches, the entire nation yearned for this sacrifice. Paved with blood and tears, to elicit a modicum of respect for China's sovereignty from the great powers. The young lives consumed by the flames of war. The souls that would never tread upon their homeland again weighed heavily upon his heart, compelling him to cling to this lifeline. Qiaonian gazed at the flickering oil lamp swaying in the rain curtain, its light dimming and brightening like the uncertain future of the nation. A weak country has no diplomacy. His voice thundered, reverberating through the room, rattling the window panes. If one desires dignity, one must seize it for oneself. To expect the avaricious and barbaric to relinquish what they have devoured is as futile as attempting to skin a tiger. The room fell into an oppressive silence, save for Yang Ziyuan's heavy breaths tearing through the humid air. Suddenly, Sunze sprang to his feet. The chair he overturned clattering harshly against the floor. What then shall we do? Or rather, what can we accomplish? His reddened eyes reflected both fury and despair, embodying countless compatriots ensnared in the torrents of time. Unite, Qiaonian declared resolutely, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented determination. This notion had taken root in his mind ever since receiving a letter from the Changsha New People's Society. Chapter 24. The illusion of escape. Qiaonian's hand delved into the inner pocket of his long robe, slowly extracting the letter warmed by his body heat. As his fingertips grazed the slightly damp edge of the paper, he could almost feel the fervor of the cinder from Changsha as they penned their thoughts. When the letter unfurled under the dim light of the oil lamp, the audience's gaze was instantly captured by the striking calligraphy of New People's Society, its strength piercing through the paper. With a dense array of accounts chronicling every fervent shout and profound thought since the Society's inception at the foot of Yuelu Mountain this year. This was a letter from a reader, brimming with admiration for the articles and a fervent desire to unite with progressive individuals. Yet, Qiaonian had meticulously excised all passages mentioning pen names with a paper cutter, leaving only the records soaked in sweat and ideals. Organizing workers' night schools, founding the Shangjiang Review, preparing for the journey to France for labor studies. Each line seemed forged from the flames of revolutionary fervor. Since the long night is difficult to illuminate, let us carry the torches of others. His deep voice resonated in the attic. The howling north wind battered against the window. Yet it could not mask the rising tide of sobs within the room. It was only then that everyone realized, while they were propagating Bolshevism to the laborers, there already existed a group of youth along the banks of the Xiang River, transforming ideals into a raging wildfire. Once, they had held the revolutionary bulletins with fervor, yet had never contemplated forming such a dedicated and proactive collective. At this moment, the unfamiliar yet fervent words on the letter are quietly reshaping their understanding of the revolution. It becomes evident that the path to national salvation has never been mere rhetoric. It is paved by those who dare to ignite the flame and take the first step during the darkest hours. Qiaonian gazes out at the swaying branches of the locust tree, the tumultuous city of Beiping reflected in his eyes. In this vast world, who holds the reins of fate? History teaches us time and again that it is the people. The people uphold history. They lay the foundations of the nation. The crimson flag representing the people will ultimately unfurl in every corner of this land. That day is not far off. In times like these, one must remain composed. Action should not be rushed. It requires careful deliberation. Qiaonian understands better than anyone that the slogans plastered on street corners and the impassioned speeches in tea houses are but the fluttering of autumn cicadas in the face of the warlord's guns. To recklessly emulate the wildfire movement in Changsha would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The police vans could crush them at any moment. We need to dispatch a representative to Changsha. Qiaonian suddenly turned, his gaze sweeping across each person present, intent on learning the organizational methods and bylaws of the New People's Society to bring back their spark. He paused, lowering his voice, yet making it more resonant. It is not the time for a head-on clash, but rather to arm ourselves in preparation for tomorrow, for the true dawn of this land. A chorus of agreement reverberated, causing the flame of the oil lamp to flicker. The members of the Poetry Society looked at Qiaonian with eyes filled with trust and anticipation, as if a crack had suddenly torn open the gloomy skies above Beiping, allowing a glimpse of dawn to shine through. The voting results were inevitable. Yang Ziyuan, who had established roots in Changsha, was elected as the representative and would depart on an auspicious day. In his mind, Qiaonian summoned the system and exchanged nearly all his faith points for two intercoms that defied distance. He handed one, along with the user guide, to Yang Ziyuan, instructing him to keep it safe. On the day of departure, the steam at Beiping Station blurred everyone's faces. Yang Ziyuan, holding the small black box, shook hands with each colleague, and then unexpectedly embraced Qiaonian tightly. The warmth of his breath brushed against Qiaonian's ear. Thank you. Those two words carried the tremor of a group that had nearly lost its way, finally discovering a guiding signpost. Farewell, take care. Qiaonian watched as the train slowly pulled away from the platform, his gaze fixed on the clouds at the end of the tracks. The air had grown colder, and time was becoming increasingly urgent. It was time to contact the newspaper to publish the vernacular poetry as well. Since his arrival in this world a year ago, the new dynasty has trudged forward amidst smoke and tears. This year, the flames of war have ravaged every inch of the world, blood saturating the earth and taking root in the hearts of countless individuals. Domestically, warlords are embroiled in fierce battles, and the political landscape remains precarious. In just 1 year, the presidency has changed hands twice, with regime changes occurring as frequently as a revolving lantern. The battlefields abroad are even more horrific, with the sounds of gunfire echoing day and night, and corpses lying in heaps. The brutality of war lies not only in the destruction of buildings and the taking of lives, but also in the irreparable wounds it inflicts upon the human spirit. These wounds, like an invisible scar, are etched deep within the souls of every experiencer, forever indelible. War has always transcended mere physical assaults. This winter, the snow seemed to hesitate, deterred by the brutality of war, delaying its arrival. It was not until mid-November that an urgent overseas battle report reached the homeland. By the time it landed in Qiaonian's hands, he was startled to realize how quietly time had slipped away. As the victorious news of the foreign conflict shattered the bleakness of winter, the name of the flower nation proudly stood among the victors. The chilling winds of Beiping carried shards of ice, yet could not extinguish the fervor swelling within the city. Men, women, and children poured out from beneath their eaves, their most primal and clumsy shouts echoing through the streets. Cheers climbed the weathered city walls, reverberating through the gray tiles and white walls, igniting the long-dormant alleys into a sudden fervor. The wind itself carried the joy. Even the homeless curled in the corners, the gaunt beggars, were swept up in this wave of warmth. They wrapped themselves tightly in tattered cloth and in their sunken eye sockets. A flicker of light appeared, a rare warmth in the chill of December, momentarily dispelling their shivering cold. Standing at the edge of the throng, Qiaonian felt a rusted bitterness rising in his throat. As he gazed at the jubilant crowd, it seemed he could already glimpse the greedy fangs of the great powers. Victory was but a delusive sugar coating. What awaited them would surely be a more profound despair, one that crushed their hopes to the core. This harsh reality was colder and sharper than the winter in Beiping. "Young man, what are you still doing here?" The voice of Master Yin, warm with the heat of the crowd, surged from behind him, his palm-esque warmth penetrating through thin sleeves, firmly gripping Qiaonian's frozen wrist. Before he could react, Yin pulled him away from the crowd. The cold wind and the uproar filled his ears as Yin chuckled, clouds of breath rising to blur the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. "The president is set to address the victory celebration. We cannot afford to miss the time." He lowered his voice, his rough fingers gently tapping on Qiaonian's hand. "This is your first brush with politics. You must stay alert." Qiaonian lowered his head, allowing himself to be guided through the jubilant throng. The sound of polished shoes against the bluestone mingled with distant firecrackers, yet could not suppress the absurd turmoil churning within his chest. The lands divided among the great powers at the Paris conference, the impending shattering of the victorious nation's dreams, all coalesced into the cold sweat of his palms. The feeling of being the sole sober one amidst the drunken revelry was like a dull knife, scraping back and forth across his heart. He suddenly recalled the clattering of the abacus beads in the tea-house. Had he indeed only been a humble accountant, he might now be counting coins alongside a coarse porcelain bowl of hot tea, blissfully unaware of the grand tragedy he now foresaw. Just as a self-deprecating smile began to surface, Master Yin's sudden turn interrupted him, his sharp gaze fixed on Qiaonian's tense jaw, the breath between them crystallizing into frost. "You are not happy." It was not a question, but a judgment born from a deep understanding. "Master, if the outcome is already determined, is there any point in persisting?" Qiaonian's voice bore the chill of the wind, the flicker of light in his eyes dimming and brightening like a candle flame swaying in the breeze. The distant cheers continue to echo through the alley, yet he feels as though the entire world has transformed into a dust-covered glass pane, obscuring clarity and rendering tangible contact impossible. Even with his presence, the warlords' conflicts would persist, and the conspiracies of the Ba Rue and the meetings would unfold as usual. The sun would rise in the east and set in the west. But what significance does his existence truly hold? When one glimpses the abyss of an era too soon, it is inevitable to be consumed by a sense of nihilism. Yin Jufeng fixates on Qiaonian's tightly clenched fists, the knuckles pale from exertion. He understands all too well why the light in the boy's eyes has dimmed. He too has once wandered in confusion like him. Qiaonian now stands at a crossroads in his life, where the decision of which path to take rests solely upon him, for many similar choices await him in the future. He refrains from offering words of comfort. instead tapping the dry smoking pipe against his shoe, sparks flying onto the snow, only to be extinguished by the biting wind. Look at this charcoal fire. He suddenly gestures towards the corner stall selling roasted sweet potatoes, fully aware that no matter how much fuel is added, it will eventually extinguish at dawn. Yet, the old man selling the sweet potatoes will endure the entire night. Why? The smoking pipe traces an arc in the twilight. For there will always be those who seek warmth in the cold night. As he turns, his cotton shoes crack a thin layer of ice. The road is forged through one's own steps, not merely observed. Qiaonian lowers his head, focusing on the intermingled footprints on the stone-paved road. His Adam's apple bobbing several times before he slowly raises his gaze. "Shopkeeper," he says, his voice hoarse yet imbued with newfound resolve. "I believe I understand now. You may consider my reflections today as folly. His existence perhaps serves to alleviate the suffering endured by his motherland, granting him a modicum of peace. He accompanies his motherland through the long, arduous night, awaiting the dawn together." "Haha, I see you are simply too idle, pondering such matters," Yenjongwei remarks, taking a puff of smoke, which once again obscures his outline but cannot diminish his smile. Qiaonian straightens his back, his gaze transcending Yenjongwei's shoulder, looking towards the distant crowd still reveling in celebration. Those cheers, those jubilations, no longer appear as mere illusions to him. Suddenly, he strides forward towards the venue of the gathering, his steps still somewhat heavy, yet no longer hesitant. "Let us hasten, we must not miss the hour." He turns back to Yenjongwei, as consistently as ever. Change quietly blossoms. The seeds he has sown have begun to bear immature fruits unbeknownst to him. Chapter 25. Surprise winter is impartial, bringing its biting winds to every corner. As the first snowflake descends, the city feels as though it has plunged into an ice cellar. The northwesterly wind stings the skin, creeping down collars and sleeves to chill the bones, even wrapped in several layers of cotton. One's back still feels the cold penetrating through. During this time, the affluent bask in their glory. Gentlemen don glossy mink coats, while ladies and young misses are swathed in soft sheepskin garments, dancing in warm ballrooms and shopping in brightly lit stores. Inside, the coal fire blazes fiercely, generating heat that causes beads of sweat to form, utterly oblivious to the frigid conditions outside. However, life in the alley is far more arduous. The hands of the impoverished are red and swollen, marked with numerous wounds. They tightly bound their worn, bleached cotton clothing with coarse hemp rope. The patches on the garments layered upon one another, the fabric so thin that light could penetrate it. With a gust of wind, the wearers swayed unsteadily. At night, devoid of thick bedding, they could only don all the clothes they possessed. Such hardships had long become a way of life for them. Each winter, some would succumb to the snow, neighbors whispering about their ill fortune and inability to endure. Yet, life continued unabated. In the city of Sigio, no matter how bitterly cold the weather, it could not extinguish the indomitable spirit of survival. However, this year brought an exceptionally harsh winter, with a significant increase in the number of those perishing on the streets compared to previous years. Old Zhang, who sold coarse wrapping cloth, was acutely aware of this reality. Even more so than Old Wang, who ran the coffin shop across the street. His shop was nearly trampled to ruin as patrons, clad in their meager garments, huffed warm breaths while clamoring for wrapping cloth, the counter choked with customers. He recalled the early days of his business, shaking his head at Old Wang, incredulous that anyone would venture to open a coffin shop. Those impoverished souls, with but a single pair of cotton trousers to share among them, could hardly afford to purchase a coffin. When death came, they merely wrapped the body in a scrap of cloth and discarded it in a mass grave. That was the end of the matter. As he pondered this, the young errand boy burst through the door, stamping his frozen feet, his ears bright red, fingers scratching at the swollen frostbite. Breathless, he exclaimed, "Boss, I have news." Old Zhang seized the boy's wrist, knuckles whitening. "Speak. Is some lowlife encroaching on our business? Why are customers as wilted as frostbitten eggplants these days?" His eyes gleamed with avarice, akin to a ravenous wolf guarding its food. Each lifeless body in the cold was seen as a coin to him. The boy winced in pain, scratching at the scabbed frostbite on his hand, stammering, "Boss, there's someone at the city edge distributing porridge. Many nearly frozen poor souls have drunk the hot porridge and have revived." Before he could finish, Old Zhang slammed an abacus down on the counter, its beads scattering across the floor. "Damn it, they're ruining my livelihood." He kicked the errand boy in the rear, causing the doorframe to shudder. "What are you pretending to be a benevolent spirit for? Tossing food to the mud-covered legs is no different than feeding dogs." Despite his harsh words, his hand gripping the pipe trembled slightly. Whoever dared to distribute porridge in this year of famine must be a person of considerable influence. He, a mere small business owner, was unworthy even to carry their shoes. The boy, regaining his balance by leaning against the counter, offered a sycophantic smile. "Calm down. Who knows? They might stop the distribution in a few days." In these times, Who can afford to support idle people? His voice mingled with the howling north wind outside, falling softly upon old Zhang's increasingly sullen visage. Ultimately, old Zhang had miscalculated. The benefactor at the city edge, Qiaonian, had no ties to officials, nor was he a wealthy merchant. The goodwill of his actions was supported entirely by a systematic marketplace. Each grain of rice, each spoonful of porridge, was exchanged for faith value, barely balancing the books. With his meager salary, he had already exhausted most of his savings just to move from a cramped alley into a modest courtyard. There was no surplus to procure the skyrocketing prices of grain. Having spent 21,000 faith value, he had acquired 300 jin of fine rice and 600 jin of sweet potatoes, establishing a small stall to distribute porridge, which had been operational for about half a month. People passing by, as long as they are gaunt and weary, devoid of any malicious intent, can enjoy a bowl of porridge. This has led to his humble stall being met with long queues, even in the biting cold. Not only locals from the city, but also many from outside who cannot survive. The cold wind swirls with snowflakes, striking against the pot's edge as Ding Minjun seizes Qiaonian's frostbitten wrist, firmly taking the ladle. You rest here. We've got this. Her voice, enveloped in the warmth of the porridge, appears gentle, yet leaves no room for dissent. Amid the bubbling sound of the porridge pot, several helpers nod in agreement, though the origins of this life-giving food remain uncertain. The gratitude felt weighs heavier than iron. How could they allow Qiaonian to bear the burden alone? Qiaonian rubbed his frost-laden eyelashes, revealing a faint smile. He exhaled clouds of white vapor as he jogged towards the makeshift straw shed, his frozen ears reddening under his fingers. The thatched roof rustled, and the cold wind continued to seep through the gaps. Yet compared to the biting northern gales outside, this little warmth was sufficient for him to lean against a wooden pillar, close his eyes in peace, and silently call out, "System, recalculate faith value." Qiaonian exhaled a mist, his fingertips trembling slightly in the chill. Faith value dynamic calculation in progress. The cold mechanical voice resonated in his ears. Data flowing like a stream. Current faith value 15,689.43, 5639.23. He bowed his head in contemplation. In the marketplace, all goods are clearly priced. 10 faith points roughly equate to 1 unit of modern currency. Rice, priced at 3 units per pound in contemporary times, thus translates to 30 faith points per pound in the marketplace. However, advanced technological products, being ahead of their era, bear inflated prices. A previously redeemed walkie-talkie cost a staggering 35,000 faith points. Although it was intended for communication with great figures, it could later prove invaluable for intelligence gathering. Excluding lottery expenses, it is prudent to minimize current faith expenditures for future savings. Nevertheless, he has developed a few conjectures regarding the system's operational mechanics and now seeks to verify them. System, activate the lottery program, Qiaonian commanded softly, clenching his frostbitten fist. Deducting 5,000 faith points, detecting a surge in host merit value, luck value surpassing threshold. Amid the jarring alert, 2 blinding beams of golden light tore through the void, piercing the gloom of the shed like the dawn's sword. Qiaonian's breath hitched, his fingertips instinctively reaching towards the floating orb of light as a sacred tome, wrapped in golden radiance, slowly materialized, shimmering with an alluring glow in the frigid air. Oh, my homeland, it is your doing that has led to my demise. Prosper and grow strong. You still have many sons and daughters suffering there. The most precious thing for a person is life. Life is given to each individual only once, and one should live it in such a way that when reminiscing about the past, there is no regret for a life wasted, nor shame for a life unaccomplished. At the moment of death, one should be able to say, I devoted my life and all my energy to the most magnificent cause in the world, the struggle for the liberation of humanity. He was correct in his assumptions. What the system craved most was his merit. In essence, it transforms into a value of faith. Merit is a wondrous entity. Though invisible and intangible to people, the system may harness it as a source of energy. The influence exerted through actions translates into an empowering force. The surprise arrived with overwhelming suddenness, the golden halo still shimmering on the retina, yet Qiaonian was abruptly jolted by a tremor from the device in his pocket. The jarring crackle of the intercom shattered the air, interspersed with distant calls that waxed and waned. Zizi, Qiaonian, can you hear me? The distorted voice carried the dust of 1,000 miles. Yang Ziyuan's tone hoarse. He clutched the scorching intercom tightly, his throat constricting at the realization that this journey southward was far more perilous than anticipated. Although Yang Ziyuan had boarded the train southward in early October, the flames of war in Xiang and Chu were more fervent than imagined. Amidst the smoke of warring warlords, transportation had become akin to drifting weeds. By the time Yang Ziyuan traversed half of China to reach Changsha, the sycamore leaves had long since fallen from their branches. Navigating the streets where shrapnel flew about, Yang Ziyuan had to evade the sudden onslaught of stray bullets while, like a solitary raccoon in the dark, he sought traces of the wanted organization amidst military and police scrutiny. At last, he achieved his desire. Before him stood a young man with clear features. Though clad in a faded coarse cloth gown, he radiated a gentle strength. Holding a teacup, he spoke with eloquence, the sparks dancing in his eyes more penetrating than a torch in the dark night. Battling the cold wind, Yang Ziyuan's fingers, now red from the chill, clutched the intercom tightly, his expression solemn. "Comrade, please observe this item." His hoarse voice bore the fatigue of a 1,000-mile journey, yet could not conceal his excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, Qiaonian was intently pondering the knob of the intercom, his finger poised to press the send button to inquire about progress when the static suddenly crackled. Before he could react, a steady and powerful voice cut through the noise. "Comrade Zizi, can I speak directly about this black box?" The casing of the intercom grew hot in Qiaonian's grasp, his fingertips sinking into the textured surface. Even though this was a specially designed communication device, the signals traversing the 1,000 miles still twisted and warped in the biting wind and snow. The north wind outside howled as it swept past, causing Qiaonian's eyelashes to tremble violently. After days of turmoil, he surmised that Yang Ziyuan must have broken through numerous barriers to reach the core of the New People Society. If the temporal coordinates aligned precisely, the one stationed in Changsha would be the heartbeat, and his chest throbbed against his temples, yet his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. The name etched into the annals of history is an undying totem within the bloodline of all sons and daughters of the Flower Nation, a bronze rib that supports the entire nation amid torrential rain. Yet, as the dialogue that transcended time and space drew near, Qiaonian felt an almost fearful hesitation, akin to a lost traveler reluctant to touch the warm lights of memory. Until the next surge of static erupted, the voice, as gentle as the morning mist by the river, pierced through the static noise. "Hello, Comrade Qiaonian, I am Yao Ruinji." Qiaonian abruptly rose to his feet, the icy corner of the table striking the back of his hand, yet the pain paled in comparison to the sudden constriction of his heart. The static from the intercom was incessant, and Qiaonian's grip on the device tightened slightly, his throat constricting as he struggled to maintain a calm demeanor. "Comrade Ruinji, the Xingho Poetry Society is following your guidance, conducting trial lectures on new ideas at the Workers' Night School, and has even organized some short propaganda plays. Could you please assess whether we are on the right path?" A response, imbued with the unique intonation of the local dialect and laced with hearty laughter, pierced through the noise. "Indeed, we must dismantle those grand theories into fragments, blending them with the everyday language of the common folk to nourish their hearts." Miao Runji's voice suddenly deepened, resonating like a rhythmic beat struck upon stone, amidst the fierce territorial battles among warlords. The common people were struggling to find sustenance. Now was the time to sow the seeds of hope. Thump, thump, thump. Qiaonian felt his heart pounding like a drum within his chest. It was not until the other party imparted words of encouragement, delivered with the patience of one who meticulously chews their food before offering it to another, that he felt his tension dissipate. However, Beiping is under the watchful eyes of the warlords. It is not like our Longsha. When conducting propaganda, one must tread lightly, akin to a cat walking on tiptoe, retracting swiftly at the slightest hint of danger. These practical reminders, imbued with an earthy warmth, allowed Qiaonian's anxieties to fall away like a heavy weight. He relaxed the strap of the intercom that had pressed into his palm, his fingertips finally regaining their warmth. In the flickering shadows cast by the kerosene lamp, Yang Ziyuan observed the slightly warm intercom in Miao Ruinji's hand. The dialogue between them was tightly interwoven, and the analysis of the situation was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. The strategies regarding the Workers' Night School and street propaganda resonated deeply with the answers he had been seeking across vast distances. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged in his throat. After traversing mountains and evading numerous checkpoints, he finally felt a sense of gravity in this moment. "Comrade, have a sip of hot water." The guard in the corner lowered his rifle, his earlier hawk-like gaze softening into warmth. The steam rising from the coarse clay bowl obscured Yang Ziyuan's glasses as he reached out to grasp it. He realized that the blister in his palm had burst during the journey, and now, the hot water's touch elicited a surprising sweetness. This cup of tea, imbued with the clarity of mountain spring water, surpassed all the exquisite spirits he had ever encountered. Knowing that Yang Ziyuan had come to learn about their organizational strategies, the guard invited him to explore the valley where they congregated, and Yang Ziyuan readily accepted. By the time the moon had risen above the willow treetops and the dark expanse of land was illuminated by scattered lights, their conversation had already drawn to a close. Beiping, historically a resounding capital of the flower-growing nation, is home to generations of local folks, men and women alike, all of whom are undoubtedly rooted in the essence of their heritage. The authentic warmth and humanity of old Beiping is unparalleled. However, as the world changed, the imperial court vanished, and foreign powers and overseas visitors began to roam the streets of Beiping. Questions arose, with people from all corners of the world. With golden hair and blue eyes, how can we still claim that Beiping is solely inhabited by our flower-growing folk? Please, do not rush to refute my assertion. I speak of those who genuinely live their lives in Beiping. The newcomers from abroad, who stroll through the 8 great alleys today and dine at the Luguor restaurant tomorrow, are here to indulge and enjoy the spectacle. Where can one compare the experiences of the long-time residents of Beiping, who till the soil and sip tea in their courtyards, living life to the fullest? As Qiaonian retraced his steps, he couldn't help but ponder the essence of this city. It is no wonder that people often say that once one acquires wealth, they tend to forget their roots. Indeed, when one ascends to a higher status, the environment often assists in obscuring certain realities. Upon his arrival here, he was penniless, scraping by at the very bottom of society, surrounded daily by the wretchedness of life. Now, with a bit more financial freedom, he has rented a room in Lulikang, mingling with learned scholars and leaving behind the uneducated. Just today, he unexpectedly encountered a foreign missionary with a prominent nose and blue eyes. Strangely, wherever this man went, shopkeepers, attendants, and even common folk greeted him with courtesy. Qiaonian shook his head at the sight, contemplating silently. It must be said that these missionaries, for the people of our land, can be viewed as somewhat beneficial. Their primary aim here is to spread their faith. If the nation were peaceful and sovereign, surely people would perceive this as cultural infiltration by foreigners. However, in these tumultuous times, when the populace is precariously situated, these missionaries have at least established schools and clinics, providing considerable assistance. Viewed through this lens, how could they be deemed as villains? The current method of marking years in the Gregorian calendar also hails from foreign origins. They designated the year of Jesus' birth as year 1, thus making January 1st the celebration of his birth. Since the adoption of the Gregorian calendar, though it has only been a couple of years, an increasing number of people have begun to celebrate the new year in accordance with Western customs. Environment and culture are akin to an invisible wind, subtly infiltrating one's life. By the time one realizes the transformation, they have already been swept along with it. It is only when someone points it out that one suddenly recognizes how vastly different they have become from their former self. Too many have drowned in the jazz of the Six Nations Hotel, intoxicated amidst the wine glasses of Dong Jiaominxiang, losing the fervor in their eyes amid the dazzling lights. In the whirlpool of opulence and excess, how many remember the path they once traveled? Qiaonian kept the dusk at bay. The magazine Qifeng lay serenely on the sandalwood table, and he picked up the wolf hairbrush, the ink in the inkstone still wet. At the moment the brush pierced the rice paper, he seemed to see, in a haze, a small beggar lying in a pool of blood in the alley, his face momentarily resembling his own. The brush tip plunged fiercely into the rice paper. The words "Do not forget your original intention" pierced through the paper's surface. 1. 2. 10 strokes of ink blossomed like flickering flames, setting the pristine white surface ablaze. Do not forget your original intention. Remember your mission. These 8 words were driven deep into his heart like steel nails, firmly affixed to the first page of an invisible notebook in his mind. Beside the desk, the perpetual calendar remained stuck on the date marking the ceasefire of the Great Battle on November 11th, year 6 of the new dynasty. Qiaonian gazed at the dust-laden pages and suddenly began to tear them one by one. With each page torn, a slight sting coursed through his fingertips, and within that pain, he contemplated, have these days truly been spent to their fullest? Has time been squandered? As the final page fluttered down, the pristine January 1st stood out boldly before him. Qiaonian was momentarily taken aback, only to burst into laughter upon realizing that the new year had quietly arrived amidst the disarray of his cluttered desk. The 7th year of the new era had dawned. Chapter 27. The Abyss. It was no novelty for foreigners to receive preferential treatment and hold privileges. In Qiaonian's view, the special accommodations enjoyed by international students at various prestigious universities in later years were abundant, spacious and bright single rooms, substantial stipends, and even distinct grading criteria. One top domestic university garnered widespread acclaim for abolishing these special privileges, treating international students and domestic scholars equally, becoming a celebrated example. Thus, it seemed that the elevated status of foreigners in this world was hardly surprising. It was merely a commonplace reality. On the streets, golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners strolled by, while shopkeepers bowed and nodded in deference. In government offices, consuls issued orders with an air of authority, and officials exchanged smiles and flattery. A scene etched into the fabric of the era. Was the situation any different for our compatriots abroad? As twilight faded, Qiaonian suddenly rapped on the window pane, jolting his distant thoughts back to the cobblestone floor. The crescent moon hung askew at the eaves, and the stars scattered like fragments of silver, while the morning breeze swept through the fallen leaves, appearing more solitary than the golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners in daylight. He was reminded of the moon in a distant land, wondering if it too cast such a cold light upon the sky, visible only to those who could not discern the path home. The silver glow flowed over the wooden table, forming rivers on the pristine white rice paper. Qiaonian stood at the boundary of light and shadow, his silhouette cut sharply by the moonlight. Time slipped away unnoticed until he finally lifted his brush. The ink plummeted onto the paper, and he felt a sigh resonate deep within him. The characters for the abyss pierced through the paper like two nails, embedding the wanderer's confusion and the nation's longing firmly into the thin sheet. Of late, he had felt a profound sense of isolation. His precocious nature had thrust him into an existence utterly incompatible with the world around him, the barrier between him and society growing ever higher. Since his last visitor, Qiaonian had confined himself to his small courtyard for 6 or 7 days. Had it not been for the news he heard from a fellow member of the Poetry Society, the shopkeeper Yin might have suspected some misfortune had befallen him. Anxious to break down the door at the earliest opportunity, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and the shopkeeper, unable to contain himself, once more strolled to the entrance of Qiaonian's courtyard. The morning light pressed heavily upon the door frame, the verdigris on the copper ring glimmering faintly in the breeze. While the closed door seemed to isolate the entire world beyond, he lingered for a long moment, exhaling a heavy sigh, and was about to turn away when he heard the creak of the old wooden door slowly opening, revealing a figure silhouetted against the light. In the brief time apart, he almost failed to recognize the person before him. In just over half a year, Qiaonian had grown considerably taller. His face was lean, yet radiated a sense of determination. The youthful naivety had faded from his brow, replaced by a newfound composure that suggested he was stepping boldly toward the ideal version of himself. Clutching a hefty stack of manuscripts under his arm, Qiaonian crossed the threshold with a brisk stride. Out of the corner of his eye, you caught sight of the stern figure of Yin Junfeng in the shadow of the porch, prompting him to pause in surprise. Master Yin, what brings you here? If I didn't see you for much longer, I might have thought you were kidnapped. Yin Junfeng laughed heartily while wrapping an arm around his shoulder, causing Qiaonian to emit a soft grunt from the force of the gesture. Surely not. Who would dare to abduct me? My frail frame, worn from days of writing, could hardly withstand such familiarity. He chuckled and bent slightly, slipping away like a slippery fish from Yan's embrace, deftly tucking his manuscript into the shopkeeper's arms. With rough fingers brushing against the thick pages, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in Yin Junfeng's eyes. He gestured appreciatively towards the manuscript, saying, "Do not underestimate yourself. In these past 6 months, who in the city hasn't heard of Qiaonian from the Xingho Poetry Society?" "Oh, please stop." Qiaonian clasped his hands together in feigned surrender, pulling Yin Junfeng towards the wonton stall at the street corner. They exchanged laughter as they turned into the alley, where Qiaonian called for 2 bowls of hot soup. Amidst the swirling steam, porcelain spoons clinked against the bowls, and the youth savored the tender wontons with delight. His ink-stained fingers dipping into the broth, vibrant as ever. Yin Junfeng waved his hand to indicate he was not hungry, shifting his stool back a couple of inches and propping his knee up in a relaxed posture. His calloused fingers caressed the neatly stacked manuscript, squinting against the light as if savoring a rare treasure. The pages gently rippled with the rhythm of his bouncing leg, the rich scent of fresh ink mingling with the dry atmosphere of winter, filling his nostrils as the warm sunlight streamed into the alley, illuminating the gilded words that danced in his mind. It appeared to narrate the tale of a foreign traveler from a distant land, akin to a kite severed from its string, aimlessly drifting in the foreign winds. He curled up in the corner of a strange street, his shadow feeling equally out of place. In the depths of sleepless nights, he could only direct his yearning and solitude toward the direction of his homeland, swallowing his heart's heavy longing whole. Unlike the sharp brilliance that typically radiated from Qiaonian's prose, this time the strokes were enveloped in an undercurrent of sorrow, akin to the cold waters beneath the ice in winter, seemingly tranquil, yet deeply chilling. Yin Junfeng's brow furrowed suddenly, his previously swaying leg coming to a halt. His fingertips traced the coarse pages, captivated by the opening solitude, as if invisible hands were pulling him into the deep blue mire woven from words. Time slipped away unnoticed until Qiaonian, having devoured 2 large bowls of wontons with the speed of a whirlwind, felt the warmth of the soup still lingering in his throat. Turning to his side, he was taken aback to find Yin Junfeng, usually so unflappable even in the face of calamity, now with reddened eyes, as if the cold wind had crumpled his gaze. He gently folded the manuscript, resting it on his lap, his calloused hands massaging his temples, the hand that so often held the water pipe now trembling as it pressed against his brow, seemingly attempting to soothe the emotional tide stirred by the words. As if mirroring the narrative he had just read, Yin Junfeng's voice trembled softly as he called out, and tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes, leaving him puzzled as to the reason. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, his gaze slightly unfocused. the pages pausing in his grasp, a barely perceptible wave of emotion swelling in his eyes. Perhaps it was the protagonist's dying cry that softened his heart. Perhaps the solitude woven between the lines reminded him of his years studying abroad. Those solitary days wandering foreign streets, those moments of linguistic barriers and unfamiliarity, gradually became vivid through the text. He seemed to have lived through scenes of azure skies and unblemished days, where the eternal sun shone brightly. During his years of wandering overseas, every sleepless dawn and dusk was marked by a constancy in the sky above, sunlight streaming down, casting elongated shadows on the foreign streets, stretching back to his distant homeland. Within his youthful frame lay an unexpressed yearning for his homeland, having once endured similar inner turmoil as the protagonist of The Abyss. Like the tormented student in the book, he suffered in the struggle between spirit and flesh. On one hand, he yearned to break free from the shackles of feudal etiquette and shatter the barriers of discrimination in a foreign land. On the other, as a citizen of a weak nation, he found himself ensnared in a quagmire of inferiority and despair. Ultimately, he persevered through those darkest of times, considering himself fortunate. Yet, how many others share such fortune? Self-destruction may not be the only option for the unfortunate, yet death has become their shared fate. The abyss, the personal abyss, the national abyss, the abyss of the state. Oh, motherland, my death is your doing. Prosper and strengthen yourself. You still have many sons and daughters suffering there. Chapter 28. Fame. A pang of bitterness surged in Yan's throat, and the emotions bottled within his chest slowly escaped with a sigh. He turned, his gaze falling upon Qiaonian, pondering why he had suddenly recalled this. The humiliation and resentment that simmered within this novel were too vivid. Clearly laid bare like scars from one's very essence, exposing the cold stares on foreign streets, the mockery in classrooms, and the torn luggage at customs, each detail suffused with a suffocating authenticity. Undoubtedly, this is a masterpiece capable of stirring the soul. Those tear-soaked fragments of studying abroad will resonate deeply with others who have shared similar experiences, and such individuals are not few in this era. Even readers who have never stepped beyond their borders will undoubtedly be moved to tears by the cry at the end, emanating from a solitary plunge into the depths of despair in a foreign land. Yet, Qiaonian, who evidently lacks such overseas experiences, manages to depict humiliation and struggle with such profound intensity. Those details seem to resurrect yesterday. Even the scent of blood in the air remains unmistakably clear. However, upon reflection, it has been over a decade since his return. Could it be that those buried memories have never truly healed? Indeed, on some silent, deep night, the cold rain of a foreign land continues to saturate his dreams, and the sound of colonial boots echoes persistently in his ears. The fate of a weak nation's citizen resembles chains engraved upon the spine. No matter how far one traverses the mountains and rivers, that shadow of inferiority forever lingers. It is the impoverished and weakened homeland that has branded its mark of a century's humiliation deep within every wanderer's soul. Oh, motherland, when shall you prosper and grow strong? Qiaonian met Yan's probing gaze, his back remaining straight, his breath steady beneath the dark robe. As the pen touched the paper for the first stroke, he foresaw this inquiry. From the incisive realism that lays bare the wounds of society, one abruptly transitions to a narrative as profound as a shadowy abyss of romanticism. Were the reader to harbor no doubts, it would indeed defy reason. Just yesterday, at the alleyway entrance in the western part of the city, I encountered a fair-haired, blue-eyed missionary. He lowered his gaze to the still wet ink on the manuscript, the words exuding an aura of foreign frost and snow, yet his discourse took a sudden turn. He remarked that Mr. Yin and Mr. Yu had once been classmates abroad. I recall him mentioning that the two had traversed the vast ocean together. His fingertip glided across the paper's surface, as if tracing the old wounds inscribed in the text. Every rainy day, a sharp pain would pierce his knee, requiring him to cross his legs and shake them repeatedly for relief, while Mr. Yu bore those unsightly scars on his arm, which Qiaonian paused to contemplate before he spoke of them as marks left from his youth. These stories, nestled within flesh and sinew, perhaps represent the most profound insights gleaned from studying abroad. Yan Junfeng chuckled softly, a few muffled sounds escaping his throat. It would be prudent to present this manuscript to old Yu, to show him that his casual guidance has indeed produced such a formidable talent. With that, he deftly retrieved coins from his pocket and settled the bill at the wonton stall. I shall deliver the manuscript to the newspaper office for you, he offered. He lifted his gaze to Qiaonian. This piece diverges from your usual style. Do you still intend to publish it anonymously? No. Qiaonian met his probing gaze, his eyes ablaze with an intense fervor, a manifestation of ambition breaking free from the soil, as well as the spirited brilliance of youth. Each word he uttered was clear and resonant. This time, I shall publish under my real name. The words carried the sharpness of a breakthrough. It was time to establish his own identity. The literary era belonging to Qiaonian would commence with this article bearing his true name, officially unfurling its curtain. On January 9th, the magazine New School was launched, advocating for scientism and cultural innovation, serving as a robust complement to Qifeng magazine. On January 10th, Qiaonian's new article was published. It struck the literary world like a boulder cast into a deep pool, creating waves that rippled through the community. This slender volume, inscribed with Qiaonian's name, encapsulated the soul-wrenching cries of foreign students, piercing through the fabric of modern literature with the sharpness of vernacular prose, thereby opening a new gateway. It was not merely the first personal collection of vernacular novels. It also infused the flames of Romanticism into the crucible of literary revolution, simultaneously establishing a literary paradigm focused on the spiritual dilemmas of the student diaspora. The candid exploration of sexual anguish within its pages allowed countless readers to glimpse their hidden selves amidst the lines. The protagonist's solitary figure wandering through the rural landscapes of Japan, caught in a painful struggle between desire and national shame, along with those monologues steeped in tears and blood, shattered the shackles of traditional literature's subtlety. In no time, within bookstores, young scholars clamored to share it. The fervent words igniting passionate discussions in tea-houses, classrooms, and alleyways. At newsstands, this article stood in stark contrast to traditional serialized novels, creating a glaring disparity. Some held it close, unable to sleep through the night, while others condemned it as immoral. This discourse regarding the boundaries of literature swiftly proliferated to the very heart of the literary scene. Chung Fangwu extolled in the Creation Quarterly, commending its audacious courage in dismantling the facade of traditional morals, laying bare the spiritual scars of overseas students for the world to witness, thus forging new realms for literature. Meanwhile, Zhou Liren published a lengthy article in the Morning Post supplement, wielding the philosophy of humanistic literature as a shield to incisively refute the moral condemnations of purists, emphasizing that literature must confront the veracity of human nature rather than devolve into a mere veil for antiquated morals. Beyond this debate, a multitude of young writers were inspired by this avant-garde wave of creativity, eagerly directing their pens towards the suppressed individual emotions and the traumas of their era, heralding a profound literary transformation, quietly brewing in the wake of this novel's ripples. As the creator, Qiaonian overnight became the focal point of public attention. Previously, he had already made a name for himself through his active participation in the Xingho Poetry Society, and now, with the fervent reactions to his article, the threshold of the Poetry Society was nearly breached. Various invitations cascaded towards him like falling snowflakes. Today, a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education, under the pretext of discussing the impact of new literature on education, earnestly invited him to a banquet. Tomorrow, the son of a pretentious warlord sought to embellish his literary circle with Qiaonian's fame and extended an enthusiastic invitation. Qiaonian found himself perpetually occupied, navigating through a whirlwind of social engagements and literary events. However, this vibrant and dazzling tumult was as ephemeral as fireworks. Soon, the global spotlight shifted to the distant Paris Peace Conference. On February 18th, the conference commenced, with representatives from the Flower Nation putting forth just demands for the abolition of foreign spheres of influence. Yet, these appeals were met with refusal. The conference decreed that the privileges seized by the defeated Germans in the territory of Jiaozhou would be transferred to the Japanese. Chapter 29, the Paris Peace Conference. Losing Shandong was not merely the loss of a province, but a forfeiture of the entire nation's sovereign dignity. At the Paris Peace Conference, the Flower Nation suffered a diplomatic debacle. During World War I, the nation dispatched 140,000 able-bodied laborers to the European front lines, where they undertook substantial logistical responsibilities, constructing roads, transporting supplies, and excavating trenches. Many perished in foreign lands, their remains never to return home. Yet, at the conference, their immense contributions were disregarded by the Western powers. The representatives from the Flower Nation articulated reasonable demands for the reclamation of sovereignty over Shandong and the abrogation of unequal treaties, only to be rebuffed. The conference, ostensibly a reckoning for the vanquished, was in reality a tool for a few powerful nations to reallocate their interests. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, without strength, there is no voice. The notions of fairness and justice are rendered inconsequential in the face of might. The verdict of the international conference swiftly reached the domestic sphere. Within the red walls of Peking University, Kai Dali trembled slightly as he grasped the receiver. The antiquated bronze telephone cold against his palm. Moments earlier, he had been engaged in a discussion with Qiaonian about the awakening of youth in the abyss, when suddenly an urgent ringing shattered their reverie. Qiaonian observed Kai Dali's brow furrow slightly, yet his lips curved into a gentle smile as he gestured towards the telephone, indicating that there was no need for concern. As the newly appointed president of Peking University, Kai Dali found himself inundated with a multitude of administrative documents awaiting resolution. his schedule perpetually filled. The ringing of the phone echoed like a death knell, prompting Kai Dali to nod apologetically and grasp the receiver. The crackling sound that emanated from the handset pierced his eardrums, soon followed by a choked, trembling voice. Shandong is about to be lost. We have failed. Kai Dali's fingers clenched the receiver tightly, the knuckles whitening from exertion, as he stood frozen in disbelief. What? Shandong is to be lost. This revelation struck him like a heavy hammer, causing a buzzing sensation in his mind, and he could scarcely trust his own ears. His eyes brimmed with incredulity, blood vessels rapidly reddening, and tears glimmered at the corners. Slowly, he closed his eyelids, attempting to conceal the overwhelming despair that surged within him. Yet his trembling lashes betrayed his inner turmoil. The fatigue etched in the corners of his eyes deepened, seemingly engraved with the humiliation and reluctance of a nation under oppression. He should have anticipated this. A metallic taste rose in his throat as the veins in his neck throbbed violently, and the long-suppressed growl erupted. Those inhuman beasts. His voice trembled like a wind-torn bellows, akin to a cornered beast's agonized cry. His knuckles rapped against the table, producing a dull thud that sent ripples through the ink in the inkstone, reflecting the fiery emotion in his bloodshot eyes. What burned within him was more than mere anger. It was a profound despair at the foreseen fracture of his homeland. Could wolves ever be satiated? Suddenly, he was seized by a violent cough, droplets of blood seeping through his fingers to stain the inaugural issue of Qifeng. The loss of Shandong felt akin to a vicious dog clamping down on his throat. His hoarse voice was laced with frost, each word articulating the most harrowing of futures: ports in peril, railways changing hands. The entire North China plain destined to become a den of wolves. Qiaonian clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking under pressure. Despite having received the grim tidings through encrypted messages, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, crimson veins spreading across his vision. Outside, the locust trees rustled their bare branches, yet he could almost hear the wails of 140,000 laborers. Envisioning the tragic sight of the flag of oppression rising over Qingdao port, the pain in his chest surged, despite his nails digging deep into his palms. He had meticulously rehearsed every step of their plan, thoroughly preparing for the worst. Yet, when the cold reality struck his ears, the sorrows tumbling within him surged forth like a dam bursting, overwhelming all the defenses he thought were solid. For the unveiling of Dissent, he had calculated the timing precisely, orchestrating the publication date to coincide with the eve of the Berry Conference's resolution. This strategy was intended to catalyze fervent discussions and consolidate the strength of overseas students at the peak of public sentiment. In just over a month, this work propelled him into the ranks of literary elites, granting him access to circles previously beyond his reach. Amidst the clinking of glasses, he encountered numerous ambitious contemporaries, viewing each conversation and business card as leverage for his aspirations. Yet, upon hearing Kai Dali's anguished roar, he realized that his meticulously devised strategies had, in truth, been woefully inadequate. They could not suppress the anguish of the nation, nor mend the profound despair that followed the shattering of hope. There could be no more delay. Qiaonian rose abruptly, causing the table to tremble and a few pages of documents to scatter. The harsh reality allowed no room for sentiment. The proposal laid bare the hypocrisy of their intentions, exposing their naked ambition. By subjecting Shandong to the inequitable treaty with Libyan, they had effectively signed away our territory. Qiaonian forcefully suppressed the surging sorrow within him, his clenched fists trembling slightly, yet his gaze was as sharp as a tempered blade. Kailao, we cannot accept such a treaty. We must not sign this document. The fervent declaration echoed in the room, each word laden with determination. Kai Dali took a deep breath, striving to steady his quaking shoulders. His earlier outburst was rapidly reined in by reason. He lifted his head, his expression resolute as stone, his cheeks still quivering from emotion. Yet each word rang with conviction. Indeed, we must not sign. Kai Dali's gaze remained fixed on Qiaonian. What do you intend to do? He understood this young man all too well. Qiaonian's composed demeanor suggested he had a well-formed plan. Outside, the branches of the locust trees rustled, as if holding their breath in anticipation. Qiaonian stepped forward, the hem of his white shirt lifted by the gusting wind, the fire in his eyes nearly bursting forth. A student movement. In a moment of reverie, countless familiar faces from history overlapped. Those youths who had once fought for truth now gazed through Qiaonian's eyes. His voice resonated like a hammer striking a bronze drum. Those politicians at the negotiation table were unreliable, but we students could make the cries of the entire nation resound. Before his words had fully settled, Kai Dali's hands had clenched into fists, this answer unexpected yet entirely logical. After many late-night discussions, Qiaonian had long since buried the spark of national salvation deep within his heart. Kai Dali remained silent for a long while, a look of contentment emerging on his pale face. He gazed towards the distant, soft sunlight, and spoke slowly. If you wish to do it, then do it. That voice carried the hopes of an elder and boundless trust in the future. This burgeoning power, radiant as the morning sun, should not be obstructed, could not be obstructed. Make Peking University your first stronghold. No one will stand in your way. Kai Dali's hand came down heavily on Qiaonian's shoulder, imbued with undeniable resolve. Chapter 30. The speech in the red building auditorium. The early spring chill swept through the fine sand, brushing against the blue bricks. Over 500 Peking University students either leaned against the weathered columns or gathered beneath the locust trees, their whispers cascading like waves. Gu Hong stood beside the side curtain of the auditorium, peering through the gaps in the fabric, witnessing the dense assembly of people below. Even those at the rear strained on tiptoe to glimpse the stage. As a member of the Spark Poetry Society, he found all his companions present today. They were dispersed among the crowd, some maintaining order, others distributing flyers. Once the news of Qiaonian's upcoming speech spread, his fellow poets rushed to help without hesitation. They were all students at Peking University, eager to support this momentous occasion. Yet, none of them knew the topic of the speech. Who was this young man preparing to speak? A student in the front row, wearing round glasses, tugged at his companion's sleeve, gazing in confusion at the makeshift wooden platform. A group of alumni, their hair parted neatly, whispered among themselves when suddenly one of them lowered his voice. Do you not know? He is a key member of the Spark Poetry Society. He was the one who distributed porridge to beggars last month. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gasp of astonishment erupted from the back row. Moreover, another youth, wearing a cap, squeezed forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He is the author of Descent. That book has swept through the circles of overseas students. Every word strikes at the very core of our countrymen. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of gasps and murmurs, as if boiling water were erupting. As the commotion surged through the auditorium, Gu Hong bounded up the steps in a flurry, his arms rolled up at the sleeves, gesturing powerfully. Quiet. The speech is about to begin. His hoarse voice, mingling with the sound of his hands striking the podium, reverberated beneath the dome. A few students in the front row, still exchanging whispers, instinctively fell silent under his intense gaze. Qiaonian ascended the steps, each step seemingly echoing the heartbeat of the crowd. Clad in the crisp uniform of Peking University, his silhouette cut through the swirling dust, and the sharp sound of his shoes striking the wooden podium rang out clearly. When he reached the center of attention, his gently lowered eyelashes cast shadows beneath his eyes, and the tips of his hair still bore the chill of early spring. This palpable sense of silence extinguished the last remnants of murmuring, leaving only sporadic coughs in the auditorium. Thank you all for coming to hear my speech. Before his words faded, Qiaonian had performed a deep bow, his back straight as an arrow. As he rose, the emblem on his chest reflected a cold light. His previously lowered brow suddenly lifted, revealing a gaze as piercing as a steel blade, sweeping across the faces below, skimming over the weathered slogans on the columns, and ultimately resting upon the gentlemen on the second floor who were watching him intently. In that breathless moment, his thin lips parted, and his words, like unsheathed blades, sliced through the stagnant air. At this moment, we shall not engage in pleasantries, but rather address the wounds that are bleeding our entire nation. Qiaonian stood at the podium, his gaze gradually traversing the youthful faces before him. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with a captivating magic that compelled all to listen intently. Fellow students, I am sure you have all heard the recent news regarding the international conference. A slight stir rippled through the audience. Some nodded, others furrowed their brows, and whispers flitted about like the wind. He paused, retrieving a newspaper from his pocket. The sound of rustling paper punctuating the air. The newspaper states that the conference is set to transfer Germany's interests in Shandong to Japan. What does this signify? It means our territory, the homeland of our compatriots, is to be treated as mere spoils of war. At this juncture, his voice trembled slightly, yet he maintained control. I know some may feel this is a matter for the government, a concern for diplomats. But my fellow students, the docks of Qingdao, the factories in Jinan, those are the fruits of our compatriots' labor. The auditorium fell into a profound silence, broken only by distant, sporadic sounds of ship whistles. Qiaonian raised his head, a flicker of pain glistening in his eyes. We are here in school to learn the way of saving our nation. Now that our country faces dire straits, can we afford to stand idly by? His pace quickened. We are students, but we are not mere spectators in the confines of academia. The compatriots of Shandong are waiting, and 40 million citizens are looking to us to rise and voice the call for justice. Suddenly, Qiaonian stepped forward, the hem of his garment sweeping the edge of the podium. His bony fingers, sharp as unsheathed swords, pointed directly at the sea of moon-white school uniforms below. Behold the uniforms you wear. The resounding echoes reverberated across the auditorium's vaulted ceiling, and the students in the front row instinctively straightened their spines, the brass buttons on their uniforms glinting coldly in the sunlight. Immediately afterward, He struck his palm heavily against his chest, the metal edges of the school emblem biting painfully into him. Now look at the emblem of Peking University that we wear. This action startled the sparrows in the corridor, causing them to flutter away. In the year of Wushu, our predecessors rang the bell for reform here, during the Xinhai Revolution. Our mentors kindled the flames of revolution here. The veins in his neck bulged, his voice taking on a metallic resonance. Patriotism is the totem engraved in our very blood. The auditorium fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a pen gliding across paper could be heard. Qiaonian suddenly leaned forward, his gaze piercing as it swept across each youthful face. When the bayonets of foreign powers press against our gates, when the waves of the sea crash upon the shores with humiliation, his voice rose abruptly, like thunder cleaving through dark clouds. In this moment of national peril, can we muster the courage and responsibility required? As the last words landed, someone in the crowd shouted, "We can," breaking the silence and igniting a fervent roar. What shall we do? The audience's eyes sparkled as they gazed intently at Qiaonian, who appeared to be alone, yet seemed to carry the weight of an entire army behind him. Meeting the blazing gazes from below, Qiaonian slowly unbuttoned the second button of his garment, his chest rising and falling dramatically with each breath. He tore a newspaper bearing the Paris Peace Conference proposals into shreds, hurling the fragments into the air, where they fell like pale snowflakes. What we must do is make the voices of youth heard throughout Beiping. Suddenly, the sound of overturned chairs echoed from the back of the auditorium. Amidst the rising chorus of agreement, Qiaonian drew a dagger from his waist, carving a deep wound into his palm, blood dripping from the blade onto the slogan below, swearing with his blood, "If the nation falters, I will cease to exist. I shall not betray my country. I shall not betray my people." Chapter 31. The pretense as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the branches of the locust tree. The grand door of the red building slowly opened. Qiaonian walked among the crowd, the manuscript in his arms pressing against his chest. Turning the corner, old Zhao, the pancake vendor, lifted the steamer lid, steam rising from the hot pancakes, with sesame seeds arranged in an arrow shape atop them. Upon receiving the pancake, Qiaonian discovered a note hidden beneath it. "Plans have changed. Mr. Qiao," old Zhao said in a low voice, his hands continuing their work. "This morning, someone in uniform came to buy breakfast from me, with a Tianjin accent, purchasing quite a lot, saying something about an event." Qiaonian nodded slightly, taking a bite of the pancake, the sound of sesame seeds cracking between his teeth eerily clear. "Thank you," he mumbled, placing a few coins beside the steamer. Not far away, Ding Minjun pretended to select fabric at the silk shop's entrance, her peripheral vision constantly on Qiaonian. She saw him touch his left ear. This was a dangerous signal. Her heart raced, and the silk in her hand crumpled under her grip. "Miss, this piece of lake silk is a new arrival," the shopkeeper said eagerly. Ding Minjun forced herself to loosen her grip. "Wrap it up," she said, her voice steadier than she had anticipated. She needed the disguise of a wealthy young lady purchasing silk, perfectly ordinary. Qiaonian had already vanished into the crowd. According to the contingency plan, he should now detour to Dong'an Market, where he would navigate his way to the destination. Ding Minjun was aware of a tea house there, with a window-side table that offered a view of the entire street's activity. Guhong was waiting at the intersection of Mishur Street. He feigned tying his shoelaces while discreetly observing the movements behind him. Sure enough, two plainclothes individuals had been trailing him, maintaining a constant but distant presence. Cursing under his breath, he rose and turned into a narrow alley, needing to shake off his tail before reuniting with Qiaonian. Inside the tea house, Qiaonian occupied a window seat, a pot of Longjing tea before him. The tea leaves unfurled in the hot water, mirroring the plans they were currently unfolding. Outside, several youths resembling students conversed at the street corner, appearing to engage in casual chatter, but in reality, they were keeping watch. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Qiaonian did not turn around, but his fingers brushed against the teacup. Should there be any anomaly, he would shatter the cup as a signal. "Mr. Qiao, I apologize for the wait," came Ding Minjun's voice. She had changed into a pale purple qipao, her hair styled up, exuding a more mature aura. Qiaonian sighed with relief. "Is there a tail?" Ding Minjun shook her head gracefully as she seated herself. "I had the staff at the silk shop keep an eye out. No one has followed." Lowering her voice, she added, "Guhong has been targeted. He is currently taking a detour." A barely perceptible frown creased Qiaonian's brow. Guhong was meticulous, if even he found it difficult to extricate himself. The situation was more dire than anticipated. "Notify the others to execute Plan 3, he instructed. Ding Minjun nodded, pretending to pour tea for Qiaonian while discreetly sliding a note into his sleeve. "This is the new contact point," she whispered. "The previous one is no longer secure." Qiaonian concealed the note as he sipped his tea. The warmth of the tea could not dispel the chill that gripped his heart. He recalled the old school worker's hesitant gaze when he left the red building that morning. In retrospect, it had unmistakably been a farewell look. You must remain vigilant. Qiaonian suddenly declared, this operation is perilous. Ding Minjun's hand faltered, a drop of tea splattering onto the tablecloth, creating a small circle. We all chose this path. She replied, her voice gentle yet resolute. No one is coerced. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Qiaonian glanced alertly, observing several patrol officers setting up a checkpoint at the street corner. The leader, a captain with a Tianjin accent, scanned the passers-by with sharp eyes, akin to a hound searching for prey. The time has come, Qiaonian stated, his voice deep as a bell. Regardless of what occurs, the plan must proceed. Ding Minjun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though she quickly regained her composure. I will ensure the message gets out, she vowed, her fingers tightly gripping the teacup, knuckles whitening. Qiaonian rose, adjusting his long gown. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Ding Minjun, his gaze laden with unspoken sentiments. Take care, he uttered, then turned and descended the stairs, merging into the flow of the street's crowd. Ding Minjun gazed out of the window, watching his silhouette flicker in and out of sight among the crowd, his gray cloth gown ultimately vanishing into the shade of the locust blossoms. She retrieved the plain silk hidden within her braid and gently tied it to the window frame. This was their agreed signal. The mission continued, yet danger loomed. Qiaonian walked down the street, acutely aware of the weight in his arms, which was merely a stack of paper. As he turned a corner, he suddenly encountered several plainclothes officers questioning pedestrians ahead. The retreat was also blocked. He was encircled. Without the slightest hesitation, Qiaonian ducked into a stationery shop. The proprietor, sympathetic to their cause, immediately understood the situation. Mr. Qiao, the back door, he whispered, while loudly announcing, the Xian paper you ordered has arrived. It's in the backyard. Qiaonian hurried through the shop, but froze the moment he pushed open the back door. There stood the captain of the patrol, his Tianjin accent evident, with a gun glinting coldly in the sunlight. Mr. Qiao, the captain said, his voice surprisingly calm, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Qiaonian's hand instinctively reached into his chest, not for the letters the captain presumed were meant to rally various factions, but for a box of matches. The captain seemed to see through his intentions and shook his head. Resistance will only lead to more injuries. A commotion arose in the distance, followed by sporadic gunfire. Qiaonian's heart sank. He slowly withdrew his hand and, somewhat clumsily, lit a cigarette. Young man, the captain sighed, suddenly adopting a tone akin to that of an elder. It is commendable that you scholars possess integrity, but some matters cannot be altered by mere fervor. Qiaonian locked eyes with him. Some things must be done precisely because they are difficult. The captain's gaze flickered, as if stirred by something. In that fleeting moment, Qiaonian abruptly hurled the papers into the air while igniting the match. The papers fluttered like snowflakes, flames licking at their edges, transforming into countless dancing fire butterflies in the sunlight. Stop him, the captain bellowed, but it was too late. Qiaonian dashed deeper into the alley, pursued by a cacophony of footsteps and shouts. At the corner, he was struck on the back of the head by a rifle butt. In the split second before losing consciousness, he saw everyone desperately trying to salvage the papers, a smile gradually forming on his lips. He was mistaken. White paper was merely white paper, and he was but a ruse. Chapter 32. Imprisonment. The cold clank of handcuffs echoed ominously. Qiaonian was roughly shoved into the interrogation room by two prison guards, stumbling onto the damp bluestone floor. The sharp pain of his knees hitting the ground obscured his vision, but the greater agony stemmed from the coarse hemp rope binding his wrists behind him, cutting into the flesh, blood congealing into dark clumps upon the rope. Chief Chen had specifically instructed them to care for Mr. Qiao. The head guard, Wang Debiao, sneered, lifting Qiaonian's chin with his baton. I hear Mr. Qiao is a distinguished student from Peking University? I wonder how much punishment this delicate skin can endure. Qiaonian lifted his eyelids. Under the dim light of a kerosene lamp, he discerned the captain's coarse features and murky eyes. He slowly spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his voice hoarse yet clear. Captain Wang, since you are aware I am a scholar, you should understand that a pen is far mightier than a gun. Wang Debiao's expression changed abruptly as he struck Qiaonian's shoulder fiercely with his baton. The excruciating pain caused Qiaonian to curl up, yet he gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a single sound. So stubborn are we? Wang Debiao yanked Qiaonian's hair. Do you know where you are? Once you enter this dungeon, you must either coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Qiaonian was forced to tilt his head back, but suddenly he laughed. This smile sent an inexplicable chill down Wang Debiao's spine. What are you laughing at? I laugh at Captain Wang's misuse of idioms. Qiaonian coughed, blood sputtering onto Wang Debiao's uniform. It should be a tiger falling into the plains, bullied by dogs. Enraged, Wang Debiao was about to swing his baton when the cell door was unexpectedly pushed open. Section Chief Chen strode in, his polished shoes echoing crisply against the stone floor. Stop it, He cast a glance at the bloodied Qiaonian. Mr. Qiao is a man of culture. How can one be so crude? Qiaonian narrowed his eyes. This section chief Chun, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably dressed, resembled a university professor. Yet the glint behind his lenses was more chilling than Wang Debiao's baton. Mr. Qiao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Section Chief Chen produced a handkerchief, feigning an intention to wipe the blood from Qiaonian's face, but was evaded as Qiaonian turned his head. He laughed dismissively. Why bother? Just sign a letter of repentance, acknowledging that you were misled. And you can go home tonight. Qiaonian licked his cracked lips. Are you attempting to coerce me, Section Chief Chen? No. Section Chief Chen waved his hand. I am here to assist you. Observe, he withdrew a stack of documents from his briefcase. If you sign this confession, you shall receive a sum of money that will ensure your carefree existence for life. A smile crept onto Qiaonian's face. Section Chief Chen astutely seized this reaction, seizing the moment to dangle the money before Qiaonian's eyes. This is merely a down payment. Once the matter is resolved. The cell fell into an eerie silence. Wang Debiao's heavy breathing resounded like a bull, while Section Chief Chen's pocket watch ticked steadily. Qiaonian lowered his head, blood dripping from his chin onto the documents, blooming into a dark red flower. Suddenly, he erupted into a violent fit of coughing, curling into a ball. Section Chief Chen frowned and stepped back, signaling to Wang Debiao. As Wang Debiao bent down to investigate, Qiaonian abruptly lifted his head, slamming his forehead into Wang Debiao's nose. Wang Debiao stumbled backward, clutching his gushing nose. Seizing the opportunity, Qiaonian rolled into the corner, trembling shoulders scraping against the wall as he stood up, shaking with laughter. No one told them their methods of manipulation were truly primitive? Good. Very good. Section Chief Chen drew his pistol. I shall see whether your bones are harder than the bullet. Qiaonian leaned against the damp, cold wall, suddenly laughing. Section Chief Chen. You dare not. What? A reporter from the Jingbao interviewed you yesterday, did they not? Qiaonian gasped. I am, after all, a somewhat well-known literary figure. If I were to die suddenly, do you think they would not investigate thoroughly? The muzzle of Section Chief Chen's gun lowered slightly, his expression darkening. Qiaonian was correct. Just days prior, the promotion for decline had been pervasive. Even someone like him, who rarely paid attention to new literature, was aware of it. In the standoff, Qiaonian suddenly coughed violently, spraying a mouthful of blood on his Section Chief Chen's gleaming shoes. This time, it is not pretense. His internal organs may indeed be injured. Chief Chun holstered his gun and took out a handkerchief to polish his shoes. Mr. Qiao, we shall continue tomorrow. Before departing, he remarked meaningfully. I hope you remember that time is the most cruel punishment for a prisoner here. The iron door slammed shut. Qiaonian slid down to the ground, his trembling hand reaching for the inner pocket of his clothing where a small pencil stub and several crumpled papers lay hidden. These had been secretly given to him by a sympathetic guard during the last airing. By the faint light of the kerosene lamp, Qiaonian began to write. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the paper, but he remained oblivious. He understood that these words might never be sent out. Yet he felt compelled to write, like a firefly in the darkness, knowing its glow was faint, yet striving to flicker desperately. Halfway through, Qiaonian suddenly paused. He looked up at the small vent high above, where a sliver of moonlight streamed in, casting a blurred patch of light on the damp floor. He extended his battered hand, allowing the moonlight to rest in his palm. He recalled the words of his teacher, in the deepest darkness, the starlight shines brightest. The young man in excruciating pain smiled. He resumed writing fervently, the sound of the pencil scraping against the paper resembling the sound of silkworms munching on mulberry leaves. In this silent cell, the faint noise felt like the prelude to thunder. Chapter 33, Joint Action, Revised. The sky over Beijing was shrouded in a leaden gray veil, with fine rain weaving diagonally, failing to extinguish the emotions swirling in the air. The heartbreaking news from yesterday fell like a boulder into a deep pond, sending ripples across the tranquil surface, rapidly spreading to every corner of the city. In the campus, a crowd of solemn students gathered around the bulletin board, intently copying its contents, the sound of their pens scratching against the paper distinctly audible. The rain-soaked notice curled slightly. Yet the neatly written information regarding the infringement of national rights at the international conference remained strikingly prominent. By Weiming Lake, the drooping willow branches swayed gently with the breeze. As students gathered beneath the trees engaged in hushed conversations, their faces a tapestry of worry and determination. Occasional bursts of fervent discussion hinted that a greater transformation was imminent. The mist of May still clung to the eaves, and the bluestone steps retained the chill of the previous night. Old Huang rubbed his palms together, tightening his well-worn coarse cloth jacket, while the patched trousers hung down over the steps like two wilted leaves. He hunched over, curling into himself. His frostbitten fingers nestled in his sleeves. Upon seeing a co-worker approaching through the morning dew, he lifted his bloodshot eyes and managed a vague smile. Oh, has the sun risen from the west? teased the co-worker, whose oil-stained towel draped over his shoulder. Normally, this man resembled a rusted nail, firmly driven in front of the machine, unable to be pried away from his meals during shift changes, even when the workshop buzzed with lively card games. Yet today, old Huang was remarkably waiting at the factory gate, the morning light casting a bronze hue over his stubbled face, with wrinkles etched in an expression of unyielding determination. "Who are you waiting for?" The co-worker Wang Er's cloth shoes crunched over the gravel, his coarse shirt still bearing the oil stains from the previous night. He gazed at the hunched silhouette of Lao Huang, a muffled chuckle escaping his throat. Surely he's not waiting for a lover, is he? Does he not fear his fierce wife? Lao Huang's shoulder twitched, his eyelids drooping as he chuckled softly. Years of cold dust had settled into the creases at the corners of his eyes, and when he smiled, the wrinkles layered upon one another, resembling the fissures of tree bark. He rubbed his cracked palms, his nails still stained with gear oil, and after a moment, he managed to squeeze out a guttural laugh. One of his co-workers spat disdainfully, crushing the cigarette but into the crevices of the bluestone pavement. Observing Lao Huang's wooden demeanor, he couldn't help but think of how dense he was, unable to even engage in a ribald jest. When the iron gate slammed shut, he muttered an unamusing insult at Lao Huang's retreating figure, the lunchbox in his work uniform clattering dully against his side. Lao Huang paid no heed to the muttering of his co-worker, his feet seemingly rooted in front of the factory gate. Today, a fire burned within him, making him restless. He was indeed waiting for someone, the newspaper boy who dashed through the streets daily, clutching a paper laden with the nation's fate. Yesterday, as the sun dipped low in the west, the leaves outside the iron factory began to tremble violently. First came the faint yet powerful shouts, followed by a wave of young figures in blue shirts surging across the bluestone street. Lao Huang's wrench clanged against the machine's surface as he rushed to the oil-streaked window, catching sight of a girl with braided horns, tiptoeing as she held aloft a banner proclaiming the defense of national rights, her ponytail brushing against her flushed cheeks. A bespectacled youth, veins bulging in his neck, shouted hoarsely, each word bursting forth like rivets forged with determination. Amid the roar of machines, those youthful faces flushed crimson, sweat cascading down from under their caps, yet their eyes shone brighter than the hottest furnace in the workshop. He understood that the students rallied for their country's rights, sought at an international conference for this beleaguered nation. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the alleyway, and Lao Huang straightened his back. A newspaper boy, donning a cap, sprinted toward him with a stack of newspapers, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Extra! Extra!" Students marched to express their demands. Controversy over diplomatic conference results. The damp morning fog enveloped him as Lao Huang sprang to his feet, his patchy trousers making a jarring sound on the stone steps. He retrieved a copper coin from his pocket, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the paper tightly. The front-page photograph of students brandishing banners pierced his vision. Their fervent words brimming with hope for the nation's future burned like a hot iron, searing his eyes. The newspaper featured a resolute image of Qiaonian, a student who once came to teach them to read. Although the photo was a blurry black and white, the determination in his eyes was unforgettable. Lao Huang instantly recognized this young man, who had previously visited their factory, standing amidst a pile of parts, passionately articulating the strength of labor and teaching them to read. Lao Huang had always been eager to lean forward and absorb those lessons, etching them into his memory. Who would have thought that the next time he would see Qiaonian would be in this small, palm-sized newspaper, the image of a person stirring deep concern within him. As the morning fog began to dissipate, the factory chimneys started to emit black smoke. Lao Huang carefully tucked the newspaper into his bosom, his calloused hand giving it a gentle pat, before turning his gaze toward the workshop. The distant sound of footsteps grew louder as familiar colleagues approached in small groups, their gazes instinctively drawn to the newspaper, slightly bulging in old Huang's embrace. Clutching the paper, he fervently read it aloud within the confines of the work shed, declaring, "We cannot allow our children's efforts to be in vain." He slammed the newspaper onto the table, causing it to tremble momentarily. The normally taciturn workers gathered around, one wiping his face as he proclaimed, "Tomorrow, we must take action." This statement ignited a fervent discussion, akin to sparks igniting a haystack, reverberating throughout the work shed. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the second floor of the Peking University Red Building, the flickering light of a kerosene lamp cast dancing shadows upon the glass panes. Kai Dali removed his glasses, repeatedly wiping them with a handkerchief, his hands trembling slightly. The thought of several students, including Qiaonian, being taken away by the Beiyang government for voicing patriotic sentiments echoed in his mind alongside the students' righteous cries. Yin Jufeng pushed a freshly copied stack of petitions onto the table, the ink barely dry. "Principal Kai, we cannot remain indifferent to our students." Before he could finish, Hu Yingshi abruptly stood, the wrought-tin chair scraping the floor with a harsh sound. "We must unite with other universities. If they continue to disregard us, We need to call for broader attention. Outside, the sound of the night watchman striking his gong signified that it was already past 1 in the morning. Kai Dali glanced at today's newspaper, where Qiaonian's resolute gaze flickered under the lamplight. He placed a steadying hand on Hu Ingshi, his tone firm. Let us first remain calm. Tomorrow, I will personally communicate, as the president of Peking University, to address the student situation appropriately. Our priority must be the safety of the students, ensuring Qiaonian and the others return safely before we consider anything else. Hu Ingshi sank heavily back into his chair, which emitted a groan under the strain. He clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. However, given the Beiyang government's previous handling of such matters, it is difficult to instill confidence. Suddenly, the kerosene lamp flared, casting distorted shadows of the gathered individuals against the wall. Yan Junfeng lowered his head, perusing the petitions, his fingers tracing the edges of the pages. While various sectors of society express concern, resolving this issue will require even greater efforts. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the door creaked open as the disheveled Yuchingsa burst in. Mud splattered on the hem of his long gown. Principal Kai, he gasped, leaning against the doorframe, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Workers in the city have begun to express their support through legitimate strikes. Textile mills and docks have halted operations. The business community is also willing to voice their concerns through proper channels, as long as we continue to advocate for this. Kai Dali sprang to his feet, his gold-rimmed glasses slipping down the bridge of his nose, forgotten in his urgency. He gazed out at the inky darkness of the night, as if envisioning countless clenched fists gathering strength. We must immediately demand an appropriate resolution for the students. I will carry the voices of various sectors and knock on the doors of the presidential office. The brass desk lamp cast a crooked shadow of the ink bottle, while Hu Ingshi gripped his pen, knuckles whitening. The nib of the fountain pen plunged heavily into the rice paper, deep blue ink blooming around the words petition, symbolizing the fervent patriotic hearts of countless individuals. Chapter 34, A Call for Justice in the Early Summer Afternoon. The sun blazed as if it could ignite the very air itself. The expansive stone-paved area in front of the residence resembled a sea frozen by an invisible force at that moment. In the absence of clamor and the thronging crowd, there existed an oppressive silence that weighed heavily upon this space, so profound that even the cicadas had ceased their song. The sole focal point was the two imposing vermilion doors of the official residence, firmly shut and as heavy as mountains. Before them stood a slender figure, alone and resolute, Ding Minjun, clad in a faded, plain student uniform. Her frail frame seemed as though it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Yet, her back remained erect, like an indomitable spear. She held aloft a lengthy strip of unadorned cloth, taut and inscribed with a colossal character for injustice. The ink dark and vivid, penetrating the fabric and glaring in the fierce sunlight with a disconcerting intensity. Sweat trickled down her brow, dampening the wisps of hair at her temples, clinging to her pale, translucent cheeks. Her cracked lips were pressed into a straight line, devoid of any concession, with tiny beads of blood forming upon them. Her gaze was neither pleading nor furious, but rather, it resembled a fire-hardened ice pick, firmly affixed to the closed doors, as if to pierce through and reach the ominous darkness beyond. Flanking the grand entrance were soldiers in crisp uniforms, their eyes sharp as hawks, fixated on this solitary anomaly. Their presence was akin to two frigid iron barriers, isolating the interior from the exterior. This atmosphere of tension did not dissipate the frozen silence. Instead, it intensified the sense of impending conflict. The air was taut, like a drawn bowstring, with each breath carrying a metallic, suffocating sensation. Before a Zeton wood desk lay an open newspaper, which a gaunt hand slammed down upon, producing a dull thud that reverberated, causing a nearby jade paperweight to hum and sending ripples through the porcelain ink wash beside it. The officials standing by, Wang Li and Wu Yonggang, flinched as if struck by a whip, their hunched backs stiffening instantly, fingers instinctively tightening around their cuffs. Su Shichang's emaciated fingers trembled violently as he jabbed at a blurred photograph on the front page, depicting Qiaonian. His graying beard quivered with each heavy breath, veins protruding from his neck, a dereliction of duty, utterly negligent. His voice rasped like sandpaper, laden with urgency. You were assured. Thoroughly. Where's your guarantee? Has it all become mere empty words? This newspaper was printed 3 days ago. He seized the paper and hurled it to the ground, the pages scattering. It only reached my eyes today. That girl outside. That banner. She ignited the spark. His chest heaved violently, his eyes brimming with offended agitation and a barely perceptible trace of fear. A solitary female student had transformed into an immovable stone, obstructing his entrance, brandishing that enormous character for injustice, rendering a silent yet resounding indictment. Wang Li, his corpulent form trembling, stepped forward, nearly bending double with trepidation. My lord, please temper your wrath. I am to blame. I am to blame. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Shall I send someone to escort that girl aside? To speak with her privately? Without her support, this matter will dissolve. Fool. Su Shichang seized the heavy porcelain ink wash, raising it as if to smash it, but ultimately brought it down forcefully onto the desk, producing an even louder, muffled thud. He glared at Wang Li, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Now, you wish to confront her? Do you not think that the word injustice is already too great? Must you also bring forth the phrase coerced confession before the eyes of the world? You are merely adding fuel to the fire, a venture destined to fail. Su Shichang's scolding echoed within the study, his hands gripping the cold Zeton table edge tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The room was engulfed in silence, broken only by his heavy breaths and the suppressed gasps of Wang Li and Wu Yonggang. After a prolonged moment, Su Shichang, as if drained of all energy, collapsed back into the broad armchair. He shut his eyes, pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples. His voice hoarse and weary. Send someone clever, someone presentable, to inquire what she truly desires. What conditions would compel her to leave? Wang Li, as if granted a reprieve, eagerly acquiesced and hurriedly retreated from the study. After a brief interval, a young guard, possessing a dignified appearance and displaying a modicum of composure, cautiously descended the steps and approached, stopping a few paces in front of Ding Minjun, striving to maintain an air of official decorum. He raised his voice slightly to ensure it penetrated the thickened air. Esteemed student, if you have grievances, you may follow the proper channels for redress. Standing alone here, brandishing such an object is inappropriate and will not aid in resolving the issue. Ding Minjun remained as still as a statue, her lashes not even fluttering. The sunlight illuminated her sweat-drenched profile to the point of translucence, the scabs on her cracked lips revealing a dark crimson hue. Her gaze continued to pierce the air, firmly affixed on the two heavy, closed doors, behind which lay an oppressive silence. Time flowed in the suffocating stillness. The air before the gates seemed to solidify, while the sun silently scorched the stone slabs and that obstinate figure. After an eternity, Ding Minjun's voice, hoarse from prolonged silence, finally broke through the stillness, each word striking the stone like ice shards. The injustice is too great. Conventional avenues yield no resolution. She paused, her knuckles gripping the bamboo pole, turning pale from exertion, nearly embedding themselves within it. With renewed effort, she lifted the immense character for injustice, raising it higher and more forcefully, directing it defiantly towards the imposing gates. I stand here to voice the grievances of my unjustly imprisoned classmate, to seek a clarity that cannot be muddled, to demand an undeniable truth. This poignant and heartrending appeal, though uttered by a single voice, seemed to coalesce into a force of immense weight, striking against the gates with a resounding impact, reverberating throughout the empty square. The guard's complexion shifted, instinctively retreating half a step. The tightly shut crimson doors appeared to tremble slightly in the face of her silent accusation. Within the study, Su Shichang seethed with indignation. How outrageous! Utterly presumptuous! Listening to the clear and deliberate accusations emanating from outside, he trembled with rage, his molars grinding audibly. A solitary girl dared to behave in such a manner. He paced restlessly across the plush carpeted floor, akin to a cornered beast, the heavy thud of his boots echoing with each step, pressing upon his frayed nerves. Release her? What of my honor? My authority diminished? Keep her confined? The glaring character for injustice and the solitary figure loomed like a venomous thorn, piercing his heart ever deeper, leaving him in anxious anticipation of an impending calamity. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself on the precipice of despair. Just as the atmosphere in the study became stiflingly oppressive, Wu Yonggang, who had been huddled in the corner, cautiously shifted forward a half step, acutely aware of the official's predicament, preserving the dignity of the authority while avoiding any incriminating evidence, and urgently removing the glaring nail from the front of the residence. My lord, Wu Yonggang's voice was imbued with utmost reverence and measured caution. I have a notion that may alleviate our current plight, though I am uncertain if it is prudent to share. Su Shichang abruptly halted, his bloodshot eyes narrowing sharply upon him. Speak. Quickly. Yes, Wu Yonggang responded hastily. Hasn't there been repeated correspondence from the other side, offering their scholarly reputation and personal credibility as guarantees, pleading for the release of those students? Is this not an opportune moment? He stole a glance at Su Bojun's expression, hastening his speech and lowering his tone. Perhaps we should acquiesce to their request, granting their release. Yet, prior to this, we must invite Mr. Kai to personally assess his students. Simultaneously, it is imperative to include several external observers concerned about this matter, particularly Mr. Smith, to witness the proceedings. Su Bojun's brow furrowed, skepticism evident in his gaze. Wu Yonggang swiftly elucidated, his tone laced with shrewd calculation. My lord, consider this. This course of action offers 3 advantages. First, it demonstrates your humility and empathy towards the academic community, while upholding the greater good. Second, it allows the observers, especially Mr. Smith, to witness firsthand the true conditions of those detained and hear their statements. Should any among them maintain an extreme stance or make inappropriate remarks, wouldn't that validate our previous actions as unavoidable, supported by evidence? Their direct observations would leave them with no grounds for objection and foster understanding of your predicament. Third, once the individual outside learns that Mr. Kai has personally intervened with guarantees and witness by external observers, her core demand for the release of the innocent and the pursuit of truth would, at least formally, have been met. What reason would she have to persist in her stance? Wouldn't we then have the law, reason, and propriety firmly on our side? As his words settled, an ephemeral silence enveloped the study. Su Shichang's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, the spark of calculation flickering in his eyes, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. What a clever strategy to leverage external forces and cut off the root of the problem. Not only did he extend a gesture of goodwill to silence public dissent, but he also set a trap for any potential incriminating evidence to reveal itself, all while justifying the removal of the glaring nail from the residence entrance. Excellent. A truly astute maneuver. Su Bojan slammed his palm onto the table, his voice tinged with a relief that bordered on fierce. Proceed as you suggested. This matter is entrusted to you. Ensure it is executed flawlessly, without a hitch. I shall obey, Wu Yonggang replied, relief flooding his heart, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. With the command issued, the back door of the official residence creaked open quietly. Two jet-black, gleaming sedans glided forth like phantoms, swiftly racing in opposite directions, the sound of their tires rolling over the cobblestone streets resonating with an unusual clarity and urgency in the afternoon stillness. Before long, each vehicle returned with its occupants, darting back and vanishing once more into the grand entrance of the mansion. When Kai Dali was ushered into the car, a flicker of hope lingered within him, believing that the relentless efforts of himself and his colleagues had finally begun to break the ice. However, upon stepping into the exquisitely adorned yet chillingly austere reception room of the mansion, his gaze fell upon the scrutinizing and haughty Mr. Smith, with his golden hair and azure eyes, and then met the seemingly respectful yet deeply significant gaze of Wu Yonggang. In an instant, the realization dawned upon him. This was not a prelude to liberation. It was a meticulously orchestrated trial and witness, under the watchful eyes of certain observers. The worth of those young individuals was to be tested, paving the way for subsequent actions. A devious maneuver, a cunning calculation. A heavy and sorrowful sigh escaped his lips, and a bitter taste surged in his throat. Thinking of those young souls imprisoned in darkness, soon to face such scrutiny unprepared, and recalling the girl outside, holding a candle of life aloft with her grievance, he felt a chill ascend from his feet to the crown of his head. Each step of his polished shoes upon the cold bluestone of the mansion felt as heavy as if laden with lead. Chapter 35. The warriors. The familiar sound of leather boots striking the floor echoed down the corridor. The students huddled behind iron bars shivered. For this sound had become an ingrained signal over the past 3 days. The patrolling guards had returned to inspect the prison. Those 3 days had been akin to purgatory. Should one bow their head and yield, they might receive coarse bread and murky vegetable soup. However, any sign of defiance would be met with the emptiness of the cell door and an endless night. The young men, at the peak of their growth, now bore sunken eyes and chapped lips tinged with a sickly pallor. Yet, within the iron bars, there was not a coward among them. Whenever the footsteps approached, they strained to stand tall, necks rigid and straight, directing their last vestiges of strength into fierce glares at their visitors. Once the guards departed, they would silently slide back to their corners, curling up like dormant beasts, striving to conserve their energy. The half-dipper of water, a meager offering from the guards, had become their final weapon against tyranny. As long as a single drop remained, they would not relent. Listening to the footsteps echoing from afar, the 32 students slowly lifted their heads. This time, the guards were accompanied by Wu Yonggong's disingenuous smile, along with an arrogant foreigner. But what did it matter? From the moment they stepped into this cell, retreat had never crossed their minds. Sun Zhe, leaning against the rusted iron bars, stood tall despite 3 days of fasting leaving him weak. Yet, he kept his back straight. He fixed his gaze upon the guard, letting out a cold scoff. Humph. Director Wu, it is easy to summon the spirits, yet difficult to send them away. Blood seeped from his cracked lips, but his voice rang clear as a bell. We all know that for every extra day we remain behind these bars, we awaken another measure of our countrymen's courage. He cast a sweeping glance at his companions within the cell, their eyes ablaze with fervor, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. If the 32 of us were to spill our blood here, it would surely awaken our 40 million slumbering compatriots. The final words erupted from him almost as a roar, reverberating in the cold confines of the cell. Do you think we will yield? Dream on. We shall wear this prison down. Sun Ze's cry echoed like thunder, causing the walls of the cell to tremble. The young voices responded in unison, their fervent chorus breaking through the iron bars and soaring into the distance. Though their bodies, confined for 3 days, were weakened, they now exuded a strength harder than steel. Wu Yonggang lowered his gaze to conceal the triumphant smirk beneath. While feigning a countenance of despair, he stepped aside to create a path, ushering the silent Kai Dali into the spotlight of his peers, his tone imbued with helplessness. Principal Kai, pray tell, what is the meaning of this? The cacophony of shouts gradually subsided. The students, their eyes swollen, were momentarily struck dumb, frozen in place. The cell, once alive with fervor, fell into an eerie silence, save for the heavy breaths resonating against the iron bars. Kai Dali regarded the young, yet resolute faces, his gaze sweeping across the dried bloodstains on their uniforms and the pallid, emaciated visages wrought by hunger. His throat felt constricted, as if choked by a cotton ball steeped in ice water, rendering him voiceless. The dim prison light cast a ghastly pallor upon his glasses, obscuring the anguish simmering in his eyes. He moved forward in silence, the soles of his shoes echoing dully against the damp green bricks. As the chains clanked, the students rose in unison, their eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. Kai Dali straightened his back and bowed deeply to them, his eyes behind the lenses glistening with moisture. I hold your spirit in the highest regard, he expressed. However, I must convey to you that many faculty members and workers from various universities and factories in Beiping have made tremendous sacrifices to secure your release. They eagerly await your return to school. With his eyes welling up, Kai Dali tremulously removed his glasses, repeatedly wiping the lenses with his sleeve. His voice tinged with barely perceptible emotion. Students, please do not betray the heartfelt sincerity everyone has for you. At this juncture, Qiaonian, who had been curled in a corner, suddenly stirred, his fingers pressing against his pained chest in a spasmodic grip, a fragmented cough escaping his throat. His body trembled like a withered leaf, struggling to emerge from a fleeting haze of unconsciousness. His companion hurriedly supported the nape of his neck, bringing droplets of water to his cracked lips. Mr. Kai, please, do not urge us further. Leaning on his companion's arm, Qiaonian unsteadily rose to his feet, cold sweat trickling down his temples into his collar. Though he managed to steady himself, the world around him swirled in shades of black and white. Nevertheless, he held his head high, gasping out his words. We are grateful for everyone's assistance and long for the freedom that lies beyond these prison walls. He suddenly erupted into a violent cough, the taste of rust spreading in his mouth, yet he stubbornly clutched the iron railing. Nonetheless, someone must take action regarding the Paris Peace Conference. With that, Qiaonian abruptly turned, his piercing gaze directed sharply at the silent figure of the foreigner, Smith. His chest heaved violently, and his pallid face flushed with fervor. You must be the ambassador, sir. I believe you understand Chinese and are aware of our conversation. Please convey my words to the international community. He stumbled forward, the iron shackles dragging noisily across the ground, raising his hand to wipe away the blood that had dripped from the corner of his mouth. Since the time of the French Revolution, mass movements have thrived in the French Republic, and now we too shall demand justice for the people. His fingertips turned white from gripping the cold iron railing too tightly, blood from an old wound seeping down the metallic grooves. Confucius, akin to the Western Christ, symbolizes a cultural heritage. We cannot afford to lose Shandong, just as the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem. As his cough subsided, he lifted his head, the embers of fervent light igniting within his sunken eye sockets. Fixating on the changing expression on Smith's face. We, the Chinese, cannot forsake Shandong, just as the West cannot forsake Jerusalem. He abruptly freed himself from the grasp of his companion, steadied himself, and raised his voice. The Supreme Council ignores the existence of the Chinese people and betrays us as victors. The Chinese have shown great benevolence. Yet we shall never accept this humiliating treaty. Remember, the Chinese shall never forget this painful day. We refuse to sign. Smith's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed twice, a tremor flickering in his typically arrogant blue eyes. He removed his top hat, holding it in his hand, and took a few steps forward, gazing through the iron bars at the seemingly frail, battered young man who nonetheless exuded immense strength. The metal railing glinted coldly in the dim light. Yet it could not diminish the fervent patriotism in Qiaonian's words. Young man, your courage and eloquence remind me of the warriors from my homeland during the War of Independence. Smith's English carried a French accent, and he awkwardly uttered a few words in halting Chinese before reverting to fluent English. I have witnessed too many cliches in diplomatic settings, but your words strike at the heart. I cannot relay your message. It contradicts diplomatic protocol. He reached out as if to touch the iron railing, but paused midair. Live well, young man. I look forward to our paths crossing again. As he departed, Smith deliberately slowed his pace. Casting a glance back at the group of young individuals behind the iron bars, his hat slightly tilted. This was his highest tribute to both his adversary and the valiant warriors. Chapter 36. Within the plan, since the foreigner has spoken, It would be difficult to severely reprimand this group of impetuous students. We must maintain a semblance of decorum and show them some measure of respect. As the saying goes, one should not judge a monk by his appearance, but rather by the Buddha he serves. This rule must not be broken. Henceforth, we cannot allow them to starve. However, to claim that the police will treat them well would be an illusion. A bowl of cold water and half a bun to sustain their lives will suffice. In this prison, surviving is a privilege. Do they expect to be treated like honored guests? After all, this is a prison with iron bars and high walls, not an unwelcoming visitors. This group of young individuals truly lacks an understanding of their own limitations. Even Principal Qiaonian has humbly implored them for their release, expressing his entreaties with kind words and bows, yet they remain obstinately resistant, determined to linger in their confinement. The police station is no trivial establishment. It is a powerful authority. The student's desire to confront such an institution is akin to hurling eggs against a stone wall. Outside, life continues as usual. People go to work and take their rest, but how long can the imprisoned students endure this situation? I cannot fathom their reasoning. They seem oblivious to such basic truths. As evening descended, a guard tossed a bowl containing coarse steamed buns into the cell. Observing the student's hungry stares, the guard scoffed and shook his head in disbelief. To him, it was clear that once the foreign observers lost interest, these students would eventually be left to their own devices within the prison, and no one would know how they met their demise. The heavy iron door clanged shut, and the sound of the guard's boots faded away. Inside the cell, silence enveloped them like a tomb. After a considerable time, the students, akin to startled birds returning to their perch, quietly gathered around the iron plate. Sunze clutched 2 hard buns. His fingertips reddened from the coarse wheat bran. He pushed through the crowd and found Qiaonian huddled in a damp corner. Regardless of the circumstances, one must eat. Sunze placed the bun into Qiaonian's palm. Having observed that this lad often shared his own food but seldom ate much himself, Qiaonian gazed at the cracked bun in his palm, his throat bobbing as he pushed it back. "You keep it. I'm really not hungry." The dim light filtering through the ventilation window cast a grayish shadow upon his sunken eyes. At that moment, the virtual shelves of the system's marketplace vividly materialized in his mind, with icons of compressed biscuits and canned beef gleaming enticingly. He yearned to procure more to share among his companions, but how could he explain the sudden appearance of food? The smuggled medicines had garnered admiration from everyone. If he were to conjure hot meals out of thin air, he would surely be deemed a sorcerer. In this era of enlightenment, where they bask in the radiance of democracy and science, such feudal superstitions should not be evoked. He could save a portion of food, just enough to share. Such a small bun would hardly satisfy anyone, yet having an extra bite would be better than nothing. Seeing Qiaonian's steadfast refusal, Sunze took decisive action. Breaking the bun in 2, crumbs cascading into his palm, 1/2 for each, no one is allowed to refuse. He gazed at the rough fragments in his hand and suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes sparkling with hope. "Once we get out, we shall feast on Peking duck at Quanjude, half a duck each. Just the thought of the crispy, oily skin dipped in sugar is enough to make one salivate." Qiaonian, witnessing the flicker of hope in his companion's eyes, swallowed hard and finally accepted the half bun. "Ah, let us remember this day. It will not be far off." He took a bite, the dry bran instantly absorbing the moisture from his mouth, and the gritty particles produced a faint crunch between his teeth, causing his throat to sting. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he swallowed with the help of saliva, his gaze drifting through the weathered iron bars to the overcast sky beyond. Leaning against the damp wall, Sunze swallowed the final morsels of his bun. "Have we been in this prison for a week now?" He followed Qiaonian's gaze towards the narrow iron window, where the daylight appeared like crumpled scraps of paper, giving rise to a surreal sense of distance. The fervent cries echoing from the streets yesterday and the sound of military boots crushing the blue bricks now mingled with the musty scent of rust. Qiaonian fixed his eyes on the faint light seeping through the gaps in the clouds, his throat bobbing slightly. It was enough. His voice emerged like shards of ice. Yet concealed within his pupils flickered a latent fire. This silence was not one of sorrow, but rather a hunter's poised anticipation, waiting for a predetermined signal. Suddenly, 3 sharp squeaks pierced the stillness. Qiaonian's eyelashes fluttered, and his spine straightened instantly. Almost simultaneously, a pebble wrapped in oiled paper struck the iron railing with a soft thud and rolled to his feet. As he bent down, a gust of wind followed, causing the dry yellow straw to rustle. His palm firmly grasped this hard-won secret message. This news had undoubtedly come from Kaidali. During his last visit, Kaidali had exchanged a single glance with Qiaonian and discerned that the young man harbored grand ambitions. Qiaonian made it clear that he had no intention of escaping for the time being. His gaze brimmed with resolute strategy. Kaidali, understanding the nuances, chose to remain a silent observer, ready to lend a hand at a crucial moment. Time would prove this move astute. Qiaonian articulated his thoughts before the foreigners with logical precision and fervent passion, rendering even those arrogant individuals misty-eyed. In just a few sentences, he not only stabilized the situation within the prison, but also secured a rare respite for everyone. Kai Dali regarded the young man behind the iron bars. Nodding inwardly, the youth was formidable. Qiaonian's subtle gesture of feigned distraction did not escape his notice. Seemingly casual movements conveyed critical information. He urgently required updates on external developments in 3 days. For Kai Dali, this task was not overly challenging. Recognizing the audacity and cunning of the younger generation, he resolved to assist wholeheartedly, determined to gather clear intelligence and deliver it to Qiaonian. As Qiaonian unfolded the oiled paper, 8 vigorous characters pierced his vision, inversion of black and white, hypocritical masters. His fingertips brushed against the slightly damp page, and his suspicions were finally confirmed. Everything was within his grasp. How could the government willingly swallow the bitter fruit of public protests? When release seemed hopeless, they would brand the dissenters as reactionaries, silencing the masses with baseless accusations. Qiaonian chuckled coldly, the breath escaping his throat, startling a mouse in the corner. This tactic of using a blade to slay another not only preserved face but also intimidated public opinion, merely an old trick played by politicians. If so, it was time for his next move. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Mouse simulation exchange successful. Faith value 22,000. Current faith value 136,983. As dusk permeated the towering walls, a small mound of loose soil suddenly heaved at the base of the wall. Moments later, a glossy black rat emerged, its rotund body starkly contrasting the agility of ordinary mice, sprinting fervently towards the southeast. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, it darted with a swiftness surpassing that of a household dog. Upon crashing into a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the city, a figure emerged from behind decaying wood. With deftness, the person slit open the rat's belly, retrieving a document wrapped in oiled paper, imbued with a faint medicinal scent. Each word was like a knife, ruthlessly exposing the authorities' deceitful facade of tranquility, leaving it bloodied and raw. The mechanical mouse, having exhausted all of Qiaonian's faith, has finally accomplished its one-way mission. Leaning against the damp wall, Qiaonian chuckled coldly. The authorities delight in cloaking their tyranny with the guise of justice, suppressing public opinion in a futile attempt to bury the truth deep within the confines of prison. Yet, he is determined to tear away this faade, exposing the nefarious dealings to the glaring light of day. Those who proclaim justice while imprisoning patriotic scholars, those who seek to silence the voices of the populace through brute force, will soon taste the bitter fruit of their actions, as countless revelations scatter like snowflakes. And the fury of the deceived ignites in the streets. The authorities, no matter how many tactics they employ, will find it increasingly difficult to stifle the voices of the masses. This smoke-free battle has only just commenced. Chapter 37. Just as the dim glow of the kerosene lamp flickered anxiously within its glass shade, casting shadows on the faces hunched over their writing. This unremarkable office, nestled deep within the city's center, was thick with the acrid scent of poor-quality tobacco, strong tea, and aged ink on paper, weighing heavily on everyone's chest. The ashtray overflowed with stubs, while the scratch of a fountain pen tearing through rice paper marked the only rhythm in the stillness of the early morning, monotonous and taut. The chief scribe abruptly slammed a draft onto the long table, causing the sheets to rustle violently. The sound imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. The final version must be completed before dawn. The uproar outside demanded that the populace be led to believe there were unseen hands stirring the pot, that Qiaonian harbored ulterior motives. The mandate was as immovable as a mountain. They buried themselves deeper, their pens flying across the pages. A meticulously crafted statement of explanation quickly took shape under their hands. Beginning with solemn, formal script, each word resplendent with grandeur, it condemned Qiaonian for straying from the benevolent path, directly targeting those who dared to speak out, insinuating that they were misguided and violent, their actions harming the innocent and tarnishing the nation's dignity. The conclusion was equally crafted with care, cloaked in the guise of law and justice, yet harboring lethal intentions, proclaiming the necessity of adhering to statutes and laws, with a thunderous resolve to rectify and punish without mercy. The threat was glaringly evident. 50 neatly transcribed copies of the statement, stamped with a crimson seal, were dispatched. Galloping towards the major newspapers and news agencies in the city, freshly printed flyers were forcibly thrust into the hands of early risers like vendors and drivers. Soon, the leading newspapers, spearheaded by the government city gazette, prominently featured this declaration on their front pages. The leaden letters of deceit began to spread like a silent plague through the alleys and streets. The atmosphere in the city tightened suddenly, like about drawn to its limit. The leaves of the locust trees drooped listlessly, and even the cicadas' cries were tinged with oppression. Uniformed patrols, armed and vigilant, marched through the streets, the brass bayonets glinting coldly in the sunlight. They violently upended the vegetable baskets of street vendors, the fallen cucumbers dusted with dirt, while no one dared to step forward to retrieve them. In the tea house, patrons clad in long gowns cautiously pressed newspapers beneath their teacups. Their voices hushed to a whisper, the black painted as white, the white smeared as black, this method of inverting reality. Before he could finish his thought, the proprietor of the fabric shop at the next table abruptly tugged at his sleeve, for several patrolmen in standard caps leaned against the doorframe, their bulging ammunition belts rising and falling with heavy breaths, casting malevolent glances within the establishment. The silk shopkeeper quietly closed the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, peering through the crack at the glinting bayonets outside, and murmured, "This display is even more ruthless than those ruffians of the previous dynasty." By the corner barber shop, a bespectacled, refined middle-aged man, filled with concern, earnestly confided to a few listeners, "Alas, in my view, the government's statement holds merit. The intricacies of this matter run deep. What does a mere scribbler like Qiaonian truly understand? Used as a pawn, he remains blissfully unaware, squandering his future." His voice, neither loud nor soft, was perfectly pitched for those nearby to hear clearly. Disguised as cultured literati, spies spread rumors like phantoms. At times, they inadvertently reveal inside information in taverns. At others, they shake their heads and analyze the situation in literary salons. When challenged, they swiftly change locations, continuing to distort truth with seemingly sincere tones. In the elegant room on the second floor of the tea house, the leading clerk whispered into the telegraph machine, "Public opinion manipulation is beginning to show results. Some citizens have begun to harbor doubts." Outside, the beam of a searchlight pierced the night sky, illuminating these nefarious dealings in stark white. At this moment, within the gray high walls, the very center of their denigration, Qiaonian sat against the cold stone wall. The inverted declaration had reached his ears through special channels. The youthful, gaunt face revealed no surprise, only an almost compassionate understanding. The predators, naturally, would adorn themselves in the most righteous language. They would label a pure heart as a wolf's ambition, hurling the most venomous slander at the resistors. Words, much like gunfire, can kill. Prior to action, Qiaonian had conveyed this to Yi Jitsue, and he had devised a plan in advance. If we refuse to leave our prison, they will inevitably do so. The truth requires another form of expression to pierce through. Yi Jitsue had always remembered his words. Just 3 nights prior, a plump gray rat had scurried directly into her hiding place. She stifled her terror, and in the faint moonlight, noticed a nearly invisible, fine suture along the rat's belly. With trembling hands, she meticulously unraveled the delicate threads, almost as if performing an autopsy. Inside was a tightly wrapped bundle of oiled paper, slightly damp from the rat's body heat and fluids. Unfolding the oiled paper revealed a dense scrawl. With characters forceful enough to penetrate the paper's surface, it was Qiaonian's battle manifesto, titled Justice, written during his imprisonment. Between the lines lay Qiaonian's sharpest and most thorough rebuttal of the official statement. Thus, it must be made public at the most critical moment. Yi Jitsue stood in the shadow of a secluded alley, clutching the oiled paper containing the secret text, her fingertips icy. The wind whisked dust and the remnants of fallen locust blossoms across the cobblestone path. In the distance, the heavy, rhythmic footsteps of the patrolling boots coldly reverberated, striking at the very nerves of the city. She bent down to pick up a newspaper, trampled and soiled by countless footprints, crumpled in her grasp. With the last sliver of twilight, she discerned the heart-wrenching statement emblazoned upon it. The prophetic words of Qiaonian, uttered before his imprisonment, unfolded before her eyes, each phrase dripping with grim reality. A surge of mixed fury and resolve coursed through her veins, reaching a boiling point. Her nails dug deep into her palms, nearly drawing blood. With one final glance at the distant glint of the bayonet, she abruptly turned, racing like a gust of wind through the back door of the Qingfeng newspaper office. The typesetting room was thick with the scent of ink and damp paper. Rows of lead type gleamed with a cold metallic sheen upon their wooden racks. Yi Jitsue yanked the hairpin from her bun, allowing her tresses to cascade over her shoulders like a waterfall. She slammed the oil paper onto the workbench, and the wick of the kerosene lamp crackled, igniting a small spark. "Old Joe," typeset immediately. Front page headline. Her voice, hoarse with excitement, echoed thrillingly in the empty room. The typesetter, Old Joe, awakened by her fervor, shook off his drowsiness. Upon seeing her bloodshot yet fiery eyes, he instantly grasped the significance of the manuscript in his hands. The ink brush danced rapidly across the heavy copper plate, producing a dull thud. Yi Jitsue personally leaned in to proofread, her gaze sharp as a knife, leaving no minuscule error unexamined. Her hand pressed firmly upon the manuscript, as if restraining a soul poised to break free and alter the world. "Use the largest lead type. Vermilion. Vermilion annotations," she bellowed, each word erupting from her lips with fervor. 3 days later, on a similarly gray dawn, newsboys, laden with heavy bamboo baskets, rushed into the streets that had just begun to awaken. Yet today, the familiar, elegant cover of the Qingfeng magazine had been utterly torn asunder. On the front page, two bold, dark, and powerful letters exploded like thunder: Justice. Beside it, a line annotated in blood-red vermilion seared the eyes of all who beheld it. When power sullies justice, silence becomes complicit. Citizens clutching this newspaper forgot the piping hot fried dough sticks in their hands. In the tea house, astonished patrons slammed their fists on the tables, oblivious to the tea spilling onto their clothing. At street corners, literate individuals whispered the words, while those unable to read anxiously gathered to inquire. No one anticipated that amidst a city suffocated by lies and burdened by an iron curtain, the Qingfeng magazine would dare to boldly rend the veil woven from ornate prose. Within the text, lines of words struck like tempered blades, piercing to the core. I have never witnessed the visage of justice, only its distorted shadow at my lips. Before authority, and behind the backs of others, he sings the name of justice while clenching sins tightly in his grasp. He delivers these sins to society, adorned with the splendid seal of justice. Society, buoyed by the name he sings and the seal he affixes, willingly accepts this gift, knowing it to be sin. It still embraces this offering with open arms, though the lips of such individuals often flicker with the distorted shadows of righteousness. The justice buried deep within their hearts has long since soured and decayed, on the brink of annihilation. Among these people, I find no trace of true justice. Chapter 38, Liberation, Revised Edition. As the iron gate swung open, the 20 days of his ordeal had rendered Qiaonian somewhat gaunt, clad in the pristine long gown mandated by protocol upon his departure. Sunlight cascaded down, prompting him to instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes. Mr. Qiao, what are your plans for the future? Reporters clamored, vying for his attention. In the crowd, Manager Yan, adorned with a flat cap, stood a short distance away alongside Master Kai, his calloused hands swiftly forming a discreet signal of safety, his eyes betraying a hint of mirth. Indeed, he had finally regained his freedom, stepping out from behind bars. Yet, for him, Beiping had transformed into a perilous land fraught with threats, making it difficult to linger. The warlord factions of the Beiyang government still lurked in the shadows, their predatory gaze fixed upon him. Although his release was the fruit of collective endeavors, his status as a representative who had openly expressed patriotic fervor left him in a precarious situation, rife with uncertainty. Even though he appeared unscathed as he exited the prison, latent dangers trailed him like a persistent shadow. More critically, he lacked any formidable force to back him, devoid of political allies or military support, rendering him all the more vulnerable in the eyes of his adversaries. Did the foreigners not wish to spare his life? Yet, what difference would that make? The crowd had witnessed his unblemished emergence from his cell, but once he departed the prison, his fate would no longer be under foreign control. Should he unexpectedly perish on the streets, speculation would abound regarding which power he had offended, while the warlords could easily absolve themselves of responsibility, dismissing it with a casual remark about the whims of fate. This tumultuous episode would ultimately dissolve into mere gossip over tea, with people sighing in sympathy before swiftly moving on. However, for him, every passing moment was fraught with peril. Thus, leaving Beiping had become an urgent necessity. Despite the fact that this place held the ground he had diligently cultivated for a year, camaraderie with fellow fighters, and unfulfilled ideals, self-preservation left him no alternative. Fortunately, his elders had already devised a safe route for him to Shanghai. This international metropolis, balanced by various factions, offered a relatively unique political landscape. More importantly, Shanghai was home to numerous like-minded friends who could provide him refuge and support. Yan Junfeng meticulously detailed every trivial matter, his words imbued with concern, fearful that even the slightest oversight might sow doubt in Qiaonian's mind. The situation was dire. They had to depart at once, before their adversaries became aware. For even a moment's delay could lead them to irrevocable doom. After all, the night is long and dreams abound. Qiaonian understood the weight of their worries and solemnly replied, "Since my elders have made proper arrangements, I shall not hesitate." The instant he nodded in agreement, Yin Jufeng felt a chill at his fingertips, a sense of loss washing over him. This farewell might stretch into an indefinite future before they would meet again. The young man standing before him, once an eager youth trembling with resolve, had shed his youthful naivety, now bearing a calm countenance forged through trials and tribulations. Yin Junfeng gazed at the youthful contours of the boy, suddenly reminded of the ancient text he had perused earlier. The art of divination, with a forehead like a liver cover and eyes akin to bright stars. This is no mere creature of the pond. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive him, he mused, for the golden-scaled fish is not destined for the pond. When it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. This child's destiny, after all, lies beyond this modest tea house. Young lad, he began, despite the boy's tender years, How about I bestow upon you a courtesy name? No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Qiaonian's eyelashes quivering. Those hands once stained with the blood of bandit pursuits now respectfully clasped in a fist of reverence. Deferring entirely to the teacher's discretion. Huaijin. He plucked a willow branch and adorned Qiaonian's temple with it. Huaijin, holding brilliance. One must have a title that commands respect when traversing the literary world. Huaijin, I shall remember. As the boy bowed once more. The soft leaves of the willow swayed gently in the breeze. On the day of departure, Qiaonian's fingers tightened around the ticket, yet he maintained a poised demeanor. The soldier at the ticket checkpoint repeatedly scrutinized his identification. The metallic ticket punch clattered dully against the wooden table. You were Qiaonian? The voice emerged like a rusty nail scraped from the depths of the throat. Qiaonian lowered his gaze to evade the penetrating stare, murmuring an affirmation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the billowing white mist creeping over the platform from the railway, obscuring a few indistinct figures. I hear the situation in the south is unstable. Suddenly, the soldier shifted to block the passage, as several armed companions closed in behind him. The distant whistle of the locomotive resonated, causing the glass to tremble slightly. Qiaonian bent to retrieve his documents, his eyes glancing at the soldier's crooked sidearm. Excuse me. My elderly companion suffers from motion sickness and requires assistance. Seizing the moment of the soldier's hesitation, he swiftly slipped through the ticket gate, the hem of his coat brushing past the soldier's raised firearm. As he rounded a column, the command to halt echoed behind him, accompanied by the sound of urgent footsteps. Qiaonian dashed down the alley, his black coat billowing in the wind. The thudding of pursuing boots, the dull thump of rifle stocks against brick walls, and the shouts of his captors intertwined in a cacophony. At the alley's mouth, several figures in gray felt hats armed with guns encircled him. In a moment of dire urgency, Qiaonian hurled his leather suitcase into the gutter, the metallic clasp striking the stones and sparking. He quickly tore off his scarf to obscure half his face, seizing an old newspaper from the ground, feigning to be a bystander engrossed in the news at the stall. The wet ink blurred before his eyes as he held his breath. The pursuers overturned trash cans, scattering fragments of paper, and he caught sight of their military boots pacing nearby. It was not until the sound of the train's whistle signaled its departure that his taut nerves began to ease. However, before he could rise, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Qiaonian's body tensed, his fingers brushing against the pen at his waist, within which lay a concealed pistol, his last line of defense, obtained during a previous lucky draw, though he had never used it. The familiar rural accent of the voice that followed relaxed his taut nerves slightly. Young lad, what are you doing here? It was none other than Aunt Lee, the woman who had previously rented him a room. Aunt Lee? He replied, lowering his voice, still unwilling to let his guard down entirely. The blind old woman groped for his sleeve, her bony fingers gently pinching his wrist as if to confirm his identity. At her feet lay a blue cloth bundle, simply tied, seemingly prepared for a journey. Young man, do not make a sound, Mrs. Lee murmured, her murky eyes gazing into the void, her voice scarcely above a whisper. Follow me. Qiaonian hesitated for a moment, his peripheral vision catching sight of several figures in gray overcoats lingering at the alley's entrance. Sensing his reluctance, Mrs. Lee added, My son has sent a car to pick me up. You should come with me. Son. Chapter 39, Departure. The mention of a son sent a jolt through Qiaonian. He recalled Mrs. Lee's son, remembering that Xiao Li had mentioned he was mixed up in Tianjin, leaving his mother behind. It seemed rather unfilial, but perhaps it was not so. Could it be that he had now reached a position where he could afford to send a car for her? Before he could ponder further, Mrs. Lee had grasped his sleeve and was unsteadily making her way deeper into the alley. Qiaonian quickly stuffed the newspaper back into the stall and lowered his hat's brim to follow. The old woman's gait appeared unsteady, yet her movements were deliberate, weaving expertly to evade their pursuers. Auntie, where is your son now? Qiaonian inquired softly. He works at the railway bureau, overseeing a few people, Mrs. Lee replied with a smile, revealing a few sparse teeth. He was recently promoted and specially sent a car to take me to Tianjin today. I want to be returning. Qiaonian's heart stirred. If the Ministry of Transport could hitch a ride on this fortunate journey, it would be far safer than cramming onto a train. I have heard about your situation, Mrs. Lee continued, grinning again, revealing her sparse teeth. In the distance, the sound of boots striking the ground echoed. Qiaonian caught sight of several figures in gray hats interrogating rickshaw pullers at the alley's entrance, their bayonets gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Suddenly, Mrs. Lee raised her voice. Oh dear, my old leg. She swayed, leaning towards Qiaonian. Taking advantage of Qiaonian's supportive gesture, their pace quickened, successfully eluding the guards. They traversed several narrow alleys, finally stopping at the back door of a tea house. Mrs. Lee fumbled in her bundle for a key, skillfully unlocking the side door and leading Qiaonian upstairs. Wait here, do not light a lamp, she instructed, pushing open a window, allowing the cold wind mixed with the scent of coal smoke to rush in. The car will arrive at noon, coming through the back alley. Qiaonian nodded, using the faint daylight to examine the modest yet tidy little room. A wooden table, 2 chairs, and a corner piled with empty wine jars, a storage space for the tavern's odds and ends. How did you know I was at the station? Qiaonian finally voiced his curiosity. Mrs. Li settled herself, reaching into her bundle to pull out an oiled paper package, which she pushed towards him. Shopkeeper, Yin came to see me last night. A warmth surged within Qiaonian. Shopkeeper, Yin had even arranged this escape route. Inside the oiled paper package were several still warm meat buns, and only then did Qiaonian realize he had not eaten all day. He devoured too hungrily when suddenly he heard chaotic footsteps from below. Search. Search every room. Qiaonian froze, nearly dropping the bun in his hand. However, Mrs. Li remained composed, her frail fingers lightly tapping the table as if counting something. Do not panic, she whispered. The innkeeper here is my cousin. The footsteps grew closer, ultimately halting outside their room. Qiaonian's hand instinctively reached for the pen, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Who is inside? Came a gruff inquiry from outside the door. It's me, from the Old Li family. Aunt Li raised her voice, her tone quivering with the distinct tremor of age. I'm just resting here. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. The door was suddenly flung open, and a police officer in a black uniform burst in, gun drawn. The flickering light of the kerosene lamp illuminated Qiaonian's face, causing him to instinctively turn away. Who is this man? The officer demanded sharply. He is my nephew. Come to take me to Tianjin, Aunt Li said as she groped to stand, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper from her bosom. This is my pass. Given by my son. The officer, skeptical, took the paper and scrutinized it under the light. Qiaonian observed his expression gradually shift from suspicion to respect, then even to a hint of obsequiousness. Ah, so you are the mother of Director Li. The officer chuckled awkwardly as he returned the pass. My apologies for the disturbance. Please continue your rest. The door was gently closed, and the footsteps faded away. Qiaonian exhaled deeply, only then realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. What sort of pass is this? He couldn't help but inquire. Aunt Li smiled mysteriously. A special pass from my son, recognized by all departments of the Bayong government. She paused. Young man, when the car arrives, you must pose as my son's colleague. No one will dare to stop you. At noon, a black Ford sedan silently parked in the alley behind the tea house. The car door swung open, and a middle-aged man in a suit approached briskly, respectfully assisting Aunt Li. Mother, we were delayed on the way. Qiaonian scrutinized the man, who was Aunt Li's son, Li Maching. He exuded the air of a bureaucrat. His hair was meticulously slicked back, he wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his shoes shone brightly. And who is this? Li Maching scrutinized Qiaonian with caution. Your cousin from the Qiao family, don't you remember? Aunt Li tapped her son's arm. He works at the Ministry of Education and just happens to be traveling to Tianjin. It's only right to give him a lift. Li Maching frowned slightly, evidently harboring doubts about this unexpected cousin. However, under his mother's insistence, he finally nodded. Get in the car. We will take the special route. As the sedan slowly departed from the tea house, Qiaonian peered through the window, noticing the figures in gray overcoats still lingering near the station. They were inspecting every traveler. Yet they overlooked the government-licensed vehicle. Qiaonian, Li Maching suddenly spoke, his voice lowered to a near whisper. I know who you are. Qiaonian stiffened, his fingers instinctively reaching for his waist. Don't be alarmed, Li Maching said, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, his gaze inscrutable behind the gold-rimmed glasses. I've heard your name from my mother during phone calls, and I've read your works. They are truly marvelous. I traverse this route 3 times a week. Li Maching interrupted him, his voice returning to its normal volume. Mother, a new silk store has opened in Tianjin. Let us get you a new outfit. The sedan passed through the checkpoint, and the guard stood at attention, saluting. Qiaonian gazed out at the receding city walls of Beiping, suddenly comprehending why manager Yin had orchestrated this escape route. He truly had considered every detail for him. Aunt Li leaned against her seat, seemingly asleep. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her wrinkled face, casting an aura of tranquility. Chapter 40. Yang Village. The moment the automobile crossed the boundary of Beiping, Qiaonian's taut back finally relaxed, and the pent-up breath in his chest was released with a sigh. Yet, as this breath dissipated in the jostling vehicle, an indescribable void seeped into him. Perhaps it was the longing of a fledgling bird for its old nest, or perhaps the city, as the heart of the motherland, had imprinted a sense of stability deep within his veins. Outside the window, the vast expanse of the North China plain blurred past. As he gazed at the indistinct horizon, the swirling thoughts in his mind grew increasingly lucid. He knew he would miss the people and events of this city. He sensed that it might be 3 years, 5 years, or even longer before he would tread upon this land again. Qiaonian watched the fleeting fields outside, his fingers unconsciously tracing the leather texture of the seat. The silence in the car was filled with Aunt Li's gentle snoring, creating an atmosphere of serenity. We will change horses in Yang village. Li Mo-cheng suddenly broke the silence, causing Qiaonian's heart to tighten. Why? Glancing at him through the rearview mirror, Li Mo-cheng replied, this vehicle is too conspicuous. Besides, he paused, do you think leaving Beiping guarantees safety? Now, I hold a position of some significance, yet even I cannot claim safety. In these times, where's there not turmoil? When conflict arises, it does not discriminate between high officials. Bullets do not have eyes. As he spoke, a group of soldiers in uniform suddenly appeared at the intersection ahead, blocking their path. Li Mo-cheng's expression remained unchanged as he merely slowed the car. Pass. The lead soldier tapped on the car window. Li Mo-cheng calmly handed over the document. The soldier examined it briefly, and upon seeing the title, instinctively offered a courteous smile. Ah, it's you, chiefly. My apologies. After a thorough inspection, he returned the document and leaned in to peer into the vehicle, asking, and these two? My mother and my brother-in-law. Li Mo-cheng replied flatly, they are returning to Tianjin with me. The soldier's gaze lingered on Qiaonian's face for a few seconds, making him acutely aware of the beads of sweat forming on his back. Just then, Aunt Li coughed suddenly, trembling as she pulled a handkerchief from her bosom. My dear, when will we arrive? She asked weakly. This cough. I must see a doctor in Tianjin. The soldier took a step back in distaste, waving them through. Once the vehicle resumed its journey, Qiaonian realized that his palms had been marked with red lines from his own fingernails. You'll get used to it, Li Mo-cheng remarked nonchalantly. In these times, checkpoints are everywhere. By the time the car entered Yang village, dusk had fallen. This quaint village nestled between Beijing and Tianjin appeared particularly tranquil, with only wisps of smoke rising from a few chimneys. Li Mo-cheng parked in front of a courtyard adorned with a sign for the Fuxing Inn, skillfully honking the horn 3 times. An elderly hunchback emerged upon hearing the commotion, bowing deeply upon seeing Li Mo-cheng. Comradely, everything is prepared, he said with a courteous nod. Qiaonian assisted Grandma Li down from the rear compartment of the vehicle. She gently patted his hand and reassured him. This Yang village is the territory of my maternal family. It is quite safe here, so worry not. The inn's main hall was already brimming with people. The village head, Wang Yukai, donned a faded cap and wore shoes with layered soles, oblivious to the fresh cow dung clinging to them. He hunched over, nearly bending his back into a shrimp-like form, followed by 7 or 8 villagers, each clutching what they deemed their most treasured possessions. Ah, comradely, Aunt Li. Wang Youtsai's voice pierced the air, sharp as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He hurried over to Li Mo-cheng in a few bounding steps, his murky eyes glinting with eagerness. I have heard of your esteemed arrival, and I am nearly at a loss for words. He raised his hand to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow and, with great deference, opened an oiled paper umbrella, cautiously shielding Li Mo-cheng from the last rays of sunlight. As if fearing that even a sliver of sun might tarnish this esteemed guest, several women jostled past the village head, vying to press their offerings into Grandma Li's arms. Aunt Zhang, her hands worn and cracked from years of toil, gently placed a chicken egg wrapped in 3 layers of blue cloth onto Grandma Li's lap. Her voice dripping with sweetness. Aunt Li, this is the first egg from my old hen. It is precious. Please nourish yourself. Sister Chin was even more dramatic. Kneeling on the ground, her rough hands clasped tightly around Grandma Li's feet, tears welling in her eyes. At last, you have arrived. Our village has long awaited your blessing. An old scholar from the west end of the village trembled as he presented a hand-copied book of Zhuzi's family instructions, its pages frayed. Yet he offered it to Li Mo-cheng as if it were a rare treasure. I have long heard of your literary prowess, Comrade Li. I humbly seek your guidance on this humble work. His speech was punctuated by the few yellowed teeth that remained in his mouth, exhaling a musty breath. Seeing the villagers overshadowing him, Wang Yukai grew anxious, rubbing his hands together until, with a sudden clap of his thigh, he shouted, Make way! Make way! He turned and seized a coarse clay bowl from the hands of a villager, which contained what he claimed to be Biluakan tea, a mere few yellowed leaves of wild tea, floating amongst fragments. Comrade Li, these are the tender leaves from our century-old tea trees on the back mountain. The entire village has pooled this bowl for you. Do savor it. With that, he personally lifted the bowl, blowing gently upon it before reverently offering it to Li Mo-cheng's lips. A smile plastered across his face as if he had consumed the finest nectar himself. When Li Mo-cheng casually placed a few silver coins on the table, the room fell into an immediate silence. All eyes fixated on the gleaming coins reflecting the candlelight, and a collective sound of swallowed saliva echoed in the air. Wang Yukai was the quickest to react. He fell to his knees with a thud, bowing deeply to the silver coins, his forehead striking the cool brick floor with a dull thud. This is an immense blessing from Comrade Li. We shall repay you in our next lives. Working as oxen or horses, other villagers, snapping out of their stupor, swiftly followed suit, and soon the hall was filled with a cacophony of kneeling and expressions of gratitude. mingled with heavy breaths resembling an absurd farce. Qiaonian leaned against the mottled wooden pillar, his fingertips unconsciously picking at the peeling vermilion paint. The farce unfolding before him resembled an absurd play, gradually playing out amidst the acrid scent of dry smoke and the incessant flattery that echoed in the air. He observed the village chief's shiny bald head striking the cobblestone ground with a dull thud, listening as the women's shrill praises pierced the twilight. And he suddenly felt a bitterness rise in his throat. It struck him that the same stooped backs of these people, laboring in the fields by day, could now curve into such grotesque arcs. Living God, living Bodhisattva. The sounds of kowtowing mixed with heavy breaths resonated oddly in the dusk, resembling a pack of famished beasts paying homage to a few coins. Qiaonian gazed at those bowed figures and was reminded of wolves in the wild fighting over carrion, similarly hunched and baring their teeth. Yet now, what they feasted upon was not flesh and blood, but their dignity. Did these people possess no backbone? A surge of molten fury erupted within him, reddening his eyes. The distorted dignity, the backs bent like shrimp, transformed into countless sharp needles piercing his heart. Yet, when he clenched his fists, he found his anger ensnared in fog. Who should he strike out against? The villagers, bowing with their wild teeth and bruised foreheads? But they had committed no wrong. Their cracked hands still bore the remnants of cow dung, and their murky eyes brimmed with the thirst for survival. They merely sought to earn a meager living in these chaotic times, trading their humility for a sliver of life. Dignity, in a world strewn with the dead, was indeed the most extravagant of luxuries. Should he confront Li Maching, seated regally in his armchair? Yet, he too had done nothing wrong. This benefactor, who had just rescued him, now sipped tea with an air of indifference, the silver coins glinting coldly in the candlelight. He had not forced anyone to flatter him, nor had he withheld his wealth. Yet this light-hearted pity acted as a dull knife, severing the very spine of humanity. Qiaonian felt a tightness in his throat, as if he had swallowed a wad of cotton soaked in cold water. The bitterness surged within his chest, unable to be expelled or swallowed down. He suddenly realized that this was not the fault of any individual, but rather a reflection of a society so thoroughly rotten that it transformed humans into beasts, grinding dignity into dust. The inn in the twilight resembled an absurd theater, where all were both perpetrators and victims in this tragic play. As the village chief, grinning to reveal his chipped teeth, flatteringly declared, "Tomorrow morning, I shall personally send you across the pass." The farce finally reached its conclusion. Qiaonian felt as though his legs were laden with lead, each step requiring the last ounce of strength drawn from his bones. As he leaned against the railing to ascend to the second floor, his fingertips left 4 gray prints upon the mottled vermilion. Pushing open the door to his room, he was immediately enveloped by the musty odor mingled with sandalwood. Perhaps it was unexpected to have an outsider like him. A brand new blue and white porcelain cup sat on the 8 immortals' table, yet the corners of the bedding were frayed. The faded peony-patterned fabric wrapped around thick cotton batting clearly pulled hastily from some trunk. Qiaonian pressed his hand against the quilt, his fingertips sinking into the tightly stitched seams, as if what lay upon him was not merely bedding, but the entire weight of Yang Village. On a frigid winter's night, Qiaonian might have been grateful for this thick quilt. However, in the sweltering heat of June, no one requires such a heavy covering. The cicadas outside have gradually ceased their chorus, while the setting sun casts elongated shadows through the window, weaving an impenetrable net upon the azure tiles below. Qiaonian loosened the 2 buttons at his collar, as the stifling heat surged into his garments, suffocating him beneath the weighty quilt that pressed against his chest, making each breath feel laborious. Suddenly, he recalled the straw mat in prison, though it was painfully hard on his back. It was a more tolerable alternative to this oppressive warmth. As the light on the quilt began to fade, Qiaonian felt akin to a cicada trapped within a steamer. He abruptly flung off the quilt, the heat lodged in his throat compelling him to escape, even as dusk thickened and the heat outside lingered. He felt an urgent need to flee into the realm of moving air. He pushed open the creaking wooden door, and a wave of heat, laden with dust, rushed to meet him. The moonlight was devoured by clouds, plunging the entire village into a dense inkiness, save for 2 houses of blue bricks at the eastern edge, which emitted a faint golden glow. Lanterns swayed in the night breeze, resembling 2 enigmatic eyes suspended in midair. The cobblestone path was uneven, puddles of stagnant water collected, reflecting the shattered starlight. Amidst the ruins, several thatched huts leaned precariously, their windows haphazardly boarded up, and the faint cries of a baby occasionally pierced the darkness, only to be swiftly enveloped again. Tattered garments hung along the village path, fluttering in the wind like ghostly skirts. Somewhere, a dog whimpered, its sound abruptly cut off, as if someone had grasped its throat. Only the crickets persisted in their tireless serenade, emerging from the crumbling walls and overgrown grass, weaving an impenetrable tapestry of sound in the silent village. Qiaonian tread carefully over the shards of tiles, the soles of his shoes crunching over withered twigs and leaves, startling a few crickets, whose rustling was acutely jarring in the stillness. In the distance, the mournful hoot of an owl echoed, long and haunting, reverberating through the empty alleys, sending a chill down his spine. The air was thick with the pungent odors of cow dung, mildew, and the acrid remnants of cooking smoke, coalescing into a nauseating miasma. Qiaonian was unwilling to acclimate, yet he found himself compelled to do so. Curled upon a gravel-strewn earthen embankment, he sat under the moonlight, which cast the contours of the village in a bluish-gray hue. The flattery and kowtowing of the day had been crushed by the night, leaving only a few diminutive lights, resembling a handful of ailing stars fallen upon the dark curtain. Insects chirped as they collided with the remnants of walls, their sounds echoing back across the desolate fields, adding to the profound sense of desolation. System, he called out to the void, his voice fragmented by the evening breeze. I am here. The mechanical voice suddenly resounded in his mind, imbued with familiar coldness. It had been some time since Qiaonian last activated the system. He felt that while it provided convenience, it lacked intelligence, and in crucial moments, he had to rely on himself. Moreover, he had been too occupied lately to find a need for the system. Now, perched alone on this earthen slope in Yang village, gazing at the thatched huts barely discernible in the darkness and the occasional glimmers from the windows of affluent households, he found himself yearning for that rigid, mechanical voice. However, when the voice of the system truly echoed in his mind, he found himself at a loss as to his next course of action. His gaze became vacant, and his fingers mindlessly tapped on the system panel. The night breeze swept through the desolate grass, lifting the edges of his thin garment. Qiaonian gazed at the indistinct outline of Yang village under the moonlight, suddenly recalling the vast landscapes studied in geography class, nestled within the undulating mountains and rivers of the flower-bearing land. How many such villages lie hidden within that expanse? Perhaps there are even more dilapidated places, where the inhabitants, too, scrape by in the dust, propping up their crumbling homes with their weary backs. The flames of the Daqing dynasty's demise seemed but a day past. Yet why does the newly risen sun fail to warm the frostbitten fingers of the common people? The answer is embedded deep within him, akin to a rusted nail firmly lodged in his bones. Terms like warlords battling for power, exorbitant taxes, and foreign invaders have transcended the printed words of textbooks, transforming into heavy shackles that constrict the necks of those struggling for survival. Qiaonian once attempted to break free, yet he found himself ensnared like a moth caught in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the tighter the threads bound him. Suddenly, his pale fingertips paused. At the moment a hidden button was activated, the system's shop interface surged forth like a tide, casting a myriad of colorful projections upon his face. The flickering icons of goods, some he could afford, others he could not, captured his attention. A faint red dot in the corner of the system's shop abruptly blossomed, instantly seizing Qiaonian's gaze. Compelled by an unseen force, he clicked on the marker. Deep within the interface, a surgical knife wrapped in red silk slowly rotated amidst the data streams, its blade reflecting an eerie blue light. Beneath the icon, a line of text glimmered with a green hue. The cry in the iron house has been unlocked. This somewhat familiar item struck a chord within him, memories surging like a tide. Qiaonian's throat constricted, and he took a deep breath, his trembling fingers decisively pressing the confirmation button. The air shimmered, and a flash of white light enveloped him. The rust-tinged surgical knife now rested in his palm. The red silk fluttered in the night breeze, as if still imbued with the warmth of its creation. Simultaneously, an ancient thread-bound book materialized from the void, its cover inscribed with the words Lu Xun's essays. The ink rich and profound under the moonlight. Qiaonian stared blankly at the two items in his hands, suddenly bursting into laughter. Chapter 42. Aunt Lee. As the wooden door creaked open, a frail voice punctured the silence. Young Nian, why are you only just returning at this late hour? Qiaonian abruptly halted, the moonlight slicing through the eaves, illuminating the hunched figure of Aunt Lee, who sat lifelessly on a bamboo stool at the threshold of the guest room. Her gray-white braid trembled slightly in the night wind, resembling a faded strand of cotton thread. Aunt Lee, what brings you here? Qiaonian's words trailed off. Based on his experience living with the elderly, she should have long been wrapped in her quilt by this hour, with the faint sounds of snoring emanating from the adjacent room. The oil lamp in the corridor had extinguished unbeknownst to him, and only the moonlight flowed over her deeply lined face, casting her murky eyes into two pools of still water. Ah, this old woman has grown frail, and sleep has become elusive. Aunt Lee fumbled to adjust her disheveled hair, her gnarled fingers hovering in the air before slowly descending. Hearing those sounds of people bowing today has stirred up some unpleasant memories in my old bones. She suddenly burst into laughter, her chuckle tinged with a raspy quality akin to sandpaper scraping against a rough pottery jar. They bowed and prostrated before me, merely casting glances at my son, who was serving in Qiaonian. Were it not for that respectable son, this blind old woman would have long been discarded to the back mountains to feed the wolves. I was aware of the hoarse murmurs that resembled crumpled, withered leaves swirling in the empty second floor. The snores emanating from Limo's room seeped through the door cracks as Aunt Li inched closer to Qiaonian, her fingers, like withered branches, suddenly grasping his wrist. Young man, do you know why this village is called Yang Village? Qiaonian felt a tightness in his throat, the cold air seeping from the blue bricks creeping up his pant legs. He gazed at the prominent veins on the elderly woman's neck and recalled how, during the day, she had been surrounded by others, those sycophantic hands suspended in the air, none daring to truly touch the hem of her garment. The chill emanating from her palm was astonishing, and the moonlight cast two dark shadows in her sunken eye sockets, momentarily resembling an endless undercurrent of turmoil. Is it because most families in this village share the surname Yang? He ventured to ask. Aunt Li's parched lips curled into a smile, exuding the scent of aged wood, while the bamboo stool creaked under the pressure. Not entirely, she replied, releasing his wrist and rummaging through her sleeve, producing a yellowed handkerchief, repeatedly stroking the frayed edges. The person in charge of this village is from the Yang family's ancestral hall. I too bear the surname Yang. She suddenly laughed again, her laughter imbued with a metallic tang. 50 years ago, my father was the most formidable authority in the clan, and half of the disciplinary rods in the ancestral hall were wielded by him. The aged voice abruptly ceased, and the crickets outside chirped with renewed vigor. Back then, I was the youngest daughter in the family, and life was somewhat bearable. The night wind carried the gentle ringing of copper bells at the eaves, tearing the old woman's narrative into fragments. Qiaonian observed the white strands of hair dancing among her locks, and when the name Yang Shower slipped through her teeth, a sudden cacophony erupted from downstairs as wild dogs fought over carrion, startling him to his core. On this night, drenched in moonlight, Aunt Li recounted the life of a woman named Yang Shower, narrating the festering scars of the entire village. Life during those years felt as though it were wrapped in a quilt soaked in cold water. The more one struggled, the harder it became to breathe. I would eavesdrop by the window of the private school, where the teacher's lessons blended with my father's scoldings, the pain from willow branches whipping my back drilling deep into my bones. He often claimed that a woman's lack of talent was her virtue. Yet I clearly observed the boys in the clan stammering through the three-character classic, still able to warm themselves by the hearth in the schoolhouse. Until that scholar arrived. In the year I came of age, the lotus blossoms on the embroidery frame bloomed brilliantly, yet my father thrust me into the scholar's quarters. The moment he unfolded a comprehensive geography of the seas, the scent of ink mingled with the sandalwood from his cuffs, causing my eyes to burn with heat. Women can see the world too, he proclaimed, his eyes sparkling with light. But when the soldiers burst through the gate, brandishing placards against foreign uprisings, my father personally bound him up like a rice dumpling and stuffed him into an ox cart. The moment I burst through the ancestral hall's grand door, his smoking pipe struck her forehead with a violent force. You wretched creature, can't you take a moment to look at yourself? The threshold of the ancestral hall bruised my knees, the clanking of chains locking the firewood room resonating more hauntingly than any family discipline, piercing the heart with dread. A lowly creature reading foreign books. The visage of my ancestors is utterly tarnished. The family punishment strikes upon my spine, mingling with the spittle of the clan elders and the vile corruption brought forth by the foreign oppressors. Those words cut deeper than the rod, carving unseen wounds upon her. They confined me to the woodshed, offering naught but cold water and stale rice. When I emerged, veiled in a crimson headdress, I became the bride of the Li family. At night, he loomed over me, while my mind overflowed with the knowledge imparted by scholars, only to be met with slaps and crude curses. On the day my son was born, I gritted my teeth, vowing to send him to study in Beiping when he grew. Yet even this simple aspiration was forbidden by the villagers. Subsequently, they accused me of bringing death to men, claiming I consorted with a commoner, brandishing the family tree to demand my son be adopted by the clan patriarch. The incense ash from the ancestral hall fell into my eyes, blinding me, while I could only hear my son's heart-wrenching cries. That night, clutching the savings from a decade of embroidery, I fled northward, carrying my fevered child. Stumbling through the snow, the footprints in the snow vanished with the wind, yet I dared not look back. Turning would render me the wretched creature they spoke of. When my son achieves success, I shall return to the village as a person of stature. The Yang family members vanished without a trace, hastily presenting Wang Yukai as the village head to shield themselves from blame. Her fingers caressed the hem of her garment, smoothing the creases only to crumple them again. Each return to the village was orchestrated by Wang Yukai, accompanied by outsiders eager to curry favor. A mere token of goodwill could elicit a chorus of sycophants. Yet, Aunt Li's tone was as stagnant as the still waters of an ancient well, devoid of even a ripple. The grievances and enmities flowed from her lips like a tale recited by an itinerant storyteller. However, Qiaonian fixated on the murky, clouded eyes of hers, which concealed an abundance of unspoken thoughts. Time had hardened the scars into crusts, yet every fissure oozed with the blood of yesteryears. Such scant words could hardly encompass the entirety of Yang Shouer's life, forged in the crucible of toil. Now, no one calls me Yang Shouer anymore. They all refer to me as Aunt Li. She gathered her faded blue cloth shirt, a smile devoid of warmth tugging at her lips. Yang Shouer seemed to have perished. The finality of her words echoed like the closing of a worn ledger. As dusk enveloped the threshold, she leaned against the doorframe, rising slowly, her hunched back bending like a dilapidated bridge in the moonlight. Her trembling steps crushed the fallen locust leaves, the night deepening and the chill settling in. It was time to rest early. She shuffled into the house, the fabric of her shoes whispering against the green bricks, for tomorrow's journey awaited. Qiaonian gazed at the swaying figure, fleetingly perceiving a young maiden superimposed upon her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, only the elderly woman's frail hand rested upon the doorframe, her white hair dancing chaotically in the night breeze. It occurred to me that this wrinkled old woman was not yet 50. Chapter 43. A new journey begins, awakening at the crack of dawn. Or perhaps having not slept at all. Before the noisy cicadas commenced their cacophony, Qiaonian was already seated at the table in the inn's lobby, poised and ready. The table was brimming with an array of local specialties sent by the villagers to Chief Li Mo. The items were haphazardly piled together, damp with dew, resembling a collection of unclaimed, silent tributes. Qiaonian exerted some effort to push aside a crooked bundle of dried mushrooms and 2 strings of hard, aged cured meat, creating a small space to place a bowl. Once he accomplished this task, he turned and headed to the kitchen. The embers in the stove still smoldered, and the air was infused with the scent of burning wood. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a large, rustic bowl of steaming corn porridge, the wholesome aroma of the grains alleviating some of the earthy and faintly musty odors in the hall. He settled back onto the hard bench, accompanied by a piece of pickled mustard greens that had become overly salty and shriveled. He leisurely sipped the scalding porridge, taking small bites. The warmth of the porridge enveloped him, easing the weariness from his sleepless night, his eyes bloodshot and lined with fatigue. As dawn began to break, the horizon lightening like a fish's belly, the sun lazily spread its undeniable radiance, casting a soft, warm hue upon the dusty door of the inn. At that moment, Wang Yukai hurried in, his steps brisk. His face, lined with wrinkles, still bore traces of last night's flattery, mingled now with an air of deliberate attentiveness and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Chief Li, has Chief Li risen? He called from the staircase, his voice measured and respectful, yet laced with a familiar undertone. His gaze swept over the assorted local goods on the 8 immortals table before settling on the engrossed Qiaonian, a fleeting expression of complex emotion crossing his features. Responding from upstairs were muffled voices and the rustling of clothing. Wang Yukai, as if spurred by an unseen command, turned and shouted outside, Zhuangzi, Ergu, hurry up, get the cart ready. Chief Li is about to depart. His voice rose sharply, exuding an authority that starkly contrasted with the subservience he displayed the previous night. Downstairs, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and the restless snorts of livestock accompanied the clattering of the cart, disturbing the slumbering inn. Aunt Li also emerged from the adjacent room. Clad in a relatively clean indigo cloth gown, her gray-white hair neatly styled and held in place with a polished silver pin, she carried a small, faded blue cloth bundle and approached Qiaonian. As he instinctively moved to assist her, he noticed her clouded eyes, veiled with a white film, darting towards Wang Yukai with a fleeting, almost instinctual wariness and detachment. At that moment, Li Machin descended, dressed in a slightly worn dark blue gown, his face reflecting the languor of early morning and a touch of irritation at being awakened. He cast a casual glance at the table laden with local goods, his gaze lingering briefly on Wang Yukai, before offering a soft, non-committal acknowledgement. Director, look. Wang Yukai immediately stepped forward, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile, his waist instinctively bending as he pointed at the pile of items. Li Machin waved his hand dismissively, his gesture imbued with an air of casual charity. Take it. There's trouble on the road, you can divide it as you see fit. His gaze swept over the items, as though they were merely an assortment of bothersome clutter. Wang Youtsai's smile instantly turned syrupy, as he repeatedly assured, rest assured, I will definitely distribute it well to the villagers. As he spoke, he quickly signaled to the 2 young lads waiting at the door with the corner of his eye. The boys promptly rushed in, nimbly starting to move the items from the table. Cured meats, eggs, and roots were carefully lifted out one by one. Qiaonian observed all of this with a cold gaze. The glimmer in Wang Youtsai's eyes, filled with greed and desperately concealed eagerness, pricked at his heart like a needle. He noticed that while Wang Yukai was moving a bamboo basket filled with dried mountain goods, his fingers discreetly and swiftly felt the bottom of the basket, seemingly confirming the presence of something within. before he breathed a sigh of relief and handed it to the lad outside. Qiaonian recognized that this very basket had been tremulously presented by an elderly man from another clan the night before, the old man's face etched with deep creases, and his murky, yearning eyes now vividly surfaced in Qiaonian's memory. What could possibly be inside? Qiaonian surmised it couldn't be anything of value. Li Maching appeared entirely oblivious, or perhaps indifferent. He yawned, his gaze landing on Qiaonian. Ready? Let us go? Quietly, Qiaonian tucked the small bundle given by Aunt Li into his equally shabby satchel, swallowing the last mouthful of cold porridge. The salty and bitter taste lingering at the root of his tongue. He stood up, his movements somewhat stiff. The horse-drawn cart was already hitched, standing at the inn's entrance. A gaunt, skeletal old horse pulled a similarly dilapidated cart, its axles creaking ominously. Wang Yukai personally supported the cart's yoke, wearing an impeccable smile befitting a gracious host bidding farewell. Director Li, travel safely. Young Master Nian, take care on the road. Once you get past the checkpoint ahead, the journey will be smooth. He eagerly helped Li Maching onto the cart, then pretended to assist Qiaonian. Qiaonian sidestepped his muddy hands, the origins of which were indiscernible, and hoisted himself onto the cart. The hard wooden planks jutted uncomfortably against his bones, carrying the morning's chill. Aunt Li, feeling her way to the side of the cart, rubbed her withered hand against the rough surface, as if confirming something. She said nothing more, merely lifting her wrinkled, drooping face slightly towards the direction where Qiaonian and Li Maching sat, her lips silently moving in what seemed like a farewell or perhaps a long-dried prayer. The morning light outlined her hunchbacked, solitary silhouette, akin to an old tree on the verge of withering against the wall. Go, the driver shouted, cracking the whip in the air. The old horse snorted, reluctantly setting forth. The worn wheels rolled over the uneven cobblestones at the inn's entrance, producing a cacophony that echoed far into the tranquil morning of Yang village, shattering the delicate layer of dawn's light on the ground. The cart began to move slowly, passing by the low, crooked, thatched cottages. Before the smoke of cooking had risen, the scene lay barren, devoid of human presence. The air was thick with the pungent scent of cow dung, mingling with the damp earth and smoke, creating a heavy atmosphere. Qiaonian sat on the jostling cart, his back turned to the increasingly distant figure of Wang Yukai, who still waved in farewell, his silhouette bending in the distance. He did not look back, his gaze fixed upon the silent, dilapidated houses flanking the road and the desolate ridges of farmland in the distance. The tranquil yet numbing stories recounted by Aunt Li the previous night now seared into his heart like a molten iron, each word branding itself onto him. The girl who once eavesdropped outside the private school window, the one whose forehead was shattered by a smoking pipe. The woman who fled with her feverish son on a snowy night, her bones lay buried in the silent land. Interred within the smoke of each dawn that carried the scent of cow dung, entombed in the sounds of last night's prostrations that trampled dignity into dust. Instinctively, his hand delved into the depths of his satchel. His fingertips brushed against something hard and cold, the handle of a surgical knife wrapped in red silk, as though it still bore the chill of the moonlight from the night before. The distinct edges of the book spine sent a faint yet persistent electric current coursing through him, piercing the stagnant, tumultuous mass of anger, helplessness, and suffocation within his chest. The cart jolted violently over a protruding stone, causing Qiaonian's body to sway, yet his grip on the satchel remained remarkably steady. He inhaled deeply the murky air of Yang village's morning, laden with the scent of desolate soil and decaying roots. Then, in a barely audible whisper meant only for himself, he silently uttered the word that had lingered in his heart throughout the night. Tomorrow. What is known as tomorrow, once arrived, becomes today. But when will the true tomorrow finally come? In Qiaonian's mind, the collection of essays by Lu Sun soared, pages fluttering in the stagnant air, rustling as they turned one after another. The pages danced like butterfly wings, ultimately settling on a frayed page emblazoned with the bold characters, tomorrow. Only that dark night longed to transform into tomorrow, yet still toiled in silence. The sound was as light as a sigh, dissipating amidst the clattering of wheels and the monotonous sound of hooves. Chapter 44. Tianjin Prefecture. The dilapidated cart had jolted along the uneven dirt road for what felt like an eternity before finally merging onto the relatively smooth official road. The creaking of the wheels seemed to find a rhythm, yet the dull cadence burrowed deeper into Qiaonian's bones. The scenery along the path transformed from desolate ridges and sparse villages to expansive fields of crops and scattered chimneys. Eventually, as the acrid scent of coal smoke and the cacophony of voices filled his nostrils and ears, the gray outline of Tianjin loomed on the horizon. The cart did not enter the bustling rental district, but turned into a comparatively quiet area characterized by courtyards of blue bricks. Before a grand, dark door adorned with a brass plaque bearing the name Li Yu, the cart finally came to a stop. The doorman had long awaited their arrival. swiftly lifting the threshold to usher the cart inside. The courtyard, though modest in size, was well kept and orderly. The ground was paved with blue bricks, and a few pomegranate trees with glossy leaves adorned the corners, in stark contrast to the dilapidated inn in Yang village. Everything here exuded a sense of deliberate maintenance and detachment. Several servants, clad in clean short coats, stood with their hands at their sides, their eyes cast downward. Their movements sleek yet silent. Li Maching stretched his stiff limbs, the fatigue of travel in his face replaced by a sense of relaxation. As if he had returned to his own territory, he casually lifted his chin towards the approaching steward, his voice laced with a hint of languor. Those clods of earth on the cart were forcibly stuffed in by the people of Yang village. Unload them, and dispose of them as you see fit. Pile them in the storeroom or distribute them, just don't leave them in the way. The steward acknowledged with a nod and immediately directed the servants to begin unloading the cart. The dried mushrooms, smoked meats, and coarse pottery, items deemed precious tributes in Yang village, were now being handled by hands adorned with clean sleeves, treated as if they were mere refuse, swiftly disappearing into the doorways leading to the side courtyard and kitchen. Their worth seemed to evaporate entirely the moment they departed from Yang village. Qiaonian stood silently to the side, observing this silent yet efficient cleanup. His satchel rested against his back, the small blue bundle from Aunt Li lightly pressing against his shirt. The scene before him, intertwined with Wang Youcai's sycophantic grin, the villager's humble bows, and the old man's murky, yearning gaze, stirred the porridge in his stomach once more. Just as the servants were nearing completion, Li Maching's gaze swept over the corner of the cart, landing on the bamboo basket containing dried mountain goods that had particularly caught Qiaonian's attention. As if suddenly recalling something, he strolled over and bent down to extract the basket from the heap. It was unremarkable in size, crudely woven, and blended in with the assortment of items. Take this to my study, Li Maching instructed the steward, his tone indifferent yet authoritative. The steward promptly took the basket with care. Qiaonian's heart skipped a beat, his gaze involuntarily following the basket, as images of Wang Youcai's furtive actions and the old man's trembling figure resurfaced vividly. Li Maching cast a glance at Qiaonian, seemingly attributing the blankness on his face to travel fatigue, and paid no further mind, continuing on towards the main house. Come with me, let's get you settled. Qiaonian was led into a small guest room. The chamber was modestly furnished, featuring a hardboard bed, a writing desk, and a chair, but it was exceptionally clean. The bedding was bleached to a snowy white, the windows bright and clear, a stark contrast to the musty odor and earthy scent of the inn. The air even carried a faint, unknown fragrance. However, this excessive cleanliness and deliberate tidiness only deepened Qiaonian's sense of oppression, as if he had to breathe cautiously, fearful of wrinkling something. He placed his satchel at the foot of the bed, leaving the small bundle untouched. Just as he intended to sit and catch his breath, Li Maching's voice echoed from outside, carrying a tone of command. Qiaonian, come to the study. Steeling himself, Qiaonian stepped out of the guest room. Li Maching's study was located on the eastern side of the main house. Upon opening the door, a blend of the scents of books, ink, and fine wood enveloped him. Against the wall stood a towering bookshelf, filled to the brim with books. Beneath the window, a spacious rosewood desk was adorned with the complete array of scholars' tools, alongside a meticulously polished Western clock. The butler stood by, hands clasped, while a bamboo basket sat incongruously at the center of the desk. Li Maching reclined in the armchair behind the desk, exuding an air of relaxation. Upon noticing Qiaonian's entrance, a playful smile flickered at the corners of his mouth, as if he were eager to unveil something intriguing. He gestured toward the bamboo basket and instructed the butler to uncover its contents. Obediently, the butler delicately moved aside the top layer of dry, unremarkable mushrooms and dried bamboo shoots, reaching into the depths of the basket. Soon, he retrieved a small, flat block securely wrapped in oiled paper. Li Maching extended his hand to accept it, displaying a sense of assured understanding as he leisurely unwrapped the layers of paper. As the wrapping fell away, it revealed a compact, dark brown substance with a greasy sheen, tightly compressed tobacco paste. A peculiar scent, sweet yet decayed, immediately permeated the elegant atmosphere of the study, aggressively overpowering the fragrance of books and ink. Li Maching pinched the tobacco paste between two fingers, scrutinizing it in the light streaming through the window, even scratching its surface gently with a fingernail. His expression bore no surprise, nor the joy that Wang Youcai had anticipated. Instead, a palpable air of disdain and mockery gradually emerged. "Huh?" he scoffed, the sound reminiscent of ice shards crashing to the ground. "What did I expect?" Hidden away at the bottom of the basket, it turns out to be this. He weighed the tobacco paste in his hand, much like one would assess a clod of dirt found by the roadside, deeming it of mediocre quality, inferior stock. It seemed that this impoverished countryside truly had nothing of worth to offer, Even such a disreputable item was treated as a treasure and stuffed into the basket. His tone dripped with condescension, not only aimed at the tobacco paste itself, but also directed at the person who presented this gift, the village he had just departed from, and the petty schemes of Wang Yukai. In his eyes, this meticulously concealed bribe merely reaffirmed the poverty, ignorance, and contemptibility of Yang village, rendering even the act of bribery itself lowly and laughable. Having voiced his disdain, he flicked his wrist, dismissing the tobacco paste with overt repugnance, as if it were a piece of genuine refuse, unworthy of his touch. The paste landed on the smooth surface of the rosewood desk with a soft thud, rolling a couple of times before coming to rest. The dark mass lay upon the expensive tabletop like an unsightly scar, exuding an odor that was utterly repulsive. Remove it. Discard it. Li Machin waved his hand, his tone laced with irritation, as if he were disposing of true garbage that brought him ill fortune. The butler immediately bowed, gingerly lifting the tobacco paste and the scattered oiled paper with a clean cloth, retreating swiftly as though lingering for even a moment longer would tarnish the sanctity of the study. Silence enveloped the room once more, save for the gentle ticking of the clock. The cloying, decayed aroma seemed reluctant to dissipate, stubbornly infiltrating Qiaonian's nostrils. He gazed towards the direction where the smoke had dissipated, then turned his attention to the tranquil, even somewhat bored visage of Li Machin behind the desk. Qiaonian's fingertips unconsciously brushed against the seam of his trousers, as if attempting to rid himself of some invisible filth. The bitter saltiness of the cold porridge in his stomach mingled with the lingering sweetness of the tobacco in the study, coupled with Li Machin's air of disdain, churning and fermenting within him. He recalled the sudden gleam of greed in Wang Youcai's eyes, akin to a poisoned needle's tip. The old man hunched over, knees nearly touching the ground in a posture of abject humility, and the calm tone of Aunt Li as she recounted the mother's blood and tears, frantically fleeing through the snow-laden night with her child on her back. How much blood and marrow had this palm-sized black soil of Yangtzuan absorbed? How many delusions of piercing the heavens had it cradled? Those trapped in the earth clutched at the last threads of hope with their dwindling strength, only to become barbs rooted in flesh and blood. And that youth, once expelled from the village alongside his mother, now entwined in the cold, unyielding grasp of power, looked down with scorn upon the offerings at his feet. Was the malice swirling in his eyes of vengeance for past humiliations, or a loss of his true self in the thrall of authority? No one could articulate it clearly. The tales woven into this land had long been steeped in desire and struggle, blurring the boundaries of love and hate. A chill, deeper than anger, gradually sank into Qiaonian's heart. He lowered his eyelids to conceal the tumult of emotions surging within, leaving only a veil of indifferent silence. Li Machin seemed oblivious to Qiaonian's peculiar demeanor, or perhaps he simply did not care. He yawned, rose to his feet, and brushed away non-existent dust from the meticulously tailored hem of his suit, as if it had come into contact with some filth. All right, you must be tired too. Take a good rest these next few days. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Qiaonian as he gazed outside. You know your current identity is sensitive, so I can't keep you here too long, he said. His tone is light, as if discussing the evening's menu. Of course, Qiaonian understood this was an expulsion order. Mr. Li, may I write an article before I leave? His voice echoed in the quiet study. Li Machin did not turn around. He merely waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an insect. The sunlight outside slanted into the room, slicing their shadows into distorted shapes. Qiaonian silently turned and exited the elegant study, thick with the scent of books and remnants of opium. The door to the side room closed behind him, severing him from that world. He approached the hard bed but did not sit. He simply stood still, his gaze fixed on the neatly segmented sky beyond the high walls. The sky over Tianjin was equally gray. He picked up his pen and set it to paper. There was no sound. What's the matter, little one? The old man with the red nose held up a bowl of yellow wine and said, gesturing towards the wall, You're lost in thought again. It turned out that Lu's Hen was a secluded place with an ancient charm. Before the first watch, everyone would close their doors and retire for the night. In the depths of the night, only two households remained awake. One was the Xianheng Hotel, where a few jovial companions gathered around the counter, indulging in food and drink. The other was the widow, Sister Dan Si, who, since losing her husband 2 years ago, had relied solely on her own hands to spin cotton yarn to support herself and her 3-year-old son. Thus her nights were also prolonged. However, with only these two households keeping vigil, any sounds from Sister Dan Si's home could only be heard by the old men nearby, while silence too resonated solely with them. In Chapter 45, tomorrow, Qiaonian resided in a grand mansion in Tianjin, where tranquility enveloped him, instilling a sense of unease. He resembled a slender bamboo stalk, with roots firmly embedded within the dwelling, silently growing as if time itself had come to a standstill in his presence, were it not for Aunt Li's occasional visits. The steward might have forgotten that such a lean figure dwelled within the estate. Fortunately, in these recent days, his basic needs had not been neglected. Yet, this child was too placid, spending his days huddled in the small courtyard, showing no inclination to venture outside. Aunt Lee often lamented, "Qiao, dear boy, stay with me a while longer." It was unclear how much he absorbed her words, as he merely responded obediently each day, his demeanor radiating a languid calm. Unexpectedly, one midday, as Aunt Lee entered the courtyard with her bamboo basket, she found the small yard desolate and called out several times, yet received no reply. After circling around the shadowed eaves and searching the rattan chair under the corridor and the writing desk by the window, all she encountered was an unsettling silence. In her moment of panic, she seized the steward passing by, only to learn that he had taken a cloth bundle and departed without a backward glance at dawn. The wind stirred the cotton paper in the window frame, producing a soft rustle, while Aunt Lee gazed at the empty rattan chair, reflecting on how this person had left without so much as a farewell. On the writing desk lay a few sheets of paper. Aunt Lee's fingertips traced the edges repeatedly. Squinting to bring the blurred text closer, her murky gaze resembling cotton thread soaked in water, binding itself tightly to the manuscript. Though the strokes were indistinct, they bore Qiaonian's handwriting, inscribed right beneath her watchful eyes. "Mo Chung, look here, what has the boy written?" she urged, pressing the papers into her son's hands. Her fingers crumpling the edges, her dim eyes sparkling with fragmented light, as if unearthing memories buried in the depths of a trunk long ago. When Li Mo Cheng's fingertips brushed the paper, his brow instinctively furrowed. In recent days, no one in the house had mentioned Qiaonian, yet hearing his mother speak now stirred the suppressed conversations from the study anew. He stifled his surprise, remaining silent, as he lowered his gaze to the paper, the words leaping into his eyes, line by line. The air was thick enough to wring water from it, infused with the briny scent of sweat and the almost imperceptible bitterness of herbal medicine, weighing heavily on Sister Dan C's chest. Each breath felt like swallowing clumps of worn cotton, and each heartbeat resonated with the faint, almost extinguished breath of Bauer on the earthen Kong. This low, dim room had become her entire world. Despair enveloped her like a coarse burlap soaked in cold water, layer upon layer, sealing her in a suffocating embrace that left her seeing stars and her fingertips icy. In vain, she flailed in this quagmire of hopelessness, searching desperately for any semblance of hope to cling to. It was still early, yet 4 patients had already taken their seats at his household. He felt Bauer's pulse and tested his fingernail against hers, declaring, "We can proceed with the insurance policy." He Xiao Xian, with her emaciated fingers, fiddled with a few sparse strands of goat's beard, her eyelids drooping, as she squeezed out the words failing health through her teeth. Yet, the prescription she provided was exorbitantly priced, enough to pierce her very heart. Clutching the several packets of herbs emitting an odd odor, she stumbled homeward, as if grasping a lifeline, her nails digging deep into the coarse paper wrapping. She reverently scattered the herbal remnants at the crossroads, hoping that fortune might find its way through this path into her dilapidated threshold. Wang Jioma arrived, exuding an undeniable air of dignity and decorum. She commanded Sister Dan C to unearth the finest garments, faded from age, to dress Bauer, muttering about the child departing with some semblance of dignity. However, Sister Dan C, caught in her grief, wept and hesitated, unwilling to cover her up completely. Fortunately, Wang Jioma, growing impatient, angrily stepped forward, forcefully pulling her aside, allowing the shroud to be hastily placed. Sister Dan C listened numbly, complying with the orders. The traditions felt like icy ropes, binding her already stiffened form in a constricting embrace. Bauer's small frame, swathed in those so-called fine fabrics, appeared even smaller and colder. Even the assistance of Lan Pia Wu, reeking of inferior liquor, was beyond her capacity to refuse. His hands, seemingly lifting the coffin, bore murky eyes that roamed over her, concealing thoughts fermenting in the pungent alcohol, sending waves of nausea through her stomach. Her suffering had become a spectacle for others, a chance to gawk and perhaps profit from her misfortune. As the last faint breath of Bauer dissipated into the frigid air, Sister Dan C's world crumbled. Yet, an eerie merriment surged forth. The raspy voice of Old Gong, tipsy and off-key, wafted in from next door, slicing through the oppressive silence like a dull knife. Lan Pia Wu joined in with exaggerated howls, hollow and empty. Wang Jioma raised her voice, directing the funeral arrangements with a tone of ease, as if completing a mere task. The commotion in the room resembled a thick, greasy foam, blanketing the submerged despair beneath. Her heart felt hollowed out, while the lives of others continued unabated, each sound in that cacophony acting as a blunt knife, dipped in the cold waters of indifference, repeatedly sawing at her bloodied heart. She clung to thoughts of tomorrow. Tomorrow, Bauer would drink this bowl of medicine and open her eyes, sweetly calling out mother. Tomorrow, upon waking, that tiny, warm body would still be nestled in her embrace. Yet, tomorrow seemed the cruelest of deceptions. The herbal remnants at the crossroads were crushed by countless indifferent feet, mingling with the dust. The incense ashes in the burner failed to retain even a whisper of a soul, leaving only a handful of choking embers. Even her last meager hope of seeing Bauer once more in her dreams shattered into a chilling void. She held on to Bauer's small garment, still faintly scented with milk. Sitting on the cold, earthen bed, her gaze vacantly cast into the boundless, thick darkness outside. In the deep of night, the clamor from next door finally subsided. A deathly silence once again enveloped the surroundings. Only the worn-out spinning wheel beside her emitted a creaking sound, solitary, mechanical, and endless, reminiscent of a tomorrow that she could never reach. "My child." The voice of his mother echoed in his ears. Li Maching's fingertips trembled gently on the yellowed pages. And suddenly, the words sprang to life, transforming into fine needles that pierced into his eyes. The desperate tears of Sister Dan seemed to seep through the paper, falling onto his hand with a burning sensation that jolted him. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, blinking slowly as if surfacing from the depths of water, his eyelashes still clinging to remnants of moisture. As the cloth pressed against the corner of his eye, it revealed uneven water stains. Li Maching began to ponder whether his decision to not keep Qiaonian had been a mistake. His mother's hand hovered in midair, her gnarled fingers curling slightly. She watched her son as he gently rubbed the handkerchief over his eyelids, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes twitched in response. Li Maching's voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid of disturbing something fragile. He spoke slowly, occasionally pausing, his throat working to continue. When he recounted Sister Dan's South's refusal to close the coffin, his nails unconsciously scraped shallow lines on the table. The room was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop to the floor. Aunt Li maintained her hands in a clasped position, her fingertips repeatedly stroking a brown scar on her left wrist, a remnant from the days when she carried a feverishly Maching on a night journey, enduring frostbite in the snow. "My child." The call was softer than before, like a feather landing on a dust-laden windowsill. Aunt Li suddenly reached out, her calloused palm pressing heavily on the word tomorrow, causing the pages to rustle under the strain. Li Maching observed his mother's hand tremble, not the common tremors of the elderly, but rather a subtle convulsion of her entire arm, as if something were trying to break free from beneath her skin. Her gaze was fixed on the cover, her lower lip bitten into a pale indentation. "Let us publish this article." This statement struck him like a searing ember, causing Li Maching to jerk his head up. He felt his throat move, hearing the echo of his heartbeat reverberate against his eardrum. The calluses on his mother's palm brushed against the word tomorrow, wrinkling the edges of the pages. Reminiscent of the years she mended his tattered backpack, her fingertips guiding the thread through the coarse fabric with a fierce determination to achieve her goal, yet tempered with a gentleness that feared causing pain. "All right," he heard himself say, his voice steadier than he had anticipated. Chapter 46. Southward. Mistaken capture. A small piece of cloth, square and compact, was folded just right to accommodate Qiaonian's belongings. The folding technique was meticulous. First, a crisp triangle was formed along the diagonal, then the edges were inwardly layered, and finally, secured with twine in the middle with a firm knot. This method of folding was not one he possessed. Presumably, Aunt Li had taught him, perhaps finding his clumsiness frustrating. Her fingers prodding the fabric while she chattered on. "Young man, you need to apply more pressure to the creases. The twine shouldn't be too loose, or you might lose your things." Qiaonian hefted the cloth bundle on her shoulder, heavy with sentiment. Leaving behind an elder like Aunt Li, perhaps never to return, stirred a bittersweet feeling within her heart. The path ahead must be walked alone. The sound of saws grinding against the blue stone slabs carries a certain awkwardness, and to claim that I am unperturbed would be disingenuous. Yet, as I cast my gaze upon the fabric bag cradled in my arms, I am suddenly reminded of an old photograph I once stumbled upon in the library of my past life, those clad in coarse garments, their hem stained with the mud of the field, carrying such bags, traversing from the slate-gray village to the azure-hued hills, from the impenetrable darkness of night to the faint light of dawn. In my previous existence, I read of mountains and rivers within the pages of books. Now, I must shoulder this cloth, measuring every rut with the soles of my feet. The winds of this life will first brush against the frayed edges of the bag before caressing my brow. The peaks I have yet to behold and the torrents I have yet to navigate will ultimately be encapsulated within this small square of fabric. Fortifying my resolve to continue onward, Qiaonian once again grasped the walkie-talkie, its metallic casing still warm to the touch, though his heart no longer quivered as it had when he first held it. If one were to inquire about the destination, it is naturally the landscapes of Xiong and Chu. The sinuous lines on the map now conflate in his mind, forming a path of flickering stars. Whether it be 1,000 miles or 10,000, the mud on his soles will count his steps. Reminiscent of the way Aunt Li taught him to fold cloth, counting the creases one by one. With faith in his heart, every road beneath his feet appears level. This faith is intangible, yet imbues each tap of his feet upon the blue stones with significance. Akin to the crackling static echoing through the walkie-talkie, chaotic yet concealing the synchronized heartbeat of millions. In the act of tucking the walkie-talkie into his bag, he discreetly stored it within the system's marketplace, then resumed his ordinary pace. The region of Tianjin flows more smoothly than that of Beiping. He mingled among the merchants in straw hats and the laborers in short shirts, blending in like a humble leaf adrift in a crowd. A newsboy on the street clutched freshly printed newspapers, his throat bobbing as he called out in a hushed yet urgent tone, "Extra! Extra!" A few passers-by gathered, then dispersed. As the corners of the newspaper fluttered in the wind, resembling startled sparrows, he did not pause to discover the cause of the commotion. Perhaps he already knew. A rickshaw puller brushed past him, the mingled scent of sweat and rust from the axles wafting through the air. The dock is under strict scrutiny today. The cargo from the east is off limits. At the corner noodle stall, steam rose, and a group of men leaned over their bowls, their chopsticks tapping against the sides as they murmured, "Wages are delayed again. The wife is still waiting to buy salt." As Qiaonian passed by, he noticed wilted greens floating in the broth, abruptly recalling the vegetable porridge Aunt Lee used to make, thick enough to stand a chopstick upright. Towards the dock, the police boots crunched over the gravel path, producing a rhythmic sound. By the cargo stacks, laborers hunched their backs, lifting wooden crates, while the overseer's cane cracked sharply in the air, yet no one dared to raise their heads, burdened by their labor, even their breaths heavy with exertion. Qiaonian stood at the alley's mouth, watching as a rusted cargo ship sounded its horn and departed, white smoke enveloping the cold dust that fell upon his patched shorts like scattered fragments of stars. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of fresh chalk markings on the ground near the wall, reminiscent of a child's doodles, or perhaps an unfinished symbol. As the wind stirred, the scraps of newspaper flipped over, revealing a half-line of blurred lead type. The joint academic community has shattered the iron lock in Beiping, igniting a conflagration that spreads far and wide. The banners held aloft by the youth and the clenched fists of the workers spread forth like flames along the railway, red flames that had ignited. Here, no one knew Qiaonian, yet all were engaged in a singular endeavor, stuffing pamphlets beside the machinery in the textile mill, shouting slogans atop the streetcars, and tilting their heads defiantly beneath the sharp edges of bayonets. The May breeze was laden with the sweat of countless individuals, mingling with the fervent hearts of many. The corners of his mouth subtly lifted beneath the brim of his hat, and as he busied himself with tucking a walkie-talkie into his bag, he pressed the metallic body into a concealed compartment. The throng propelled him forward, the sound of his saws striking the blue stone echoing with an unprecedented steadiness. As Qiaonian flowed with the tide of humanity, he suddenly heard a piercing scream from behind. "Catch the thief!" The cry pierced the air like cold water splashing into boiling oil, causing the entire street to erupt in chaos. Before he could turn around, a gust of hot, sweaty air brushed past his ear, followed by the dull thud of a leather boot striking the blue stone. A hand, resembling an iron claw, clamped down on his shoulder, unceremoniously throwing him to the ground. The hard object in his bag pressed painfully against his chest, and as his elbow grazed the stone, he distinctly heard the sound of fabric tearing. "Thieving rascal! Where do you think you're running to?" The youthful voice, still tinged with boyishness, pressed his knee firmly into Qiaonian's lower back. Glancing sideways, Qiaonian saw a pair of somewhat worn Oxford shoes, the tops splattered with fresh mud, likely from a recent sprint. The onlookers scattered like startled birds, only to regroup not far away. He felt a sharp pain as someone's hard-soled shoe ground against his fingers, causing him to gasp. A copper button tumbled from his clothing, spinning on the blue stone. Gazing at the button, Qiaonian felt a sense of absurdity for having donned the unremarkable coarse cloth attire, with patched elbows, which now served as his most effective disguise. "Young sir," he struggled to rise, tugging at his polished collar with a bitter smile. "Do you see my attire? There is no place to hide a money pouch." The boy's grip momentarily slackened, only to tighten again, his nails nearly digging into Qiaonian's flesh. "Stop feigning innocence. My father says that the poorer they are, the more likely they are to steal." The clarity of his voice drew laughter from the surrounding crowd, infused with the peculiar coarseness of the marketplace. As Qiaonian prepared to defend himself, he suddenly heard the hurried footsteps of someone pushing through the crowd. The owner of the lost item, a young lady, squeezed into the throng, her fragrant sweat causing her rouge to run, gasping, "No, no." The thief went towards the dock, wearing a gray shirt. The boy froze at her words, his grip loosening, but his face still feigned strength. "Who taught you to run so swiftly?" he exclaimed, pulling an enamel cufflink from his inner pocket and insistently thrusting it into Qiaonian's hand. "Here as compensation." Qiaonian looked down at the cufflink, which was adorned with a blue base and golden vines, a trinket belonging to the affluent, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. When he lifted his gaze again, the boy had already shot away like an arrow, his voice ringing out in the distance. Stop. Return the lady's purse. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with someone spitting out a sunflower seed shell in jest. Ah, this young master must have snuck out from some wealthy family. Qiaonian gently caressed his cufflinks, suddenly breaking into laughter. He shoved his sleeves into his pockets and continued to shoulder his burdens as he made his way towards the station. Indeed, in their eyes, the impoverished were always prone to theft. Yet, no one cared to delve into the reasons behind this perception. Chapter 47. The unforeseen calamity. Do not lament the chaotic affairs of the world. Simply keep these truths firmly etched in your heart. Transform your worries and concerns into a vigorous force propelling you forward. One day, when the path beneath your feet is secure, the world shall reveal its newfound brilliance. The steam train had yet to arrive at its scheduled departure time, yet the waiting area was already bustling with people. Qiaonian sought a patch of ground, disregarding its dirtiness, and sat cross-legged upon it. He observed the ebb and flow of humanity, men in coarse cloth shirts hurriedly carrying burdens, the enamel basins clanging noisily in their baskets. A girl with braided hair clutched her ticket, occasionally rising on her toes to glance towards the ticket gate. An elderly gentleman in a felt hat leaned against the wall, puffing on his pipe, the ashes cascading onto the blue stones below. Suddenly, an old saying came to mind. The places most rife with farewells in this world, apart from the long corridors of hospitals, are the platforms of train stations. The people before him gathered and dispersed, reminiscent of a revolving lantern. Some hurried forward without a backward glance, while others, with reddened eyes, clutched the edges of their garments to bid farewell. It was merely a series of small dramas of reunion and parting in the mortal realm. Qiaonian rested his chin on his hands, his gaze fixed on the swirling dust before the station, his mind drifting into the interface of the system within his thoughts. On that ethereal ledger, scribbled notes were filled with matters of state and nation, while the remaining details curled at the corners of the pages, awaiting his careful delineation. Current status, faith value, 146,316, rapidly increasing. It had been quite some time since he last participated in a lottery. His fingertips brushed the edge of the interface, revealing that the remaining entries were entirely void. Qiaonian stroked his chin and suddenly smiled, though he wished to retain his faith value to exchange for resources. The very foundation of his livelihood could not afford to be lacking in supplies. Biting down lightly, he disregarded the ache in his heart and forcefully tapped on the system's lottery wheel. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Detected that the host has completed a significant historical event. System rewards are doubling. In that fleeting moment, as light burst forth from the interface, a golden radiance enveloped him, reflecting in his astonished pupils like fragmented sparks cascading like silver tree fire. I am a celestial dog. I have devoured the moon. I have consumed the sun. I have swallowed every planet. I have engulfed the entire universe. I am who I am. Guomra, the goddess, from Celestial Dog, 1921. Red candle. You shed a single tear, a fragment of despair. The despair you weep is the fruit of your being, while the light you create is its cause. Oh, red candle. Do not question the harvest, but inquire instead about the toil. Wanidwa, red candle, 1923. Do you know that Ma Gang is not my true name? I have been away from your cradle for far too long, mother. Yet they have abducted my body. You still safeguard the soul within my heart. Oh, my biological mother, whom I have dreamt of for 300 years. Please call me by my childhood name. Call me Macau. Mother, I wish to return, mother. Moinid was Song of the Seven Sons, Part 1. Macau, 1925. Dignified, ambitious, filled with splendid dreams, selfish, individualistic, robust, magnificent, Xiangzi. Who knows how many times he has accompanied others to the grave, unaware of when and where he will find himself buried, entombed in this decadent, selfish, and unfortunate progeny of societal malaise, the specter of individualism's demise. Laoshi S. Rickshaw Boy 1936. Qiaonian's fingertips still shimmered with the lingering golden glow of the lottery interface, his throat constricting as the dazzling light scorched his senses, igniting the blood within his chest. He remained oblivious to the deliberately softened footsteps approaching from behind on the cobblestone path. Two towering figures, akin to iron towers, slinked closer, their garments still carrying the musty scent from the pawn shop at the street corner. The man on the left, with a bushy beard, feigned a playful tussle with the scar-faced man on his right, deliberately inching toward the unsuspecting individual on the ground. As they brushed past the shadows of the trees, the scar-faced man's fingertips had already ensnared the damp handkerchief at Qiaonian's waist, the fabric's edges steeped in the aroma of a soporific, mingling with the oppressive heat of summer, inching closer to the collar at the nape of Qiaonian's neck. It was only when he suddenly collided with a heavy weight that Qiaonian realized two shadows had enveloped him. The bearded man's arm, like a venomous serpent, seemingly affectionately draped over his shoulder, while his knuckles slyly pressed against the acupoint beneath Qiaonian's collarbone. The scar-faced man's grin was laced with perspiration, and when he spoke, his teeth, yellowed and decayed, exuded a noxious stench mingled with the scent of the handkerchief. What a coincidence today. Shall we go for a cup of tea? Before he could finish his sentence, the drug-soaked handkerchief had emerged from under his armpit and swiftly covered Qiaonian's mouth and nose. Qiaonian's throat tightened, his fingertips reaching for a means of defense, but the half of his body immobilized by the pressure on the acupoint suddenly felt heavy, his knees buckling as he stumbled into the alleyway, further suffocating under the cloth. Every muscle became soft and powerless under the influence of the drug. His elbow struck the bearded man as if it had landed on cotton, the motion of his knee directed at the scar-faced man morphing into a ludicrous slow-motion act. Be honest. The scar-faced man sneered, his coarse hand gripping the back of Qiaonian's neck, pressing him against the damp brick wall as if he were a mere chick. Qiaonian felt the world spinning, the cloying scent of the drug causing his stomach to churn. In the final moments before consciousness slipped away, he realized that these kidnappers were after the little gentleman's enamel cufflinks. They must have witnessed the entire misunderstanding from the shadows, observing the young master handing over the valuable item to him. You want that? Qiaonian managed to utter a few words, his tongue feeling as though it were laden with lead. The bearded man swiftly bound his hands and feet, grinning as he said, Now you're scared? It's too late. The coarse hemp rope pressed into his flesh, and Qiaonian felt a sharp pain at his wrists. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Qiaonian actually felt a sense of relief. At least his true identity remained concealed. These kidnappers were merely rogue thugs motivated by greed. He dimly saw the scar-faced man greedily rummaging through his cloth bag, likely searching for the precious cufflink. Strange, the scar-faced man muttered. I clearly saw that young master. Darkness completely engulfed Qiaonian's consciousness. In the fleeting moment of descending into unconsciousness, he faintly heard the gruff voice of a bearded man uttering, Who cares? Just take him back and let the boss decide. From afar, the mournful sound of a steamboat's whistle echoed, as if lamenting this absurd kidnapping. Chapter 48. Zhang Shuiliang. A heavy darkness weighed down on Qiaonian's consciousness. He struggled to pry open his eyelids, which felt as if they were glued shut. Each blink was akin to tearing apart pages stuck together. The bitter taste of medicine lingered in his mouth and nostrils, his tongue tingling, rendering his saliva thick and difficult to swallow. The realization of having been drugged caused Qiaonian to tense every muscle in his body, his fingers instinctively curling, only to brush against the rough concrete floor. The scent of rust invaded his nostrils, mingling with the musty odor of decaying grain and the foul stench of a dead rat. Narrowing his eyes, he felt his pupils slowly dilating in the darkness, like an old camera lens struggling to focus. Dim light seeped through a fist-sized porthole high above, outlining the contours of the abandoned warehouse, rusty iron frames, scattered burlap sacks, and a puddle of reflective water in the corner. He realized he had been discarded in a corner, his wrists chafed and bloodied by the coarse rope, which dug deeply into his flesh, leaving a purplish groove on his skin. Not far off, a young man was desperately kicking the iron door, each blow producing a dull thud. Let me out. Do you know who I am? His voice, typically bright, was now slightly off-key with anger. Conserve your strength. Qiaonian croaked, his vocal cords feeling as though they had been sanded down. The door was nearly half an inch thick. The young man abruptly turned, sweat-soaked hair clinging to his pale face. In the dim light, Qiaonian discerned his features, perhaps in his early 20s, with unruly eyebrows arching upwards, a prominent nose, and lips tightly pressed together in fury. It was he, the one who had mistaken him for a thief. Who are you to command me? The young man retorted indignantly, only to falter as he recalled their previous misunderstanding, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. The heavy sedatives rendered his legs leaden, nearly causing him to topple over. He steadied himself against the wall, his chest heaving violently, clearly frustrated by his own helplessness. Qiaonian observed him discreetly. The young man was clad in finely tailored garments, even in their dusty state, revealing the quality of exquisite British wool. His Oxford shoes were custom-made, adorned with a small family crest on the boots. The chain of his pocket watch glimmered with the sheen of real gold, and the cufflinks peeking from his shirt were undoubtedly of considerable value. Oh! The right cuff was missing a button. Qiaonian instinctively felt his own pockets. It had already been taken from him. No wonder they had targeted him. This attire practically shouted, "Come, kidnap me." Suddenly, the iron door emitted a piercing screech of metal against metal as 3 kidnappers filed in. The leader, a man with a scarred face, bore a gruesome gash that stretched from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his mouth, resembling a centipede sprawled across his visage. He roughly lifted the young man's chin with the barrel of his gun, the metal making a slight click against the skin. "Young master, when will your father deliver the ransom?" His breath reeked of cheap tobacco. "My father has been dead for years." The young man spat defiantly, his saliva splattering onto the kidnapper's face. "If you have the guts, just kill me." Qiaonian shook his head silently. Such provocation is indeed foolish. Yet the stubbornness in those eyes carries a certain significance. The scarred man, true to his nature, erupted in fury, slamming the butt of his gun heavily against the young man's abdomen. A muffled thud echoed as the young man curled up like a shrimp. His forehead pressed against the cold ground, his breaths becoming rapid and fragmented. Nevertheless, he bit his lip tightly, suppressing the cry of pain, his knuckles whitening from the force of his clenched fist. Suddenly, Qiaonian spoke. His watch is worth $500. His voice was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. All eyes turned toward him. The man with the scar narrowed his eyes, the scar twisting grotesquely as if animated like a centipede. "Oh, I have experience with pawnshops," Qiaonian fabricated calmly, meeting the bandit's suspicious gaze with a steady gaze of his own. "This young master's pocket watch is a Swiss custom piece, worth 2,000. If you trust me, I can take it to the pawnshop tomorrow." "Shut up." The scarred man suddenly turned the gun toward Qiaonian, the dark barrel hovering mere inches from his forehead. "Do you take me for a fool? You are clearly in cahoots." The young man snorted coldly, a mocking smile curling his lips. "Now you know how to network? Coward." His voice trembled with pain, yet retained its scornful edge. Negotiation and threats proved futile. After the bandits departed, the warehouse fell into silence, interrupted only by the occasional scurrying of distant rats. Moonlight streamed through the ventilation, casting pallid squares on the cement floor, resembling the bars of a prison. Everything returned to tranquility. "System, exchange for a blade," Qiaonian instructed mentally. "Faith value 88. Exchange successful." In the next moment, a blade appeared silently in Qiaonian's hand. He kept a vigilant watch on the door while stealthily working to free himself from the ropes, mentally sketching a blueprint of the warehouse and calculating the best escape route. At that moment, he heard a rustling sound. The young man had somehow managed to crawl over, his wrist bound by the rough rope, which had dug painfully into his flesh, leaving a ring of blood. In the moonlight, the wound appeared grotesque and horrifying. "Listen," he whispered, his breath quickened by pain. "I overheard them say they plan to tear up the ransom note tomorrow." Qiaonian raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the young man's face to discern whether his intentions were sincere or feigned, whether he would assist this impoverished thief. "I can untie the ropes," Qiaonian stated flatly, "but taking you with me will slow us down." The young man's face turned pale as if doused with ice water, only to flush a deep red moments later. He lifted his chin defiantly. "Whether you take me or not is up to you. I came to inform you." He suddenly choked on his words, lowering his head in silence. "There's a dog hole behind the stacks on the east wall. I've dragged you into this mess." Finally, Qiaonian regarded him directly. Under the moonlight, his resolute face was smeared with dust, a deep abrasion marring his right cheek, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, reminiscent of a beast determined to escape a trap, even at the cost of its own limb. "Why?" Qiaonian inquired. The young man turned away, falling silent. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted in the distance. "The boss wants to silence him." "No way, we need more money." The bandits were clearly at odds, their voices growing closer. In an instant, Qiaonian made his decision. He deftly tucked the blade into his hand. "Cut the rope, and I will create chaos. I am Zhang Shuoyang," the young man suddenly declared, seemingly eager to leave his name before a potential farewell. Qiaonian paused, glanced back from the shadows. "Qiaonian, Qiao Huijin." 5 minutes later, a fierce blaze erupted on the western side of the warehouse. Qiaonian struck a match to ignite a pile of burlap sacks. The dry fibers caught fire quickly, the flames licking the wooden beams with a crackling sound. As the kidnappers scrambled to extinguish the fire, he slipped back into the cell, only to witness an unexpected scene. Zhang Shuoyang was fiercely striking one of the kidnappers at the back of the head with a detached table leg. Although his movements were slightly sluggish due to the drugs, his angles were sharp and vicious, clearly indicative of professional training. The kidnapper let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground like a sack of flour. "Let's go," Qiaonian urged, his brow furrowed, as he waved his arm to lead him toward the alley. During their escape, Zhang Shuoyang, still affected by the drugs, nearly stumbled several times but gritted his teeth in determination. When they climbed over the back wall of the warehouse, his palm was cut by shattered glass, blood dripping from his fingertips, yet he merely tore a strip from his clothing to hastily bandage it, continuing to stagger after Qiaonian. It was not until they jumped onto a coal barge, hiding behind the dark piles of coal, that he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his knuckles cracking from prolonged tension. "They haven't followed us, have they?" Zhang Shuoyang's voice was halting, as if veiled in mist. Qiaonian tossed him a coarse cloth garment he had snatched from a clothesline. "Change out of those conspicuous clothes." As dawn's light broke, the barge had drifted 10 miles downstream. Next to the coal pile, their taut nerves began to ease slightly. Qiaonian noticed that Zhang Xueliang was tightly clutching something in his right hand, an enamel cufflink, which unbeknownst to him, he had torn from his shirt, with a trace of blood still lingering between his fingers. For the fair, Zhang Xueliang rasped, his jawline taut. The morning light accentuated the contours of his brow, the bruise inflicted by the kidnapper adding a rugged charm. Qiaonian examined the object in his palm. It was of exquisite quality, enough to sustain an ordinary family for 3 years. Indeed, it was the same cufflink, yet his perception of this young master had suddenly shifted. Chapter 49, Together the Gem. Adorned with coal dust and bloodstains, revealed that the young master was also a capable fighter. Last night, amidst the flames, the young man's decisive action as he struck the kidnapper's neck with the table leg suggested that only the drugs hampered his skill. Suddenly, the barge rocked violently. A weathered man approached, stepping on the creaking wooden planks, his face etched with the hardships of life, coal dust embedded in the wrinkles around his eyes. Gentlemen, he squinted. Assessing the two, an uninvited visit is rarely a good omen. Qiaonian discreetly flicked the cufflink into the man's palm. The enamel button twirled in the dark hand like a droplet of solidified river water. Well then, the man said, rubbing the gem with his thumb, and suddenly grinned, revealing his smoke-stained yellow teeth. I can drop you off at the Whitefish Shoal up ahead. As he turned, he lowered his voice. The water police captain's mistress loves blue trinkets. Zhang Xueliang abruptly stood, causing the barge to lurch. As Qiaonian observed the taut muscles at the nape of the young man's neck, it was evident that he understood the underlying implications of the words spoken. You. His fists crackled as he clenched them, but Qiaonian firmly grasped his shoulder. Sit down, he instructed in a voice barely above a whisper. Yet his palm felt like a vice. He sensed the young man's shoulder blades rising and falling violently beneath his thin shirt, reminiscent of a spirited steed ensnared by a bridle. The barge glided into the bend of the river, the reeds along the banks whispering in the breeze. Suddenly, Zhang Xueliang broke free from Qiaonian's grip, seizing a lump of coal and hurling it vehemently into the water. That belongs to me, he growled, his voice low, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Qiaonian crouched down, retrieving a flat piece of brown coal from the pile, and produced a small knife to begin carving. Want your cufflink back? You'd best be able to take down 3 water police with your bare hands first. The sound of the blade scraping against the coal filled the air, and without lifting his gaze, he continued. As the coal dust fell, it gradually revealed the rough shape of a cufflink. Zhang Xueliang stared at it for a moment, then suddenly scoffed. Your craftsmanship is indeed crude. Yet, as he accepted the coal carving, his thumb unconsciously brushed over the coarse etchings. Under the blazing midday sun, the barge docked at the Whitefish Shoal. The bow of the boat winked at them. 10 miles south lies a tea horse market. He patted his pocket, concealing the sapphire within. This matter shall remain buried within me. As he jumped ashore, Zhang Xueliang stumbled slightly. His legs, still under the influence of the medication, felt weak. Nevertheless, he immediately straightened his back, picking up a sturdy branch as a makeshift cane, striding forward with vigor. If you can't go on, just say so. Qiaonian strode past him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Zhang Xueliang's branch promptly jabbed at Qiaonian's lower back. Who can't go on? I could walk to the ends of the earth. The scorching sun blistered the winding dirt path as the two figures trudged through the swirling dust. As they passed the reed marsh, even the most stubborn words failed to escape Zhang Xueliang's lips. He had indeed never endured such hardship. His clothing had long lost its original hue, and his trouser legs were torn by thorns, revealing scabbed abrasions. Leaning on the rough branch, each step left deep impressions in the parched earth. His throat felt as if it were filled with sand, and even saliva seemed a luxury. How much farther? He croaked, his voice raspy. This was the first time he had spoken in 3 hours. Qiaonian walked ahead, his shirt soaked with sweat, clinging to his somewhat protruding shoulder blades. We must have rounded that bend, he surmised, his voice hoarse as well, not having anticipated that just days after leaving Beiping, they would find themselves in such a place. The two ceased their conversation to conserve energy, trudging forward in silence, hoping that the words from the bow of the boat held truth. When the outline of the tea horse market finally emerged in their sight, Zhang Xueliang's stomach issued a loud protest. It was a chaotic cluster of buildings nestled against the mountains, with green-tiled wooden houses haphazardly jumbled alongside straw huts, and several dirt paths extending like a spider's web in all directions. From afar, the sounds of haggling, the braying of mules, and the sharp clatter of metal could be heard. As they drew closer, it became evident that this so-called market was even more boisterous and disordered than they had imagined. Porters with burdens navigated through the throngs, while vendors clad in colorful ethnic garb set up stalls along the roadside, the air thick with the mingled scents of cooked food, livestock, and tobacco. On the second floor of a dilapidated establishment marked by a weathered sign reading 4 Seas Inn, several scantily clad women lounged against the railing, cracking sunflower seeds. Zhang Xueliang's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of succulent meat. Following the enticing aroma, he spotted an outdoor stall where a cauldron of oil bubbled vigorously, and golden fried dough twisted and turned within. This is the place. He hurriedly dashed over, plopping down on a stool with such force that the vinegar bottle on the table rattled. "Owner, bring whatever you have," he shouted, his voice hoarse yet robust. Qiaonian trailed behind at a more leisurely pace, observing Zhang Shuiliang as he hastily seized half a pancake, shoving it into his mouth. He frowned slightly and took a seat at the opposite end of the bench, brushing away the grease that adorned the table with his sleeve. 2 bowls of plain noodles and a steamer of buns, Qiaonian instructed the vendor, his voice soft yet clear. The stall owner, a one-eyed old man, scrutinized the 2 ragged young men with suspicion. "Pay up front," he demanded, extending his rough palm. With his mouth full of dry pancake, Zhang Shuiliang mumbled indistinctly, "Are you afraid I can't pay?" He fished into his pocket, only to freeze. His pockets were utterly empty save for a coal-carved cufflink. Unfazed, Qiaonian discreetly extracted a few copper coins from his shoe sole, placing them on the table. "Is this sufficient?" The enticing aroma of food soon wafted through the air. Zhang Shuiliang nearly snatched the bowl of noodles, slurping it down with abandon, splattering hot broth onto his chin without a care. In contrast, Qiaonian delicately lifted the noodles with his chopsticks, cooling them before savoring each bite, the sound of him sipping the broth barely audible. Why the pretense of decorum? Zhang Shuiliang scoffed, his mouth stuffed with a 3rd bun, his words muffled. Starved and caught mid-sentence, he choked on the bun, pounding his chest and rolling his eyes. Qiaonian sighed, pushing his cup of tea toward him. "Slow down, no one's competing with you." Zhang Shuiliang gulped down half a bowl of tea, releasing a loud burp afterward. Wiping his mouth, he suddenly noticed that Qiaonian's bowl was empty. Realizing that this seemingly leisurely man had consumed just as much as he had. "Another pot of wine," Zhang Shuiliang called out grandly, completely oblivious to his own empty pockets. The old man returned with a jug of inferior liquor. Zhang Shuiliang tilted his head back and drank deeply, the fiery liquid making him stick out his tongue. Yet he forced himself to take another hearty swig. Meanwhile, Qiaonian sipped delicately, the amber liquid shimmering in his cup. Once satiated, Zhang Shuiliang thumped the table, demanding the bill. The old man rubbed his hands together, approaching with a grim expression. "That'll be half a silver dollar." Zhang Shuiliang's hand once again reached for his barren pocket, his complexion darkening as he stole a glance at Qiaonian, who was watching him with an amused expression. Zhang Shuiliang's ears flushed red. "Could we possibly defer payment?" The old man's demeanor shifted instantly, his one eye narrowing with menace. "Are you trying to dine and dash? Do you know where you are?" Suddenly, Qiaonian placed a firm hand on Zhang Shuiliang's shoulder. "I'll settle his bill." As he feigned rummaging through his pockets, he discreetly produced 2 silver coins from his system. "Is this enough?" The old man's expression transformed, nodding and bowing as he accepted the payment. Zhang Shuiliang widened his eyes in astonishment. "You have money? I thought someone was a wealthy gentleman." Qiaonian rose, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "One must maintain appearances." Zhang Shuiliang's face flushed crimson, yet he defiantly stated, "I've noted that." "Where are we headed?" Qiaonian interrupted. "I am going south, and it is time for us to part ways." This statement struck Zhang Shuiliang like a blunt instrument to the crown of his head. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, resembling a goose grasped by the throat, unable to utter a sound for quite a while. The cacophony of the market suddenly faded into the distance, leaving only the thunderous rush of blood within his eardrums. "In any case, I have no money left," he finally managed to say, his voice muffled as if it were wafting from a jar. "I suppose I must follow you." After speaking, he squared his neck defiantly, adopting an attitude of reckless abandon. Qiaonian turned and walked away, his boot crushing several dried clumps of manure beneath him. Zhang Shuiliang immediately adhered to him, maintaining a distance of 3 paces. As they passed by the silk shop, Zhang Shuiliang furtively glanced at his reflection in the window. Disheveled hair and clothes so grimy that their original color was unrecognizable, he appeared nothing short of a vagabond. "Hey!" He suddenly accelerated and blocked Qiaonian's path, his eyes gleaming with an unusual brightness. Qiaonian sidestepped him and continued on his way. Noticing that Qiaonian was unresponsive, Zhang Shuiliang swiftly jogged a couple of steps to position himself in front of him, the tips of his shoes crunching on the gravel of the dirt road. "Cough. I'm serious. My family is well off. My father sent me to study in the East since I was young. Who would have thought that I would encounter fallen in the hands of my classmates?" Those words inscribed between the lines. He gestured animatedly. "It speaks of the motherland. My demise is your doing. You must prosper. You must grow strong." Goodness, at that moment, I wept over my desk for half the night, feeling that my education abroad must contribute something to our country. Qiaonian's steps faltered slightly, his fingers unconsciously curling at his side. Sunlight filtered through the strands of hair on his forehead, casting delicate shadows upon his lashes. "You have not witnessed the world depicted in that book." Zhang Xueliang remained oblivious to his peculiar demeanor, counting on his fingers, international students face scorn in foreign lands, unable to enjoy a warm meal. Even the waves by the seaside scorn our nation's weakness. He suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in conspiratorially. Let me tell you, this author must have studied abroad. Otherwise, how could he comprehend such heart-wrenching sentiments? Qiaonian's throat moved as if he wished to speak, but he swallowed his words instead. The Adam's apple rolled in the damp collar of his shirt. He gazed at the distant mountains, bleached white under the blazing sun. And the corners of his mouth twitched ever so slightly. And then, he finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse compared to usual. Zhang Xueliang abruptly slapped his thigh. Then I stole a banknote from my family, thinking I'd first take a look at the south. Who knew I would be kidnapped the moment I left Beiping? Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out a coal-carved cufflink from his pocket, turning it in the sunlight. What do you think that author is doing now? If I could meet him, I would have to tell him. Tell him what? Qiaonian turned his face, his lashes casting a dark shadow beneath his eyes. Tell him that what he wrote is not merely words, but hooks. Zhang Xueliang's fingertips grazed the rough edges of the coal carving, and he suddenly laughed. Hooks that can ignite the fire within a person's heart. He is still a good person, knowing to love his country, but he is oblivious to the plight of the people, too accustomed to the corruption of capitalism. He still needs to experience more of life. Well then, let us show him what humanity is truly about. Let us move forward. Qiaonian gazed at the towering figure before him, aware that the road to the south still stretched ahead. Zhang Xueliang, oblivious to the tumult of emotions swirling in Qiaonian's eyes, clutched his coal-carved cufflinks and bounced along, kicking a stone with the sole of his boot. When I finally meet that author, I intend to inquire about his next work. I recall that the author of Chun Lun also signed as Qiaonian. How can you be certain that I am not he? A faint smile gradually graced the corners of Qiaonian's lips as he walked a few paces ahead, his silhouette standing tall like a green pine. Zhang Xueliang quickened his pace to catch up, now trailing by merely half a step. Do not embellish your own merits. The clamor of the tea-horse market faded into the distance, and on the yellow earth road heading south, their two shadows began to meld into one. Suddenly, Zhang Xueliang whistled the popular tune Tianya Gnu, the melody stretching infinitely. Chapter 50, Zhaozhou New Edition. After crossing the Tianjin boundary, paying the shipping fees, and drifting along the waterway for 7 or 8 days, they finally arrived at their destination, Zhaozhou Bay. The newly constructed concrete breakwater bore the scars of last year's German artillery fire. The gears of the crane at the dock were rusted, and the wooden crates suspended from the boom swung in the wind like a pendulum, counting the anxious days under the glaring sun. News of the international conference traveled along the telegraph lines across the Yellow Sea, reaching the foreign firm by the pier. In the days spent awaiting news from the other side, every individual in this land felt as restless as ants on a hot stove, without signing that document. They could still hold their heads high, proclaiming themselves as children of the flower-growing nation. Yet, should they sign, they would become the disgraced denizens of a colonized territory, unable to lift their heads with dignity. The wind at the dock carried the salty scent of the sea, intertwining with the creaking rust of the crane, further deepening the oppressive atmosphere. The laborers, burdened with cargo, trudged along the cobbled path, the blood from the ropes digging into their shoulders seeping into their coarse garments. They breathed cautiously, their spines tightening as the overseer's leather boots crunched over the gravel, causing them to hunch lower as if their very spines had been extracted. The only sound breaking the air was the muffled thud of wooden crates colliding, dissolving into scattered sighs amidst the salty sea breeze. Their eyes hung heavy, their steps weighed down as if filled with lead, and only when the burlap sacks shifted on their shoulders did they occasionally emit a suppressed grunt, which fell to the gray stone path and shattered into silence. Qiaonian stepped carefully over the uneven wooden planks of the dock, his gaze fixed upon a scene that resembled a tableau muted by some unseen hand, and suddenly, a tightness gripped his throat. He witnessed a boy of about 14 or 15 stumbling as he dropped a sack, only to be met with a kick to his lower back from the overseer. Yet, the boy merely gritted his teeth and rose, his fingertips digging into his palms, drawing blood, but he dared not utter a sound of pain. The people toil, yet can barely attain a modest livelihood, Qiaonian recited silently, observing the emaciated populace by the shores of Zhaozhou Bay. He was reminded of the lamentations from the Book of Songs, reflecting on how the notion of a modest life remained an elusive dream for those struggling for survival before him. It was indeed excessive. Zhang Xueliang glared indignantly at the overseer wielding his whip, yet he did not confront him as he had previously. Instead, he fumbled in his pocket, feigning a mutter. That overseer is like the king of hell. Surely, those laborers curse his ancestors in private. Is this all you see? Qiaonian cast him a sidelong glance, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the salt stains on his trousers. What else can I do? I cannot take the beating on behalf of that poor boy, can I? What else is there to be done? Zhang Xueliang shrugged. the tips of his boots grinding against the grass growing in the cracks of the stone pavement. Having witnessed such matters repeatedly, it seemed they were merely toiling for a meager wage. For the sake of money, enduring a bit of hardship was hardly an issue, was it? As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, only to be met by Qiaonian's eyes, which were as cold as the tides of Jiaozhou Bay. Suddenly, he felt a lump in his throat. Those eyes were filled with disappointment, but there was more than just disappointment. It was as if a dull knife was slowly carving away at the cowardice he concealed beneath an indifferent facade, gnawing at the conscience he had long dismissed. Clearing his throat, he thrust a soda bottle into Qiaonian's hand and stammered, "Why are you staring at me? Do you really want me to confront the foreman?" Although his words were bold, an undercurrent of insecurity was evident. Noticing Zhang Xueliang's nonchalant demeanor, Qiaonian suddenly grasped his flailing wrist. "Stop staring. I'll take you to make some real money." He nodded toward the sign calling for laborers, deliberately emphasizing the word earn. "They're short on hands to carry the burlap sacks. Didn't you say that enduring hardship is worth it for the sake of money? This is a perfect opportunity to test your theory." Zhang Xueliang turned sharply, droplets of seawater still clinging to his eyelashes. "You must be joking. What about it?" Qiaonian raised an eyebrow, his fingertips already pushing Zhang toward the sign. "Are you afraid of getting tired? Or perhaps you're afraid of seeing those who truly deserve to suffer and realizing that your rationale hits too close to home." The youth's words pierced through him like a needle, causing Zhang Xueliang's ears to flush. He wanted to retort, but saw Qiaonian had already tossed his canvas bag onto a stone stump, the student badge on his collar glinting in the sunlight. "If you earn enough coins, consider it a victory. But if you cry out from exhaustion midway, remember today as struggle. They endure this every single day." Before Zhang could respond, Qiaonian had turned and walked away, the hem of his blue shirt billowing in the sea breeze. Zhang Xueliang stared at his retreating figure, then glanced down at his boots, still caked with mud from the Tianjin docks, now appearing out of place against the jade stone slabs of Jiaozhou Bay. "Hey, who's afraid of whom?" He yanked the badge from his collar and stuffed it into his pocket, striding to catch up with Qiaonian. The sound of his soles crunching over the gravel concealed a tremor he was reluctant to acknowledge. The foreman at the docks blew a whistle. And as Zhang Xueliang casually blended in with a burly man who had signed up for labor, he was suddenly hit by the pungent scent of sea salt. Realizing it was leaking from the burlap sack on the old man's shoulder, white grains cascading down the coarse fabric, Qiaonian shoved Zhang into the throng of laborers, clapped his hands, and turned back toward the city. The Shandong region is vast, yet this coastal area was undeniably infused with foreign flavor. The streets were a mosaic of different ethnicities. Tall individuals with golden hair and blue eyes were ubiquitous, alongside those with black hair and dark eyes. Though they were not of our homeland, one could discern the differences in attire and gait. Their clothing was vibrant, shoes polished to a shine, and they strutted with an air of arrogance. The local populace, donning traditional caps, either kept their distance or approached with forced smiles, attempting to appease. As he walked down the street, a myriad of characters passed by. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from a corner, mingling with the scent of miso soup from an East Asian restaurant, causing a sharp pang in the nose. Qiaonian pulled out a copper coin and waved at a little girl chasing a paper windmill at the street corner. The child clutched a delicate lavender wildflower, its petals still glistening with morning dew. Upon noticing him crouching down, she tiptoed and placed the flower into his hand, her palm dampened by perspiration. "Here." It grew by the wall in the back alley, and it smells delightful. He placed a coin into the child's outstretched palm. Watching her eyes light up as she joyfully bounced away towards home, the red ribbons of her braids fluttering in the breeze like tiny lanterns. As the little girl dashed into the low, gray-tiled house, she turned to wave the flower at him, and the wooden door creaked shut, leaving her bright laughter lingering at the alley's entrance. "Mother, I've sold flowers and earned money." At that moment, Qiaonian felt his spirits lift slightly. He twirled the lavender wildflower in his grasp at the alley's mouth. Observing a middle-aged man in a gray shirt shrink back into a tea house after receiving a reprimanding glare from a constable, it became evident to him that gathering information amidst the crowd was as challenging as scaling heights. Beneath the multitude of melon-shaped hats lay not just reticence, but a deep-seated fear instilled by foreign boots. "This cannot continue," he murmured, his voice dissipating into the May breeze. He loosened his grip, letting the wilted flower drift down, only to be crushed into the mud by a passing rickshaw. He had come here to incite a revolution. Without further hesitation, Qiaonian swiftly turned into a relatively secluded alley. The briny sea breeze was blocked by towering walls on either side, leaving only a heavy silence in its wake. He scanned his surroundings cautiously, ensuring he was not being followed, before retrieving a walkie-talkie from his pocket. With practiced ease, he switched it on, a faint hum of electricity resonating, accompanied by a characteristic, intermittent static, leaning against the weathered brick wall. Its rough texture felt through his thin blue shirt. He lowered his voice and spoke urgently yet clearly into the microphone. "Zhiyuan, Zhiyuan, this is Qiaonian. Please respond upon receipt. The seconds of waiting felt interminable, with only the sibilant hiss of static occupying his ears, like a venomous snake lying in wait along the coastline. Just as Qiaonian furrowed his brow, preparing to call out again, a response finally broke through the noise. The voice, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible surprise, yet predominantly marked by steadiness and competence, came through. Qiaonian? Received. Why are you using this suddenly? Indeed, it was young Zhiyuan's voice. Yet compared to the fervent enthusiasm of their student days, it now bore the weight of cultivated calmness and precision, sharpened by the trials faced within the new people's society. Qiaonian felt a sense of reassurance settling in his heart, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He had matured, and the transformation in this voice was the finest testament to that. To cut to the chase, I am in Jiaozhou, Qiaonian conveyed succinctly. The situation in Shandong is dire, with winds and waves more tumultuous than anticipated. I require local eyes and ears. Do you have reliable informants in Shandong, especially around Jiaodong? There was a brief silence on the other end, clearly indicating that Yang Zhiyuan needed a moment to process this sudden information and reach a judgment. Perhaps he was conferring with higher-ranking comrades nearby. After a momentary pause, Yang Zhiyuan's voice resumed, this time clearer, more professional, carrying an air of authorized certainty. Understood. Please hold on. A barely audible whisper seemed to suggest he was consulting with someone beside him. All right. Qiaonian, take note, in the Shandong region, particularly Jiaodong, we do have comrades. The contact point is established at the Diyuan grocery store, where the proprietor, surnamed Chun, sports a white beard and has a small mole on his left eyebrow. The secret code is, do you have any freshly picked spring tea from Laoshan? If he responds, the spring tea is long out of season, only last year's autumn roasted tea remains, it indicates he is one of their own. He is well-versed in local affairs and possesses a wealth of information. Yang Ziyuan relayed the information in one breath, his speech rapid yet precise. Evidently well acquainted with the organization's network in Shandong. This clarity and efficiency made Qiaonian acutely aware of the transformation of his former comrade. The crucible of the Xinmin society has forged him into a reliable instrument. Diyuan grocery store, Chun the proprietor, left eyebrow mole, secret code Laos on spring tea. Qiaonian quietly repeated these words, engraving each into his memory. Received. Ziyuan, thank you. Take care. You too, Qiaonian. Proceed with caution. I await your good news. Yang Ziyuan's voice conveyed concern, yet it was imbued more with the trust and responsibility of a comrade. With a decisive click, Qiaonian switched off the walkie-talkie. The static dissipating, leaving the alley in profound silence. He carefully wrapped the cold iron device again, tucking it away securely. The first step in stirring the tumultuous waters is to be thoroughly prepared. Chapter 51. The Fading Observation, New Edition, as night fell. Delaying the meeting would risk the other party's endurance faltering. After all, that young master likely had never experienced the hardships of life. Qiaonian's prediction proved accurate. When Zhang Shuoyang let the last heavy bag tumble to the ground with a thud, he collapsed onto the damp dock as though his spine had been severed. At that moment, he cared little for dignity, instead greedily gulping the briny sea air. After hours of strenuous labor, even his thoughts seemed dulled, washed away by sweat. Initially, Zhang Shuoyang had not regarded the task with any seriousness. After all, he had grown up in a military camp, and the Zhang family had risen through the ranks of the army. What were a few bags of cargo to him? However, reality swiftly dealt this young master a resounding slap in the face. At first, he handled the transportation with ease, but as time wore on, the bags on his shoulders felt as though they bore an insurmountable weight, bending his back more each moment. His legs felt leaden, each step draining him of strength. The sweat-soaked shirt clung to his back, and Zhang Shuoyang cursed Qiaonian countless times in his heart, berating himself for his own recklessness. Yet, by the end, even the strength to curse had eluded him. It seemed that even resentment was a luxury that demanded vitality. A shadow loomed heavily over Zhang Shuoyang. Hey, get up. The overseer prodded the limp figure on the ground with his boot, his expression revealing a mix of complexity. He had long discerned that this delicate young master was ill-suited for labor, likely a wealthy scion dabbling whimsically in the experience of hardship. However, he had no time to indulge these young lords. With a clatter, a handful of coins rained down upon Zhang Shuoyang, the overseer imperiously declaring, "This is your pay for today." Towering over him, the overseer sneered, "If you wish to lie down, do so elsewhere. Do not obstruct here." Zhang Shuoyang struggled to lift himself. Though he had not received any blows from the overseer throughout the day, he had endured an avalanche of scornful jibes. At this moment, he found himself too weary to argue, trembling hands gathering the scattered coins that littered the ground. The foreman, observing this, turned to leave with a sense of satisfaction. "Hold on," a hoarse voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Isn't the wage incorrect?" Zhang Xueliang spread his palm, a few copper coins clinking against his blistered skin. The foreman paused, slowly turning to scrutinize the disheveled young man before him. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, tousled Zhang Xueliang's already unruly hair further. What? Is it insufficient? The foreman scoffed, his coarse fingers tapping the ledger. You, a greenhorn, not only work slowly but also damage the cargo. It's only natural to withhold your pay. Zhang Xueliang's knuckles turned white from the pressure, the coins embedding deeply into his palm. Drawing a deep breath, his voice, though hoarse, was remarkably clear. I carried 27 bags. By our agreement, I should receive 54 coins. He raised his swollen, bleeding fingers, revealing only 30 coins. The foreman's expression darkened gradually as he stepped closer, his shadow enveloping Zhang Xueliang entirely. Boy, don't push your luck. The rules of this dock are dictated by me. Zhang Xueliang abruptly pointed at the foreman, sweat mingling with dirt tracing lines down his flushed face. His fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, ready to charge forward. Unknown to him, Qiaonian had positioned himself behind, firmly grasping his wrist, advising him not to act impulsively. The foreman, witnessing this, let out a smug huff and swaggered away. Qiao Weiqin. Zhang Xueliang violently shook off Qiaonian's grip, his voice a terrifying rasp. Why are you stopping me? This despicable wretch deserves to be struck. Despicable? Qiaonian leisurely brushed off his sleeves. Pray tell, in what manner is he despicable? He makes the workers toil like beasts of burden, yet still seeks to cheat them of their hard-earned wages. Zhang Xueliang slammed his fist against a nearby cargo box, splinters embedding into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. He resorts to violence, and if someone dies, it's merely a matter of compensation. Is there no law in this world? Qiaonian suddenly laughed, a smile that sent an involuntary shiver down Zhang Xueliang's spine. Law? Taking a step forward, the moonlight elongated his shadow. Are you referring to the notices posted on the precinct walls, or the rifles of the warlords? Perhaps, he lowered his voice. The wealthy gentlemen counting their money in their mansions? The wind at the dock picked up suddenly, rattling the worn-out workers' shed. Here. Qiaonian pointed towards the foreman's departing figure, each word like a nail. He embodies the law. Do you remember our wager? Qiaonian patted his shoulder before turning toward the inn they had found. A voice floated back. Think carefully. Zhang Xueliang opened his mouth but found his throat too parched to utter a sound. He keenly sensed something within him had shattered, though not completely. If he lingered at this port for a few more days, perhaps he could shed this tattered exterior entirely. The following morning, Zhang Xueliang stood in the morning light, gazing at the gray sky beyond the workers' shed. The unhealed blister on his palm throbbed subtly, yet it brought an unprecedented clarity to his mind. Are you truly going to continue? Qiaonian leaned against the doorframe, idly toying with a few copper coins. Zhang Xueliang remained silent, merely bending down to retrieve the coarse cloth gloves from the ground. The sting of the fabric against his wound caused him to frown, yet he donned them with unwavering resolve. The morning mist at the docks had yet to dissipate, and the foreman's sharp whistle began to pierce the air. With purposeful strides, Zhang Xueliang approached the cargo pile, lifting the first bag amidst the astonished gazes of the workers. As Zhang Xueliang exerted himself at the port, Qiaonian was equally industrious. In the days that followed, his figure mysteriously appeared in every corner of the concession, akin to a wandering spirit, or a sponge greedily absorbing information. His gaze was ever shifting. Sometimes it lingered on the headlines of newspapers held delicately between the fingers of gentlemen in a German safe. At other times it caught a glimpse of documents peeking from the side pocket of a Japanese merchant's briefcase, or perhaps the indistinct yet crucial numbers on the wooden crates being unloaded from the warships. He collected fragments of information like grains of sand upon the shore, each piece attentively gathered. By the afternoon of the fourth day, Qiaonian leaned against the cold, towering stone columns of St. Michael's Church. He crept along the base of the wall, each step meticulously placed in the shadows cast by the Gothic architecture, where sunlight dared not penetrate. His blue cloth shirt nearly blending into the mottled stone wall. 3 meters away, 2 Japanese gendarmes, speaking with a heavy Canto accent, exchanged laughter. The bayonets of their Type 38 rifles glimmered in the afternoon light, while the metallic fittings of their gun stocks jingled with their languid strides. Qiaonian lowered his eyelids, allowing his gaze to flit past the bulging holsters of their southern pistols, his steps unhesitating, as if he were merely an indifferent student passing by. After turning through 2 narrow alleys imbued with the scents of fish and coal dust, he halted before a grocery store adorned with a weathered wooden sign that read to Yuan. Crouching down, he pretended to adjust his mud-stained shoes, his actions casual. The glass of the display window was somewhat foggy, yet it clearly reflected the scene behind him. A black Ford sedan silently glided to a stop across the street. The door opened, and a young woman in a finely crafted dark blue kimono stepped out gracefully, her wooden clogs creating a crisp sound that resonated distinctly in the tranquil afternoon street. She carried herself with poise, her gaze unwavering as she walked directly into the adjacent building, imbued with the scent of books, until her figure vanished behind the imposing oak door. Rising to his feet, Qiaonian's calm gaze swept over the tightly shut door, yet within his mind, a vivid outline began to form. He had not been oblivious to the routine of this woman's movements. The information regarding her identity was derived from this seemingly inconspicuous grocery store. Pushing open the creaky wooden door of the yuan, the brass bell above the entrance emitted a dull sound. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was saturated with the aromas of salted fish, dried goods, cheap tobacco, and years of accumulated dust. Behind the counter, an elderly shopkeeper with grizzled hair and spectacles meticulously manipulated the abacus beads with his gnarled fingers, producing a rhythmic clicking sound in harmony with the faint light filtering through the window. Upon hearing the sound of the door, he lifted his head, his murky yet shrewd gaze piercing through his spectacles and landing upon Qiaonian. The small mole the size of a mung bean at the corner of his left eyebrow was particularly pronounced. "Shopkeeper." Qiaonian approached the counter, his voice soft and imbued with a hint of youthful politeness. "Do you have any freshly picked spring tea from Laojun Mountain?" The shopkeeper's fingers momentarily paused over the abacus before resuming their rhythmic movements, his eyelids remaining lowered as he languidly replied, "Spring tea is already out of season. All I have left is last year's autumn roast, which is a bit stronger but still quite drinkable." Only after finishing his words did he set the abacus aside, raising his gaze to scrutinize Qiaonian. The shrewdness typical of a city merchant faded, replaced by a discerning sharpness of scrutiny and affirmation. The code was unmistakable. He was one of their own. "Autumn roast will suffice. It will quench my thirst." Qiaonian nodded, retrieving a few copper coins from his pocket and placing them on the counter. "Thank you, Shopkeeper Chen." Shopkeeper Chen did not touch the coins. Instead, he deftly produced an oil paper package from beneath the counter, skillfully unfolding it to reveal some unremarkable tea leaves. As he methodically wrapped the tea leaves in coarse yellow paper, he lowered his voice, as if lamenting his business. "You seem unfamiliar. Are you not from around here? This concession is teeming with foreigners and Easterners, quite chaotic. Just a moment ago, that lady in the kimono." He gestured subtly with his chin towards a nearby direction. "Miss Yamamoto Kayuri, the only daughter of the consul stationed in Jinan. She frequents that library every few days, claiming to have a passion for reading. Who knows?" His words, filled with the trivialities of the marketplace, conveyed critical information about identity, background, and habitual movements with an air of nonchalance. Qiaonian accepted the wrapped tea leaves, his fingertips brushing against what felt like a small, stiffer piece of paper concealed beneath the oil paper. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he tucked it away, acknowledging, "Thank you for the heads up, shopkeeper. In this world, one must remain vigilant." He paused, as if engaging in casual conversation. "That building appears quite grand. Do the foreigners have many books?" "Quite a few from the West, and there are also plenty of Eastern texts," Shopkeeper Chen replied, taking up a cloth to wipe the already pristine counter, his voice lowered to a near whisper. "I've heard that Miss Yamamoto particularly enjoys some haiku." "Haiku?" Qiaonian felt a shiver run down his spine. "I see. Thank you, shopkeeper." He tucked the tea package into his coat, his fingertips confirming the presence of the small piece of paper, which contained information about an upcoming grand banquet, an extra tidbit provided by Shopkeeper Chen. In a secluded spot, Qiaonian's gaze softened, and he quietly called out within the depths of his consciousness, "System." After a brief contemplation, he carefully articulated, "Is it possible to specify the nationality of the prizes in the lottery pool?" Beep. System searching. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, causing Qiaonian to instinctively hold his breath. Moments later, a crisp notification chimed. Beep. Host request detected. Designated lottery pool function has been activated. His eyebrows arched slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, clearly not anticipating such prompt efficiency from the system today. However, as his fingertip lightly tapped the screen and he beheld the lottery interface, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. The designated lottery pool boldly displayed 10 draws for 10,000 faith points, precisely double that of the ordinary pool. This was indeed within the realm of reason. As Qiaonian reminisced about his previous lottery experiences, he realized that most of the prizes were predominantly sourced from within the country, a reflection of the inherent mechanisms of the system. His gaze swept across the reassuring 6-digit faith value displayed on his personal panel, instilling him with a sense of confidence. With his slender fingers deftly tapping the virtual interface, he precisely selected the regional option of Libin and unhesitatingly pressed the button for 10 consecutive draws. The crystal-like button illuminated in response, radiating a resplendent spectrum of colors. After a brief moment, the dazzling golden light finally faded from his sight. A faint smile graced Qiaonian's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Chapter 52. Approaching in the early summer city of Jinan, the sun had begun to exert its heat. Qiaonian's gaze lingered for the third time on the figure clad in a kimono. Yamada Sayuri, the cherished jewel of the Japanese consulate in Jinan, was currently kneeling at a low table by the window of the academy. Her delicate motion of turning the pages bore a touch of reverence, as if she feared disturbing the spirits nestled within the sheets of paper. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the camphor wood window, casting intricate patterns of light upon her fair neck. Raised to embody the essence of Yamato Nadeshiko, she harbored a profound love for literature. Qiaonian sipped the now lukewarm Longjing tea, its flavor tinged with a slight bitterness on his tongue. This young lady arrived at the academy punctually each day, consistently seated beside the low table in the eastern corridor, sometimes engrossed in reading, other times writing. Most charmingly, each time she departed, she would playfully tease the stray tabby cat at the alley's entrance. The teacup rested on the table, emitting a soft clink. Qiaonian retrieved his pocket watch from within his coat. The gilded cover reflected the subtle upward curve of his lips. He then produced a lighter, igniting a cigarette. Rather than bringing it to his lips, he held it casually between his fingers, allowing the wisps of smoke to curl and dance around him. Shuiliang, have all matters been attended to? His voice carried a hint of rasp. Huijin, do you doubt my capabilities? The bravado of Zhang Shuiliang faltered, and he lowered his voice. The cargo at dock number 3 has been loosely bound with hemp rope as you instructed. The bait has also been properly set. Qiaonian nodded, glancing at his pocket watch. The copper surface indicated that the hands pointed to 4:40. In half an hour, Sayuri would be heading home. As anticipated, as the shadows of the buildings began to stretch, the faint purple silhouette finally appeared. Sayuri gently closed her book, the hem of her kimono brushing softly against the tatami mat, mingling with the clear sound of the wind chimes at the academy's entrance as she departed. Seizing the moment, he treaded carefully along the patterned bluestone path, maintaining a distance of 3 steps behind her, like a chance passerby, yet also a hunter lurking in the shadows. After turning through 2 alleys adorned with verdigris door rings, Sayuri finally paused at the alley's mouth, which was draped in wisteria. A tabby cat, appearing from nowhere, twirled its fluffy tail around her wooden sandals, its amber eyes squinting in the sunlight, emitting an eager whine. Are you hungry? She murmured, her fingertips brushing against the cat's back. Patience, patience, as Sayuri retrieved an oil paper bag filled with dried fish from her wide sleeves. Qiaonian's fingers at his side curled slightly. In the direction of the port, Zhang Shuiliang was poised to toss a gray mouse, slick with catnip juice, into the air. Carried by a distinctive fragrance, it wafted through the air, ensnaring the feline's olfactory senses. The cat perked up its ears suddenly, emitting an excited low growl, abandoning its fish treats to dart towards the wharf like an arrow. Oh dear! Little Lily stumbled to her feet, clutching the hem of her 12-layered kimono, and hurried after it. Her wooden sandals clattered on the cobblestone path, nearly causing her to fall several times, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. The kitten raced to the entrance of warehouse number 3 and abruptly darted beneath a pile of crates. When little Lily arrived breathlessly at the spot, she bent down to investigate. At that moment, she noticed that the towering stack of crates seemed precariously arranged, with several boxes tilting awkwardly and protruding at odd angles. Just as she contemplated stepping back, a creaking sound pierced the air, akin to it being bent under pressure. Immediately afterward, the topmost crate wobbled and crashed down. Little Lily's face turned pale with terror. She attempted to evade, but was caught off guard, instinctively raising her hands to shield her head. Watch out! Qiaonian's urgent shout coincided with the sound of the collapsing crates. He rushed forward, wrapping his left arm around little Lily's waist and pulling her back, while his right hand shielded her from the falling box. The heavy crate halted mere centimeters from her hair, sending up a cloud of dust. Stricken with fear and at a loss for words, little Lily caught a faint whiff of smoke. When she looked up, she met Qiaonian's steady gaze. Are you unharmed? He inquired, releasing her and stepping back. Today, he wore a Western-style vest, which made him appear particularly dapper. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Little Lily hurriedly bowed, her kimono sleeves brushing against the hem of Qiaonian's suit, her ears tinged with crimson. Just as Qiaonian was about to respond, his expression suddenly shifted to one of concern. From the far end of the wharf, 2 Japanese men in military uniforms approached briskly. Miss Yamada. A harsh reprimand abruptly sliced through the air. The 2 military police marched forward, their leather boots thudding against the wooden planks of the wharf. Little Lily froze, momentarily taken aback. In the face of the soldiers' imposing presence, Qiaonian remained composed, brushing off his clothes and producing a business card from his pocket. I am Qiao Huiqin, the manager of Qilu Trading Company. I witnessed this young lady nearly being struck by a falling crate and promptly came to her rescue. The card he offered bore the title of manager of Qilu Trading Company. The officer scrutinized Qiaonian dubiously, glancing between him and the fallen crates. At that moment, Zhang Shuiliang hurried over, bowing and scraping. "Manager Qiao, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Oh dear, you seem to have business here. Look at me." Prattling on. His eyes darted, feigning the obsequiousness he had previously experienced, as he lowered his head and pretended to pat his face, obscuring his features. "Your excellencies are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against me." "Not at all," Qiaonian interjected, positioning himself to shield Zhang Shuoyang's presence. He nodded politely to the two military police and then turned to little Lily, softening his expression. "Spring has passed, and summer's foliage flourishes. Do take care, Mississippi." Little Lily's eyes widened in astonishment, and in a daze, lines from the manuscript echoed in her ears like the chirping of cicadas. "Spring has passed. Summer's leaves are lush, drenched in sweat. I ponder, when shall we meet again?" A wave of heat enveloped her, mingling with the dust swirling around, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to fear or an accelerated heartbeat, her fingertips trembling. As he turned, Qiaonian caught a fleeting glimpse of Xiao Baihe swiftly concealing a business card into her sleeve. The delicate lavender figure ultimately disappeared amidst the throng of gendarmes. Turning the corner of the warehouse, Zhang Shuoyang's Adam's apple bobbed with his hurried breaths. How could the consulate personnel appear at this hour, leaning against the weathered freight elevator? Qiaonian twirled a copper lighter engraved with cherry blossom motifs between his fingertips. As the flame flickered to life, he brought his cigarette close to the source of fire, the orange glow illuminating the spectral flicker of flames in his pupils, urging calmness that would not delve too deeply. Leaving the young lady alone was, after all, their dereliction of duty. Ashes fell softly onto his blood-stained leather shoes. The collapse of the cargo box today was merely a means for Miss Yamada to remember this name. In the distance, the roar of a black sedan's engine reverberated, its wheels crunching over the gravel road, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured the sun. Qiaonian squinted, watching as the red and white flag flickered in and out of view amidst the haze. His fingers, clasping the cigarette, trembled slightly. The spark of the flame dancing. To orchestrate a masterful game, one must first entice the opponent into play. He flicked off the ash, the ember falling into the oil-stained corner, releasing a wisp of thin smoke. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 53. Unveiling Identities. Zhang Shuoyang had been laboring at the dock for nearly half a month. Before dawn's light had fully emerged, he had already arrived at the work shed. In the morning mist, his burlap gloves had worn holes, revealing the fresh calluses on his palms, their pale yellow crust resembling rough tree bark. The sea breeze had deepened his skin's hue to a richer wheat color, beads of sweat trickling down his neck, glinting in the sunlight. Once a young master accustomed to luxury, his physique now boasted well-defined muscles, stretching the coarse fabric of his short jacket taut. When the hem lifted with his movements, one could glimpse a raw mark on his side, chafed by the burlap sacks. "Hey, keep it up." Old Li tossed him an oiled paper package, the grease glistening in the morning light. Zhang Shuoyang raised his hand to catch it smoothly, fingers gathering in a manner that belied his scholarly background. Inside the oiled paper were two coarse steamed buns, accompanied by a lump of dark, pickled vegetable. He devoured them in a few bites, his throat working seamlessly. Unlike his initial struggle upon arrival, he could now nonchalantly spit out any grit found within the bun and continue eating. Today, a cargo ship from the Orient was due to dock. Old Li, brushing crumbs from his beard, lowered his voice. "You're sharp. Come with us to unload that batch of cotton yarn." Zhang Shuoyang nodded, casually stuffing the empty oiled paper into his waistband. This action felt utterly natural. Half a month prior, he would have found the grease soiling his garments unbearable. Now, he deemed the oil and sweat tolerable. The ship's whistle echoed from afar. Zhang Shuoyang squinted, spotting the freighter adorned with the rising sun flag slowly entering the harbor. On the deck, several suited individuals were gesturing, their polished shoes glaringly bright, their eyes scanning the dockworkers as if assessing cargo. "Move faster." The overseer's whip cracked through the air, striking the rusty iron frame and sparking a few embers. Zhang Shuoyang averted his gaze, stooping to hoist a burlap sack. The sun scorched the skin on his nape, and the weight of the cargo pressed painfully against his shoulder blades. The pristine white cotton yarn was originally meant to be harvested from the cotton fields of Shandong, but it was bought at an exceedingly low price from the common folk, subsequently transported by laborers to the docks. Once transformed into cotton yarn, it was brought back by the same laborers, yet the price surged exponentially, rendering it a luxury that the common people could scarcely afford. During a brief respite, he squatted in the shadow of the cargo piles, sipping water. The edge of the coarse ceramic bowl bore a chip, but he paid it no mind. The last time this chip had cut his lip, he had cursed. Yet now he drank freely despite the imperfection. Suddenly, he overheard two co-workers conversing in hushed tones behind him. "Have you heard? 3 students have been arrested. It's a sin. How can they send mere children to prison?" Zhang Shuoyang tightened his grip on the bowl, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the water. He was aware of the recent turmoil. Each day that news from abroad remained uncommunicated someone would inevitably pay the price. He longed to express his patriotism as well. But he could not afford such a luxury, given his station. Xiaozhong oldly looked at him with confusion, a half-burnt cigarette pinched between his rough fingers. "It's nothing," he replied, tilting his head back to finish the last sip of water, droplets cascading down his chin and staining his collar with dark marks. He was merely reminiscing about an old acquaintance. What was Xiao Huijing doing now? Perhaps it was this very thought that led to the unexpected encounter. As dusk fell and work concluded, Zhang Xueliang spotted Qiaonian by the crane. He stood beneath the rusted steel framework, appearing as incongruent as a mirage. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, he seemed a world apart from the gritty dock environment. "You've tanned," Qiaonian observed, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Zhang Xueliang wiped the sweat from his brow, the salt crystals in his palm crunching, suppressing many unvoiced sentiments. "You seem to be quite at ease. Over the past fortnight." Aside from the woman who had aided him in setting up the scheme, Zhang Xueliang had hardly seen him. Qiaonian was elusive, never consulting him about his intentions, making Zhang feel like an outsider in their shared journey. This sense of exclusion was more suffocating than carrying heavy sacks. "Look at you, making money at the port." Qiaonian suddenly raised an eyebrow, performing an exaggerated bow towards Zhang Xueliang, a smirk playing on his lips. "Allow me to treat you to a meal, as an apology." The sea breeze suddenly intensified, causing Qiaonian's long coat to flutter. Behind him, a cargo ship was departing, its deck piled high with wooden crates marked with Japanese labels. Zhang Xueliang's gaze fixated on those crates, a surge of curiosity igniting within him about what Qiaonian had been scheming over the past month. What exactly was Qiaonian plotting? This answer, perhaps, only he knew. Since his calm arrival in this territory, he had never intended to leave quietly. The region of Shandong had long been coveted by foreign powers since the Daqing era. It was common knowledge that Shandong was a prized asset. The previous Daqing government could not safeguard it, allowing it to fall into the hands of marauding outsiders. However, with the changing of dynasties, the customary rules were disregarded, and the territory was treated as a playground for reckless exploitation, with no restraint in the pursuit of profit. The foreign buildings in the concession continue to multiply, and the cargo ships at the docks grow increasingly dense, yet the lives of the common people grow ever more arduous. In such a world, how can it be justified that good fortune is monopolized by outsiders? The gluttons feasting on foreign grain have long entrenched themselves within their own ranks. Their interests intertwined like a web, impenetrable and complex. It is futile to struggle alone in this mire. It is far more prudent to wield external forces as a blade, thrusting fiercely into this tangled mess, inciting constant conflict among the various factions, allowing them to tear each other apart like dogs in a brawl. In the chaos, one can seize the opportunity to break free from this predicament. Beneath the half-closed eyelids of Qiaonian, a glint akin to a venomous gleam flickered in his gaze. A subtle smile graced his lips, the curve suggesting the cunning of a hunter, reminiscent of a fox patiently awaiting its prey. His gaze lightly settled upon the gluttonous Zhang Xueliang, who suddenly froze, the motion of swallowing halting mid-action as the hairs on the back of his neck bristled. The rice on his chopsticks fell back into the bowl with a soft thud. "What's wrong? Is the food not to your taste?" Qiaonian suddenly inquired. Zhang Xueliang paused, setting his chopsticks down at the edge of the table. He lifted his teacup and took a sip of hot tea, clearing his throat before responding. "Not exactly. I'm just curious what you wish to discuss after such a hearty meal. Is it not acceptable to invite you for a meal without ulterior motives?" Qiaonian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with deliberate mockery. "Please, no need for jest." Zhang Xueliang hastily waved his hand, his eyes wary like a startled bird. "I cannot afford to attend a banquet with such hidden dangers. Your smile conceals a blade, and it is evident that your intentions are not pure." "Oh." Qiaonian's fingertips caressed the edge of the teacup, his smile deepening. "Is the esteemed young master of the Zhang family not accustomed to being treated to a meal?" "Of course not," Zhang Xueliang replied instinctively, only to suddenly freeze mid-sentence. His pupils constricted, as if struck by thunder, his eyes widening at the mention of Zhang Dasha. The name landed like a heavy hammer upon his muddled thoughts. "You are aware of this?" Chapter 54. Scheming. Are you aware of this? Zhang Xueliang's pupils abruptly narrowed, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the coarse porcelain teacup. He suddenly relaxed his shoulders, exhaling as if lifting a heavy burden. If it were anyone else who had discerned his identity, he might have panicked, but sitting across from him was Qiaonian, the man capable of transforming impossibilities into possibilities. "Very well, Boss Qiao." He suddenly broke into a smile, an air of nobility emanating from him. With his right arm casually draped over the back of the chair and his left leg crossed over his right knee, he resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. Indeed, he tilted his chin slightly, his eyes glimmering with defiance. "I am Zhang Xueliang, the sole heir of the Zhang family in northeast China." with no intention of altering my name or lineage. The sunlight cast shadows upon his brow, yet it could not obscure the sudden brightness in his eyes. The calluses formed from carrying heavy burdens over the past half-month still pressed against his palms, but in this moment, he seemed to revert to the dashing young commander he once was, even the cotton clinging to his sleeves becoming an exquisite adornment. Have I not concealed myself well enough? He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the greasy table, disregarding the stains on his coarse sleeves. Then please, enlighten me on where I have revealed my true self. Qiaonian chuckled lightly, tapping the edge of his teacup gently, producing a crisp sound. When have you ever concealed anything at all? His eyes glimmered with a sly smile. And from their first encounter to the present, he couldn't even be bothered to adopt a pseudonym. Such artifice, indeed. His slender fingers danced in the air, their lingering cadence imbued with significance. Zhang Shuoyang's ears flushed crimson, and he feigned composure, his expression taut, the veins on his neck subtly protruding, knowing my identity all along. How dare you command me to carry goods? He deliberately lowered his voice, casting a sidelong glance at Qiaonian. A hint of superiority in his demeanor. Are you not afraid of my pursuing the transgressions of your actions? Qiaonian, unfazed, lifted his teacup, his fingers elegantly tracing the rough ceramic, taking a delicate sip, and letting out a couple of knowing chuckles. Ah, perhaps the young marshal has forgotten that you still owe me a few dollars. Have the coins earned from carrying goods in these past days sufficed? Do you think I can still be in debt? Zhang Shuoyang slammed his palm on the table, the aura of authority he had just held crumbling instantly. His neck flushed with indignation, resembling a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, his nostrils flaring. Humph. As if I need your few coins after carrying heavy loads for a few more days. It is only right to repay debts. Qiaonian's gaze turned enigmatic. Signaling Zhang Shuoyang to remain calm, the young marshal's arduous labor in moving goods has not escaped my notice. Why not accompany me to handle a matter? And we shall erase this debt entirely? Out. Zhang Shuoyang crossed his arms over his chest, leaning back slightly in his chair. Assessing Qiaonian from head to toe, you truly are incapable of managing affairs, offering no explanations while expecting me to run errands for you? You wish to command me without justification? Do you take me for a mere child? Qiaonian's gaze drifted towards the bustling streets outside. His voice low, yet clear. Are you aware, young marshal, that the winds of change at the international conference grow stronger by the day? He paused, his peripheral vision sharply capturing Zhang Shuoyang's suddenly rigid posture. They spoke of principles, yet their hearts calculated personal gains. Zhang Shuoyang clenched his hands resting on his knees, the coarse fabric of his trousers wrinkling deeply under his grip. He recalled the humiliating terms mentioned in the newspapers. A wave of heated blood surged to his head. Observing his reaction, Qiaonian's voice deepened, carrying an icy wisdom. The piece of meat that is Shandong may be easily swallowed, but to digest it peacefully? Difficult. Their internal factions, military, tycoons, consulates, each harbor their own intentions. He leaned in closer, his breath brushing over the table. That Miss Yamashita, her father Yoshida Masayuki, is a powerful figure in diplomatic circles, historically at odds with the stationed military officers. Thus, your previous arrangement was meant for. Zhang Shuoyang's fists tightened suddenly, realization illuminating his eyes. Those seemingly coincidental encounters at the docks, the casual words exchanged, instantly connected in his mind. Qiaonian took a sip of tea, the steam clouding his contemplative expression. Noticing Zhang Shuoyang's brow furrowed in thought, he swallowed the unfinished words back, choosing instead to quietly listen to the cicada's song flowing through the silence outside. As he observed the other person's expression transform from confusion to gravity, he leisurely set down his teacup. 3 days hence, the German consulate will host a soiree. His bony fingers rapped against the table. All military and political dignitaries stationed in Shandong will be in attendance. He leaned forward, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. I require you to attend in the capacity of the illustrious General Zhang's only son and to establish connections with the military attached stationed in Shandong. His voice was unhurried, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000. Remember, you must convey the impression of a young general eager to prove himself. Zhang Shuoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Qiaonian, you actually want me to use my real name? He understood the implications clearly. Should he reveal his true identity, the Japanese would undoubtedly exploit it, complicating any future endeavors with Qiaonian. Qiaonian fixed his unwavering gaze upon him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe that your name, Zhang Shuoyang, holds any significance in the eyes of the Japanese? He lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, and continued. Though your father is a significant figure in the Northeast, he has been under scrutiny from various factions in recent years, making life quite arduous. After a brief pause, he scrutinized Zhang Shuoyang's suddenly tense jawline, his tone shifting to a more somber note. The ambitions of the Japanese extend far beyond Shandong. His words dripped with an icy undertone, from the South Manchuria Railway to Harbin, They have long-established roots in the Northeast, with clandestine operatives embedded throughout. He deliberately slowed his speech, each word resonating deeply within Zhang Xueliang's heart. Why has General Zhang tacitly allowed your descent southward? Do you truly believe it was your disguise that facilitated your escape? Boom. It felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in Zhang Xueliang's mind. Qiaonian's words acted as a key, abruptly unlocking the vague yet significant warnings his father had imparted before his departure. The hesitations of his aides. The nebulous atmosphere he sensed, but had never fully explored. Was his journey southward perhaps sanctioned by his father, allowing him to leave the eye of the storm in the Northeast? Might it be that his father harbored hopes for him to contribute to the Northeast in another capacity? For instance, by associating with individuals like Qiaonian, to acquire intelligence that would be elusive in the Northeast, or to serve as a covert asset in critical moments. His father wished for him to experience growth and fortitude. This notion momentarily froze the blood within Zhang Xueliang, only to send it surging with fervor thereafter. He abruptly lifted his head, fixating on Qiaonian's tranquil visage, attempting to discern answers within it. The cacophony of the restaurant and the clinking of dishes seemed to fade away, leaving only the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. Qiaonian met his gaze without flinching, his eyes deep and fathomless. He refrained from further speech, simply observing Zhang Xueliang, allowing him to process the monumental impact of this revelation and await his decision. Zhang Xueliang's hands, resting on the table, instinctively clenched into fists, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. The calluses formed over the past fortnight of carrying heavy burdens grazed against his palms, bringing a coarse sting. Yet this pain rendered him acutely aware. His father's profound gaze. The tumultuous currents in the Northeast, the Japanese's aggressive posture, and the myriad impressions and insights emanating from Qiaonian collided and intertwined within his mind. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, striving to quell the tempest that surged within him. The astonishment in his gaze gradually faded, replaced by a sharp intensity reminiscent of a desperate gamble when cornered. I understood. He parted his lips. His voice was somewhat hoarse yet remarkably lucid. Chapter 55. The banquet hall of the German consulate in Qingdao, on a summer evening in the 7th year of the new dynasty, resembled a European fantasy in a corner of the Far East. A magnificent crystal chandelier descended from the lofty dome, its myriad facets refracting dazzling light that illuminated the marble floor, adorned with deep red Persian carpets, in a kaleidoscope of colors. The hall was brilliantly lit, akin to daylight, deliberately creating an atmosphere of luxurious tranquility far removed from the ravages of war and strife. The air was infused with a complex and opulent fragrance, the rich aroma of cigar smoke, the intense floral notes of French perfume, and the enticing scent of cold cuts and freshly baked bread from silver platters, weaving together a distinctive olfactory signature of high society. The waitstaff, clad in crisply laundered white uniforms with black bow ties and polished shoes that gleamed, silently navigated through the elegantly adorned crowd, bearing silver trays filled with champagne or brandy. Crystal goblets clinked lightly, producing a melodious chime that harmonized with the soothing strains of a Viennese string quartet, which was performing a gentle Strauss waltz. The guests comprised prominent figures from the island city and the greater North China region. The Western gentlemen were mostly attired in impeccably tailored black tailcoats or dark suits, their bow ties meticulously arranged, white handkerchiefs folded neatly in their breast pockets, and their polished shoes resonating with a steady sound upon the floor. Their female companions were resplendent in the latest Parisian floor-length gowns, revealing smooth shoulders, adorned with diamonds or pearls that sparkled at their necks, earlobes, and wrists. The entire banquet hall was alive with chatter, the clinking of glasses, the hushed whispers, and the restrained laughter, all merging into a symphony of sound that could be heard even outside the grand European edifice. The night was as dark as ink. Outside the banquet hall, 2 large brass wall sconces cast a brilliant light on the stone steps. 4 armed guards stood like statues on either side of the ornate iron gate. The harsh beams of searchlights cut through the darkness, sweeping over the guests' top hats and car roofs, while the leather straps of their weapons whispered in the night breeze. At that moment, a black sedan slowly came to a halt in the distance. Qiaonian opened the car door, his impeccably tailored deep blue suit fitting him perfectly, a silver gray tie shimmering subtly in the night. His footsteps echoed steadily on the bluestone pavement as he adjusted his tie, the silhouette of his navy suit remaining taut in the searchlight. This attire, sourced through connections, was crafted from imported English wool with a delicate sheen. His cufflinks were brass replicas of Patek Philippe designs, and even his shoes had been polished to a mirror-like finish. As the saying goes, one must first respect the attire before respecting the person, a truth that holds universally. The sound of his boots on the gravel was drowned out by the distant waltz, and as the captain of the guards approached, he could even catch the cold metallic scent of the buckle on the man's belt. If one were to say he acquired the invitation through his own merit, that would be far from the truth. However, Qiaonian possessed an extraordinary charm. "Please present your invitation," commanded the chief guardian, his German accent infused with the distinct rigidity of a Prussian soldier, his gloved hand resting firmly on Qiaonian's chest. "Please wait." A composed smile graced Qiaonian's lips as he retrieved a gilded card from his inner pocket. The intricate patterns on the card's edge revealed a swirling gear design under the spotlight, a universal pass, the product of his first 10 consecutive draws. The chief guardian's gloved hand paused midair for a moment, and the taut line of his jaw suddenly relaxed. "My apologies, sir." The chief guardian's tone shifted to one of utmost respect as he extended his hand to open the ornate door. As the intricately carved door swung inward, a cascade of light from the crystal chandelier poured forth. The fragrance within the hall was intoxicating, a blend of cigar smoke mingling with the effervescence of champagne. Qiaonian gazed upwards at the domed ceiling, the light patterns dancing on his retina in rippling circles. He stepped onto the deep crimson carpet, moving against the dimmer light of the entrance. In an instant, the flowing light and sound seemed to momentarily halt, not in deliberate silence, but as a sharp, scrutinizing collective attention shifted towards him. He was an unfamiliar figure amidst the crowd. From the edge of the dance floor, gentlemen holding wine glasses, to ladies lounging on velvet sofas, and familiar faces exchanging whispers by the elaborately carved columns, their gazes converged on the intruder like invisible searchlights, both hidden and conspicuous. The rhythmic sound of polished shoes striking the marble floor pierced through the interludes of the waltz. "Who is that?" A lady with her hair elegantly styled whispered to her companion, her handkerchief covering her mouth, her eyes fixated on the newcomer, curiosity evident in her expression. Nearby, a stout man in military uniform, clutching a glass of whiskey, furrowed his brow and murmured in Japanese to his companion, "Is that the new secretary from the consulate?" His tone dripped with skepticism and a trace of disdain. No one made a move to approach. An invisible barrier rose on either side of the red carpet. To engage with an unknown individual, potentially unworthy of their company, was regarded as a breach of decorum. Thus, they merely observed, sizing him up with their gazes as if appraising a suddenly appeared, mysterious exhibit. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the banquet hall, Yamada Sayuri was stifling yet another yawn, enduring her mother's lengthy and formal exchange with a certain lady. The exquisite kimono belt constricted her, and the elaborate rituals and monotonous compliments were a source of great annoyance. With a forced smile, she aimlessly scanned the crowd, only to catch a glimpse of the momentary stillness at the door. That fleeting glance ignited a spark in her otherwise dull eyes. The young man standing in the shadowy corner was a stark contrast to the elegantly dressed guests, all adorned with perfect smiles. He resembled a dark, moody oil painting mistakenly hung in a dazzling gallery, emanating an aura of incongruity yet inexplicable allure. It was him. "Mother, forgive me, I must excuse myself," she whispered hastily to her mother in the island dialect. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she had gracefully turned, trailing the elegant fabric of her ornate furosode as she hurriedly took petite, rapid steps. "Xiao-san." The melodious and pleasantly surprised voice of a young girl pierced through the background symphony of strings and whispers, akin to a pebble cast into the still waters of a pond, instantly drawing more inquisitive gazes. Qiaonian turned towards the sound. A girl adorned in a lavish, intricately designed furosode of vibrant hues was approaching him briskly. The deep violet fabric billowed elegantly with each hurried stride. While her traditional Shimada hairstyle was embellished with hairpins of pearls and coral, her makeup exquisitely done, it was Yamada Sayuri. Her very presence signaled something profound. She was the cherished daughter of Colonel Yamada, the jewel of the Yamada family. Her initiative caused the surrounding scrutinizing, questioning, and even slightly disdainful glances to undergo a subtle transformation. The whispers intensified, shifting from "Who is she?" to "Do you know Miss Yamada?" Sayuri, entirely oblivious to the gazes, strode directly before Qiaonian. Her eyes sparkled with unabashed delight and a hint of barely perceptible relief, as though she had finally discovered an intriguing anchor amidst the tedium of the gathering. "It truly is you," she exclaimed, her tone filled with exuberance. "I never expected to encounter you here, Qiao-san." Qiaonian inclined his body slightly, executing a perfectly measured bow in accordance with Eastern etiquette, his movements fluid and natural, conveying respect without excessive humility. A gentle smile graced his face, imbued with a touch of well-timed surprise, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. "Good evening, Miss Yamada," he articulated with clarity and precision, his voice resonating with a serene cadence. "It is indeed a delightful surprise to meet here." His gaze swiftly and accurately swept past Sayuri, landing on a middle-aged man clad in a crisp uniform, his demeanor serious and his eyes sharp, who was observing them from a distance. He was Yamada Ichiro, Sayuri's father. "You are truly radiant tonight," Qiaonian added at the opportune moment, his sincere gaze resting on Sayuri's splendid kimono. "This furosode suits you exceptionally well." A faint blush crept across Sayuri's cheeks, seemingly appreciative of the compliment, yet more so relieved to escape her mother's monotonous conversation. She subtly inclined her body towards her father, indicating, "Father is over there. Is Qiaosan here alone?" "Indeed, Miss Yamada," Qiaonian replied with poise, his demeanor relaxed and composed, as if oblivious to the multitude of unfamiliar eyes cast upon him. "I received an invitation and wished to experience the grandeur of the consulate's soiree." As his words lingered in the air, a commotion erupted at the entrance, drawing the collective gaze of the attendees. Shortly thereafter, a guard approached a German gentleman, whispering a few words, before shifting to report similarly to Yamada Ichiro. Qiaonian observed all of this with quiet composure. Indeed, although the gathering was ostensibly hosted by the German consul, the true authority had evidently shifted to the Japanese. Ichiro Yamada pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. At that moment, the long-awaited figure finally appeared at the door. The attendant beside him raised his voice appropriately to introduce him to the assembled guests. "This is Mr. Zhang Xueliang, the only son of the renowned General Zhang from northeast China." Yamada's intention to engage with the northeastern power naturally required him to show some respect to Zhang's father. The attendant's announcement stirred ripples in the somewhat noisy hall. Though not loud, it was sufficient to quiet nearby clusters of conversation, redirecting attention towards the entrance. Zhang Xueliang had arrived. Dressed in a sharply tailored dark green warlord's coat with golden epaulets and polished riding boots, he carried a beautifully adorned pistol at his waist, clearly more than mere decoration. His gait exuded an unrestrained, almost brazen confidence, the sound of his boots striking the marble floor resonating loudly, even overshadowing the background strings. Beneath his thick brows, a pair of sharp, somewhat arrogant eyes surveyed the room, radiating the energy of a young tiger stepping into the world. His presence bore an undeniable ruggedness, starkly contrasting with the refined European salon. Qiaonian observed him with a light chuckle, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Thankfully, he swiftly raised his wine glass to his lips, concealing his amusement from the others. There was no doubt that this warlord's coat was the very one he had won in a lottery, a garment he had stashed away, along with the pistol that had merely gathered dust in the system's wardrobe. Yet today, it was Zhang Xueliang who donned it, seemingly wielding a certain intimidation that silenced those around him. How effortlessly he embraced the awkwardness. Indeed, the title of a domineering warlord was well-deserved. Qiaonian silently gave him a thumbs-up in his mind. Zhang Xueliang's gaze swept through the crowd like a searchlight, ultimately landing precisely on Ichiro Yamada. A smile spread across his face as he strode confidently through the throng, making his way directly toward Yamada. Wherever he passed, guests instinctively parted to create a pathway for him. "Commander Yamada," Zhang Xueliang's voice boomed, drowning out the clamor of the hall, tinged with a slight northeastern accent, deliberately familiar. "I have long admired your illustrious reputation. Today, it is indeed an honor to meet you." He approached Yamada without bowing, merely nodding slightly as he extended his hand. Yamada maintained a diplomat-esque smile, nearly devoid of emotion, though a barely perceptible flicker of annoyance and scrutiny passed through his eyes. He reached out, shaking Zhang Xueliang's hand firmly but briefly. "Young Marshal Zhang, welcome. How is your esteemed father, General Zhang?" "Very well," Zhang Xueliang replied with a hearty laugh, as if this were his victory banquet. "My father sends his regards to you, Colonel, stating that the Guangdong Army and our Northeast Army are like family, standing together in mutual support. This peaceful and prosperous scene is also thanks to your might and that of the Imperial Army." Yamada's smile remained unchanged, though his gaze grew a shade more indifferent. "You flatter me, young Marshal. Maintaining local order is the duty of an Imperial soldier." He evidently wished to avoid delving deeper into the topic, even less so to be so candidly bound in a public setting. With a clever shift of his gaze, it landed upon the tray held by a servant behind Zhang Xueliang, which bore 2 glasses brimming with brandy. "The young marshal has traveled a long distance. Please indulge in a drink to refresh yourself." Yamamoto Ichiro gestured to the attendant. Zhang Xueliang, unreserved, waved his hand and seized a glass, tilting his head back to gulp down a generous mouthful, his Adam's apple bobbing as he emitted a satisfied sigh. "What splendid wine. Among German offerings, this brandy is quite tolerable." His blunt appraisal caused the German consul, not far off, to stiffen momentarily, yet he could only force a smile. Yamamoto Ichiro's fingers grazed the rim of his glass, droplets of water trickling down his slightly pale fingers. A smile lingered on his face, though a sudden, unsettling premonition tugged at the corners of his eyes. Zhang Xueliang appeared utterly oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, or perhaps he simply did not care. He abruptly turned, his shoulder colliding with Sir Howard, the British businessman who was conversing nearby. The whiskey in Howard's hand swayed, spilling onto his impeccably tailored suit. "Oh dear, my apologies. Old chap," Zhang Xueliang's voice rang out, brimming with a disingenuous sincerity. He feigned a gesture of support, claiming the crowd's density made turning a challenge. I hope I haven't harmed you. I'll send 2 fine bottles to your place as an apology. His words were artfully crafted. Yet his gaze darted quickly to Howard's visibly vexed face before shifting away, revealing his intent. Howard, stifling his irritation, could only grit his teeth and respond, Zhang. You are too kind. Yet the damp stain on his chest was glaringly apparent. Paying him no mind, Zhang Qiaonian turned towards the French consul, Dupont. His expression tinged with curiosity. Monsieur Dupont, my father has spoken of you, and I must say, your French soldiers' uniforms are indeed quite spirited. He offered a compliment, only to swiftly pivot the conversation with genuine confusion. However, I have noticed in recent photographs that the new uniforms seem rather drab. The old ones, with their blue jackets and red trousers, were striking under the sun. One could recognize your valiant Frenchman from afar. What prompted the change? He spoke with an earnestness that suggested he truly lamented the shift. Dupont's face turned ashen, only to flush a deep crimson shortly thereafter. Zhang Qiaonian's thoughtless remarks had unwittingly unveiled one of France's most embarrassing episodes. During the Great War, the conspicuous red trousers and blue jackets had rendered many French soldiers easy targets for the Germans. To bring this up now was akin to salting an open wound. Dupont's lips trembled in anger, yet he could not muster a response. Before Dupont could regain his composure, Zhang Qiaonian's attention shifted to Ambassador Marconi of Italy. His smile wide as he adopted a conversational tone. Ambassador Marconi, speaking of your Italian army and the events of the Great War, how fascinating. His tone was light, as though engaging in casual banter. I have heard your forces are particularly agile in battle. Your strategic maneuvers are truly exceptional. At critical moments, your decisive actions to protect national interests are commendable. This decisive display is truly an eye-opener. Although it sounds like a compliment, every word is a sharp jab at Italy's spine, reminiscent of their betrayal in the face of battle and the dark historical shadows that linger on the battlefield. This is not flattery, it is a slap in the face. Marconi's smile faltered completely, his jaw clenched tightly. How could he not perceive the barbs hidden within these seemingly kind words? This was far more humiliating than a direct insult. His fingers, gripping the wine glass, turned pale, and he found himself at a loss for words to retort. The group of Italians behind him wore expressions as dark as soot. In the corner, someone couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Qiaonian, ever observant, noticed several officials had quietly retreated into the shadows along the wall. The German officers exchanged glances, their lips nearly stretching to their ears. Zhang Qiaonian had certainly struck a nerve with both France and Italy. Everyone awaited to see how Yamada Ichiro would extricate himself from this predicament. Young Marshal, Yamada Ichiro's voice resounded once more, even heavier and colder than before, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. I hear that a new French restaurant has opened in Fengtian, quite exquisite. Would you care to try it sometime? He was attempting to steer the conversation back and simultaneously caution Zhang Qiaonian not to overstep his bounds. Oh, the champ's Lissy, yes? Zhang Qiaonian turned around, a gust of wind following, his gaze fixed intently on Yamada, a disdainful curl of his lip. The place is rather extravagant, the lights dizzying. Yet, he pivoted once more, his voice booming, and just as Dupont had caught his breath, he perked up his ears. Those French chefs are so particular. Their rules are more binding than the heavens. When I desire a slice of sashimi, I simply request a fish to be prepared, yet they prattle on about regulations. Nonsense. He nearly spat with fervor, declaring, cooking is akin to warfare. Why cling stubbornly to outdated traditions? He deliberately paused, his gaze casually sweeping over the lifeless faces of Dupont and Marconi before landing squarely on Yamada, as if to suggest they should brace for impact. When it's time to turn around, one must turn around. Wouldn't you agree, Your Excellency? This final remark swung the spotlight back onto Italy's shameful maneuvering, implicating Yamada as well. Young Marshal, Yamada Ichiro's voice suddenly escalated, his forced smile finally cracking, veins pulsating at his temples. He nearly ground his teeth as he bellowed. Your esteemed father, General Zhang, is he in good health? This was a blatant warning, and the air in the grand hall froze. Zhang Qiaonian seemed momentarily touched by this concern, retracting his earlier incendiary demeanor. He leaned forward slightly, the scent of alcohol wafting towards Yamada, lowering his voice yet still audible to those nearby. Your Excellency, you seem quite concerned for my father? His eyes sparkled with a sharpness that belied any inebriation. Cold as ice, could it be that you have your eye on the new batch of formidable goods in our Zhang family warehouse? He chuckled, revealing a gleaming smile, showcasing teeth capable of biting through iron. Such allies are far more reliable than those untrustworthy friends. This final remark struck a painful chord with the Italians. Clink. A champagne glass accidentally collided with the edge of the table, producing a sharp sound that echoed in the tense atmosphere. As he surveyed the room, the Germans were thoroughly engrossed in the performance. Dupont's face had turned an alarming shade of purple. Marconi's eyes seemed ready to ignite, and Howard had long since vanished from sight. Yamamoto Ichiro's hand was tightly clenched around the hilt of the knife at his waist. His knuckles pale, and the veins on the back of his hand threatening to burst. His gaze was fixed with icy intensity on Zhang Xueliang, who wore a simple, affable smile while uttering words that could prove lethal. Ichiro knew that this gathering had been completely disrupted by this young man. Unfortunately, they had plans to establish a factory in the northeast and were unable to retaliate against Zhang Xueliang. It was indeed a most vexing predicament. Chapter 57. On both sides, Yamamoto Ichiro's jaw muscles were taut, as he swallowed his ire with great difficulty. He forced a disingenuous smile onto his face, though the corners of his mouth twitched awkwardly. "Young Master Zhang," he said, his voice akin to that of someone emerging from an icy abyss. "It appears we truly have no common ground." He gestured towards the opposite side of the hall, where a group of young people gathered. "My daughter is among them. I believe you would find more to discuss with them." His words were polite, yet the underlying message was unmistakable. "You, a mere boy, are unworthy of conversing with us serious individuals. Run along and play with the children." Zhang Xueliang raised an eyebrow, and instead of taking offense, he broke into a broad grin. "Then that sounds splendid," he declared, turning to leave, only to suddenly remember something and glanced back at Yamamoto Ichiro, winking. "By the way, Colonel, how old is your daughter? I hope she isn't too much younger than I, as that would be rather dull." A vein on Ichiro's forehead throbbed, barely suppressing his urge to draw his blade. Gritting his teeth, he managed to reply, 23. "Ah, she's my age," Zhang Xueliang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight, his smile revealing an exuberance that lit up his face. "We will surely have much to talk about." With that, he swaggered towards the group, the hem of his military coat swinging high, nearly knocking over a tray of delicacies held by a nearby waiter. Qiaonian, having observed the scene, redirected his attention. With his keen hearing, he caught the old Japanese man muttering a few words, "baka," which only served to elevate his spirits further, softening his gaze towards Yamamoto Sayuri. Sayuri, her head bowed as she fidgeted with a handkerchief, had flushed cheeks that resembled petals dipped in rouge. Stealing a glance at Qiaonian, she quickly averted her gaze as if scalded, whispering, "Qiaokuan, do you also dabble in haiku?" Leaning against the intricately carved wooden railing, Qiaonian absent-mindedly traced the rim of his goblet with his fingertips. He deliberately elongated his response. "I fear I am but a rough stone, unworthy of meticulous polishing. All my works are mere trifles." Before he could finish, Sayuri suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment and admiration. "Qiaokuan, please do not belittle yourself," she exclaimed in halting Chinese. Her eyelashes fluttered delicately, and the hem of her kimono danced in the evening breeze. She abruptly knelt on the tatami mat, her hands solemnly clasped in front of her knees. "Your understanding of classical literature is profound, and if you were to publish a work, I am certain it would be extraordinary." Her voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper. "What?" Qiaonian leaned closer to hear her words. Meanwhile, Zhang Xueliang had confidently made his way into the throng of young people, saluting Yamamoto's daughter with a perfectly executed military salute. "Miss Yamamoto, is it? I am Zhang Xueliang. Your father sent me to come and play with you." He pronounced the word play with a peculiar emphasis, his eyes glinting with a narrow, cunning light. However, it was unclear who he was addressing. Zhang Xueliang's voice deepened, resonating with the distinct pressure of a northeast dialect, as he nodded towards Qiaonian. Yet his inquiry was directed towards Yamada Sayaka, as if Qiaonian was not worthy of direct conversation. Sayaka, with the characteristic pride and somewhat naive demeanor of a young girl, introduced, "Hello, General Zhang, this is Qiao Huaiqin, my friend." She deliberately emphasized the word friend. "Friend?" Zhang Xueliang scrutinized Qiaonian with a dismissive gaze, a sardonic smile twisting at the corners of his mouth, his expression growing increasingly hostile. He advanced, holding his drink, his imposing figure exuding an invisible pressure, the potent scent of alcohol mingling with the distinct musk of a soldier, forcefully encroaching upon Qiaonian. Intentionally ignoring him, he directed his gaze past Qiaonian to Sayaka, speaking in a tone that bordered on commanding. "Miss Yamada, the moonlight is splendid tonight. Why not allow me to escort you to the terrace for some fresh air?" Sayaka's smile faded, her brows knitting together slightly. She felt discomfort at Zhang Xueliang's rude demeanor and self-important attitude, particularly his blatant disdain for Qiaonian, which irked her. Just as she was about to respond, a hand, defined by prominent knuckles, subtly interposed itself half a step in front of her. It was Qiaonian. He maintained a gentle, impeccable smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending storm of Zhang Xueliang's presence. Slightly turning his body, he adeptly obstructed Zhang Xueliang's encroachment towards Sayaka, while also bowing gracefully, performing a flawless gesture of respect. "General Zhang, a pleasure to meet you." His voice was low yet clear, steady with an unusual resonance that instantly garnered the attention of those nearby. "I am Qiao Huaiqin. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and today, Witnessing it in person is indeed impressive. His words were courteous and comprehensive, his tone neither subservient nor arrogant, laced with just the right amount of flattery, yet forming a resilient barrier that subtly diminished Zhang Xueliang's sharpness. Zhang Xueliang was evidently taken aback that this seemingly delicate figure not only remained undeterred by his imposing demeanor, but also dared to engage him, and with such composure. He momentarily froze, a surge of offended anger igniting within him. Who did this brat think he was to put on airs before him? Xiao Huaiqin. Zhang Xueliang scoffed, his laughter tinged with heavy mockery. In all my years, I have encountered countless figures, yet I have never heard of you. Pointing his drink at Qiaonian. The amber liquid within swirled violently, threatening to spill over. Where did you spring from? You dress well, but who knows what lies beneath that skin? Miss Yamada is innocent. Do not let yourself be deceived by someone of dubious origins. His words were exceedingly cruel, rife with humiliation and skepticism. Meanwhile, Yamada Ichiro, who had been quietly observing, felt his gaze grow colder. Although he too was unaware of Qiaonian's background, Zhang Xueliang's blatant disrespect towards his daughter's friend was akin to slapping the Yamada family in the face. Xiaobei's face turned pale with indignation, and just as she was about to reprimand Zhang Xueliang for his rudeness, she found herself once again captivated by the scene unfolding before her. Qiaonian's smile not only remained intact, but deepened. There was no trace of anger, panic, or even embarrassment in that expression. Instead, it exuded a serene pity, as though he were observing a petulant child. He did not even glance at the furious Zhang Xueliang but lowered his gaze slightly, resting it upon a glass of champagne he had unknowingly retrieved from a server ashtray. The crystal glass was beaded with fine droplets of water, cool against his fingertips. The golden bubbles within rose silently, bursting softly. Qiaonian slowly raised his eyes, locking his gaze onto Zhang Xueliang's reddening face, and spoke in a voice that was chillingly clear and calm, as if stating an indisputable fact. My background is not as renowned as the son of the king of Northeast. He paused, finally focusing back on Zhang Xueliang's face, and continued with an air of curiosity. I wonder, why does the young marshal not remain in the Northeast, but instead venture into the realm of Shandong? The moment Qiaonian's words fell, the previously boisterous hall fell into an abrupt silence. The expressions on the faces of those present froze, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, their indignation slowly dissipating, replaced by a flicker of uncertainty. Indeed, with this slight provocation, the situation appeared increasingly suspicious. Shandong was on the verge of being firmly grasped by the local powers, with various factions eyeing a share of the pie. Yet, at this moment, the Northeast General Zhang's only son, Zhang Xueliang, had stealthily slipped into the city, displaying an arrogant demeanor. Could it be that his father's reign beyond the borders was not sufficient, and now he sought to extend his grasp into Shandong? Was he perhaps attempting to align himself with local powers to gain an advantage? The more they contemplated, the more alarmed they became, exchanging glances that conveyed growing certainty. Zhang Xueliang's smile gradually froze. He had presumed his actions were shrouded in secrecy, only to find his thoughts exposed by Qiaonian's few words. Enraged and humiliated, he slammed his hand on the table and rose, bellowing, "Nonsense! Who gave you the audacity to speak such drivel here?" His roar echoed through the hall. Yet no one responded, only serving to amplify the hollowness of his fury. Several seasoned individuals subtly shifted back a step, their eyes betraying a hint of wariness. The atmosphere had undeniably shifted. The tension in the hall hung thick in the air, the resonance of Zhang Xueliang's shout still lingering as everyone held their breath, their gazes darting between Qiaonian and him, as if anticipating an imminent clash. However, at this critical juncture, Yamashita Aikir finally made his move. He stepped forward with deliberate grace, a polite smile upon his face, yet his eyes were as cold as ice. He first inclined his head slightly to Qiaonian as a gesture of respect, before turning to Zhang Xueliang. His tone calm, yet undeniably assertive. Causing a ruckus at a banquet is not the manner of a guest. I shall discuss with General Zhang at another time how to instruct his child. This seemingly courteous remark was, in truth, profoundly distant, imbued with an undercurrent of condescension and veiled threat. Zhang Xueliang's face turned an ashen hue, the veins on his forehead pulsating violently as he shot a fierce glare at Qiaonian, a cold sneer escaping his throat. Good, very good. He abruptly turned, the hem of his military coat billowing like a banner, the heels of his boots striking the marble floor with a jarring thud that sent a shiver through the onlookers. After stumbling a couple of steps, he leaned against a gilded column, tilting his head back to down a glass of spirits, the amber liquid trickling down his jawline and into his collar. Colonel Sato exchanged a knowing glance with the military attached beside him, a glint of calculation flashing behind his glasses. Several officers from the Japanese army simultaneously set down their glasses, the sound of their polished shoes striking the ground synchronized like a drumbeat. encircling Zhang Xueliang. Colonel Sato patted him on the shoulder, and they clinked glasses, presenting a facade of camaraderie. Zhang Xueliang even managed to utter a few words in stilted Japanese, momentarily easing the tension. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ichiro Yamada's gaze had turned icy at the moment he spun away, tinged with a hint of disdain. Foolish. Ichiro Yamada muttered in Japanese, his voice barely audible, heard only by the nearest Qiaonian. The corners of Qiaonian's lips curled slightly, and she chose not to respond, merely lowering her eyes to sip her champagne, a flicker of profound understanding in her gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Baihe's tense shoulders finally relaxed. She quietly exhaled, her eyes directed at Qiaonian, filled with gratitude and admiration. Xiao Jun, she softly called, her voice gentle. Qiaonian turned to her, her expression warm. Xiao Baihe bit her lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately shook her head lightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. If there happens to be a work, may I have the honor of viewing it? Following her gaze toward the night sky outside the terrace, dotted with stars and bathed in moonlight, Qiaonian smiled slightly. Her voice deep and tender. Of course, the beauty of the night was palpable, yet Zhang Xueliang's boisterous laughter erupted from the group of military officers, jarring and discordant, as if it were an affront to the serene night. Chapter 58. Cherry blossoms under the moonlight. The heavy, lacquered black door of the Yamada residence, a symbol of power and isolation, emitted a cold and indifferent clang for the third time before Zhang Xueliang, sealing the biting air of early winter and his last shred of forced dignity outside. The butler's face, resembling one smeared with paste, flickered briefly in the crevice of the door, his voice dry as rustling leaves. Young Marshal, the colonel is still not receiving guests today. Please return. Curse his ancestors. Zhang Xueliang spat venomous curses through clenched teeth, saliva splattering against the cold door. He glared at the immovable barrier, the veins in his forehead throbbing, a burning humiliation igniting within him, making his eyes redden with rage. He raised his polished boot, poised to kick, but realized that even his father, General Zhang, could not reach this wintry domain. This humiliation had to be swallowed down hard, choking him painfully in the throat. He forcefully shook off Zhao Lao's hand, irritably unbuttoning the top of his military uniform, revealing his sweat-soaked neck, just as he was on the verge of grinding his molars to dust. A young man clad in an unassuming gray kimono, his form as lithe as a leopard, emerged like a specter from the shadows beside the residence. He approached him silently, halting just half a step away, slightly bowing, his voice deliberately subdued yet imbued with a sense of respectful gravity. General Zhang, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I express my profound respect for your candor during the recent gathering at Yamada's residence. Colonel Sato has prepared a modest libation at the Sarayu Pavilion and earnestly invites you to join him. Sato? Zhang Xueliang's bloodshot eyes narrowed suddenly, akin to a wolf catching a whiff of blood. Yamada Ichiro was a prominent figure within the civil administration, while Sato Kenichiro was the second in command of the Kanto Army's intelligence unit stationed in Sando, a true warrior. The path of civil service had been irrevocably blocked, yet the ladder of military advancement was being offered at his feet. A grim smile, laced with a mix of ferocity and cunning, silently cracked upon his shadowed visage. He bit back his straightforwardness, realizing that his dramatic outburst at the banquet, meant to embarrass Yamada, had not only been witnessed by Yamada, but had also caught the eye of those who truly mattered. Lead the way, Zhang Xueliang uttered with a dismissive snort, his chin held high in defiance. The night crept in, enveloping the cherry blossom tea house in a shroud of ethereal twilight. As they traversed the winding corridors, a tranquil rock garden came into view, quietly resting like an unpainted ink wash painting. Upon pushing open the paper door, the room was brightly lit, the aroma of sake mingling with the scent of agarwood, intoxicating the senses. This establishment was a favored haunt of literary figures in Sando, currently hosting an exquisite literary gathering. Koyuri, clad in a delicate pink kimono, gracefully swept across the tatami mats, guiding Qiaonian inside. She frequently glanced back, her eyes brimming with admiration and trust. She bowed respectfully to the esteemed gentleman seated at the head of the room. Professor Fujiwara, this is Qiao Huaiqin, who possesses unique insights into our literature. Qiaonian followed suit with a slight bow, a smile adorning his face, embodying perfect decorum. However, as Koyuri concluded her introduction, the previously warm atmosphere in the room abruptly turned frigid. Several scrutinizing gazes fell upon him, tinged with curiosity yet rife with disdain. The highlight of the evening was a discourse on the beauty of Mono no aware from the Heian period's Koken Wakashu. Professor Fujiwara, sporting a goatee and gold-rimmed spectacles, spoke languidly, occasionally interspersing his speech with archaic Japanese phrases. The younger scholars nodded eagerly, brimming with pride. As one speaker glanced sideways at Qiaonian, a smirk crept across his lips, as if to imply What could someone from the East know of such profound matters? Just as Professor Fujiwara finished, a loud voice erupted from the corner. Thick with a Kansai accent, laced with venom aimed squarely at Qiaonian. The bespectacled Ken adjusted his glasses. A mischievous grin on his face. Professor Fujiwara's insights are truly captivating. However, he elongated the syllables deliberately. All present are connoisseurs, but this newcomer from China? I shall speak plainly. Can you truly appreciate our unique mono no aware? The sick man of the East dares to discuss haiku? Do you comprehend the sorrow of a millennium of heritage? The phrase sick man of the East was pronounced with particular venom, piercing Qiaonian's ears like a dagger. The palpable disdain was a blatant attempt to belittle his homeland. A fire ignited within his chest, and the blood rushed to his head. In a sudden burst, Xiao Baihe sprang to her feet, her complexion pale. Her voice altered in pitch, Sato-kun. She hurriedly glanced at Qiaonian, her heart sinking as she observed his hands clenched tightly upon his knees, knuckles turning white. Yet a smile lingered on his face. However, the light in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a coldness akin to ice. The atmosphere in the room abruptly felt frozen, stifling, making it hard to breathe. All eyes were fixed upon Qiaonian, their gazes filled with curiosity, amusement, and an eagerness to witness his folly. The bamboo tube in the courtyard clattered, its sound reverberating through the hushed room like thunder, jarring and intrusive. Professor Fujiwara furrowed his brow, seemingly disapproving of Sato's rudeness. Yet he refrained from voicing a reprimand. Instead, he leisurely lifted the celadone teacup before him, savoring a sip. His murky old eyes peering through the lenses with a gaze that bore an almost cruel calmness, keenly anticipating Qiaonian's response. Well then, Xiao-san. Sato's voice dripped with feigned concern, yet was laden with provocation. Did he perhaps find Professor Fujiwara's words too profound to grasp at once? No matter. A salon is a place for discourse. If Xiao-san has any insights, he should voice them. He deliberately emphasized the word insights. Nearby, several scholars joined in the mockery. Takahashi, with his round glasses, offered a grin devoid of warmth. I hear things are rather chaotic over there. However, since Miss Yamada recommended you, you must possess some skill, no? How about discussing mono no aware? Nishimura, slick-haired and swirling his wine glass, chimed in with a sardonic tone. Perfectly timed for us to see if you comprehend the essence of beauty. The others exchanged barbs, feigning invitations for Qiaonian to speak, while their words dripped with disdain. Xiao-san, do not hold back, speak your mind. The greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, enlighten me with your understanding. The final whispered taunt sparked a cascade of suppressed laughter throughout the room. They formed an invisible circle, weaving a web of contempt and mockery with their words. Professor Fujiwara continued to sip his tea leisurely, his eyelids half closed, the corners of his mouth hinting at a barely perceptible smile, tacitly endorsing this collective humiliation. They were convinced that Qiaonian was bereft of substance, eagerly awaiting his embarrassment or surrender. Xiao Baihe trembled with indignation, her slender fingers gripping the edge of her kimono, knuckles turning white. She attempted to speak several times, yet was thwarted by the overwhelming malice and the invisible pressure exerted by Professor Fujiwara, leaving her anxiously and helplessly gazing at Qiaonian. Qiaonian slowly lifted his eyelids. He did not glance at the excited, flushed faces, nor did he regard the malice in Sato's eyes, or the feigned anticipation on Takahashi and Nishimura's faces. His gaze seemed to lose focus, penetrating through the delicate paper barrier, landing upon a jagged, dusk-dyed stone in the courtyard. The rock was cold, hard, and silent. The forced smile at the corner of his lips not only remained, but deepened slightly, exuding a tranquility that bordered on compassion. This tranquility was the cold power forged from the relentless hammering and compression of overwhelming humiliation and fury within the crucible of his soul. He placed his hand, already pale from the pressure of his fingers, upon his knee, and at this moment, it strangely relaxed. Amidst the cacophony of urging, squeezing, and derisive laughter, Qiaonian spoke. Chapter 59, 3 Slaps to the Face. Qiaonian's voice, though not raised, resonated with extraordinary clarity and composure. Each syllable was meticulously polished, akin to jade refined in the cold, infused with an impeccable, ancient Kyoto accent, steadily reaching the ears of all present. Each word like ice pearls falling onto a jade plate. Professor Fujiwara's discourse on the subtlety of mono no aware penetrates deeply. Yet, the forms of beauty are myriad. Beyond sorrow, there exist those ineffable complexities of life, whose profound depths can tremble the soul. His voice remained calm and unperturbed, as if the earlier humiliation had never transpired. However, this deliberate tranquility itself served as a silent indictment, a latent power poised to erupt from the depths of buried humiliation. He paused slightly, finally directing his gaze towards Sato-kin. That gaze was tranquil and profound, as deep as an ancient well, devoid of any flicker of anger, only a penetrating, cold compassion that scrutinized everything. Sato felt an inexplicable tremor at the sight, his momentary pride freezing, as he instinctively averted his eyes, as if stung by the chill emanating from that gaze. The beauty of Mono no aware of a nation. Subsequently, Qiaonian's voice flowed through the deathly silence of the tatami room, reciting a passage unheard in this time and space. As if it emerged from the very abyss of the soul, beauty is sorrow, sorrow is futility. Snow Country, the cruel core of their cherished Mono no aware aesthetic, was laid bare by a mere Chinese person, employing such pristine classical Japanese, causing the sardonic curve of Sato Ken's lips to freeze, leaving only astonishment in his eyes. This starkly irreverent truth pierced their dreamy reverence for the ethereal beauty like an icicle. Professor Fujiwara's hand, poised with the tea, remained motionless, yet deep within his murky eyes. The still waters stirred violently for the first time. That phrase was both hauntingly familiar and achingly foreign. It captured the essence of Mono no aware with precision, yet articulated it in a manner so brutally cold and resolute, stripping away all elegant facades, leaving only the naked fatalism that beauty is destruction. This revelation rattled them more than any external critique, for it was the marrow extracted from the very bloodline of their culture. Without pause, Qiaonian, with his gaze like ancient ice, turned to Sato, articulating the second sentence, his voice steady yet each word a poisoned blade. Beauty, the endpoint of effort, breeds ennui. Beauty, that which incites ultimate vexation. The temple of the golden pavilion. Sato Ken felt as though an invisible hand had clasped his throat, rendering him breathless. His face flushed with a deep crimson. This statement dismantled and subverted his romanticized imagery, casting a distasteful shadow over it. This was not merely a satire of elegance, but an ultimate interrogation of personal aesthetics. It struck precisely at the melancholic undercurrent of ichigo ichii within Japanese culture, yet presented in a manner of extreme despair. Professor Fujiwara's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably, the water stains at the edge of his teacup silently spreading. A chill coursed from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. This is nothing short of a sacrilege against the very essence of the Yamato people's emotions, more chilling than any external criticism. It reveals a morbid obsession with aesthetic pursuits that lurks deep within their own culture, a truth they are reluctant to confront. Silence enveloped the room like a tangible layer of ice, freezing the atmosphere. It felt as if everyone's hearts were tightly grasped by those two sentences. In this suffocating stillness, Qiaonian uttered a third statement, this time imbued with a barely perceptible weariness and void, emanating from the depths of his soul. Humanity. Humanity transcends what desires. The tragedy of humanity. The human longing to transcend its own nature is precisely the tragedy of being human. As the weight of the third statement fell, a jarring, deafening sound erupted, akin to a funeral bell, shattering the stifling air. The celadone teacup in Professor Fujiwara's hand slipped from his completely unsteady fingers, trembling violently like a withered leaf in the wind, crashing onto the hard tatami mat. The precious porcelain shattered instantaneously, emitting a mournful wail. Scalding tea mingled with emerald leaves, splattering like spilled blood, soiling his pristine white cloth socks and the elegant tatami beneath him. Yet, the old professor remained oblivious. He sat there, as if struck by an invisible thunder from the abyss of thought, his back rigid, the blood draining from his age-spotted face, leaving it a ghastly gray, as if he had just clawed his way out of a grave. His lips quivered violently, gasping as if through a broken bellows. His eyes were fixed, almost greedily, upon Qiaonian's tranquil visage, tumultuous with overwhelming shock. It was ecstasy pierced by an unknown thought that transcended the soul. It was the primal fear that arose from glimpsing the abyss of humanity. Furthermore, it was the dizzying collapse of faith brought on by such profound maxims emerging from the very mouths of a culture he had only recently scorned. In that moment, the literary edifice he had constructed over a lifetime was irrevocably shattered by Qiaonian's seemingly casual three sentences. What fractured was not merely the teacup, but also the proud cultural barriers he had erected. What spilled was not just tea, but the belated terror that poured forth from his pride-blinded eyes. Within the room, a deathly silence reigned. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Time appeared to stand still. Only the heavy or held breaths of the onlookers rose and fell, akin to the gasps of the dying. All previously disdainful or curious gazes now converged into one of pure, almost reverent astonishment. The candor regarding the futility of life encapsulated in those few words, the insight into the hypocrisy of humanity, and the almost cruel fortitude that pierced through suffering shone like a radiant beam from the depths of the universe, illuminating the narrowness and shallowness behind their self-proclaimed profound world of Mono no aware. Their millennia of prideful accumulation appeared so pale and powerless in the face of these three soul-piercing utterances. Xiaobai covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, fixated on Qiaonian beside her. Those three sentences struck her heart like barbed ice, bringing a sharp pain and an overwhelming chill. The malevolent humiliation inflicted by Sato earlier cut like a razor across her soul, now silently oozing blood, which transformed into a language that profoundly resonated within her being. A blend of overwhelming shock, boundless compassion, deep empathy for the insulted, and an instinctive fear of the unfathomable depths of Qiaonian's heart seized her, rendering her nearly breathless. The suffocating silence endured for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, it was Professor Fujiwara's hoarse, arid voice, akin to sandpaper scraping against decayed wood, that shattered the stillness. He struggled to articulate each word, imbued with the weight of a soul and the frailty of collapse. His murky old eyes fixated on Qiaonian as if attempting to devour him to extract the source of that astonishing aphorism. "Qiao-san," he gasped, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement and the fear of cognitive disintegration, laced with a near-desperate thirst for knowledge. From which sacred text does this extraordinary phrase originate? In my lifetime of studying the texts of the East, I have never encountered such a soul-stirring, deafening maxim that renders the heavens and earth pale. This inquiry echoed the tumultuous shock and dread in the hearts of all Japanese scholars present. This was undeniably a voice unlike any they had ever associated with their understanding of China. It emanated from a place far deeper, more despairing, and infinitely wiser than they could fathom. The insults they had just cast had now transformed into the loudest slap, harshly rebounding upon their own faces. Qiaonian slightly lowered his eyelids, his gaze falling upon the shattered pieces of celadon scattered at his feet, stained with tea. Those fragments reflected the dim light of the room, casting a cold, piercing glow. The faint, warm smile that had been held at the corners of his lips dissipated entirely, leaving only an expanse of frozen, unfathomable indifference. He did not glance at Professor Fujiwara's contorted, agitated visage, nor did he register the shift in the surrounding gazes from disdain to awe. He gently raised his hand, brushing the hem of his bamboo-hued robe with his fingertips, as if to shake off the invisible filth that had splattered from Sato's words. The gesture was tender and slow, imbued with a profound weariness and an unapproachable coldness. He offered no response to Fujiwara's inquiry, not a single word. This silence served as the most powerful retort, the most complete and noble counterstrike against the earlier insult. He averted his gaze from Professor Fujiwara's almost incendiary look, filled with remorse and greed, and slowly, resolutely turned his head to gaze into the heavy night beyond the tea house. In the courtyard, the moonlight was dim, the jagged, dry stone shimmered with a cold, hard blue under the pale glow, resembling the crystallized humiliation and silent accusation that pointed towards the boundless, dark void. Chapter 59. Creating conflict almost simultaneously with the shattering of the teacup in Professor Fujiwara's hand. In the depths of the Ryokan's chamber named Matsuke's, the atmosphere was heated as if it were a furnace. The air was thick and sticky, infused with the pungent scent of inferior sake, the cloying, sharp fragrance of the geisha's makeup, and the acrid smoke of tobacco, mingling together to induce a sense of dizziness. Two heavily adorned geishas knelt in the corner, their fingers mechanically plucking the shamisen strings, producing dissonant and languorous melodies. Colonel Kenichiro Sato, sporting a close-cropped hairstyle, possessed a stout neck and eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Clad merely in an open white yukata, he revealed a hairy chest adorned with several gruesome old scars. In one large hand, he held a wine glass, his gaze intensely fixed on the opposite Zhang Xueliang. Zhang, having discarded his military jacket, wore only a shirt, his face flushed from the effects of alcohol, yet his eyes blazed with unusual fervor, resembling two wildfires. The low table before them lay in disarray, with sake bottles scattered haphazardly. Sato's unabashed gaze, filled with a primal desire for conquest, did not unsettle Zhang. Rather, it ignited a resonant, beastly instinct within him. This was the language he was familiar with. Power, territory, unadulterated desire. 1,000 times more exhilarating than the pretentiousness of that old fool Yamada Ichiro. Liang sang. Sato's voice boomed, coarse and resonant, as he reached across the low table, his robust arm causing the wine to slosh in the glass. Another drink. Those old geezers of Yamada's only know how to babble. They care only for those stale rules and so-called decorum. He scoffed, spitting as he spoke. We soldiers are different. We only recognize this. His empty left hand clenched into a fist with a crack, veins bulging. Power, territory. The one with the bigger fist has the final say. Zhang Xueliang downed the contents of his glass, the fiery liquid pouring over the pent-up frustration and ambition that had been building within him for days. With a resounding crash, he slammed the glass onto the table, his eyes ablaze as he shouted, "Now that's refreshing. Colonel Sato, you're a true man. I admire your straightforwardness." Laughter erupted from Matsumoto, shaking the paper doors with its volume. He leaned in, his large hand thumping heavily on Zhang's shoulder with such force that it jolted the formidable figure. Liang sang, "I appreciate your fierce spirit. His bloodshot eyes sparkled with unabashed ambition and allure as he drew closer, the heavy scent of alcohol wafting over Zhang. General Zhang dominates the borders, watching with keen eyes. He is a true hero. He produced a meticulously folded military map from an unknown pocket, slapping it down on the low table between them with a resounding thud. In an instant, Zhang's drunken gaze sharpened like a blade, locking onto the prominent contours of Shandong on the map, along with the arrows and circles drawn in red and blue pencil, representing various spheres of influence. His stout fingers mindlessly traced the cold rim of the glass, his throat swallowing hard. Matsumoto's finger, as sturdy as a thick nail, jabbed forcefully at critical ports and railway hubs along the coastal Shandong, producing a dull thud. It's prime territory. While Yamada and those old-timers are still negotiating with those spineless Chinese, dreaming of peaceful handovers. Pathetic. Foolish. His spittle flew as the murderous glint in his eyes became evident. If we are to seize it, we must do so like our Guangdong army, swift, accurate, ruthless. Let iron and blood do the talking. His finger sliced a sharp arc across the map, pointing towards the northeastern region representing General Zhang's domain, before slamming down on Zhang Shuoyang's arm. His voice lowered to a seductive whisper, "Young Marshal, if your esteemed father wishes to partake in the bountiful offerings of this mountainous winter, or perhaps even more, let him." The fervent glint in his eyes is unmistakable. Our Guangdong army stands as the most amicable ally of General Zhang. Once we have cleared away the obstructions that hinder us, imagine the splendid prospects that await in this fertile land under the stewardship of General Zhang. Within the dimly lit chamber, the melancholic strains of the shamisen resonated softly, accompanied by the faint, elusive laughter of the geisha in the corner. Bathed in the murky warmth of the ambient light, Zhang Shuoyang's breaths grew increasingly labored, akin to a beast roused by the scent of blood. A seething torrent of ambition and fury surged through his veins like molten lava. The last vestiges of clarity and instinct, his awareness as a mere pawn, were utterly consumed by the intoxicating allure of alcohol and Matsumoto's brazen provocations, leaving only the raw impulses of avarice and bloodlust. In a sudden frenzy, Zhang Shuoyang seized the bottle from the table, bypassing the glass, and drank deeply from the neck of the bottle. The liquid cascaded down his sharply defined chin, soaking his collar. He slammed the bottle back onto the table with a resounding thud, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Matsumoto with the intensity of a ravenous wolf. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "Colonel Matsumoto, how exhilarating. However, you are aware of our Northeast Army's insufficient armaments. Rest assured, should the Imperial Army be inclined to offer us additional support, my 200,000 men are far from defenseless. Consider this ammunition as a loan from us." A genuine, beast-like grin of satisfaction finally spread across Matsumoto's rugged face as he raised his glass. "Excellent. To our shared cause, cheers." That night's discourse concluded amidst an atmosphere both eerie and heavy. Professor Fujiwara, seemingly disoriented, was assisted by his students as he murmured to himself. Other scholars gazed at Qiaonian with a mix of reverence and indescribable fear. Xiao Baihe silently trailed behind Qiaonian, attempting several times to speak, but was rebuffed by the invisible aura of detachment and coldness that surrounded him. As they exited the intricately crafted wooden lattice door of the sack house beneath the moonlight, a brisk night breeze enveloped them, carrying the distinct chill of early winter. The moonlight spilled like mercury, casting a frosty white sheen upon the stone steps at the entrance. Just as Xiao Baihe took a deep breath to dispel the heavy chill in her heart, a harsh, mocking voice sliced through the night like cold iron scraping against the darkness. "Ah? Is that not the illustrious Qiao Huiqing, the talented scholar? And our lovely Miss Yamada? What a coincidence!" Xiao Baihe's heart raced, instinctively retreating a step behind Qiaonian, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of his long robe. There, in the shadows across the street, loomed a rugged black military vehicle. Zhang Shuoyang's tall figure leaned casually against the icy front of the car, his military coat draped nonchalantly over his shoulder, clad only in a shirt and vest, the collar left open. A half-burned cigarette hung from the corner of his mouth, the crimson ember flickering in the dim light. He wore a devil-may-care, aggressively charming smile, yet his gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing past Qiaonian's shoulder and directly into Xiao Baihe's face, a glint of malice ignited by her evasive movement. As Qiaonian's footsteps continued unabated, the frozen expression on his face melted away in the instant he turned to face Zhang Shuoyang, giving way to a mask of warmth and grace. He inclined his head slightly, his voice calm and unruffled. "Young Marshal Zhang, what a coincidence." Zhang Shuoyang's gaze shifted from Xiao Baihe to Qiaonian, and his wild grin widened, revealing a set of stark white teeth that appeared somewhat unsettling under the moonlight. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke that, even from several paces away, bore the potent scent of tobacco mingled with alcohol, pressing upon them like an unwelcome weight. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. Zhang Xueliang's voice carried the coarse accent of the northeast, laced with an indefinable ferocity. So, Master Qiao, you are out here at this late hour, accompanying Miss Shantian to admire the moon and compose poetry? Quite the refined pastime. He deliberately emphasized the words accompany and refined, his gaze darting between Qiaonian and Xiao Baihe, brimming with unabashed provocation. Qiaonian seemed unfazed by the barbs hidden within his words, responding with a genteel smile that appeared particularly distant under the cold moonlight. Young Marshal is jesting. I merely accompanied a friend to a literary lecture, which has just concluded. A lecture? Zhang Xueliang scoffed, extinguishing his cigarette with a forceful stamp on the hood of a military vehicle, producing a soft hissing sound and leaving a charred mark. He straightened up, striding forward with polished boots that exuded a palpable sense of intimidation, closing the distance between them in mere strides. He loomed over Qiaonian, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, imbued with scrutiny and a barely perceptible inquiry, yet his lips retained that irreverent smirk. Well, Qiao Huijing, you, a cultured man, seem to traverse your own path quite smoothly. Xiao Baihe felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, retreating further behind Qiaonian until only half of her pale face remained visible. Qiaonian subtly shifted to shield her more securely behind him, deftly obstructing Zhang Xueliang's overly intrusive gaze. Meeting Zhang Xueliang's penetrating stare, the smile at the corners of his lips deepened, yet the depths of his eyes remained an icy calm, silently conveying a message understood only by them. He spoke softly. Young Marshal, you are too modest. Each person has their own fate, walking their own path. It is late, and you should return to your residence to rest. Zhang Xueliang studied Qiaonian's unfathomable black eyes, as if seeking to capture something within. A few seconds of profound silence ensued, punctuated only by the night wind's lament through the barren branches. At last, the wild grin on his face abruptly vanished, replaced by a more raucous and unrestrained laughter. Ha! Quite right. Each to their own path. Qiao Huijing, your silver tongue remains as eloquent as ever. Very well. Take your time. I must go clear my head. His laughter ceased abruptly, his gaze turning as sharp as a blade tempered in ice, piercing them with a look that bore an unmistakable warning. He then spun on his heel, the sound of his military boots striking the cobblestones resonating heavily, before flinging open the car door. The black military vehicle, akin to a lurking beast, roared into the enveloping darkness, its taillights quickly vanishing into the depths of the street, leaving behind the acrid scent of gasoline and an even more chilling silence. No one would question the nature of their relationship. If there were any doubts, they would surely be of a hostile nature. Chapter 60, Escalation. The words spoken by Qiaonian at the Fujiwara tea gathering wielded a double-edged sword. His name, Qiao Huijing, had indeed become a symbol within certain circles of the Shandong region, yet it did not evoke universal goodwill among the mid-level civil servants and military personnel holding power. This narrative was deliberately distorted and simplified into an alternative version, a presumptuous Chinese individual, relying on a modicum of talent and the protection of the Yamada family, dared to engage in theatrics before an authority such as Professor Fujiwara, ultimately departing in disdain, leaving a crowd of imperial elites embarrassed. This was nothing short of a blatant insult, particularly in an environment rife with hierarchy, where national superiority was deliberately magnified. Qiaonian's lack of awareness and disrespect became a blemish that certain individuals felt compelled to rectify. They dared not openly exert pressure on Sayuri Yamada, as her family's background served as an invisible shield. However, dealing with a transient like Qiaonian, who was unanchored in Shandong and solely reliant on Miss Yamada's patronage, there were numerous methods at their disposal. The most convenient and ostensibly legitimate pretext was soon found: the temporary residence permit. Qiaonian held a provisional residency document obtained through communication with comrades embedded within Shandong. The paperwork was already fraught with ambiguities, relying entirely on Sayuri Yamada's initial mediation. Now, this served as an excellent point of leverage. On a chilly afternoon, the door to Qiaonian's modest dwelling, arranged by Sayuri in a secluded alley, was subjected to a violent knock. No, a battering. Open the door. Show your temporary residence permit. The voice outside was brusque, issuing an imperious command. Qiaonian opened the door to find two soldiers clad in khaki uniforms, rifles slung over their shoulders, their gazes icy and contemptuous as they scrutinized him. Their boots were caked in mud, as if they had just trudged through some mire. Documents. The leading soldier extended his hand, sparing not even a superfluous word. Qiaonian silently turned and retrieved the thin, somewhat frayed temporary residence permit from the drawer of the only old desk in the room, presenting it to them. The soldier took it, feigning scrutiny, his fingers pressing down on the paper as if attempting to extract some fraudulent evidence. His companion, meanwhile, rudely stepped into the room, surveying the space with a gaze akin to a searchlight. This address is unclear, The soldier pointed to a section of the document, speaking in a stiff manner. "We need to verify your living situation. Routine inspection." He waved his hand. Instantly, the other soldier sprang into action. The so-called inspection swiftly devolved into a barbaric search and destruction. They brutally tossed aside the neatly folded bedding on Qiaonian's bed, scattering it on the floor. They yanked open drawers and indiscriminately dumped the few articles of clothing, books, and manuscript paper within, leaving a mess strewn about. The bookshelf was shoved askew. Several bound volumes tumbling down, their pages trampled by filthy boots. Qiaonian stood quietly in the center of the room, silently observing as the cramped space was wantonly trampled and defiled. Yet he made no sound, offered no resistance, merely gazing with an intensity that pierced through everything. Watching the two soldiers behave like beasts, the inspection lasted nearly half an hour. The room lay in utter disarray, devoid of any semblance of cleanliness. Two gendarmes appeared unable to discover any further points of suspicion. The lead gendarme casually tossed the crumpled residency permit onto the dust-laden floor strewn with scraps of paper. "The document is problematic, temporarily confiscated. Await further instructions." He uttered this phrase while his gaze swept over the chaotic mess, a barely perceptible, cruel smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, the two turned on their heels, their boots thudding heavily upon the scattered pages and garments as they departed with a flourish. The door slammed shut, dislodging the dust that had settled on the window frame. This was merely the beginning. In the days that followed, inspections became a regular occurrence. Sometimes it was the gendarmes, other times plainclothes officers with equally menacing eyes, and occasionally a few drunken, provocatively inclined petty sergeants. Their excuses were varied: rechecking the residency permit status, verifying neighborhood relations, inspecting sanitary conditions, and even suspecting the dissemination of anti-establishment rhetoric. The entire search process was accompanied by unabashed mockery and lewd jests, as the soldiers derisively ridiculed everything about him: his long robe, his calligraphy brush, his orderly habits, and even his overly tranquil demeanor in the face of such chaos. "This fellow is like a wooden puppet, a Chinese pig, pretending to be lofty. I've heard he speaks eloquently before Lord Fujiwara. Why is he mute now?" Each inspection left Qiaonian's humble abode resembling a scene ravaged by a tempest. They dared not inflict serious bodily harm that would cross Yamada Sayuri's line. Yet this incessant, parasitic harassment and assault on his dignity felt more suffocating than outright violence to them. Upon learning of this, Yamada Sayuri was incensed. She made numerous visits to the officials responsible for the matter and even to the gendarmerie's junior commander, delivering stern reprimands. The response was always one of feigned respect, filled with misunderstandings and routine protocol, assurances that the subordinates would be restrained. However, the moment Sayuri's gaze wavered, the harassment would return with renewed vigor. They resembled a pack of cunning hyenas, meticulously probing boundaries, employing this vile and protracted method to erode Qiaonian's resolve, trample his dignity, and retaliate for the discomfort he had caused them at the Fujiwara tea gathering. Nevertheless, could this relentless harassment, masked under the guise of a residency permit, this deliberately orchestrated chaos and clamor, this despicable attempt to crush his dignity, truly reach the depths of Qiaonian's heart? The answer was a resounding no. He observed them clumsily rummaging through his belongings, watched as they feigned ferocity by kicking over the charcoal basin, and saw them treat his manuscripts as refuse, crumpling and discarding them. In truth, he found it somewhat tedious. This repetitive farce, with actors exerting themselves excessively, hackneyed dialogue, and a plot devoid of originality, evoked a near-absurd smile that almost broke free at the corners of his mouth, only to be forcibly suppressed, morphing into a faint, icy mockery deep within his gaze. He resembled an audience member who had long since deciphered the script, coldly observing these actors, driven by militaristic fervor and a sense of racial superiority, performing their foolishness and cruelty upon his modest stage. In his eyes, their destruction was but a futile flailing at the air. Thus, when Sayuri Yamada hurriedly returned, her heart brimming with indignation and undeniable concern, she was met with yet another scene of chaotic disarray, and there stood Qiaonian amidst the wreckage, remarkably calm, almost detached. The words of comfort she had prepared were instantly lodged in her throat. "Qiao-san, how could they?" Sayuri's voice trembled with rage, her eyes reddening as she gazed upon the scattered books and shattered inkstone, her distress surpassing even that of Qiaonian himself. Qiaonian lifted his gaze to meet hers. His eyes were clear, devoid of the anticipated wrath or dejection, imbued instead with an unfathomable tranquility, even tinged with a barely perceptible, almost soothing gentleness. "Miss Sayuri." He spoke with a steadiness reminiscent of the past, as if what had transpired was merely an inconsequential breeze. "I am unscathed. There is no need for concern over this." Sayuri froze, taken aback. His calmness was not a fade of resilience or numbness, but rather a genuine indifference emanating from within. leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In the ensuing silence, Qiaonian took the initiative to speak. He stepped forward to the sole remaining intact low table, its surface marred by unsightly gashes from a blade. He picked up a thick stack of manuscripts pressed down by a paperweight. Miss Sayuri, Qiaonian's voice remained low, yet carried an undeniable clarity and resolute determination. Could you do me a favor? Startled back to reality, Sayuri quelled her rising astonishment, straightening her posture with utmost focus. Xiao-san, please speak. I shall certainly assist you. Her tone was resolute, as if she would unhesitatingly fulfill any request he made. Qiaonian gently pushed the stack of manuscript papers toward her. The papers, written on exquisite rice paper, bore fresh ink. The top page prominently displayed 3 characters as a title, Rashomon. If possible, please take this out for publication. Qiaonian stated calmly. Currently, it merely bears my name. My influence remains insufficient. If it can be published, I am entirely confident in turning the tide. Sayuri's eyes were riveted on those 3 characters, Rashomon. An indescribable sensation seized her in an instant. This feeling evoked memories of that night beneath the moonlight among the cherry blossoms, when Qiaonian recited 3 soul-piercing maxims, cold, despairing, yet striking at the very core of humanity. And now, he had managed to complete such a work in a mere few days, amidst relentless harassment and the wanton destruction of his residents, and had actively sought to present it to the world? After the shock, a more fundamental, unsettling question arose within her. What, then, could this writing possibly contain? She lifted her gaze to Qiaonian, her voice quivering ever so slightly. Xiao-san, is this your book? Meeting her gaze with calm assurance, Qiaonian, without a moment's hesitation, ever so slightly nodded. Indeed. Xiao Baihe felt a dryness in her throat, an intertwining of a near-pilgrimage desire and a fear of peering into the abyss, causing her heart to race like a drum. May I take a look now? She inquired. Cautiously, she extended her finger, nearly grazing the edge of the stack of manuscripts, yet hesitating as if afraid to disturb something. Please do, came Qiaonian's voice. Calm and unruffled, as if he were merely handing over an ordinary letter. With permission granted, Xiao Baihe inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for a significant decision. She gingerly cradled the weighty manuscripts and made her way to the only relatively clean corner of the room, beside a low stool that had miraculously survived. Sitting on the floor, she rested the manuscripts on her lap and turned to the first page. In the twilight hours, beneath the ominous gates of Rashomon, the opening line was succinct and cold, instantly drawing her into a somber, despair-laden realm. The fading capital of Heian Kyo, once a symbol of power and refuge, had now transformed into a site for discarded corpses, a stage where humanity lay bare under the direst of circumstances. This was a novel chronicling the plight of their nation. In a time of war, a servant dismissed by his master sought shelter from the rain beneath the Rashomon gate, grappling with the dilemma of survival versus becoming a thief. Soon, he witnessed an elderly woman pulling hair from the corpse of a young girl, claiming she did so to fashion a wig for sale. She further asserted that the young woman had not been virtuous in life, having sold dried snake meat as if it were eel. Upon hearing this, the servant experienced an epiphany. If survival was at stake, he need not adhere to moral boundaries. Thus, he seized the old woman's clothing and fled. Xiao Baihe's reading pace slowed considerably. Her breath grew increasingly rapid, and her fingers, gripping the edge of the manuscript, turned pale from tension. She envisioned the dismissed servant, trapped in the rain beneath Rashomon, wrestling with the choice between starvation and thievery. The primal instinct for survival clashed violently with the shackles of morality within him. This struggle was so vividly real, so humbling, yet utterly suffocating. Then she beheld the elderly woman plucking hair from the dead, her gnarled hands, resembling ghostly claws, rummaged through the corpses, akin to a vulture feasting on carrion. The old woman, who had once sold dried fish by deceit, used the malevolence of others as a justification for her own wrongdoing, a logic that pierced Xiao Baihe's understanding of humanity's moral thresholds like a poisoned icicle. All spirits, perhaps, are merely comprised of 33 bones, along with the flesh of eyes, nose, and mouth. Then, what significance does pulling hair from the dead hold? This woman, in life, had cut snakes into 4-inch segments, dried them, and sold them as fish. The old woman's hoarse, chilling, hellish defense resonated through the pages, as if whispering directly into Xiao Baihe's ear. A wave of cold surged from her tailbone to the crown of her head, causing her scalp to prickle. Her stomach churned violently, an intense wave of nausea threatening to erupt. This was not mere lament, it was terror. It was the raw, grotesque evil of humanity, willing to resort to any means for survival. It was a complete deconstruction and trampling of all morality and compassion. However, what truly sent tremors through her soul was the servant's reaction, an ignited malice that surpassed even that of the old woman. Instead of feeling fear or disgust towards the old woman's actions, he discovered within himself the justification and courage to commit evil. So, if I strip you of your garments, you will not harbor resentment towards me, will you? I too would perish if I did otherwise. The servant's feral growl accompanied his brutal tearing away of the old woman's clothing, as if could hear the fabric ripping, the old woman's short, terrified scream, and a profound, shattering sound deep within humanity's essence. She witnessed the servant seize the clothes, brutally kicking the resisting old woman into a heap of corpses, before vanishing into the heavy night rain beyond the gate of hell. The outcome was not one of redemption or transcendence, but a complete descent into depravity. A despairing echo of humanity teetering on the brink of the abyss. S. hands trembled violently, the manuscript rustling softly in her grip. After reading the final word, she found herself unable to lift her gaze for an extended period. Her heart raced within her chest, pounding against her ribs and causing waves of dull pain. Her back was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to her clothing. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the modest room, recently stained by violence. Only the sound of heavy, labored breaths and the subtle rustling of the manuscript as it brushed against her trembling fingertips broke the quiet. Slowly, she raised her head, her complexion as pale as parchment, directing her gaze towards who stood calmly in the corner. His eyes, typically imbued with tenderness or resilience, now reflected a profound emptiness and bone-deep trepidation. Her lips quivered as she attempted to speak, yet found herself unable to produce any sound. Is it human nature to resort to desperate measures for survival? The story abruptly concluded. There were no answers, only an oppressive, inescapable darkness and void. The horror did not lie within the narrative itself, but rather in the stark portrayal of human nature and reality contained within it. S. fingers gripped the edge of the final page tightly, her knuckles turning white with exertion. Her body trembled not from cold, but from the immense shock endured deep within her soul. The literary works she had read, whether classical tales, waka poetry, or modern autobiographical fiction, were enveloped in an atmosphere of subtlety and melancholy. Even when depicting death and suffering, they carried an aesthetic distance and poignant lyricism. Death could be as beautiful as cherry blossoms falling, and suffering could resonate with the sighs of fate. Yet, was entirely different. It was steeped in malevolence, devoid of any tenderness, ruthlessly dissecting the darkest, most vile, and desolate core of human nature. It shredded the hypocritical veils of elegance, order, and morality, laying bare the primal instincts of humanity, selfishness, cunning, cruelty, exposed and bloodied before the eyes. That gate of hell was not merely a portal. It was unmistakably the entrance to a realm of human despair. It represented the ruins of moral collapse. It was a slaughterhouse where human nature was stripped bare and trampled upon in the face of survival instinct. The cultural foundation she was familiar with and took pride in, a certain spiritual core enveloped in an aesthetic of melancholy, appeared exceedingly fragile, hypocritical, and utterly vulnerable in the face of this compact yet abyssal novel. The 3 sentences recited by Qiaonian that evening pierced through the fog like ice picks, while this Rashomon loomed like a heavy hammer, shattering the very cornerstones of her understanding of the spiritual world. Life is perpetually more akin to hell than hell itself. There are 2 things in the world that shall forever remain incomprehensible, the sun and the human heart. Having read but a single story from the book, she was already engulfed in a chilling apprehension. Shall we abruptly lifted her gaze to Qiaonian, who still stood quietly in the shadows. The dim light of the oil lamp outlined his slender and upright silhouette, his tranquil visage. Was it satire? A satire of the actions of the soldier? Or had Xiao Sang simply lost faith in the essence of her world? She discerned nothing and had no desire to alter his will, even if the hellish existence he portrayed was her own country. After a moment, Xiao Wei's body ceased to tremble. She straightened her spine, as if an invisible force had invigorated her delicate form. Bowing her head, she pressed the stack of Rashomon manuscripts against her heart with utmost reverence. Almost in a state of devotion, the cold touch of the manuscript paper seeped through her garments, yet it seared her soul like a branding iron. Then, she raised her head once more to look at Qiaonian. This time, her gaze was devoid of confusion and terror, replaced instead by a burning, almost fanatical resolve. Xiao Sang, Xiao Wei's voice emerged, no longer hoarse or weak, but low, clear, imbued with an undeniable force, a tone of unwavering determination. Each word hammered into reality like steel nails forged from the depths of her soul. This book, she paused, as if summoning her final strength, then articulated with conviction, I will ensure it is published. In her final declaration, her tone transformed into a fervent reverence, as if proclaiming an impending oracle. You should stand at the highest pinnacle, becoming a being to whom all must look up. Chapter 61. Provocation. When Xiao Wei returned to the Yamada residence with the seemingly weighty stack of Rashomon manuscripts, The burning resolve within her nearly ignited her spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, she sought out her father, Ichiro Yamada, who was attending to business in his study. "Father, you must take a look at this." Xiaoyi's voice carried an unprecedented urgency and an undeniable gravity as she carefully placed the manuscript on her father's expansive desk. Ichiro Yamada lifted his gaze from the pile of documents, his eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses reflecting a hint of annoyance at the interruption and the customary scrutiny. However, when his eyes fell upon the three powerful characters on the manuscript's cover, Rashomon, his brow furrowed slightly. "Xiao Huijin." Ichiro Yamada's fingertips lightly tapped the table as he recalled Nobuchu Fujiwara's near-impassioned descriptions and the subsequent tales of trials and tribulations surrounding this individual within the literary community, particularly the pretext of a temporary residency permit and the ensuing harassment. Although he did not intervene directly, he was acutely aware of the instigators behind the scenes. "Indeed. Dear father, this is the new work by Mr. Qiao Huijin." Little Baiha eagerly emphasized the name, her eyes alight with fervor, imploring him to peruse it personally. Observing the almost fanatical trust and anticipation in his daughter's gaze, Ichiro felt a stirring in his heart. He picked up the manuscript, momentarily setting aside his official documents. Initially, his reading was marked by the cold, detached scrutiny typical of someone in a position of authority. However, as the chilling and despairing words unfolded before him, the decaying capital, the rain-sheltering servants, the old woman plucking hair from the dead, and the twisted logic that justifies one's malevolence by pointing to the evils of others, Ichiro, who had weathered the vicissitudes of life with an unflinching demeanor, experienced a profound transformation for the first time. His brows furrowed deeply, and his breath grew heavy. With a sharp clap, Ichiro's palm struck the table with force. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes now devoid of calm scrutiny, instead brimming with shock and revulsion. What set his heart racing was the chapter in the book that depicted the samurai, unlike the traditional glorification of their image in Rashomon. The samurai is portrayed in various versions as cowardly, indifferent, or vain. This was nothing short of a brilliant reflection and biting satire of the current warlords, who wield power arrogantly, plundering at will in the occupied territories. What a magnificent work Rashomon is. Ichiro's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with the excitement and cold calculation of a chess player recognizing a brilliant move. Qiao Huijin, what a remarkable figure. He could overlook Qiao's revelations of the grotesque nature of the ruling class. His focus extended far beyond that. His eyes sparkled with intensity. The value of this work transcended mere literature and thought. Its reflections on the conduct of samurai provided Ichiro Yamada and the entire bureaucratic elite with an exceptional ammunition to assail the increasingly arrogant military factions attempting to eclipse the civil administration. "Little Baiha," Ichiro turned to his daughter, his tone resolute, "you have done exceptionally well. This work must be published immediately, through our most influential channels, and with utmost urgency." He hesitated not for a moment, nor did he feel any trepidation regarding the human ugliness portrayed within the text. In his eyes, this ugliness was the most authentic weapon. He promptly summoned his trusted subordinates and issued the highest priority directive, intent on clearing all obstacles for the publication of Rashomon. Within a few days, Rashomon burst forth in the newspapers of the Yamato-controlled territories. Following Ichiro's vigorous promotion, the work was disseminated and discussed at an astonishing pace. Countless individuals mulled over the chilling, poignant sentences within, particularly the servant's final, beast-like roar, reverberating like a spell in the minds of every reader, leaving them tossing and turning in the depths of night. Drenched in cold sweat, Qiao Huijin. The name rose to prominence like a comet, reverberating throughout the concession overnight. From a previously obscure and even deliberately marginalized Chinese literati, he suddenly became the focal point of discussion among all. His talents were exalted beyond measure, and the three aphorisms he articulated at the Fujihara tea gathering that evening were repeatedly referenced, revered as guiding principles. He was bestowed with various astonishing titles, such as a genius with profound insights into human nature and a philosopher emerging from the depths of the soul. Almost overnight, the atmosphere around Qiaonian's residence transformed. Those once arrogant enforcers, who had wantonly wreaked havoc under the guise of investigation, vanished without a trace. The civil affairs officer, who had previously feigned a smile while making things difficult over residency permits, personally visited, bearing the most obsequious smile. With utmost respect, he presented a special residence permit, permanently valid and stamped with vivid red seals, while profusely apologizing, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Mr. Qiao, it was all a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. Please, do forgive us. To have such a talent like you remain among us is our honor." Formerly indifferent, the cultural officials who had shunned him now extended invitations, earnestly beseeching him to attend various salons and lectures, their postures lowered, as if the mere opportunity to converse with him was an immense privilege. Even Professor Fujihara sent a lengthy letter, imbued with humility, filled with contrition and admiration, imploring to listen to his teachings once more. Kindness surged like a tide from all directions, attempting to engulf Qiaonian, as if the past humiliations and vile harassments had never transpired. In stark contrast to the fervent adulation for Qiao Huaiqin within literary circles and among the public. An almost roof-raising fury erupted within the headquarters of the Libyan Mountain Winter Occupation Forces. A newspaper featuring news about Rashomon was slammed onto the polished mahogany conference table with a resounding crack, causing the teacups atop to tremble. Bakayarik. A thunderous roar exploded in the tense atmosphere of the conference room. Colonel Sato, a stout officer with a face full of flesh and a temperament akin to a powder keg, had veins bulging on his forehead like twisted earthworms. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated fiercely on the lines circled in red on the newspaper, which described how the samurai, in the aftermath of battle, scavenged the corpses for armor and valuables like vultures. Defamation. This is a blatant and malicious provocation. It is a desecration of the imperial spirit of Bushido, an insult to all our soldiers who bled and sacrificed for the holy war. He could not deny the veracity of every detail within the article, nor could he dismiss the enduring value of the work. He could only nitpick at points that strayed from the core of the article. Spittle nearly sprayed onto the face of the adjutant across the table as Colonel Sato bellowed, "That Chinese pig! Qiao Huaiqin! What is he? A wretched dog sheltered by women. How dare he stain the glory of the empire with his pen?" His fury mounted, and in a fit of rage, he seized a teacup from the table and smashed it onto the ground with a resounding crash. The precious white porcelain shattered into 1,000 pieces, scalding tea splattering everywhere. Mirroring his uncontrollable wrath, "Colonel Sato, please calm down." Beside him, the middle-left figure wore a countenance so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. His voice, though subdued, carried a chilling undertone. He, too, was ablaze with fury, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining control over the situation. Anger would resolve nothing. This insidious issue had already inflicted an exceedingly detrimental impact. Qiao Huaijin was merely a Chinese individual. How could he possibly possess such audacity? It must be Yamamoto Ichiro. This was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy aimed at undermining our military while elevating the status of their civilian officials. Zhang Shuoyang, equally incensed, seized the opportunity to direct his ire towards the entire civilian faction. "Colonel, we must not allow them to succeed. We must reclaim our dignity." His words struck a profound chord within the hearts of all the warriors present. Indeed, they could not permit that group of civilians to prevail. Chapter 62. Refusal to sign. The tempest brought forth by Rashomon gradually settled. Yet the fissures it had incited between military and civilian officials within the occupation zone of Shandong erupted like underground fire, irreparably widening. The civilian faction, led by Yamamoto Ichiro, astutely seized upon the military's inappropriate actions in the occupation zone, engaging in a fierce political contest devoid of gunfire, yet fraught with intensity. The military, particularly the younger officers stationed in Shandong, regarded this as a deliberate suppression and humiliation by the civilian faction, their rage festering within the barracks. Ultimately, this high-level struggle culminated in a stalemate that left both sides wounded. The civilian faction successfully curtailed the military's excessive expansion in certain affairs within Shandong, preserving their administrative dominance. However, the military compelled the civilian faction to concede on other matters regarding military supplies and funding, effectively rebounding accusations that tarnished the reputation of imperial soldiers. Both parties maintained the faade of necessary cooperation, yet the chasm had deepened, with suspicion and animosity swirling like the black waters beneath a coastal cliff, poised to erupt at the slightest provocation. That catalyst would be the Berry Conference. The deadline for signing loomed, and it seemed the dust had settled. To the Japanese, the Shandong Peninsula appeared firmly in their grasp, a certainty etched in stone. To commemorate this diplomatic triumph, and to underscore their actual control over Shandong, the senior military and political officials stationed there hosted a grand celebratory banquet at the scenic cliffside venue, Guanlan Pavilion. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the dark blue Bohai Sea surged, its waves crashing against the rugged rocks below. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the banquet commenced. The hall was ablaze with light, crystal chandeliers casting a dazzling glow amidst the throng of elegantly attired guests, their laughter and toasts intertwining. The civilian faction, led by Yamamoto Ichiro, donned meticulously tailored formal wear, their faces adorned with reserved yet dignified smiles, as they raised their glasses in celebration alongside military leaders like Sato, clad in crisp uniforms adorned with medals. Yet beneath this veneer of harmony, turbulent currents swirled. The rifts caused by the Rashomon affair had not mended. The overt and covert struggles over the management of Shandong between civilians and military officials were akin to the treacherous waters outside, awaiting an explosive trigger. Naturally, Qiaonian, the prodigy who had risen to prominence due to Rashomon, was among the invitees. Clad in a well-fitted dark suit, he stood before the vast windows, his tall silhouette exuding an air of tranquility, starkly contrasting with the bustling opulence of the hall. He held a glass of champagne in his hand. Yet his gaze penetrated the glass, casting its sight upon the unfathomable darkness of the distant sea, as if awaiting something. "Mr. Qiao, how refined your taste is." A sinister voice emerged from behind, laced with unabashed sarcasm. Zhang Xueliang approached, cradling his glass, a hypocritical smile plastered on his face, his cold eyes scrutinizing Qiaonian. "Gazing at this expanse of ocean, do you find it particularly evocative? Or are you perhaps concocting your next masterpiece, preparing to astonish us once more?" Qiaonian slowly turned, his voice low yet cutting through the background clamor with remarkable clarity. "The young marshal is overly complimentary. I merely find that the sea breeze can invigorate the spirit." "Invigorate?" Zhang Xueliang scoffed, stepping closer, his voice suddenly escalating, infused with deep-seated malice that drew the attention of those nearby. "It seems you are lost in your own arrogance. With mere literary pretensions and the protection of the Yamada family, do you truly believe you can command the winds and rain on this land? What are you really?" Over by the military bureau, Sato and others displayed expressions of pleasure and agreement, their gazes towards Qiaonian filled with disdain. Among the civil officials, Yamada Ichiro frowned slightly, but refrained from immediate comment, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation with a detached demeanor. Qiaonian's gaze remained tranquil, even harboring a hint of pity, a look that utterly infuriated Zhang Xueliang. "What is that look? Pity for me? Or perhaps for yourself?" Zhang Xueliang abruptly hurled his glass to the ground, the shattering sound silencing the hall. "What are your intentions in writing Rashomon?" A flicker of icy coldness crossed Qiaonian's eyes. Yet his demeanor remained unyielding. Words are but a mirror, reflecting the human heart. Is Zhang-sen frightened by what he sees in that mirror? To hell with you. Zhang Xueliang was incensed, long-standing jealousy igniting into a violent blaze that consumed his reason. He lunged forward, forcefully pushing Qiaonian's chest. "You damned fool. Go back to your hell." The shove contained all of Zhang Xueliang's malice and strength. Qiaonian seemed to anticipate the move, staggering backward, but not entirely absorbing the force. His back collided heavily with the massive glass window. The seemingly sturdy glass, under the tremendous impact, emitted a painful groan. Crash! The deafening sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the hall. The entire enormous window exploded like fragile ice, countless sharp shards glimmering ominously under the light, scattering like a torrential downpour. In the eyes of horrified onlookers, Qiaonian was propelled backward by the immense force, hurtling through the shattered window frame. Like a kite severed from its string, plummeting into the pitch-black abyss beneath the crashing waves of the cliff. "Ah!" Xiaobaya's scream pierced the suffocating silence. The grand hall of Guanlan Pavilion fell into a deathly stillness, save for the sound of glass raining to the floor and the howling wind infiltrating from the sea. In the next heartbeat, chaos erupted. "Zhang Xueliang, what have you done?" Ichiro Yamada's hair bristled as he abruptly rose, his gaze igniting with an unprecedented fury behind his golden spectacles. The scholars behind him were incensed, vociferously condemning the audacity of such an act of violence in this solemn assembly. "How dare you? Do you comprehend the brilliance of his works? This is sheer murder." Meanwhile, from the ranks of the military, Colonel Sato's sinister grin emerged. "Well done, Xueliang. Such an insolent Chinese pig deserves no less. A mere scholar. His demise is of no consequence. It is an opportune moment for a purge. Yamada, what are your men plotting? Do you intend to resort to violence?" The scholars accused the military of fostering brutality, trampling upon civil governance, and insulting the cultural heritage of the empire. In return, the military retorted, accusing the scholars of collusion with the Chinese, harboring malevolent intentions to seize power. The long-standing tensions and the contest for control over Shandong erupted into a bloody confrontation, catalyzed by Qiaonian's tragic fall. High-ranking military officers and civil dignitaries disregarded decorum, pointing fingers and hurling the most venomous insults at one another. The scene descended into chaos, with shattered dishes and spilled fine wines littering the floor. The guards gripped their firearms anxiously, yet none dared to fire amidst the tumult of the commander's melee. The banquet hall, perched perilously on the edge of a cliff, transformed into a gladiatorial arena rife with hatred and fury. As the discord reached its zenith, teetering on the brink of a large-scale brawl, a messenger burst into the fray, pale and breathless, shouting hoarsely over the cacophony. "Urgent! Telegram from Paris!" Every movement halted, and all eyes turned towards the nearly collapsed messenger. He raised the telegram with trembling hands, summoning every ounce of strength to declare, "We have just received the final news from the Paris conference. The Chinese delegation has refused to sign. They refuse to endorse the Treaty of Versailles. The Shandong issue remains unresolved. The international community is in uproar. What? A refusal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Like an invisible bolt of lightning striking. The tumultuous banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Arguments, insults, and shoving ceased abruptly. The sinister grins of Sato and his military compatriots froze, transformed into expressions of shock and disbelief. The anger of Yamada and his fellow scholars morphed into astonishment, quickly followed by a flicker of complexity in their gazes. The words refusal to sign doused the fiery arrogance that had recently ignited within them like a torrent of icy water. What they had deemed a foregone conclusion, even celebrating in advance, now faced an unforeseen and formidable obstacle, as the Shandong matter was abruptly halted at the threshold of international legal principles. Chapter 63. The plan achieved moonlight failed to penetrate the depths of darkness. Enormous water pressure enveloped everything. Fragments of torn clothing drifted slowly with the undercurrent, resembling the remnants of a jellyfish. Suddenly, near the entrance of a natural cavern concealed by massive coral formations, a pale hand surged forth from the jagged crevices, gripping the edge with a desperate ferocity. Her fingers were elongated, the knuckles pale from exertion, while the crevices of her nails were embedded with sand and seaweed. Soon after, another hand struggled to ascend. A figure emerged, resembling a specter returned from the depths of hell, damp and scarred, yet exhibiting an extraordinary tenacity as it wrested its upper body from the narrow entrance. Qiaonian coughed violently, briny seawater gushing from his mouth and nose. The suit on his back had been slashed by glass, and the blood seeping out mingled with the seawater, creating a faint crimson hue. Though his face bore several minor scratches, the depth of his eyes shone remarkably bright amidst the murky waters, devoid of any terror or despair typical of a plummeting soul, and instead reflecting a near-cold clarity and a sharp sense of control. He wiped the seawater from his face and turned to gaze into the unfathomable cavern entrance. Then lifted his gaze as if penetrating layers of water and cliffs, beholding the land above, chaotic and tumultuous after the storm. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a complex, icy smile. 3 days. A full 3 days and nights, beneath the rugged cliffs by the sea. The waves relentlessly battered the black rocks, emitting a dull and eternal roar. Xiao Baihe stood like a soulless statue, obstinately guarding the frigid beach and rocky area. Her eyes were bloodshot, her once fair and delicate face now pallid and haggard, her lips cracked and peeling. The hem of her expensive kimono was torn by the briny seawater and sharp rocks, sullied with mud and seaweed, yet she remained oblivious. She directed the limited manpower that the Yamashita family could muster, employing all the experienced fishermen she could find, tirelessly scouring every inch of the coastline and diving into every turbulent crevice. Qiao-san, Qiao-san. Her voice had long since grown hoarse, each cry ruthlessly torn apart by the sea breeze. With every return of the rescue personnel empty-handed, the light in her eyes dimmed a fraction. Yet her almost obsessive determination showed no signs of waning. She refused to believe he had simply vanished, like a speck of dust swallowed by the ocean. How could that man, steadfast as a mountain in the study, remain unyielding at the center of the storm, so easily fall? Miss, the tide is rising. It is too dangerous. The old butler, filled with concern, attempted to steady her as she swayed precariously. No more searching over there. I haven't examined the rocks thoroughly. Xiao Baihe broke free and staggered toward an area violently assailed by the waves, where foam splashed wildly. Her fingers had already been cut while shifting the sharp rocks, blood seeping out and mingling with the mud, a sight both shocking and painful. Enough! A commanding and weary voice resonated behind her. Yamashita Ichiro had arrived on the disheveled beach, his brow furrowed as he observed his daughter in her disheveled and nearly frenzied state. An expression of complexity flashing in his eyes, yet predominantly cold. Baihe, cease this futile search. There is no chance of survival for anyone who falls into such a place. Father, please, I beseech you, send more personnel. The Navy must have better ships and divers. Xiao Baihe rushed forward, grasping her father's sleeve, her eyes filled with desperate pleading. Yamashita Ichiro forcefully withdrew his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. The news from international sources is cataclysmic. The Empire's legal advantages in the mountains have vanished. The policies governing the entire occupied territory, personnel, and even the very foundations of the Yamada family must undergo a thorough reassessment. Every ounce of strength and every intellect must be harnessed to confront this monumental upheaval. There is no surplus manpower available to seek out a deceased Chinese individual. His keen gaze, sharp as a blade behind his golden-rimmed glasses, pierced through to his daughter, urging her to awaken to reality. Identity, murmured Koharu, as she gazed at her father's resolute departure, then cast her eyes upon the relentless sea before her that had consumed all her hopes. A profound sense of helplessness and icy despair engulfed her entirely. She sank to her knees upon the cold rocks, and her scalding tears finally surged forth. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Winter Occupation Army in the city of Takamatsu, the atmosphere was equally oppressive and fraught with anxiety. Baka. Useless. A bunch of imbeciles. Colonel Sato's roar reverberated through the office. The news of Barry's refusal to sign struck like a resounding slap, harshly impacting both the Empire and his own standing. What was once a foregone victory had transformed into a hot potato. The directives from the homeland were stern, demanding that the main forces of the Winter Occupation Army withdraw as planned, retaining only a symbolic presence to maintain order. This signified that the formidable military power he relied upon to dominate and suppress the civilians had been drastically diminished. The conflict at the celebratory banquet, where the officials openly expressed their disdain and hostility, had laid bare the truth for him. These parasites were utterly unreliable. Once the military's strength waned, they would undoubtedly retaliate. What then could he do? Colonel, we must comply with the orders from the homeland, the staff officer remarked cautiously. Comply? Humph. Sato slammed his fist onto the table adorned with the map of Takamatsu. When the Empire required our blood, we were at the forefront. Now, with the tides turned, they wish to cast us aside? Allow those parasites, who are only skilled in empty rhetoric, to reap the rewards? Dream on. He paced anxiously within the confines of the room, his eyes flickering with resentment and ferocity. With military strength significantly curtailed, untrustworthy officials, and no reliable support from the homeland, he required new forces, new pawns, an agent who could firmly secure Takamatsu during this power vacuum of the Empire, and perhaps even extend his influence further afield. One name slithered into his mind like a serpent emerging from the shadows: Zhang Qiaonian. Previously, Sato had maintained an ambiguous stance towards Zhang's requests for military resources, partly because he believed that Takamatsu was secure under his control, and partly due to an instinctive wariness of Zhang himself. But now, everything had shifted. Sato picked up the phone, his voice low and resolute. Contact Zhang Qiaonian. Inform him that I wish to discuss matters. The agreed-upon location was a secluded, abandoned dock at the harbor. The briny sea breeze carried the scent of rust and decaying seaweed, and the blurred outlines of warships engaged in evacuation operations loomed in the distance, adding to the desolation. Sato was accompanied by only two of his most trusted guards. Zhang Qiaolian arrived as promised, devoid of the ferocity and madness he had exhibited at the Guang'an Pavilion, replaced instead by a chilling calm. Though something flickered deep within his eyes. Colonel Sato, it is rare for you to summon me proactively. Zhang's voice rasped like sandpaper, tinged with a hint of amusement. Sato, devoid of frivolous chatter, fixed Zhang with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Zhang, regarding the special resources you previously mentioned that are needed in the northeast, the Empire can now manage a portion. Zhang Qiaolian paused in his manipulation of the lens, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Oh? Has the colonel come to a realization? The majority of the troops stationed in Shandong are soon to withdraw. Sato's voice carried an undercurrent of suppressed humiliation and resentment. Certain items cannot be conveniently transported, nor are they suitable to be left for the bureaucrats or risk falling into the hands of insurgents. They require proper disposal. He deliberately emphasized the term disposal. For instance, Zhang Qiaolian inched closer. A batch of the latest infantry light weapons, ammunition, Sato's voice dropped lower, laced with a hint of ruthlessness, and a limited stock of experimental special chemical agents. He referred to the prototype of a gas shell secretly developed by the military. Potent yet exceedingly unstable, and in grave violation of international treaties. The risk of transporting such items back was far too great. Destroying them on-site would be a shame. It would be better to do a favor in passing. However, Sato perhaps never considered that such substances might ultimately be used against their own kind. Zhang Qiaolian's breath became imperceptibly heavier. Weapons and ammunition are hard currency, and those special chemical agents were an unexpected boon. A genuine, albeit chilling, smile finally graced his face. The colonel is indeed forthright. So what are the terms? Terms? Sato scoffed. The terms are to use these items to create sufficient chaos in the northeast, particularly for those restless individuals, especially any factions that might be in cahoots with bureaucrats like Yamada Ichiro. Let those office dwellers understand that the Empire's true power will never fade. Even if we temporarily depart from Shandong, a shadow will continue to loom over them. He implied further, and regarding that Xiao Huijin, if he is still alive. Sato's eyes glinted with murderous intent. You know what must be done. Zhang Qiaolian slowly tightened his grip on the lens, the sharp edge piercing his palm, bringing a flicker of pain that only heightened his excitement. He gazed at Sato, his smile twisting into a cruel grimace. Rest assured, Colonel. Xiao Huijin's life is my concern. He licked his cracked lips, as if savoring the thrill of pushing someone into the sea. As for the northeast? With the colonel's gift, I will turn that place into a nightmare for the bureaucratic faction. Yamada Ichiro's hand will not be allowed to stretch forth in peace. Location, time, and method of exchange. Zhang Qiaolian stated succinctly. Tomorrow night, at the hour of the rat. La Shanzhao, at the abandoned oil depot number 3, Sato specified the location, assuring that the items would be prepared. Your people, ensure they are clean. Rest assured, I will handle it well, Zhang Shuoyang replied. Every last one will be moved, not a single item left behind.